Chapter 1. The Dragon Totem. In the enchanting realms of Malibu, California, a futuristic mansion perched precariously upon a cliff gazed out over the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. A dark-haired youth stood before the opulent seaside estate, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. "What troubles you? Are you feeling nostalgic?" Virginia Pepper Potts inquired, her slightly awkward Mandarin punctuated by a playful smile as she stood beside the boy. "Perhaps," he replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The youth, known as Lin Lin, was an orphan adopted by Howard Stark and Maria Stark. However, the name Lin Lin was one he had bestowed upon himself as close friends and family referred to him as such, while his true identity remained that of Zero Stark. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, Lin Lin's eyes reflected a maturity far beyond his years, a testament to the fact that this was his second life. In his previous existence, he had been an ordinary wage slave, having lost his parents at a young age. He navigated the trials of society for over 2 decades, only to find himself in his 40s, unmarried and childless, meeting an untimely demise at his workplace. Upon awakening in this new world, he initially remained oblivious to the fact that he had entered the Marvel Universe, simply believing he had forgotten to drink the soup of oblivion and was living yet another life. It wasn't until the age of 3 that a couple with the surname Stark came to the orphanage and adopted him, leading him to suspect it was mere coincidence, as the Stark name was. Not particularly unusual that it was only when he learned that his adoptive father was Howard Stark and his brother was none other than Tony Stark that he began to grasp the reality of his situation. Casting a glance at Pepper, Lin Lin couldn't help but reflect on how much more beautiful this Pepper was compared to the one portrayed by Gwyneth Paltrow. "Where's Tony?" he inquired, a slight frown forming on his brow at this point in time. Tony Stark was still a carefree playboy, and Lin Lin held no fondness for him. Indeed, he had never regarded him with affection, always addressing him by his name rather than brother. In his previous life, Lin Lin had held a favorable view of Iron Man as depicted in the films, yet the disparity between observation and personal interaction was stark. Upon encountering the true Tony Stark, he found the man's arrogance and self-centered demeanor difficult to admire. Noticing Lin Lin's mention of Tony, Pepper's expression shifted, her concern evident as she realized the notorious playboy was likely still entangled with some cover model. Oblivious to the fact that his brother was returning home for graduation, with her face set in determination, Pepper approached the door and entered the code. As the door swung open, she turned to Lin Lin and offered a reassuring smile. "Why don't you head to your room and rest for a bit? I'll go rouse him from his slumber." With that, she hurried off towards Tony's room. Lin Lin could only smile wryly at the situation as he made his way to his own quarters. After a quick shower, he emerged just in time to see a striking young woman, disheveled and alluring, pass directly in front of him. As the woman brushed past Lin Lin, she paused momentarily, then stepped back, scrutinizing him with newfound interest. At the tender age of 21, Lin Lin radiated youth and vitality, his striking features and robust physique setting him apart from the typical East Asian man. His classical Eastern beauty starkly contrasted with the more common Western looks of cover models, naturally inviting a few lingering glances. "Are you Zero Stark?" the model exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she regarded Lin Lin. Given the renown of Stark Industries and Tony Stark, it was hardly surprising that Lin Lin, despite his desire for anonymity, would be recognized by a cover girl entrenched in the entertainment industry. However, Lin Lin furrowed his brow in annoyance and retorted, "You may leave now." While the model was indeed pleasant to the eye, he found no interest in someone so entrenched in the superficiality of showbiz. The thought of her allure was almost repugnant to him. Yet, undeterred by Lin Lin's disdain, the model merely shot him a flirtatious glance before departing. "Ah, little brother, you're back." Tony emerged in his pajamas, stretching leisurely. "My apologies. I was utterly exhausted last night and simply couldn't rise early enough for your return." As he approached Lin Lin for a hug, Lin Lin scowled and said, "Get away. I've just bathed. Don't let your nauseating scent taint me." Tony's arms froze midair as he remembered his brother's peculiar aversion to certain odors. What is selective cleanliness, you may wonder? It is the phenomenon of possessing a cleanliness obsession directed towards specific individuals or things. In response to Lin Lin's blunt rejection, Tony merely chuckled, showing no signs of anger, a reaction reserved for those he held dear. In truth, his demeanor towards Lin Lin had softened considerably since the passing of Howard and Maria Stark, who had left Lin Lin as his sole family member. "All right then, they'll take a shower, and then we shall celebrate the arrival of a young doctor into the Stark family. Though, I must admit, you're a tad inferior to me." "Haha." With a hearty laugh, Tony departed under Lin Lin's derisive gaze. Pepper, shaking her head in disbelief at Tony's antics, approached Lin Lin with a smile. You should take a moment to relax, mister. Chun has been preparing everything since early morning, and the dishes will be ready shortly. Mr. Chun, as Pepper referred to him, was a specially hired authentic Chinese chef, skilled in Cantonese, Fujian, and Huayan cuisines. Perhaps due to Lin Lin's presence, the Stark family had long favored Chinese cuisine, both during the lifetimes of Howard and Maria and after their passing. Tony had developed a particular fondness for rujiamo, a Chinese meat sandwich. He'll return to my room for now. Once back in his room, Lin Lin locked the door behind him and casually removed his shirt, revealing the enormous dragon's head that appeared almost tattooed upon his chest. Standing before the mirror, he traced the dragon's pattern on his chest. The formidable dragon's head, with its eyes closed, still exuded an intimidating aura. This was no mere tattoo, it resembled a birthmark. Indeed, a birthmark. Lin Lin had possessed this mark on his chest since childhood, initially no larger than a grain of rice. It had gradually grown larger with age. Initially, the Howard couple was greatly alarmed upon discovering the peculiar mark, leading them to consult various experts and renowned physicians. Yet, without exception, none could identify any issues that appeared to be merely an ordinary birthmark. Lin Lin himself had contemplated the possibility of eradicating this blemish. However, one fateful night, an intense burning sensation in his chest roused him from slumber. As he sat up and pulled aside his garment, he was astonished to find the birthmark emanating a dazzling radiance that obscured his vision before plunging him into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Lin found his mind enriched with an array of peculiar knowledge, unveiling the true nature of the mark upon his chest. It was not a mere birthmark, but a totem seed, a seed of power that was continually growing at the tender age of 7. Lin Lin became extraordinary, endowed with intellect and physical prowess far surpassing that of an average individual, never having fallen ill. Over the past 15 years, the totem seed had matured into a dragon's head, and Lin Lin had devoted himself to rigorous training, a daily discipline bestowed upon him by the knowledge granted by the totem seed. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he formed hand seals and focused his energy into his dantian, quickly entering a state of meditation. As he did so, his body began to levitate gently, with formless energy continuously flowing into him. At that moment, the dragon head totem on his chest opened its eyes, which shone with a golden brilliance, radiating an aura of immense power. Time slipped away during nearly an hour of cultivation when a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. From outside, Pepper called, "Lin Lin, dinner is ready." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Lin gradually opened his eyes, while the dragon's gaze of the totem closed in unison. "All right, they'll be there shortly," he replied, rising to his feet and closing his eyes to savor the surging power within him. This force was captivating in its strength, yet Lin Lin had chosen to conceal it entirely, even from Tony and Pepper. It was not out of intent to deceive, but rather a desire to remain unobtrusive. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind's wrath. Upon entering the dining room, Lin Lin was greeted by a table laden with sumptuous dishes, and his initial lack of appetite transformed as his fingers began to itch with desire. Standing beside Tony, Pepper was reporting on recent tasks and upcoming schedules. Just as Lin Lin settled in his seat, he overheard Tony mention plans to travel to the Middle East to showcase the new Jericho missile to the U.S. military. In that fleeting moment, Lin Lin's expression shifted subtly, yet he refrained from voicing any objections, for he felt he had no grounds to intervene. At the same time, he did not wish to halt Tony, recognizing that such experiences were essential for his growth. Without them, he would forever remain a reckless playboy, an arrogant genius, rather than becoming Iron Man. Chapter 2. The Sacred Dragon Armor. Understood. Have you not noticed that I still need to accompany my brother for dinner? Tony felt somewhat irritable as Pepper's reports wore on him. He was already displeased at being dragged from his bed, and now, as he dined, he had to endure a barrage of work updates and schedule arrangements, exacerbating his irritation. Seeing this, Lin Lin spoke up, "Sister Pepper, let work take a backseat for now. Come sit and eat with us." "No, I still have a multitude of tasks to tackle. You go ahead and eat," Pepper said, gently ruffling Lin Lin's hair before departing, treating him as if he were her own brother. Meanwhile, Tony, seated across from Lin Lin, narrowed his eyes. "What are you staring at me for?" Lin Lin asked, puzzled. Tony questioned with a peculiar tone, "What is the nature of your relationship with Pepper?" Lin Lin paused for a moment, then responded exasperatedly. "Could you refrain from using that twisted mind of yours to speculate on my relationship with Sister Pepper?" My apologies." Tony chuckled awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. "I heard you've been seeing someone at university?" "Yes, my mentor, Susan," Lin Lin replied casually while eating. Tony nearly spat out his food in shock, hastily wiping his mouth as he asked, "Your mentor? I had no idea you had such tastes." His lips twitched slightly, revealing a moment of discomfort. Lin Lin shot a knowing glance at Tony, fully aware of his implications. Qinglong, Lin Lin called out. Young master, what can I assist you with? A melodious voice resonated in the room. Qinglong was the artificial intelligence Lin Lin had developed, comparable to Tony's Jarvis. Please send Tony the photos of Susan and me. Understood. Young master. Before long, Jarvis's voice echoed within the room. Sir, I have received images sent by Mr. Lin Lin. Tony shot a surprised look at Lin Lin, then clapped his hands and gestured at the dining table, where the images were projected onto one corner. As Tony opened the image, he beheld Lin Lin sitting on a bench, being affectionately embraced by a stunning woman with cascading golden waves of hair, their faces intimately close. My dear brother, where on earth did you find such a beauty? Tony gazed in awe. Lin Lin frowned at this, warning, keep your thoughts to yourself, should I uncover any inappropriate ideas. I would not hesitate to take action. So, as long as I remain undetected, it's all good, right? Tony jested, dismissing the image. You may wish to test whether you can remain undetected, Lin Lin replied in a flat tone, though his demeanor appeared calm. Tony sensed an air of danger and hastily raised his hands in surrender. Whoa, brother. Don't be so worked up. You know me better than that. How could I ever do something so foolish? Let us hope that remains true, Lin Lin stated, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. As Lin Lin stood and headed toward the underground studio, Tony called out, just don't wreck my car. Lin Lin acted as if he hadn't heard Tony's admonition, continuing straight towards the underground studio. Despite Lin Lin possessing the Dragon Totem, endowed with extraordinary strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance, his body having reached an exceptionally formidable state where ordinary bullets or shells might scarcely inflict harm upon him, his attire, however, lacked such robust defense. In the event of a confrontation, his high-end fabric clothing would be reduced to tatters in mere moments. Moreover, with Tony set to venture to the Middle East, Lin Lin's rather unrefined brother, though in need of refinement to mature, might encounter unforeseen circumstances due to Lin Lin's anomalous presence, leading to unpredictable outcomes. He needed to ensure Tony's safety, at the very least preventing his demise. Consequently, acquiring a suit of armor with sufficiently strong defensive capabilities was of utmost urgency for Lin Lin. He certainly did not wish to rescue Tony in a state of undress. 3 days later, Pepper arrived, her face marked with curiosity as she inquired about Tony. Where's Lin Lin? It seems we haven't seen him in days. He has been holed up in my workshop for 3 days, not allowing me entry, and I have no idea what he is up to, Tony replied, glancing at the staircase leading to the workshop, feeling somewhat exasperated. Should we inform him? Pepper asked. Tony pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. He is merely showcasing a new missile. It shouldn't take long. He might even return by evening. Very well. Just as Tony was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, how is that investigation on Susan coming along? Pepper rarely displayed a gossipy demeanor. Susan Storm. Well, she doesn't seem to have any remarkable background. Her relationship with Lin Lin has indeed transitioned from a student-teacher dynamic to that of a couple. And she was the one who pursued him. The reason for her initiative is that your brother once saved her life. A classic tale of heroism. How romantic. Perhaps that incident is what captured the heart of the beautiful Minner. Tony chuckled upon hearing this. No doubt, he is indeed my brother. Within the workshop, Lin Lin gazed at the armor before him, a faint smile of satisfaction breaking through his fatigued countenance. He had toiled for 3 days and nights without rest to complete this suit of armor and the core reactor at its heart. Compared to Tony's rudimentary cave, Lin Lin's conditions were exceedingly favorable. Various materials were readily at hand, and crafting a miniature arc reactor was almost effortless. In terms of intellect, Lin Lin considered himself equal to Tony, yet owing to the Dragon Totem, he found that physical labor was more straightforward than intellectual effort. After 3 days and nights, Lin Lin had fashioned his own suit of armor according to his design. Unfortunately, the only materials he could procure were the same as those used in the Mark armor, namely titanium alloy. As a result, his armor appeared somewhat bulky. Although it was not as cumbersome as the Mark armor, it still fell short of the sleekness of the Black Panther suit. Tony had overloaded his armor with excessive weaponry to enhance its offensive capabilities, leading to its bulkiness, while Lin Lin required an armor that was durable and possessed sufficient defensive performance, necessitating minimal additional features. However, constrained by the available materials, the entire suit remained a trifle unwieldy for him. The armor is predominantly colored in shades of black, gold, and silver, with black as the primary hue and gold and silver serving as embellishments. The helmet is fashioned in the likeness of a dragon's head, and the chest features a sculpted dragon visage, with the dragon's mouth clutching a small, rectangular reactor. This entire suit of armor exudes a subtle, yet ineffable aura of power. Tony's armor is known as the Mark armor, while mine shall be called the Holy Dragon armor. Though the name may seem somewhat juvenile, Lin Lin is quite pleased with it. Upon the completion of the armor, Lin Lin felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, only to be quickly overtaken by drowsiness. Just as he was preparing to indulge in a well-deserved slumber, a melodious voice interrupted him. "Young master, Miss Susan is on the line." "Susan?" Lin Lin was taken aback. Why would she be calling at this hour? Susan is destined to become one of the Invisible Woman of the Fantastic Four, but at this moment, she has yet to venture into space or be affected by cosmic rays to become the superheroine. Initially, Lin Lin did not realize that this Susan was indeed the same Susan he later came to know. It was only after they became acquainted that he learned she had a brother named Johnny Storm, and together with 2 others, they formed a space research team. Lin Lin wondered why Susan would appear in this time and age, and how she and Richard were merely colleagues. Clearly, this world was not the Marvel Universe Lin Lin had envisioned, which contributed to his concerns about Tony. "Hey, Susan, did you miss me as soon as I got back?" Lin Lin joked. On the other end, Susan furrowed her brow. "You haven't contacted me for 4 days. If I hadn't called, would you have just ignored me?" Lin Lin paused, glancing at the date, and realized it was indeed the 4th morning since he last communicated with her. He hastily turned to Ling Long. "Where's Tony?" "Young Master Tony left for the airport half an hour ago." "Only half an hour? Thank goodness," Lin Lin responded. "Ling Long, lock onto Tony's location and provide real-time updates." "Understood, young master." After issuing his instructions, Lin Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other end, Susan sensed Lin Lin's urgency and quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" "Not yet, but it won't be long before something does happen." Lin Lin sighed deeply. "It's precisely because of this impending issue that I've been so preoccupied these past few days, even neglecting sleep and losing track of time. If you hadn't called, I might have collapsed from exhaustion. Apologies, my dear, for not being in touch these past few days." Any lingering anger Susan felt dissipated, leaving only concern for her young boyfriend, who had not rested in days. "You haven't slept for several days? You should take a break. I just wanted to remind you that I'll be heading into space in a few days, so I hope you can come and keep me company," Susan said softly, her tone almost a whisper. Her gentle words stirred Lin Lin's heart. "Has your team secured sponsorship?" he asked, elated. Initially, he had intended to sponsor Susan's team, but she had vehemently refused, wanting to keep her emotions free of monetary entanglements. Now that they had secured sponsorship, it signified that Susan would no longer lead an ordinary life, and Lin Lin could not contain his joy. On the other end of the line, Susan was equally exhilarated. "Indeed, thanks to Mr. Victor's generous sponsorship, we can finally venture into space." "Victor?" Lin Lin's expression momentarily froze, and he thought to himself, truly, what was meant to come has arrived. Chapter 3. Tony is captured. Are you free? Susan playfully inquired, yet as soon as the words left her lips, a wave of shyness washed over her. "When I expressed my desire to join your team, you stubbornly refused. Now it seems you need my company?" Lin Lin feigned displeasure. Seeing his reaction, Susan swiftly clarified, "That's not it. The reason I hesitated to let you join was to prevent the mundane affairs of work from affecting our relationship. Johnny, you know, my brother. Initially, my intention in bringing him onto the team was to provide him with an opportunity, but he behaves like an immature child. Working with him drives me to the brink of frustration. If I could, I would sever our sibling ties. I fear that if we begin working together, the trivialities and frustrations of work will embed themselves into our relationship like shards of broken glass. While 1 or 2 issues may seem insignificant, over time, they will accumulate, inevitably leading to problems in our bond." Listening to Susan's heartfelt explanation and analysis, Lin Lin felt a warmth in his heart. He could sense her sincere efforts in nurturing their relationship. "All right, dear. I understand your concerns," he quickly reassured her. Suddenly, a delicate voice interrupted. "Young master. Master Tony has arrived at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan." "Understood," Lin Lin replied, glancing at the displayed map before continuing with Susan. "My dear, I acknowledge your worries, and we shall put this matter aside. However, as we move forward together, we are bound to encounter various situations, both significant and trivial. If our relationship crumbles over such minor issues, then is it not too fragile? Let us not dwell on this. Tomorrow, I will come to see you and accompany you until your journey into space." A smile graced Susan's face on the other end of the call. "All right. I will await your arrival." After hanging up, Lin Lin began to calculate the timing. Tony faced 2 perilous points. One was an imminent attack, and the other was the escape from the terrorist stronghold. The former was on the verge of occurring, while the latter was still 3 months away. Thus, he needed to head to the Middle East at this moment. "Young master, there is an incursion by illegal armed forces." Lin Lin was startled by Ling Long's sudden announcement, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Obadiah's initial intent to eliminate Tony was driven by a desire to monopolize Stark Industries. Once Tony was gone, Stark Industries would belong to him, but now that Tony had a brother, he would naturally need to be dealt with as well. Lin Lin watched with keen interest as a team of heavily armed individuals stealthily infiltrated the premises on the surveillance monitor. glancing at the nearby Saint Dragon armor. A sly smile crept across his lips. Let us use you as test subjects. The armor opened from the back, and Lin Lin stepped inside. With a series of mechanical sounds, he was encased within the armor. Although Lin Lin was unafraid of bullets, being shot still hurt. Who would willingly endure such pain without cause? Suddenly, Lin Lin recalled the scene from a film where Superman withstands bullets without flinching. And he couldn't help but ponder, this invincible body is indeed remarkable, but is there truly no sensation of pain? Contemplating this, Lin Lin shook his head in confusion. He enjoyed superhero films, yet he had never delved deeply into their lore, nor had he perused the comics. Perhaps the heroes employed a biological force field for defense rather than relying solely on their physical forms. A biological force field? He mused whether, if he cultivated his Dragon Totem to a sufficient level, he too might possess a similar ability. This was not merely a fanciful thought for Lin Lin. His current powers had not manifested all at once, but had gradually emerged and intensified over time. Initially, he developed a superhuman physique, followed by extraordinary strength and speed that continued to increase. From being able to withstand cuts from a regular knife to potentially resisting a power drill, a cutting machine, and eventually bullets and grenades. His strength too had incrementally enhanced, from lifting 120 kilograms at the outset to now being capable of hoisting an astonishing 120 tons. A feat he had diligently worked towards for nearly a decade, and he was still growing stronger. Recently, he had acquired the ability to fly, albeit at a moderate speed, which prompted him to install an arc reactor in his battle suit to provide propulsion. Clad in his armor, Lin Lin stepped out of the underground workshop and unexpectedly collided with an assassination squad in the living room. Upon seeing the armored figure, the assassins instinctively raised their weapons. But upon realizing what stood before them, they lowered their arms. The leader approached with a grin, teasing, "Is this playboy fond of displaying robots at home?" Clang. The leader knocked on Lin Lin's armor with his hand. Inside the suit, Lin Lin felt exasperated, thinking, Obadiah is truly foolish, always seeking out the unreliable. Boom. Lin Lin swiftly raised his fist and sent the leader flying into the wall. The sudden turn of events prompted the assassination squad to quickly raise their weapons and fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, bullets rained upon the armor. Aside from a few that ricocheted off due to the suit's curvature, the rest disintegrated upon impact. Scattering to the ground, Lin Lin examined the exterior of his armor, noting only faint bullet marks, with no other discernible damage. Quite impressive. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the performance of his suit. In the next moment, a shadow darted through the assassination squad, and before long, all of them lay motionless on the ground. Ling Long, contact Sister Pepper and have her come to handle this. Understood, young master. In his armor, Lin Lin charged towards the massive floor-to-ceiling window and leaped through it. Wow. As he felt his body plummeting rapidly, the thrill of descending towards the ocean ignited a rush of adrenaline within him, causing him to feel euphoric. As he neared the depths of the sea, Lin Lin, unflinching, activated the flight mode of his armor. Whoosh. Relying on the thrusters on his back, Lin Lin, with his formidable physique, easily withstood the forces of acceleration. The sudden thrust kept him skimming just above the ocean surface, his hand almost touching the water. Though exhilarating, Lin Lin was not reckless enough to fly close to the ocean's surface. He swiftly ascended, reaching an altitude of 12,000 meters. With his speed gradually climbing to Mach 3. Ling Long, play an exhilarating song. Certainly, young master. At that moment, at Bagram Air Force Base, Tony was preparing to leave after delivering a case of whiskey. Given that it was a military base with poor conditions and scant entertainment, he was eager to depart. Just then, a call from Obadiah came through, aimed at confirming whether Tony's transaction had concluded. Once he learned that the deal was finalized, the assassination would commence. High above, Lin Lin surveyed the military convoy below, with Ling Long displaying Tony's location directly beneath him. As anticipated, he soon heard the distant rumble of artillery. And even a missile flew past him. Damn it, can't you keep an eye out? Furious, Lin Lin hurled a sphere of light towards the source of the missile. A thunderous explosion followed, engulfing the distant valley in a massive fireball. Under Lin Lin's watchful gaze, Tony was successfully taken away by the terrorists. Meanwhile, Obadiah in America swiftly received a message from the Ten Rings gang's Raza. Excellent. With Tony out of the picture, his brother's fate is of little concern. As long as Tony is eliminated from Stark Industries, his adopted brother is of no consequence, especially since he has never been involved in the company's affairs. There will be ample opportunities to dispose of him. Obadiah clenched his phone tightly, his eyes ablaze with excitement, as if Stark Industries was already his. Chapter 4. Farewell to the fair maiden. Welcome to the brash man. 3 kilometers outside the Ten Rings stronghold, Lin Lin leaned against an earthen embankment, maneuvering a small insect-like drone into a cave. Watching as Tony was rescued by the terrorists, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Lin glanced towards the horizon, where the dawn light began to shimmer, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. After several sleepless days, he longed for a place to rest. Ling Long. Monitor Tony at all times, and report to me immediately if anything arises. Understood, young master. With that, Lin Lin soared into the sky, heading straight for Baxter Tower in New York. Upon his arrival, it was precisely midnight in the city. With a clang, his armor landed on the helipad atop Baxter Tower. The future members of the Fantastic Four residing on the top floor stirred awake at the commotion. What is going on? Ben, still dazed from sleep, looked around in confusion. Johnny, more anxious, brandished a chair and rushed out of his room, shouting, "Who is there? Show yourself." At that moment, Susan, Reed, and Ben emerged as well. The four exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing all four to flinch, a strange atmosphere enveloping them. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, Johnny gulped, steeling himself to approach the door, with Reed and Ben following closely behind, while Susan remained protectively at the rear. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open, and Johnny cautiously peeked outside before swiftly retracting his head. The other three, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What did you see? Who is it?" Johnny, momentarily taken aback, replied, "It's a person, an Asian person." "An Asian person?" They echoed in unison, and then Susan suddenly realized. "Step aside, step aside." She busily pushed the three out of her way and flung the door open. As anticipated, upon seeing the smiling Lin Lin, Susan immediately leaped into his embrace. "Darling, why did you come at this hour? You startled us." Leaning against Lin Lin's shoulder, she complained, yet her tone was laced with sweetness. Lin Lin chuckled. "I promised to see you today, and I surely did. Not a second late." In his previous life, Lin Lin had never experienced romance, yet in this life, he seemed to possess an innate ability to charm Susan with spontaneous, albeit cheesy, love declarations. "You are wonderful," Susan exclaimed, cupping Lin Lin's face and planting a kiss on his lips. The three behind her watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, with Reed's gaze cast downward, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy crossing his eyes. He had once harbored feelings for Susan, but alas, she had already fallen for Lin Lin, rendering his affection ultimately fruitless. Witnessing Susan's intimacy with this unfamiliar Asian man extinguished any remaining hopes Reed might have had. "Darling, aren't you going to introduce us?" Lin Lin asked, turning his gaze toward the three behind Susan. It was then that Susan realized, hastily withdrawing her arms from around Lin Lin, her cheeks flushed as she introduced. "This is my brother Johnny, this is Ben, and that is Reed." After introducing her companions, Lin Lin introduced himself. "I'm Susan's boyfriend and former student. Although I have already graduated." "What? You're still my sister's student?" Johnny exclaimed in shock. "Wait, buddy, what were you thinking?" Perceiving Johnny's sarcastic tone, Susan immediately bristled. "What do you mean by that, Johnny?" Lin Lin quickly wrapped his arms around Susan, laughing. "Love doesn't require so many reasons." Hearing this, Susan's heart blossomed with joy, and she eagerly chimed in, "He has just a little brat who doesn't understand." Suddenly noticing Lin Lin's weary demeanor, Susan remarked, "It's getting late. We should all rest early." She tugged Lin Lin into her room at a brisk pace, leaving the other three exchanging glances before returning to their own quarters. As Lin Lin embraced Susan's curvaceous form, his earlier fatigue dissolved, replaced by a restless energy as he tossed her onto the bed. "Ah," Susan gasped, playfully pouting on Lin Lin's chest. "What are you doing? You startled me." A sharp sound echoed as Lin Lin's piercing gaze fixed intently on Susan. It seemed she understood, lowering her head in bashfulness. "What is this? Feeling shy now? You took my first time." Lin Lin suddenly brought up the past, causing Susan's cheeks to flush as she covered his mouth with her hand. "Stop it, that's so embarrassing. It was an accident, but indeed extraordinary." "Then let me show you something even more extraordinary today." Lin Lin, with a mischievous grin, flipped over and pinned Susan beneath him. That night, the bedside lamp flickered. Shadows danced upon the wall, and the water in the cup on the cabinet rippled gently as the moon hid behind the clouds. The wind howled fiercely throughout the night, and the streets were bustling with honking cars. It wasn't until the following afternoon that Lin Lin finally stirred from his slumber, having gone several days without sleep. Compounded by a night of revelry, he awoke only in the afternoon, with the exquisite figure still nestled in his arms. Casting a glance at Susan, Lin Lin tenderly caressed her head, feeling a pang of guilt for the tumultuous night they had shared. Susan, nestled in Lin Lin's embrace, lazily nuzzled against him and gradually opened her eyes. "You're awake," she exclaimed, shifting slightly to bring her small face closer to his. "I forgot to ask yesterday. Are you all right?" Lin Lin paused, slightly bewildered. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" "The news reported on it yesterday, your brother." Susan's lips pursed, unsure of how to articulate her concern. It was then that Lin Lin comprehended. "Oh, you mean about Tony? Don't worry, he's perfectly fine. The media frenzy was instigated by Obadiah, who aims to usurp Tony and monopolize Stark Industries." "Is that so?" Susan replied, her expression shifting to clarity. In truth, Lin Lin had been aware of the news reports long before, as he had been by Tony's side while Pepper inundated him with calls. He had repeatedly assured Pepper that Tony was unharmed. Given that no body had been found, it was evident that he was alive. Yet, Obadiah was unrelenting, hastily announcing to the media that Tony had perished in a terrorist attack. However, Pepper would not comply with his wishes, promptly informing the media that no body had been discovered, thus indicating that Tony was likely still alive. Consequently, a fervent debate arose regarding the fate of Tony Stark. Nevertheless, Lin Lin paid little heed to such matters. For the past fortnight, he had been monitoring Tony's safety while also cherishing moments with Susan. 2 weeks later, Lin Lin stood at the edge of a space launch facility, gazing at the rocket soaring into the sky, murmuring softly, "Safe travels, my dear." He then turned and made his way back to the Baxter Building in New York, where his armor awaited him atop the building's helipad. By the time Lin Lin returned, night had fallen. Standing at the pinnacle of the skyscraper, overlooking the city below, he was engulfed by a myriad of emotions. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary man, meek and unaccomplished. Yet in this existence, he possessed extraordinary power, backed by the Stark legacy and surrounded by wealth that many coveted. Once upon a time, he too believed he might act recklessly like his predecessor, but the reality had proven different. Ignoring formidable beings like Ancient One and Odin, whom he could not yet contend with, he still lacked the reckless mentality of his predecessor. On the contrary, Lin Lin felt his spirit gravitating towards the ideals of a hero, albeit with nuances. As some have articulated, true freedom is not merely the ability to do as one pleases, but rather the capacity to abstain from action when one so desires. Perhaps the wisdom is aligned in essence. Suddenly, a distant scream of terror pierced the night, followed by an explosion. Lin Lin squinted his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Although his eyes lacked the heat vision, they possessed extraordinary sight. Following the sound, Lin Lin was astonished to discover that it was none other than Harlem and Manhattan. Just as the answer was on the verge of revelation, two roars made Lin Lin's expression shift slightly. Indeed, it was them, the Hulk and Abomination. Chapter 5, Hulk and Abomination. Chapter 6, an excited Nick Fury Ling Long. Does New York have any properties under Stark's name? Lin Lin urgently needed a place to accommodate these two troubles. He certainly could not take them back to his seaside villa in Malibu, California. If Pepper were to see them, Lin Lin would be at a loss for excuses. He was not adept at lying. Fortunately, Tony, the playboy, had purchased a villa in New York during a business trip as his residence. Lin Lin glanced at the two in tattered pants and shook his head helplessly, directly wrapping his arms around their waists, and leapt skyward, soaring into the heavens. Because of you two, it is my first time embracing the waist of a man, too, nonetheless. Lin Lin felt a wave of discomfort. Banner and Blonsky also wore awkward expressions. Banner spoke up, "Then why not just let us go?" "Let you go?" Lin Lin cast a glance at the two. "Given your current state, do you have any idea how conspicuous you are? If I let you go now, someone will capture you in no time. Moreover, even if I were to take you away, it would not be long before someone finds me. Without my intervention, you would eventually be sent to a military research facility for dissection." Lin Lin's words left both men in silence. He was indeed correct. Having been on the run for years, Banner understood that feeling all too well, while Blonsky was aware of the military's true nature. Unable to transform now, falling into the hands of the military would undoubtedly be worse than death. "Are you certain you can avoid handing us over?" Blonsky asked Lin Lin, skepticism evident in his gaze. Lin Lin replied calmly, "Allow me to introduce myself. Tony Stark is my elder brother, and I believe I need not elaborate on his connection to Stark Industries, which is one of the military's significant arms suppliers. Thus, there is no need to worry about the military. Rather, what we should truly be concerned about is another organization." "Another organization? What organization could be more formidable than the military?" Banner inquired, puzzled. The pursuit by Ross had already instilled a psychological shadow in him, in his eyes. Nothing could be more troublesome than the military. Lin Lin chuckled. "A defunct organization, one that has been replaced." "Huh, by your account. Doesn't that imply this organization is easily dismantled?" Blonsky questioned, confused. Upon arriving at a villa, Lin Lin set the two down and stated, "However, this organization has an individual who makes it particularly troublesome." "An individual? Who?" Both Banner and Blonsky were curious about who could make Stark's family consider them a challenge. "Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury," Lin Lin said with a wry smile, shaking his head. "Nick Fury?" Banner exclaimed in surprise. He had encountered someone named Nick Fury during his time on the run and asked, "Are you referring to the Nick Fury who has lost an eye?" Indeed. It is true that one of his eyes was rendered blind by a cat's claw. Whenever someone inquires about the fate of his eye, he becomes evasive and finds it difficult to articulate the story. Haha. At this point, Lin Lin could not help but chuckle. Blind from a cat scratch? It suddenly dawned on Banner that he had misjudged Nick Fury all along. Noticing Banner's peculiar expression, Lin Lin inquired, "Have you met Nick Fury?" Banner nodded. Recalling an encounter at a bar, where he had thought Fury was affiliated with the military, only to realize he had been mistaken. That is hardly a mistake. Such a character is not someone you simply stumble upon. He likely sought you out. I suspect he had been monitoring you since you joined Ross's project. Lin Lin remarked dismissively. What sort of person is Nick Fury? He is not someone you meet by chance. His intentions are evidently focused on the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Banner's demeanor darkened instantly. Once inside the villa, Lin Lin gestured for the two to take a seat. Let us begin with your predicament. Lin Lin pointed at Banner. The emergence of the Hulk was not an overnight phenomenon. Initially, your hippocampus was subjected to excessive gamma radiation, which subsequently affected your amygdala, resulting in your propensity for rage and agitation when transforming into the Hulk. Of course, Hulk's fury is multifaceted, influenced by the enhancement of your senses post-transformation. Yet, these are not the primary reasons for Hulk's formation. You are aware that the early Hulk was purely influenced by the amygdala, devoid of any intelligence. However, your own rejection and disdain catalyzed the further development of the Hulk's persona. You have noticed, have you not, that the Hulk is growing increasingly astute? Banner remained silent, eventually nodding slowly after a prolonged pause. Beside him, Blonsky looked at Banner with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He had always viewed the Hulk merely as an adversary, fixated on conquering him, never considering that Banner possessed such depth. Why do you understand me so well? Banner asked, his brow furrowed and his gaze fixed intently on Lin Lin, his eyes glimmering with a green hue. In response, Lin Lin smiled slightly. I possess a wealth of knowledge on this subject, but the means by which I acquired it are not for you to ponder. And what about me? Blonsky inquired eagerly. Once, he had been consumed by an insatiable thirst for power, willing to pay any price for it. Yet, inexplicably, after Lin Lin delivered a swift strike to his abdomen, his mind cleared remarkably. Especially upon witnessing the chaotic destruction wrought by himself and the Hulk upon the neighborhood, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Lin Lin regarded Blonsky. Recognizing the distinction between him and Banner, Banner was merely a victim of circumstance, while Blonsky was inherently malevolent. Nevertheless, he believed there was still hope for redemption, which is why he was willing to assist him. To be honest, I had little desire to save you. However, seeing a flicker of conscience in you, especially in your remorse for the devastation you caused, suggests that you are not beyond salvation, which prompted me to consider aiding you. As for your situation, after 2 injections of a diluted version of the super soldier serum and an infusion of Hulk's blood, the conflicting substances within you have indeed intensified your abilities. But they also subject you to the adverse effects of both. The super soldier serum has magnified your thirst for power, while the blood of the Hulk has plunged you into a state of frenzied rage. Blonsky's expression grew grave, having previously witnessed the Hulk's formidable strength. He was consumed by deep envy, fixated solely on how to acquire such power. This obsession drove him to disregard all consequences, a decision he now regretted. However, Lin Lin suddenly shifted the conversation, prompting Blonsky to lift his head sharply, hope rekindling in his eyes. Yet, there was still a way to save you. You simply must heed my words. Lin Lin smiled slightly. At that moment, both Banner and Blonsky stood up, their eyes ablaze with fury. Are you attempting to control us? Banner demanded, his face a mask of anger. Having spent his life fleeing to avoid becoming a weapon for the military, he would never submit to the control of another individual. I have no interest in controlling you. I merely wish for you to join my organization, a force dedicated to safeguarding this world. Your understanding of this planet is still woefully inadequate. Lin Lin leaned back slightly, a formidable aura suddenly enveloping Banner and Blonsky. Banner's eyes transformed once more into a vivid green, revealing a glimmer of terror. Clearly, the Hulk instinctively sensed the formidable presence before him, recognizing it as something to be avoided. In truth, Lin Lin had not done much. He had merely released a hint of his dragon might. Your organization? What organization, and what is its purpose? Do not tell me it is yet another tedious scheme to unify the world. Banner retorted from the sofa with a hint of mockery. This sudden shift in Banner left Blonsky in a state of confusion. Observing Banner's unexpected change, Lin Lin smiled, astonished that even a mere hint of dragon might could facilitate communication between Hulk and Banner. Clearly, Hulk's instincts had conveyed the extraordinary and terrifying nature of this individual, prompting Banner to respond with levity. Lin Lin rose and gently pressed Blonsky back onto the sofa, smiling as he spoke. My purpose for approaching you is quite similar to that of Nick Fury, albeit with a difference. He relishes manipulating human nature to gather a group, while I possess the capability and potential to unite individuals effectively. The Earth is fraught with peril, both from within and beyond. There are countless threats to our world, and you are merely the initial members of this organization. I harbor no interest in unifying this world. I am inherently selfish. I have grown accustomed to this planet and have no desire to adapt to another. Thus I wish to prevent its destruction. Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, both Banner and Blonsky appeared taken aback, pondering what kind of calamity could lead to the annihilation of the Earth. Who exactly are the enemies you speak of? Blonsky, as a warrior, instinctively sought to identify the adversary. Lin Lin sat down, his gaze piercing as he slowly addressed them. And your understanding. The concept of extraterrestrial beings does not exist, does it? Banner and Blonsky exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Lin Lin then inquired, do you believe that the powers you possess are unique? How many individuals with extraordinary abilities do you think exist in this world? The two individuals shook their heads. This world has never been devoid of extraordinary beings. Soon, you shall witness a myriad of remarkable individuals. However, the dangers to Earth stem not only from these uncontrollable extraordinary beings, but also from extraterrestrial threats. Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, both Banner and Blonsky's expressions turned grave. How can we trust that what you say is true? Blonsky inquired. This question momentarily left Lin Lin at a loss. Although there exist eternal beings and scrolls on Earth at present, he had no evidence to present. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Lin calmly replied, you need not take my word for it. Soon, when Nick Fury arrives, you will discern the truth of my statements. The Saintly is privy to many secrets, and there are indeed aliens lurking on Earth, albeit harmless ones for now. Well, no matter how much I say, you cannot fully believe me. Go and rest well for the night. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. With that, Lin Lin was the first to rise, seeking out a room to sleep. Banner and Blonsky exchanged glances before each retiring to their own quarters. The following morning, news outlets inundated the airwaves with reports on the events in the Harlem district from the previous night. After a brief glance at the television, Lin Lin switched it off and looked up to see Banner and Blonsky awake. Clearly, both had heard the news and wore expressions of guilt. Lin Lin reassured them. Do not feel guilty. What has happened, and your remorse will not change that. Rest assured, the Stark family's charitable foundation will provide compensation for those affected. He continued, today, your task is to train with me and practice meditation. Meditation? Both men echoed in unison, perplexed. Banner was skeptical as he had previously attempted meditation, finding it merely a temporary means of suppressing emotions, while Blonsky seemed even more bewildered. Enough with the chatter. Just do as you're told, if it's too much. You may react then. Lin Lin was disinclined to offer further explanations, believing that personal experience would be far more instructive. Thus, Banner and Blonsky commenced their training alongside Lin Lin. What? They vanished? Not vanished. Rather, they were thrown away. Thrown away? Are you certain they are human? Well, more accurately, a person clad in armor. Where did they go? To a park. After a brief altercation, that armored individual took them away. Taken away? How so? Those two are such behemoths. How could they be transported? We are unsure how he managed it. From the traffic surveillance outside the park, we only observed him striking their midsections, after which they returned to their normal state and were taken. Damn it. Find them, and do so swiftly. Yes, sir. Coulson hung up the phone, wiping the sweat from his forehead, shaking his head in exasperation. He promptly instructed his team to search for clues. At that moment, Nick Fury was seething with anger. He could hardly fathom that such large individuals could simply disappear. He had been monitoring Banner for some time now, previously attempting to recruit him at a bar, only to have that effort thwarted when Banner escaped. After much effort, the elusive Hulk had been discovered once more, accompanied by another individual strikingly similar to him. However, both of these formidable figures had vanished, leaving behind the presence of a person clad in mechanized armor. It seemed that everything was slipping beyond his control. Who could it be? Friend or foe? Nick Fury found himself in deep contemplation, needing to devise a new strategy, particularly concerning the armored individual. Director, we've uncovered some anomalies. Agent Hill suddenly interjected. Speak. Nick Fury remained engrossed in his thoughts, not lifting his gaze. Last night, there was an intrusion at the traffic surveillance in Harlem. Nick Fury turned, puzzled, to look at Agent Hill. Investigate who this person is. It appears the individual does not intend to conceal their identity. We trace the intrusion back to them. Hill replied hesitantly. Nick Fury paused, repeating, Zero Stark? Hill nodded affirmatively. In that instant, a fervent light ignited in Nick Fury's eyes as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Indeed, I always thought it peculiar that Mr. Howard would adopt a child without reason. Chapter 7. Black Widow Natasha. A week later, the one-eyed Fury stood before a villa, where a handsome Asian man leaned against the door, and the two exchanged glances. You've truly disappointed me. It took you a week to find this. Lin Lin shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. This was undoubtedly akin to an invisible slap to Nick Fury's face, deepening the frown on his already dark visage. You two brothers are quite the handful. Nick Fury approached Lin Lin with a scowl. If it weren't for the distraction of searching for your brother, do you think we would have needed a week to locate you? Lin Lin scoffed. Tony? Isn't the military already searching for him? Do you really think you need S-H-I-E-L-D? Upon hearing S-H-I-E-L-D mentioned by Lin Lin, Nick Fury's brow furrowed. So you are indeed aware. Haha, do you think knowing about your esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. is impressive? Lin Lin retorted disdainfully. Nick Fury, uninterested in further banter, regarded the Stark family as a bunch of egotists. Even though Lin Lin was an adopted son, he saw no difference. As Nick Fury bypassed him, entering the house to take a seat, Lin Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, are you really this familiar? Did I invite you in?" To Nick Fury, Lin Lin's words fell on deaf ears as he directly inquired, "Is this you?" He brandished a picture on his phone, questioning. Lin Lin leaned closer. The image was so blurry that it barely resembled a human figure. "What on earth is this? How is this me? I don't recognize it." With this picture, even a ghost wouldn't be able to identify it. He waved his hand, adamantly denying any connection. Yet, Nick Fury tapped on the screen, causing the indistinct image to come into sharp focus, clearly revealing Lin Lin's sacred dragon armor. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Lin feigned surprise, saying, "What? Is this exoskeletal armor? I quite like this color scheme and style." Observing Lin Lin's continued denial, Nick Fury swiped his hand across the mobile screen, playing a video. The footage depicted Lin Lin alongside Banner and Blonsky as they arrived at the villa's entrance, the helmet of the battle armor retracting to reveal his profile. Watching the video, Lin Lin's lips curved into a slight smile. "You must have invested considerable time in this endeavor. Half of your week was likely spent breaching my firewall." "Indeed. It did take some time," Fury admitted candidly. "And Hulk? That abomination. I refer to him as the abomination." Lin Lin grinned, preemptively claiming the naming rights. Fury, unfazed by this, inquired directly, "What about the two of them?" Lin Lin replied, "They are currently training. As you witnessed that day, those two are utterly unable to control themselves, so I've set them on a path of training to master their powers." "Control? Do you have a method to allow Banner to manage Hulk?" Nick Fury asked, astonished. He was well aware of Banner's struggles, having evaded capture for years and attempted numerous methods to tame Hulk. Lin Lin corrected, "No, it's not about Banner controlling Hulk. It's about the integration of Banner and Hulk." Integration of Banner and Hulk? Fury was even more perplexed. Observing Fury's bewilderment, Lin Lin explained, "Hulk's persona is a product of external circumstances. If we can merge Banner and Hulk into a singular identity, then when he transforms into the Green Giant, the frenzied, mindless Hulk will no longer exist. Is that truly achievable?" Fury's curiosity about Lin Lin intensified. "Nothing is impossible. You'll see for yourself shortly." Lin Lin rose and headed towards the kitchen, casually asking, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Nick Fury hesitated, unsure of his meaning. Lin Lin gave him a bemused glance and reiterated, "I'm asking if there's anything you can't eat? Were it not for the common allergies plaguing Americans." Lin Lin wouldn't he have bothered to inquire further. "No, none," Fury replied, somewhat apprehensive as he followed. "Are you cooking? You can cook? What is so surprising about that? I'm well aware of the capabilities of your S.H.I.E.L.D. What is beyond my reach?" Lin Lin replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, under Fury's watchful gaze, Lin Lin indeed served a feast of 4 dishes and a soup: stir-fried beef with celery, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried clams, sautéed Chinese broccoli, and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. "Dinner is served," Lin Lin called casually, and soon Banner and Blonsky descended from the rooftop. Upon seeing Nick Fury seated at the dining table, Banner paused momentarily. Nick Fury. Upon hearing Banner utter that name, Blonsky also halted, turning his gaze towards the one-eyed man. "You are Nick Fury." Blonsky hurried over to Fury's side. "You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury looked at Blonsky with confusion. "I am indeed Nick Fury and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How do you know this?" "I mentioned it." Lin Lin approached with 4 bowls of rice. "Let us discuss any questions while we eat." They were eager to learn which alien races lurked on Earth, and Lin Lin was to elaborate on the extraterrestrial civilizations he had come to understand. At this moment, Nick Fury no longer exhibited his previous calm demeanor. Instead, a look of sheer terror crossed his face as he gazed at Lin Lin. "How do you know all this? Who exactly are you? You are not Tony Stark." As he spoke, Nick Fury drew his handgun, aiming it at Lin Lin. Observing this, Blonsky reacted with lightning speed, swiftly covering the muzzle of the gun with his hand. Bang! Fury, startled by Blonsky's sudden movement, instinctively pulled the trigger. Lin Lin, who had been eating calmly, frowned slightly. "Is it that you armed enforcers are so jumpy?" After casting a threatening glare at Fury, Blonsky gradually withdrew his hand, though his palm was charred, with the bullet lodged deep within. After glancing at Blonsky's injured hand, Lin Lin promptly stood up to retrieve a medical kit, extracting the bullet and disinfecting the wound before bandaging it. "In my presence, do not draw your weapon so carelessly. Perhaps you should send those agents of yours outside to have their meals as well. With you and your agents around, do not even think about killing me. If I truly wished to eliminate you, you wouldn't even have the chance to lay eyes on me." Lin Lin's tone was remarkably calm, so much so that it hardly sounded like a threat. Yet, Nick Fury felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although he could not ascertain whether Lin Lin possessed such capabilities, he sensed that this young man indeed had the potential to annihilate them all. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury chose to remain seated rather than leaving. Before he could speak, Lin Lin raised a hand to interrupt. You may pose your questions later. For now, address their uncertainties. With that, Lin Lin lifted his bowl, blowing on the soup before slurping a mouthful. Despite having enjoyed a life of affluence for over a decade, Lin Lin intrinsically perceived himself as an ordinary, impoverished individual, feeling as though everything he was experiencing was merely a fleeting dream that would ultimately shatter. Thus, he endeavored to cherish this dream as much as possible. This meal was truly savored by Lin Lin, while Banner, Blonsky, and Nick Fury each harbored their own thoughts. Even though Lin Lin's culinary skills were commendable, they found the food tasteless. So, are you now able to comfortably control your abilities? Nick Fury scrutinized Banner and Blonsky. They exchanged glances before both shook their heads. Fury immediately turned his attention to Lin Lin. However, Lin Lin, while picking his teeth, remarked, "Don't look at me. Do you think it's easy to help them master their abilities?" Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, "All right, let us set that aside for now. I will state my purpose. As you may have gathered, the current state of the Earth is precarious, with numerous threats looming over us. In response to these potential crises, Saintly has decided to assemble individuals like yourselves who possess extraordinary abilities to confront dangers capable of obliterating the planet. This initiative is referred to as the Avengers Initiative." Avengers? Both Banner and Blonsky echoed simultaneously. Lin Lin then inquired with a smile, "Director Fury, do you not find this name rather ominous? Please call me Fury or Director Fury." Nick Fury frowned and added, "And why is the name ominous?" "I think it is splendid. Avengers. What does revenge mean? Please elaborate." Lin Lin cast a cold smile at Nick Fury, questioning whether he intended to wait until our loved ones perished before resisting the invaders. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, while Banner and Blonsky also regarded him with disapproval. Indeed, this was a point I had overlooked. Nick Fury realized that the name he had chosen was indeed problematic. Suddenly, Lin Lin rose and proposed, "How about calling it the Super Alliance?" "Why add that?" Nick Fury asked, somewhat puzzled. "It symbolizes the unknown. Our adversaries are unknown, and so are our allies." Lin Lin replied somewhat dismissively, though in truth, he envisioned bringing the war police and that group of mutants into the fold. The mutants represented a vast demographic, replete with formidable individuals, particularly those of exceptional power. If guided appropriately, they could prove invaluable. Furthermore, Lin Lin was intrigued by the mysteries of genetics. For humanity on Earth was, in comparison to extraterrestrial races, exceedingly fragile, and genetics might hold the key to the strength of Earth's inhabitants. However, those considerations were for another time. Super Alliance sounds quite agreeable, then it's settled, Nick Fury declared emphatically. Yet, at that moment, Lin Lin interjected, Wait. What do you mean it's settled? The Super Alliance is my organization. You can name your Avengers whatever you wish." Nick Fury was momentarily flabbergasted, realizing he had misunderstood the situation. "Moreover, both of you are also members I recruited, so do not waste your efforts here. Of course, if your Saintly wishes to collaborate with us, that could be considered." Lin Lin regarded Nick Fury with a smug expression. Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words, a single expletive nearly escaping his lips. Ultimately, he stormed out. As Nick Fury departed, Banner expressed concern. After all, he is a government official. Might this not be prudent? Rest assured, he is intelligent and will not act foolishly. Just wait, he will return, Lin Lin remarked with a slight smile, watching Nick Fury leave through the window. Once back in his vehicle, a series of expletives echoed throughout, leaving the bewildered Coulson in the driver's seat, hesitant to utter a word. Is this kid really only 21? Nick Fury suddenly inquired. Coulson paused, then promptly recited Lin Lin's details. Zero Stark, 21 years old. Graduated from MIT. Enough. Nick Fury interrupted with impatience. Observing Nick Fury's anger, Coulson was rather astonished. He had always known him to be composed and unflappable, never displaying such rage and agitation. With a sigh, Nick Fury exhaled, having not felt such anger in a long time. "Coulson, contact Natasha." This unexpected command left Coulson momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard and asked, "But Natasha has only just returned from Budapest. Do you really want her to engage with him so soon?" "Trust is paramount, and I have faith in her." Nick Fury demonstrated an exceptional level of trust in Natasha, who had only recently joined Saintly. A brief phone call connected him to her, during which he succinctly outlined a mission and subsequently sent her all the pertinent information regarding Lin Lin. At that moment, Lin Lin remained blissfully unaware that the individual seeking him would no longer be Nick Fury, but rather Natasha Romanoff. Nevertheless, Lin Lin was indifferent to such matters. He was brimming with excitement. Over the past week, he had been training alongside Blonsky and Banner, engaging in meditation in the mornings and rigorous training in the afternoons. The nature of their training was straightforward, hand-to-hand combat, raw and unrefined. Initially, Lin Lin had intended to leverage Blonsky's prowess to enhance his own fighting abilities alongside Banner. Yet he soon discovered that his encounters with both Blonsky and Banner had significantly augmented his strength and defensive capabilities. The rate of his improvement surpassed that of an entire year of dedicated training. Lin Lin pondered the cause of this remarkable enhancement, which appeared to be limited to strength and physicality. It was evident that the key lay with his opponents, for both Hulk and Abomination were renowned for their formidable strength. He wondered, what if he were to face different adversaries? The thought invigorated him further. He realized he had finally discovered the correct path for his training. Combat as a means of cultivation was indeed the way forward. Time flew by, and Lin Lin, alongside Blonsky and Banner, remained in the villa for 3 weeks. One morning, the sound of the doorbell jolted him from his slumber, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He mumbled, who could that be at this early hour? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a striking beauty with wine-red hair. Are you Lin Lin? She inquired. To which he responded with confusion, Natasha Romanoff. Hello, Lin Lin. Natasha smiled, extending her hand. Upon hearing her name, Lin Lin blurted out, Black Widow Natasha. Chapter 8. Susan's return. To his astonishment, he never expected Nick Fury would send her. Lin Lin regarded Natasha with a look of surprise. A flicker of astonishment crossed Natasha's eyes. You know of me? Yes, I know a bit, perhaps even a tad more than you realize. Lin Lin gestured with a hand sign that Korean men find unappealing. Natasha's interest piqued immediately. Oh, do tell me what else you know about me that I am unaware of. However, Lin Lin merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. It cannot be spoken. Well, if you choose not to say, will you really leave a lady standing at the door? Natasha's eyes sparkled with an alluring charm. Lin Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure evident in his gaze. Is this how you conduct yourself on missions? Tempting or enticing your targets? Natasha was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had posed such a question to her. Only when absolutely necessary, she began, but Lin Lin abruptly interrupted her. What has Nick Fury sent you here for? After a brief pause, Natasha replied slowly, I am here to join you. Join. Lin Lin's brow furrowed slightly. I believe you should know from Nick Fury what kind of team I am assembling. I require not a spy, but rather formidable warriors. I am not a spy at present. Natasha gracefully strolled past Lin Lin, tossing her auburn hair, which brushed lightly against him, leaving a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Observing Natasha's composed demeanor as she entered, Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback, though he was not entirely surprised. Deep down, however, he harbored reservations about her joining. Indeed, Natasha's prowess was exceptional among ordinary humans, yet the adversaries they faced were far from typical. After all, this was no cinematic tale. His presence as a variable could have already derailed many events from their original course. Curiously, Lin Lin wondered why the Ancient One had not sought him out. As the guardian of the Time Stone, she surely must have noticed his existence. Frankly, he found himself rather eager for the Ancient One to pay him a visit. His curiosity about magic was piqued, and he questioned whether he possessed any magical aptitude. Where are those two? Natasha scanned the vicinity, noting the absence of Banner and Blonsky. Lin Lin chuckled, You're so eager to recruit others. Who said I was here to recruit anyone? Natasha replied with a smile. I've already stated. I am here to join you. Yet Lin Lin understood that Natasha's arrival was undoubtedly orchestrated by Nick Fury. And it was clear that her mission extended beyond merely swaying Hulk and Abomination. Should others join later, they would also be drawn in. Nick Fury was explicitly placing a bomb beside him. However, upon encountering Black Widow, Lin Lin, despite feigning reluctance, felt an inner joy. Thinking, this mother is leading sheep to a tiger's den. What captivated Lin Lin most about Natasha was not her combat prowess, but rather her extensive skills as a spy and her martial arts expertise. In terms of fighting techniques, Blonsky's skills were hardly superior to Natasha's. Well then, if you wish to join us, you must prove your abilities. Follow me, Lin Lin declared, making his way towards the backyard. Natasha, puzzled, glanced at him. The dossier she had received provided a mere 2 descriptors of this young man, genius and mysterious. Following Lin Lin, Natasha inquired, How do you want me to prove myself? A fight with you? I recommend you don your mechanical armor. Lin Lin did not halt, but turned back to flash a smile at Natasha before pushing open the door leading to the backyard. As the door swung open, a gust of earthy aroma rushed forth, revealing a shocking sight to Natasha. The expansive area was marred with craters, as if it had just endured a bombardment. This is where I train with Banner and Blonsky. My abilities extend beyond just my armor. With a gentle leap, Lin Lin soared several dozen meters, landing beside a massive stone that had been unearthed. In the astonished gaze of Natasha, Lin Lin plunged his fingers into the rock, lifting it effortlessly, and then hurled the giant boulder skyward. With a resounding crash, the descending stone shattered upon colliding with Lin Lin's raised fist. Observing Natasha, who stood motionless, Lin Lin smiled faintly and asked, "So, what do you think of my capabilities?" At this moment, Natasha seethed inwardly, cursing Nick Fury for his foolishness in compelling her to undermine someone like this. If he wished for doom, he should not drag her into it. Despite her astonishment, Natasha maintained a calm facade, applauding as she approached Lin Lin. Impressive, indeed. Far more formidable than any Red Guardian I have encountered. Red Guardian? Lin Lin raised an eyebrow, dismissing the comparison. Do not equate me with that fool. I lack your extraordinary abilities. How would you have me prove myself? Natasha shrugged helplessly. Although she had been enhanced by the Red Room, she could only reach the limits of human potential. She lacked any superhuman prowess. Dusting off his attire, Lin Lin remarked, "Of course, I am aware of that. Otherwise, I would not have initially declined your offer. Since you lack considerable martial strength, you must demonstrate your superior technical skills, such as combat techniques, hacking skills, and the like." Hacking skills are manageable, yet as Natasha scrutinized Lin Lin, she discreetly took a half-step back, wary of his prowess. Seeing this, Lin Lin smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I shall control my strength during our encounter. I hope you truly can, for I would prefer not to be crushed." Natasha pouted, disinclined towards such a grim fate. With a casual motion, Lin Lin discarded his jacket, revealing a snug shirt that accentuated the contours of his muscular physique. Observing his chiseled form, Natasha's eyebrows arched, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. The shirt, originally loose-fitting, had become taut due to Lin Lin's burgeoning strength and physique over time. "Well then, here I come." Although it appeared as a warning to Lin Lin, Natasha launched her attack the moment she spoke. Lin Lin remained unfazed by such trivial tactics. Besides his strength, he possessed extraordinary reflexes, adeptly evading or countering Natasha's strikes with ease. However, as time elapsed, Natasha found herself unable to gain the upper hand. Seizing Lin Lin's right hand with both of hers, she leaped and entwined her legs around his neck, executing the infamous scissor hold of the Black Widow. Yet, despite Natasha's efforts, Lin Lin remained as immovable as a pillar. As Natasha gazed at Lin Lin in astonishment, she noticed the peculiar look in his eyes. At that moment, she was clinging to his right arm, her legs wrapped around his neck. Lin Lin's hand was inadvertently pressed against her chest, and her shapely form was perilously close to his face. Natasha, in this awkward position, remained blissfully unaware of the implications. Under normal circumstances, she would never find herself in such a predicament. It was merely a momentary lapse, yet it had led to this. Feeling the unusual sensations emanating from his arm, Lin Lin awkwardly suggested, "Ahem, perhaps you might loosen your grip. This is rather inappropriate." Natasha, who had been striving diligently, paused momentarily before realizing the absurdity of their position, hastily disengaging herself from Lin Lin. From the perspective of combat skills, it is indeed impressive. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lin Lin offered his commentary on Natasha's martial prowess. Subsequently, he witnessed Natasha's hacking abilities, which were commendable as well. As they returned to the living room, an uncomfortable atmosphere enveloped them when their gazes met. "By the way, you haven't mentioned where those two went," Natasha suddenly inquired. "Oh, they've both returned. They feel they have gained a certain degree of control over their abilities and wish to see their families," Lin Lin admitted, deciding not to conceal the truth any longer. Natasha nodded, and the awkwardness returned. Finally, Lin Lin posed a question. "If, and I emphasize if, there were a way for you to grow increasingly powerful through cultivation, akin to what I just demonstrated, would you be willing?" The abruptness of the question momentarily stunned Natasha. She did not respond immediately, but shook her head after a moment of contemplation. "Everything comes at a cost, and I am uncertain what the price of such a thing would be. So, would you be willing if there were no cost?" Lin Lin pressed. Yet Natasha replied with a smile, "There is no such thing as a free lunch. I do not believe in that. Why must you be so pragmatic?" Lin Lin, somewhat impatient, extended his hand towards Natasha. "If you trust me, as a member of the Super League, I can offer you the seed of extraordinary abilities." "What is the cost?" Natasha, unfazed by the sudden allure of power, became more cautious. "The cost is that it is merely a seed. You must continuously cultivate to grow stronger. Should you betray me, I can reclaim it, and all the power you have accumulated will belong to me." Lin Lin spoke candidly. Aware that Natasha, with her background as a spy, could easily discern deceit, Natasha pressed her lips together before grasping Lin Lin's hand. "Very well, I am willing." A smile crept onto Lin Lin's face. As Natasha held his hand tightly, she distinctly felt a surge of power coursing towards her chest. Once Lin Lin released her hand, Natasha unexpectedly pulled aside her clothing to reveal her chest, now adorned with a crimson dragon head pattern. "What is this?" Natasha questioned in confusion. Lin Lin then removed his shirt, revealing a colossal black and gold dragon head emerging from his chest. At the moment the dragon had manifested, an intangible pressure compelled Natasha to kneel before him. Observing this, Lin Lin quickly retracted the Dragon Totem and helped Natasha to her feet. My apologies. That was one of the side effects. However, rest assured, the dragon's might is controllable. As long as I rein it in, everything will be fine. Natasha waved her hand and stood up, asking, "Can you explain what this will grant me?" Lin Lin proudly elaborated, "Given that you currently possess no abilities, this totem seed will enhance every aspect of your physical form, super strength, super speed, super endurance, super reflexes, and more. Your body's defenses will also be significantly improved. Naturally, all of this relies on the extent of your cultivation. Even now, this totem seed can elevate your capabilities by 2 to 3-fold. Natasha lowered her gaze to the burgundy dragon pattern adorning her chest, clenched her fist, and then half-knelt to deliver a powerful punch to the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth beneath her fractured in a web of cracks radiating from the epicenter of her fist, which had embedded itself halfway into the ground. After withdrawing her hand, Natasha nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, I quite like this. After bidding farewell to the pleased Natasha, Lin Lin prepared to take his leave as well. The departure of Banner and Blonsky was actually suggested by Lin Lin, prompted by the morning news reporting that Susan and her crew had collided with a cosmic energy cloud. Lin Lin understood that Susan would be returning soon, and he felt compelled to be by her side for what was to come. In the early hours, a space shuttle descended at an aerospace airport on the outskirts of New York. Lin Lin had been waiting there for quite some time. The moment Susan stepped off the shuttle and laid eyes on Lin Lin, she nearly gasped in surprise, her eyes glistening with tears as she covered her mouth, gazing at him with deep affection while he held a bouquet of flowers. "Darling, catch?" Lin Lin called out as he tossed the flowers towards Susan, who instinctively reached out to embrace them, as if enveloping Lin Lin in her arms. Nearby, Reed appeared despondent, while Victor's expression darkened with a fierce glare. Unfortunately, due to their recent return from space, Susan and her companions had to undergo quarantine and could not make direct contact with anyone on the ground. Otherwise, Lin Lin would have longed to embrace her and steal a passionate kiss. Nonetheless, those were merely regulations. The notion of potential space radiation was utterly absurd. As soon as Susan reached the top floor of Baxter Building, Lin Lin appeared in her room. Upon seeing him, Susan's heart soared with joy. Yet rationality ultimately prevailed over her emotions. "Darling, you shouldn't be here. I just returned from space, and we collided with a cosmic energy cloud, which might carry cosmic radiation. I cannot put you at risk." Susan gazed at Lin Lin with tear-filled eyes. To her surprise, he smiled and wrapped her in his arms. "Silly girl. If there's a problem, we'll face it together. Rest assured, everything will be fine." Lin Lin gently stroked Susan's hair. "Yes, it will definitely be fine." Susan replied in a barely audible whisper, echoing the hopes of not only herself but also the other four. Alas, reality is often unforgiving. Enveloped by such a vast cosmic energy cloud, it was improbable that they would emerge unscathed. 3 days passed, during which the effects of cosmic radiation began to manifest within them. Chapter 9. The Fantastic Four. What is happening? Suddenly, while being affectionate with Lin Lin, Susan realized her body had vanished, or rather, it had turned transparent. Before Lin Lin, only her undergarments floated in the air. However, Lin Lin's eyes, enhanced by the power of the totem, were not those of an ordinary person. Mere distortion of visible light could not render her invisible to him. He cupped Susan's face and reassured her, "Darling, stay calm, calm down." After taking a deep breath, Susan's initial panic gradually subsided, and her once vanished hands reappeared before her. They're back." Susan gazed at her hands in astonishment. "This is your ability. Do not be swayed by emotions. Close your eyes and try to control it as effortlessly as you breathe." Following Lin Lin's guidance, Susan shut her eyes, her form flickering in and out of visibility. After several minutes, she gradually stabilized. "My dear, you are remarkable. You've grasped the basics so swiftly," Lin Lin exclaimed, planting an excited kiss on Susan. Blushing slightly, Susan embraced Lin Lin and asked, "Darling, do you think this is due to cosmic radiation?" "Well, understanding her concerns, Lin Lin gently stroked her smooth back, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here with you. Tomorrow morning, we shall undergo a thorough examination, and we can also have your fringe checked." Though still anxious, Susan nodded, not wishing to worry Lin Lin further. That night, Lin Lin held Susan tightly as they slept, refraining from further perturbing her, aware that she was neither in the mood nor inclined to engage. In the early morning, Susan awoke early, or more accurately, she hardly slept at all that night, curled up in Lin Lin's embrace like a stray kitten. Once they were up, Susan looked at Lin Lin with concern, nervously inquiring, "Darling, after I returned, we were intimate. Do you think you might also?" Lin Lin paused for a moment, then approached and gently patted Susan's head, chuckling, "Silly girl, I am fine. If you are still worried, I will accompany you for the examination." "It is better to be checked," Susan replied, still feeling uneasy. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from Ben's room, prompting the group to rush towards it. However, the door was locked, and the cacophony within sent shivers down their spines. What should we do? Could something have happened? Johnny asked, his voice laced with fear. As Reed prepared to take the initiative, Lin Lin pushed everyone aside. Make way. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Lin grasped the doorknob, and the door swung open as though it were never locked. The others were taken aback, only to behold a large hole in the wall, through which a figure of earthy hue was seen racing away. Reed's pupils dilated in disbelief, but he could not voice his doubts. That must be Ben, Lin Lin stated matter-of-factly. It seems you all have undergone changes as well. He turned to Reed and Johnny. Johnny, with no intention of concealing his abilities, proudly snapped his fingers before the group's gaze, and a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. You won't believe it. Yesterday while skiing, I suddenly caught fire, and I discovered I could ignite flames, even engulf my entire body in fire. Reed, unsure how to articulate his newfound power, simply demonstrated it. His form appeared remarkably supple, capable of stretching and contorting at will. Seeing this, Susan decided to reveal her own ability, declaring, "It seems I can become invisible." Invisible? Wow, that superpower is amazing, Johnny exclaimed, but then added, "Still, it's not quite as impressive as mine." What is so amazing about it? We have mutated due to cosmic radiation. This is not a superpower, Susan retorted, her face a picture of displeasure. Lin Lin chuckled. Johnny's not entirely wrong. However, for the sake of safety, you all should undergo a medical examination. But what about Ben? What do we do about him? Richard inquired, his concern evident as he gazed at the spot where Ben had vanished. His transformation must have triggered an unacceptable change, a situation that often leaves individuals in their most vulnerable state. He might have returned home. Let's wait a moment and give him some time. As one privy to the unfolding narrative, Lin Lin was aware that Ben was currently on his way home, yearning to see his wife. Regrettably, the outcome would only bring him sorrow, for such a visage is not easily accepted by the ordinary person. The continuous monitoring of vital signs confirmed that the bodies of the few were indeed healthy. However, certain bodily metrics were markedly atypical. Johnny appeared indifferent to this revelation, but Richard and Susan clearly could not reconcile with it. There must be a way. Surely there is a way for us to revert. Unlike Johnny, who accepted the changes with equanimity, Richard shared Susan's sentiments, believing that the alterations were a result of cosmic radiation, a harbinger of misfortune. Days later, while Richard was engrossed in researching how to restore their original states, Johnny and Susan were clamoring to venture outside when Lin Lin suddenly rushed over, phone in hand. Everyone, I believe we have encountered a predicament. What is it? What is happening? Susan hurriedly approached. Lin Lin opened the news app on his phone, exclaiming, Ben is making headlines. He eagerly presented the news to the group. After exchanging glances, the four hastily made their way to the bridge mentioned in the report. However, upon arriving, they were met with an impenetrable sea of traffic. With no other option, they disembarked and proceeded on foot. Everyone, please disperse. Return to your vehicles. I will inform you when the road is clear, a police officer commanded, attempting to manage the crowd. How do we get past the police? Susan asked, her anxiety palpable. Before Richard could voice a particularly ill-conceived suggestion, Lin Lin reassuringly patted Susan's shoulder, saying, let us take the detour route, leading the trio toward the periphery. They evaded the officer's gaze. At that moment, Ben was rescuing a truck driver from his vehicle, but under the officer's scrutiny, he was compelled to release the man and flee. As Susan dashed through the police blockade, she leapt onto the roof of a nearby car, calling out, Ben, where are you? When Ben emerged at the sound of her voice, the group was taken aback by his appearance. In the midst of their astonishment, a girl trapped amidst the vehicles cried out helplessly, Mommy, Mommy. Johnny, hearing her plea, turned to see an oxygen tank nearby suddenly explode. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt forward, shielding the girl beneath him as the flames engulfed them. The inferno scorched Johnny's back, yet it merely singed his jacket, leaving him otherwise unscathed. However, the flames surged forth, and witnessing the imminent danger, Susan instinctively reached out to fend off the fire. To her astonishment, a surge of energy emanated from her, enveloping the flames and subduing them before the astonished crowd. Yet, debris from the explosion sent vehicles careening towards an approaching fire truck, prompting the firefighters to slam on their brakes in alarm. However, while the front of the vehicle came to a halt, the trailer behind it veered off course, careening towards the steel structure of the nearby bridge. The majority of the trailer dangled perilously over the edge, threatening to plunge into the river below at any moment. Observing the front of the vehicle gradually tilting upwards, Ben rushed forward to grasp it, exerting all his strength to keep it steady. From the fire truck, a firefighter, flung from the vehicle, clung desperately to the fire ladder, on the brink of falling into the water. Reed extended his hand to him, his body elongating swiftly. In the terrified gaze of the firefighter, Reed gradually pulled him back to safety, while Ben also strained to retrieve the fire truck back onto the bridge. Don't move. Stay down, or we will fire. Several police officers surrounded Ben, aiming their weapons at him. In response to their audacious actions, the firefighter who had disembarked from the truck pressed down on one officer's gun, prompting the onlookers to erupt into thunderous applause. Witnessing this, the officers reluctantly lowered their weapons, knowing they could not afford to fire in front of such a crowd and cameras. Suddenly, Ben spotted a familiar figure in the throng. It was his wife. Alas, upon seeing him in such a state, she recoiled in terror, ultimately shedding tears as she removed her ring and placed it on the ground before turning to flee the scene. Watching this unfold, Ben felt as if his heart were being wrenched, and he attempted to retrieve the ring, but his large fingers could not grasp it. Observing this, Reed stepped forward to assist him. Ben, I promise, I will do everything in my power to restore you to your former self, Reed vowed solemnly, gripping Ben's shoulder. Seeing the current situation, Lin Lin felt a sense of relief as it hadn't deviated from its original path. My dear, I will wait for you to return. I believe you will be busy shortly. Without waiting for Susan to persuade him otherwise, Lin Lin turned and departed. Watching him leave, Susan felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively believing that her displayed abilities had frightened him. Soon, a series of events on the bridge were reported by the news, and at that moment, Victor faced accountability from the board regarding these reports. Confronted with threats of divestment from the shareholders, Victor seethed with rage, the transformation within him intensifying. Before long, a crowd gathered outside the Baxter building, all cheering for the Fantastic Four. Witnessing such fervor, Ben's spirits lifted somewhat, however, as he passed a group of children. Their frightened expressions and retreating movements once again pierced his heart. Do not do drugs. Ben cautioned the children, his intentions still noble. Before entering the elevator, Reed predictably received a mountain of overdue bills, each marked as final notices. Stepping into the elevator, the creaking sounds echoed like the elevator's anguished groans, and, unsurprisingly, the overload indicator began to flicker. Fine, I'll take the stairs. Ben sighed deeply as he glanced back at the three individuals inside the elevator before reluctantly turning towards the stairwell. Upon reaching the studio on the top floor, Susan was overjoyed to see Lin Lin. She had thought he was merely deceiving her and had prepared herself for the possibility of not seeing him again upon his return. Upon encountering Lin Lin, Susan hurriedly rushed towards him and leaped into his embrace. I thought you didn't want me anymore, she murmured, her voice tinged with quiet sobs. Lin Lin chuckled in response. You silly girl, how could I possibly not want you? Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Reed furrowed his brow, while Johnny merely smirked. Meanwhile, Ben, who arrived a moment later, was reminded of his own wife, feeling as though a knife had pierced his heart. After releasing Susan, Lin Lin immediately noticed the stack of bills in Reed's hand and suggested, It seems your studio is facing quite a few issues. Reed glanced at the bills with a wry smile. I have a proposal. How about you join my company? I can take care of these debts and prepare a new studio for you. Would you be interested in taking a look? Lin Lin offered with a slight smile. This explosive revelation left the four of them momentarily stunned. Long before Susan ventured into space, Lin Lin had acquired a piece of land on the outskirts of New York, nestled between mountains and water, boasting excellent feng shui. He even speculated whether this location was the new base for the Avengers as depicted in Avengers: Age of Ultron. However, the origin of the land was no longer significant. What mattered was that it now belonged to him. Lin Lin constructed a massive edifice on the site, which appeared grandiose from above, destined to serve as the headquarters for the Super Alliance. Noticing the silence that enveloped the group, Lin Lin pulled out his phone to showcase the completed base. As they gazed at the magnificent structure, Johnny exclaimed excitedly, Brother-in-law, is this all yours? His eyes wide with astonishment as he grasped Lin Lin's hand, who nodded with a smile. Johnny turned to Susan, earnestly pleading, Sister, let us go. Susan hesitated, reluctant to mix her personal life with her work. Observing her indecision, Lin Lin tightened his embrace around her waist, saying, What are you considering? Allowing you to join does not mean I will interfere with your work. However, should you have any questions, I would be more than willing to assist you. Susan glanced at Reed and Ben, who both shared looks of encouragement. All right then, but let's agree to keep work and personal matters separate. She finally acquiesced with a smile. Shortly after Reed relocated the studio, Victor came looking for them, only to find the place utterly empty. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Due to Reed's project, Victor had fallen out with the board and was experiencing personal health issues. He intended to confront Reed, only to find the premises deserted. Reed, Susan. Victor shouted the names that haunted him, the lights within the house flickering ominously. With a thud, Victor slammed his fist against the wall, creating a deep dent. The force of his anger momentarily stunned him, and as he looked at his hand, he noticed that his knuckles were no longer flesh, but rather glimmering with a silver metallic sheen. His body was undergoing a transformation into metal. This change filled Victor with a mixture of surprise and fear, prompting him to rush to his personal doctor without delay. What is happening? Victor was eager to uncover the truth. The doctor, astonished by the test results, remarked, your tissues, your organs, your entire physiological structure are undergoing transformation. Yet, inexplicably, every system continues to function normally. What will happen in the end? Victor inquired. The doctor shook his head. I cannot say. It might evolve into some form of alloy, stronger than titanium and steel, harder than diamond. How long until then? Victor pressed. At this rate, it may fully manifest in 2 to 3 weeks. I feel compelled to report this. Report what? To the Centers for Disease Control. I understand. Observing Victor's unexpected smile, the doctor hurriedly explained the gravity of the situation. If this is contagious, we could face significant trouble, potentially leading to a pandemic. Victor, still smiling, rose to his feet. Look at me. I have my life to lead, and behind me is a company valued in the billions. This matter must remain confidential. The doctor, alarmed, responded urgently, Victor, this is a disease. Your condition is deteriorating, and I must notify. Before the doctor could finish, Victor's expression darkened. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he seized the doctor's throat, lifting him effortlessly. This is truly dreadful news. With a swift motion, he cast the doctor aside. And under the terrifying force, the doctor gasped his last breath. Gazing at the lifeless body, a more sinister thought began to crystallize in Victor's mind. Chapter 10 in the base. After several days of research, Reed finally presented a solution. In the conference room, several individuals, including Lin Lin, listened intently as Reed explained his proposal. However, the first to voice dissent was Johnny. No way. This is my superpower. I do not wish to revert. If anyone should change, it should be you, he added, gesturing towards the hulking figure beside him. What difference does it make? Still just as ugly. Johnny, Susan remarked, her brow furrowed as she turned to Reed. Your plan is commendable, but what are the risks? We might end up worse off instead of reverting. Reed replied gravely. Even the slightest miscalculation could exacerbate symptoms exponentially, or even lead to death. A hint of melancholy flickered in Ben's eyes. Johnny then bluntly stated, so, your machine might very well cost us our lives? How long until this device is operational? Ben suddenly asked, seemingly resolved to revert. That's difficult to say. The machine requires calibration. Any misstep could result in irreparable consequences. Reed responded, somewhat helplessly. Could you provide me with detailed information about this device? Lin Lin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to her. Although Reed was unsure of Lin Lin's intentions, he recognized her as his superior. Lin Lin took the stack of papers and, somewhat surprised, asked, why is it all in paper format? Reed, a bit embarrassed, replied, well, it's a personal preference. I still find it easier to organize information on paper. Lin Lin did not find the situation disagreeable. He merely reminded, it is advisable to maintain data backups for certain documents. The firewall here is not easily breached, so you can rest assured regarding data security. Reed nodded in acknowledgement, and Lin Lin began to peruse the materials before him. Initially, he was able to browse through the documents with composure. But it soon became apparent why Reed Richards was esteemed as the most intelligent person on Earth. Nevertheless, Lin Lin noticed some discrepancies within the data. Reed, come here for a moment. Reed paused momentarily, then approached to see what Lin Lin required. This data, and this one as well, are clearly flawed. The fluctuations are far too significant. Lin Lin continued to point out numerous issues in Reed's work. While these problems seem minor, a slight anomaly in data could lead to numerous variables once the equipment was constructed and activated. At this moment, Reed's perception of Lin Lin transformed drastically. You are truly a genius. How could you detect so many subtle errors? Reed exclaimed in admiration. Lin Lin chuckled at the compliment. Reed, spare me the flattery. These are merely minor errors. Your entire thought process and ideas are the true strokes of genius, yet there remain issues that I believe can be improved. Subsequently, Lin Lin proposed various enhancement strategies, and the two engaged in a fervent discussion. The three bystanders watched in astonishment as the two conversed passionately. Among them, Ben was the most surprised. He was acutely aware of Reed's feelings for Susan. What could have been a potential rivalry instead sparked an extraordinary camaraderie between them. Johnny leaned towards his sister and whispered, Sis, you should be cautious. Don't let Reed steal your husband. Oh, please. Susan rolled her eyes at Johnny. Did she not know Lin Lin's orientation? She was not concerned about any romantic developments between the two. Rather, she worried whether Lin Lin might have other girlfriends. It was not that Susan was overly anxious or that she lacked trust in Lin Lin, but rather that she felt inadequate to meet his needs. Previously, she had managed to keep up, but since returning from space, she realized Lin Lin had become significantly more formidable. She felt a sense of unspoken frustration as she gazed at Lin Lin, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. The discussion between Lin Lin and Reed lasted a full day and night. By the following dawn, they finally consolidated their plans for the cosmic ray generator and the ray reversal chamber. Next came the construction and testing of the equipment. For over a week, Johnny and Ben found themselves idle, with Johnny resorting to teasing Ben. Although Ben was frustrated, he refrained from retaliating, as even his current strength could inadvertently crush a stainless steel cup. Who could predict what might happen if he lost his temper and turned Johnny into pulp? Meanwhile, the Kingdom Group found itself mired in a tumult of public opinion, with a barrage of negative news flooding the media. Nader Cecil had directly assigned his investment advisor to take over Victor's various tech companies. As Victor washed his hands at the sink, he listened to the news reports, his expression darkening. At that moment, he wished he could tear Nader Cecil apart with his bare hands. As Victor gazed at his gradually metallic hand, he trembled slightly as he reached for a towel. However, the moment his fingers brushed against it, he was abruptly struck by a surge of electricity emanating from a nearby outlet. A flicker of confusion crossed Victor's eyes as he dared to extend his hand closer to the socket, only to have a current surge forth, coursing through his fingertips and into his body. The entire restroom flickered with erratic light, and Victor, observing the pulsating electricity at his fingertips, was filled with astonishment and fury. Suddenly, with a forceful clench of his fist, the lights in the restroom extinguished entirely, plunging the space into darkness. In that moment, his malevolent thoughts began to crystallize into a singular intent. He would harness this newfound power to eradicate the entity that had usurped his company, Nadisi's cell. In the dimly lit underground parking lot, the lights flickered as Nadisi, brimming with satisfaction, prepared to drive home for a celebratory evening. However, his mood soured instantly upon noticing water dripping persistently from above his vehicle. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, and Nadisi, catching sight of a shadowy figure in the distance, called out, "Is anyone there?" Recognizing the figure as Victor, he inquired, "Victor?" Unperturbed, Victor approached him slowly, prompting Nadisi to stammer nervously, "What's with the lights? Let us not dwell on personal grievances." Nadisi assumed Victor had sought him out over prior matters, yet Victor remained silent, continuing his advance. Fearful, Nadisi took a hesitant step back, hastily asserting, "It's nothing serious. You could always return to Latvia and start afresh." As Victor neared, Nadisi, noticing his empty hands, felt a momentary relief and retorted sarcastically, "Perhaps you truly belong in that backward country." With that, Nadisi turned to enter his car. However, Victor's hand twitched slightly, energy coalescing as a bolt shot forth from his palm, piercing through Nadisi's chest. Trembling, Nadisi fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Observing Nadisi's lifeless form, Victor remarked coolly, "This is not personal, Nadisi, but I assure you, I won't be going anywhere." Having taken 2 lives, Victor was acutely aware that the truth would inevitably surface. Yet he felt he had no avenue of escape. "I must grow stronger. I need a way to become more powerful." Suddenly, he recalled Reed. Surely Reed would have a solution. However, Victor knew that Reed would be reluctant to assist him, especially with Ben, the formidable stone man, by his side, a being capable of halting a fire truck with his bare hands, instilling a sense of trepidation within Victor. Yet, the immediate concern was not Ben, but rather Reed's whereabouts. Due to Lin Lin's interference, Reed was absent from the Baxter building, leaving Victor without a trace of Reed or access to the cosmic ray machine. However, fortune smiled upon him as news spread of Johnny sneaking out of the base to participate in a motorcycle race. Upon witnessing Johnny candidly divulging the secrets of the Fantastic Four's other 3 members on live television, Susan, Ben, and Reed, filled with indignation, rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the return of the Fantastic Four on television, Victor immediately dispatched his subordinates to trail them, and as he had anticipated, his men successfully traced Reed and his companions to their headquarters. Victor gazed in astonishment at the images sent by his underlings, revealing the very base. As one of the titans of the technology industry, Victor had access to a plethora of information, and recently, the most significant news within the sector was the completion of this edifice. Behind the headquarters stood a corporation that was even more formidable than the Von Doom Group. This company, which had surged to prominence in 2000, astonished Victor with its rapid ascent, and the mastermind behind it was none other than Lin Lin. Well-versed in the narrative, Lin Lin was fully aware that on that fateful night in the millennium, geneticist Aldrich Killian had spent hours on the rooftop, buffeted by the wind, due to a single remark from Tony. Thus, it was only natural for Lin Lin to find himself on that rooftop, transforming a night of torment for Killian into one of exhilaration, where they engaged in extensive discussions as if he were a steed meeting its true master. Subsequently, Lin Lin seamlessly integrated Killian into his fold, while he himself remained in the shadows, aiding Killian in bringing Maya Hansen aboard, ultimately founding the corporation. Over the course of 8 years, with Lin Lin's assistance, Killian had transformed the company into a behemoth of the technology industry. This left Victor in a predicament. No, he could not simply let this matter rest. Having tasted the sweetness of formidable power, Victor was not one to concede easily. He glanced at the mirror beside him, noting the stark metallic sheen at his temples. As he ran his hand through his hair, a significant clump fell away, observing the fallen strands in his grasp. Victor's hand trembled momentarily before tightening, as if he had resolved to take action. Victor commenced a covert investigation into the headquarters. meticulously uncovering the location of Reed's laboratory and the progress of his experiments. Under the cover of night, Victor arrived outside the headquarters. Casting a glance at the imposing structure before infiltrating Reed's laboratory, before him stood two large apparatuses, and Victor recognized that the hemispherical device was a cosmic ray generator. Powered by the large arc reactor at the center of the headquarters, this device could replicate the cosmic radiation they had encountered in space that day. With this, he could exacerbate his mutation, amplifying his powers significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Victor activated the device. As the cosmic ray generator surged with various forms of radiation, a manic expression crossed his face. In the next instant, he opened the generator and thrust his hands inside. Yes, this was it, the sensation of power. Victor closed his eyes, reveling in the intoxicating rush of escalating strength. However, the generator's continuous overload soon generated a cacophony that roused Susan and the others from their slumber. The four exchanged glances, directing their attention toward the laboratory. Darling, what is happening? Lin Lin feigned ignorance, fully aware of the unfolding situation. Victor's ability to locate this and comprehend the advancements of the Reed experiment, as well as the progress of the device's development, is not solely due to the prowess of his subordinates, but rather because Lin Lin has concealed himself adeptly. Unaware of the unfolding events, Susan reassured Lin Lin, saying, "It's all right, just stay put for now." Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but Susan sensed an imminent danger. To her, Lin Lin was merely an ordinary person. While she possessed extraordinary abilities, thus she could not permit him to take risks. The four of them approached the laboratory with measured steps. As they peered through the glass, they witnessed the cosmic ray generator being activated, with a shadow standing before it. Reed immediately recognized the figure, Victor, and shouted, "Victor, what are you doing?" Victor turned to Reed with a grotesque expression, sneering, "Reed, this is what you owe me." He withdrew his hand from the generator, clenched his fist, and struck the device. With a deafening explosion, the cosmic ray generator detonated, obliterating the adjacent ray reversal chamber as well. "No, don't." Ben, witnessing the laboratory engulfed in flames and chaos, roared as he charged in. Yet, all was in vain. The explosion hurled him outwards. Victor, too, was cast aside by the force of the blast. "Is it beginning?" murmured Bronsky from a room within the base. In truth, Lin Lin had already informed him and Banner that trouble would arise that night. But they were to refrain from acting impulsively and await his command. Lin Lin intended to use Victor, this antagonist, to thoroughly challenge this immature team that was even contemplating disbandment. Banner lamented, "With such an uproar, the base will surely require repairs." He reminisced about the ruckus he caused while transformed into the Hulk, feeling both nostalgic and contemplative. Victor, having been blasted away from the base, slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at his now fully metallic hands, electricity coursing through them, his eyes filled with a frenzied delight. "Reed, today I will reclaim what you owe me, piece by piece. It is your fault I have become this grotesque abomination. It is you who cost me my company." Victor extended his hands towards Reed, gathering electric energy into a formidable beam that shot forth. In a moment of panic, Reed instinctively dodged, yet his rubber-like body morphed into a colossal form, allowing Victor's energy beam to pierce through him. Observing this, Johnny ignited himself, engulfed in flames, and soared towards Victor, hurling fireballs in rapid succession. Susan immediately joined the fray, unleashing an energy force field that struck Victor like a wall. Infuriated by the destruction of the device, Ben charged directly at Victor, bracing himself against the oncoming energy beam. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, a solitary observer stood atop the base, Lin Lin. How much cosmic radiation has this Victor absorbed? He seems far more formidable than in the films." Suddenly, Natasha's voice echoed unexpectedly from behind. "What films?" Lin Lin nonchalantly remarked. "I am far more formidable than any supervillain from the movies." Natasha stood beside him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Are you simply planning to watch? Your girlfriend is right down there. What can I do if I can't go down? Susan specifically told me not to." Lin Lin shrugged his shoulders, adopting an innocent expression. Natasha scrutinized him with a skeptical gaze, opting for silence. Feeling somewhat unnerved under her penetrating stare, Lin Lin reluctantly confessed, "All right, let me be honest. Although Susan is my girlfriend, she is still her own person beyond that title. I do not wish for my woman to be a mere decorative figure. I desire her to have her own career and possess enough strength to protect herself." "Women?" Natasha's gaze towards Lin Lin grew distinctly peculiar. Yet Lin Lin unabashedly affirmed, "Yes. Indeed, I certainly will not confine myself to only Susan. However, I am not Tony. I cannot simply discard one for the next. You men are truly greedy." Natasha cast a disdainful glance at Lin Lin before inquiring, what if she, before Natasha could finish her question, a resolute glimmer shone in Lin Lin's eyes as he interjected. "If she falters, then she still has me. I am her unwavering support." Upon hearing Lin Lin's vow-like declaration, Natasha silently acknowledged his sentiment. Feeling a twinge of envy for Susan, and her gaze towards Lin Lin transformed. Chapter 11. Tony returns faced with the onslaught of the Fantastic Four. A furious Victor slowly raised his arms, a torrent of electricity surging from the base and coursing into his body. Get away! With Victor's furious shout. An explosion of electricity erupted from him, sending Susan, Johnny, and Reed flying, with Ben being particularly affected and hurled into a distant river. Ben! Reed shouted as he witnessed Ben's flight, only for Victor to unleash an energy beam with a swift motion. Reed evaded the energy beam like a spring, then leapt atop Victor, transforming into an enormous canopy that enveloped him layer upon layer. Noticing Johnny just rising to his feet, Reed recalled Victor's metallic form and called out to Johnny, "Johnny, unleash maximum firepower, supernova." "Are you sure?" Johnny hesitated, aware that even he struggled to control himself in supernova mode. However, Reed urgently urged, "Hurry." With that, Johnny ceased his hesitation, warning, "If something goes wrong, don't blame me." He leapt into action, transforming into Human Torch and charged towards Victor, while Reed quickly distanced himself from Victor. "Johnny, encase him in your flames and spin." Following Reed's command, Johnny began to whirl around Victor at breakneck speed, creating a colossal fire tornado that engulfed him. Victor, witnessing this, frantically released currents and energy beams. Yet Johnny's speed was so overwhelming that he could not land a hit. Although Reed hoped to leverage Johnny's extreme temperature to scorch Victor, the high heat only succeeded in incinerating the clothing from Victor's body without rendering him red hot. "Susan, see if you can encase him." Reed shouted towards Susan, attempting to harness her energy field to mitigate the loss of heat. Upon witnessing this, Susan extended her hands towards the towering fire tornado, a faint blue energy field swiftly radiating outward to envelop the massive inferno. On the rooftop of the base, Lin Lin beheld Susan pouring her utmost energy into the force field, his heart aching as he observed blood trickling from her nose. "What is this?" Feeling sympathetic, Natasha teased. Lin Lin shook his head. Though he felt concerned, it was essential to make them aware of their limitations. Before long, both Susan and Johnny could no longer sustain their efforts. The energy field dissipated, and the flames receded, revealing a crimson Iron Man at the center of the scorched earth. Victor, noticing the weakened state of Susan and Johnny, turned to Reed with a mocking smile. "Is this all you can do?" Reed responded with a grin. "Allow me to impart a lesson on chemistry. Chapter 1. What happens when you rapidly cool hot metal?" As soon as he finished speaking, Reed leaped into the air, transforming into a massive rubber tire, rolling toward the nearby river, evidently intending to use the water for Victor's rapid cooling. However, Victor was not foolish. He raised his hands and unleashed 2 energy beams towards Reed, preventing him from reaching the river. Despite Reed's agile reflexes, the intensity of Victor's attacks proved overwhelming, and he was ultimately struck by an energy beam, sending him crashing aside. "Oh well," Natasha exclaimed, then glanced at Lin Lin. "Do you need to intervene?" Lin Lin affectionately ruffled Natasha's hair and replied with a smile, "Just sit back and enjoy the show. It's time for my heroic entrance." With that, Lin Lin leapt from the rooftop of the base, leaving Natasha momentarily stunned on the terrace, her cheeks flushing as she regained her composure. "A hero, huh? Just an attention seeker," Natasha muttered under her breath, a hint of a smirk on her lips. A simple gesture and a seemingly intimate pat on the head warmed Natasha's heart, prompting memories of her life with her adoptive parents and sister Yelena in Ohio. As Lin Lin descended from the rooftop, he landed in a half-squat hero pose, immediately capturing Victor's attention. Susan, Johnny, and Reed also looked on in astonishment at Lin Lin's sudden arrival. Upon seeing Lin Lin, Victor momentarily lost his train of thought, exclaiming, "Zeroth Stark, it's you." Before he could inquire further, Lin Lin's figure abruptly blurred and vanished, only to reappear directly in front of him. With a swift kick, Lin Lin sent Victor flying, as if he were a mere toy, then leapt after him, delivering a powerful strike that sent Victor plunging into the water. The searing metal splashed into the river, creating a plume of white mist. Victor's face contorted with despair as he felt his body rapidly cool and stiffen. Sinking swiftly to the bottom, gazing up at the dim surface, he was engulfed by a suffocating sensation, teetering on the brink of consciousness. In his hazy state, he faintly discerned a colossal beast's head, shining in black and gold. It was the divine dragon of Huaxia. Victor believed salvation was at hand. But the dragon's maw suddenly opened wide, consuming him whole, and thereafter, there was nothing. From the river adjacent to the base, a colossal figure soared forth and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Coughing violently, Ben struggled to turn around and knelt on the ground, retching up river water. Susan, Johnny, and Reed hurried over to check on him. "Ben, are you all right?" "Stoneman, how are you?" "Ben, are you okay?" In response to his friend's concern, Ben merely waved his hand to indicate he was fine. "Not bad, considering how long you were submerged. It seems your transformation has significantly enhanced your survival abilities in harsh environments." Lin Lin, who had emerged from the water at an unknown time, suddenly appeared nearby. Susan looked at Lin Lin with confusion. "Darling, how did you?" Overwhelmed, Susan found it hard to accept, even questioning whether Lin Lin had also undergone a transformation because of her. Lin Lin smiled and replied, "Silly girl, why are you overthinking? This ability has always been mine. I will explain it to you in detail later." Then, Lin Lin turned to the others. The destruction of the device may not pose a challenge for reconstruction, but the real issue lies in how you perceive your own abilities. Do you still wish to return to normal? Silence enveloped the group, noticing their lack of response. Lin Lin continued, "In truth, this dilemma exists within each of you. Among you, only Reed can genuinely relinquish his powers. His profound wisdom renders his transformation into a rubber man trivial in comparison. Johnny, you are the quickest to accept your own changes among the four, even growing quite dependent on your abilities. Yet, haven't you noticed that your control over them is alarmingly low? Even a discarded piece of paper could ignite a fire. And Ben, you are the one who has undergone the most severe transformation. Cosmic radiation has even altered your appearance, which is likely why you resist your own abilities the most. As for Susan, you maintain a watchful stance towards your powers. You prefer not to draw attention to yourself and are reluctant to be exposed to the public eye. This I can understand." After surveying the silent quartet, Lin Lin remarked, "It is getting late. Let's return and rest. There is still some time before the device can be rebuilt, so you should take this opportunity to reflect." Upon returning to her room, Susan immediately donned a stern expression, questioning Lin Lin with intensity. Lin Lin, seeing her demeanor, sat beside her with a sheepish smile, wrapping his arms around her. "My dear, it was my fault. I kept this from you. I am sorry." His attitude was sincere, and his tone earnest. Seeing this, Susan softened her expression and asked seriously, "Now, what exactly is going on?" Lin Lin, resigned, began to unbutton his shirt, but Susan suddenly interjected, flustered, "What are you doing?" "I asked you to explain, not to do that." Noticing Susan's flushed cheeks, Lin Lin chose not to offer an explanation, but instead smiled and continued to reveal his torso, exposing a sculpted chest and defined abs. "What are you thinking? Just look." Then, under Susan's gaze, a black and gold dragoness had emerged upon Lin Lin's chest. "This is the source of my power. I call it the Dragon Totem. It is through it that I continuously grow stronger." Susan, mesmerized, reached out to gently trace the Dragon Totem on Lin Lin's body. Such beautiful patterns. It exudes a sense of immense power. Buzz. Suddenly, the Dragon Totem gleamed brightly, causing Susan to stagger back. "Ah," she exclaimed, gazing at the Dragon Totem with surprise. "Do not be afraid. It is simply wary of being touched by others." Lin Lin chuckled, then continued, "There is a reason I am revealing all this to you today." "What do you mean?" Susan paused, instinctively feeling that Lin Lin intended to break up with her. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Lin spoke, "I wish for you not to forsake your abilities. In fact, I have a means to enhance your powers, although it comes at a cost." "A cost? What kind of cost?" Just as Susan felt relieved, anxiety surged within her again. "My Dragon Totem can condense something known as a totem seed. You can continuously strengthen your abilities and physique through cultivation, but the price is that if I reclaim the totem seed, all your hard-earned progress will revert to me." Lin Lin struggled to articulate this, hoping Susan could grow stronger, yet apprehensive about whether she would accept the price of the totem seed. "I was expecting something more severe." "Is that all?" Susan sighed in relief. "Come on, give me your seed." With a smile, she opened her arms towards Lin Lin, who reciprocated with an embrace, allowing the power of the totem seed to flow into her being. Soon, Susan felt a warmth radiating from her chest, pushing Lin Lin away. She tugged at her collar and looked down to find a delicate, pale golden dragon head pattern adorning her chest. "Is this the totem seed?" As soon as she uttered the words, the warmth spread throughout her limbs, enveloping her in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Before she could finish her thought, Susan suddenly fainted. Lin Lin chuckled at the sight. Indeed, the reaction of the totem seed varied among individuals. The more potent the ability, the more pronounced the reaction of the totem seed, which explained why Natasha had little reaction upon receiving it, while Susan had fainted immediately. Lin Lin carefully lifted Susan and laid her gently on the bed, covering her with a blanket. That night, Lin Lin remained awake, vigilantly watching over Susan. A week later, the device destroyed by Victor was rebuilt, and Ben and Reed had come to a decision. Reed chose to retain his abilities, but shifted his focus towards research. During that week, Ben encountered his destined partner, Alicia. Although Alicia could not see him and did not mind his stony exterior, he yearned to bring her happiness. Thus, Ben resolved to reverse the mutation within him, albeit not entirely, as he wished to retain his abilities. Having experienced the event on the bridge, he aspired to use his powers to assist others. Meanwhile, Johnny and Susan decided to keep their abilities and immediately plunged into training the morning after that fateful day. Subsequently, Lin Lin introduced Natasha, Banner, and Blonsky to them. Upon seeing Natasha for the first time, Johnny, with a bold grin, approached her for a chat, only to be predictably kicked away. As he lay on the ground, astonished, Johnny gazed at Natasha, silently wondering, is she really that strong? She appears so slender and frail. Lin Lin chuckled to himself, while Susan's gaze oscillated between Lin Lin and Natasha. It seemed that the sixth sense of women was at play. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something brewing between Lin Lin and Natasha, or that something was destined to unfold. After the transformation of Ben was finally reversed, he no longer resembled a stone figure. Just as Lin Lin felt a sense of joy for Ben, a delicate voice suddenly interrupted. Young master, Tony is battling the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Upon hearing this, Lin Lin's eyes lit up. Tony had finally completed the Mark I, and it seemed he ought to return to prepare a warm welcome for him. Before departing, Lin Lin briefly informed everyone and donned his armor, heading straight for Afghanistan. By the time Lin Lin arrived at the Ten Ring stronghold, he witnessed flames erupting in the valley and a figure soared from the inferno, ultimately landing several kilometers away in the desert. Observing that unmistakable parabolic trajectory, Lin Lin couldn't help but laugh. It seemed the fellow had taken quite a tumble. Soon, the massive explosion in the valley drew the attention of the stationed U.S. military forces in Afghanistan, and naturally, Tony was discovered. As for Lin Lin, his first-generation armor was equipped with a cloaking layer, and with the subsequent enhancement from Reed, it was further upgraded to include optical stealth technology. Thus, he watched without concern as Tony was rescued. Confirming that Tony was unharmed, Lin Lin turned and flew towards Malibu, California. Along the way, Pepper called, naturally to inform him of Tony's rescue. Is that so? It seems this guy finally decided to return. Lin Lin jested nonchalantly. However, this remark displeased Pepper greatly. Lin Lin, what kind of talk is that? Your brother has been captured by terrorists for over 2 months. He must have endured considerable torment, and you still mock him. Lin Lin quickly backtracked. All right, Sister Pepper, my bad. I'm on my way back, and I will definitely prepare a warm welcome for him. Upon returning to the Malibu villa, Pepper insisted on dragging Lin Lin to fetch Tony, but he outright refused, instead handing her a meat bun to take to Tony. After all, what was so appealing about a cheeseburger compared to the heartiness of a meat bun? Chapter 12. A crisis of trust. Who would be the most anxious and agitated about Tony's return? Naturally, it was Obadiah. At that moment, Obadiah was in his New York villa, furiously roaring, seizing a nearby priceless piece of art and hurling it to the ground. Damn it. These foolish barbarians couldn't even manage to kill this wretched scoundrel. Obadiah was seething with rage, having believed Tony was long dead in the Middle East, merely unaccounted for. Both brothers, they both deserve to perish. This brother suddenly returns to life, and the other escapes. Previously, Obadiah had been scheming to eliminate Lin Lin, but Lin Lin had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Yet, just as news broke that Tony had been found, Lin Lin appeared at the seaside villa in Malibu. Brothers? Yes, they are brothers. A glint of cunning flashed in Obadiah's eyes as a plan began to take shape in his mind. As the military transport aircraft touched down, Rod supported Tony as he stepped out, and the moment Pepper laid eyes on Tony, her eyes brimmed with tears. Tony, equally delighted to see Pepper, approached her slowly and nonchalantly asked, "Your eyes are red. Are you missing your boss who went missing?" "I am just relieved. I don't have to search for a new job," Pepper replied, slightly tempering her emotions. "Indeed, your vacation has come to an end." Tony clearly found this response unsatisfactory. Once in the car, Happy inquired, "Where to, sir?" "Happy, of course, to the hospital," Pepper responded. However, Tony interjected, "No, we are not going." This sparked a spirited debate between the two, culminating in Tony declaring, "I've been locked up for 3 months. And now I only wish to accomplish 2 things. One is to fill my stomach, and the other is..." Before Tony could finish, Pepper, anticipating his thoughts, retorted, "You're quite the beastly creature, aren't you?" Yet Tony persisted, "No, not that. It's to hold a press conference." "A press conference?" Pepper questioned, puzzled. "Yes. What do you wish to announce?" "Drive first. Let us get something to eat." Though surprised by Tony's sudden change of heart, Pepper refrained from probing further and directly handed over the pork bun that Lin had asked her to bring for Tony. Observing the paper bag, Tony inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "Your brother asked me to bring you this pork bun. Aren't you hungry?" Pepper placed the item into Tony's hands. With a look of gratitude, Tony retrieved the pork bun, exclaiming, "At last, my brother shows some concern for me. By the way, he must have been quite worried during my disappearance." Pepper rolled her eyes and remarked, "You two brothers are quite alike. When you went missing, it was as if he had vanished too." "What do you mean by that?" Tony asked, puzzled, for in his perception, Lin was not that kind of person. "You should ask him yourself." Pepper preferred not to stir any discord between the brothers, so she chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lin was at the seaside villa in Marbury, overseeing the final procedures regarding the acquisition of the Von Doom Group. In the week following Victor's demise, he had been occupied with the acquisition matters. With both Nade and Victor deceased, the Von Doom Group was now like a piece of unclaimed treasure, and Lin was not about to let it slip away. upon acquiring the Von Doom Group. Lin planned to merge it with his company to establish a technology conglomerate. Watching the television broadcast the news of Tony's announcement to shutter Stark Industries' arms business, Lin chuckled softly and turned off the television without much thought. At that moment, Lin had another pressing matter to address, the refinement of Victor. By the river adjacent to the base, Victor realized that the black gold divine dragon was no mere illusion, but rather the dragon totem residing within Lin. After consuming Victor, the black gold divine dragon spent a week transforming him into a sphere. Once fully refined, my power will ascend to new heights. Lin sat cross-legged, the dragon totem on his chest slowly exuding a metal sphere the size of a head. With his hands positioned above and below, he cradled the sphere in his palms. Delicate strands of pale golden energy extending from his palms, enveloping the sphere completely. As Lin Lin refined Victor in the Stark Industries showroom, Tony found himself lost in contemplation before the Grand Arc Reactor. Soon, Obadiah arrived, hands on hips, exuding a sense of exasperation. Look at the mess you've created. I'm sure I've become the target of everyone's ire by now. Tony responded with remarkable composure. Obadiah, visibly irritated, strode past him. What about me? How much do you think the stock will plummet tomorrow? Optimistically, perhaps 40 points, Tony replied nonchalantly. Obadiah, however, insisted, at least 40 points. Tony. We are in the arms manufacturing business. Tony interjected, Obi, I refuse to rely solely on arms sales. Obadiah retorted, that is precisely what we do. We are arms dealers. I have the right to make decisions for my own company. Tony asserted. We are preventing the world from descending into chaos. Obadiah countered. But what I see is different. I see our weapons causing that chaos. We have too many shortcomings. We need to improve, to do something else. Such as what? Making baby bottles? Obadiah chuckled. I believe the arc reactor is worth a try. Tony declared dismissively. Come on, this is merely for show. The purpose of creating this is to silence the well-meaning critics. Obadiah scoffed. In his eyes, the Grand Arc Reactor was nothing more than a useless ornament. No, this is genuinely viable, Tony asserted confidently. Obadiah impatiently replied, yes, theoretically. This thing won't even recoup its cost. We knew from the start that the arc reactor was unworkable, didn't we? Perhaps, Tony smiled faintly. Am I wrong? This technology hasn't seen a breakthrough in ages. After a heated debate, in an attempt to persuade Obadiah, Tony ripped open his shirt to reveal a miniaturized arc reactor. Upon seeing it, Obadiah's gaze wavered, a mixture of shock and greed flickering in his eyes as he hastily fastened Tony's shirt. All right, Tony said, somewhat boastfully. What do you think? Obadiah did not respond, his face a mask of excitement. It's feasible, Tony reaffirmed with renewed confidence. Obadiah then placed an arm around Tony's shoulder, saying, listen to me, Tony, we are on the same side, understand? Together, we can achieve anything, just like with your father. At that moment, Obadiah began to draw closer to Tony. Then, shifting the conversation, he inquired, does your brother know about this? Tony paused, he should be unaware. I haven't had the chance to visit him yet. What is the matter? Your brother is quite elusive. When you go missing, he vanishes too, and now that you're back, he appears. If you were to disappear again and never return, would he? Obadiah did not explicitly state it, but it was clear he was alluding to Lin Lin. Tony's gaze shifted slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face as he turned to Obadiah. Are you saying he orchestrated my abduction? No, perhaps not abduction. Obadiah gestured at his neck. Rather, those individuals did not kill you. Instead, they coerced you into aiding them in weapon production. Tony's eyes fell, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to the seaside villa, he noticed a lavish spread laid out but found Lin Lin absent. He approached Lin Lin's door and knocked. Lin Lin, are you there? At the sound, Lin Lin emerged from his meditative state and opened the door. Ah, the prodigy returns. Upon seeing Tony, Lin Lin greeted him with a jest. However, this time Tony did not indulge in banter, instead striding directly into the room. Lin Lin sensed the unusual atmosphere and wondered if something had transpired, diverging from their narrative. Close the door, Tony commanded, his demeanor stern. Lin Lin kicked the door shut. Where have you been during my disappearance? Tony inquired directly. Are you interrogating me? Lin Lin frowned. Yet, Tony pressed on. I ask again, where have you been? Our great genius possesses the intellect for inventions but lacks the wit for inquiry. Lin Lin retorted, taking a seat on the nearby sofa with an expression of disdain. He had surmised that Obadiah had likely instigated some discord. Nevertheless, his recent silence was indeed a reality, and Lin Lin hesitated over whether to disclose his circumstances to Tony. Once Tony learned of these matters, the original narrative trajectory would once again shift. Forget it. The narrative has already diverged, so what difference does it make? Thus, Lin Lin chose to be forthright. You inquired about my whereabouts during this time, did you not? He gestured to awaken Ling Long. Ling Long, please send Tony the merger plans for the tech conglomerate, along with the details regarding the acquisition of the Von Doom Group and the establishment of the base. Understood, sir. Tony, initially serious, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Sir, Mr. Lin Lin has sent documents. It was only when Jarvis received the information that Tony regained his focus. He pulled out his phone to examine the materials closely, his expression shifting dramatically. Is all of this yours? Tony asked, incredulity evident in his gaze. Well, you could say that. Lin Lin grinned. However, Tony's expression remained unyielding. The company emerged around the year 2000, rising rapidly to become a major player within just a few years. The Von Doom Group is no minor entity in the tech industry. Are these companies easily within your grasp? Lin Lin looked deeply into Tony's eyes. To be honest, I owe you a great deal. Had you not let Killian down back then, I might not have had the company. He explained that New Year's Eve, I spent the night on the rooftop with Killian. And afterward, I funded him, which led to the establishment of the company. Tony was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a revelation. And what about the Von Doom Group? He was still unaware that Victor had encountered trouble. The major shareholder of the Fingdom Group, Nader, has passed away, and the likely perpetrator is Victor, who has mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, the internal strife within the Fingdom Group has caused their stock to plummet repeatedly, presenting me with an opportunity to acquire the company. From Lin Lin's perspective, the acquisition of the Fingdom Group seemed remarkably effortless. However, the reality was that it took him an entire week to finalize the deal. Although the Fingdom Group is of a lower caliber compared to other companies, its vastness and numerous subsidiaries made it a significant entity. Have you been preoccupied with company affairs during this time? Tony sighed in relief, but then he realized that his brother had gone missing, and the indifference displayed was infuriating. Even if you have company matters to attend to, how can you be so unconcerned about your brother's disappearance? Observing Tony's reaction, Lin Lin rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, this guy is falling into his old habits again. You know, I am truly exasperated with you. Lin Lin, feeling somewhat speechless, then called out, Ling Long. Share the information I have gathered on Stark Industries with him. Moments later, a series of photographs appeared on Tony's phone. Each image depicted the familiar Middle Eastern backdrop, showcasing Stark Industries armaments. Why is Stark Industries weaponry appearing in the Middle East? I don't recall Stark Industries having dealings with terrorists. Lin Lin inquired knowingly. Tony's expression darkened considerably. He had narrowly escaped being killed by one of his own company's mortars. There were individuals within Stark Industries engaged in extensive arms dealings with terrorists, far beyond the capacity of ordinary executives. After your incident in the Middle East, who could possibly be in charge of Stark Industries? Who stands to gain the most from your return? Lin Lin gave Tony a sidelong glance before rising and exiting the room, leaving him alone. In truth, Lin Lin had exercised considerable restraint by not directly implicating Obadiah, confident that Tony would connect the dots. However, Lin Lin was uncertain about the depth of Tony's feelings for Obadiah and whether this would instill sufficient wariness in him. Nonetheless, those concerns were secondary. The priority was to have a meal. Just as Lin Lin was finishing his meal, Tony finally emerged from the room. Aside from these photographs, do you have any other evidence? Tony inquired. Upon hearing his question, Lin Lin sighed inwardly, thinking, as expected, this is futile. These alone will not suffice. Tony had already harbored suspicions upon witnessing the mountain of Stark Industries equipment at the Ten Rings hideout. Yet he still refused to believe that the man he regarded as both father and friend could be involved. Lin Lin shook his head, indicating that he had nothing further. Clearly, this matter would remain unresolved, but the following day, the media erupted with rumors concerning Lin Lin and Tony. Speculation ran rampant, suggesting that the adopted son of the Stark family was plotting to conspire with terrorists to murder Tony, who had narrowly escaped. Such news proliferated, yet the Stark brothers, already in the know, chose to disregard these reports. On the other side, Obadiah, upon witnessing the miniature arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, urged the technical department to work tirelessly to scale down the large arc reactor. Leza from the Ten Rings, after successfully gathering all the fragments of the Mark I, promptly contacted Obadiah, hoping to barter the contraption Tony had cobbled together in the cave for another batch of weaponry. Chapter 13. First encounter with the Ancient One. The following day, Lin Lin prepared to depart from the seaside villa in Malibu, heading towards the base. With Tony's affairs seemingly settled, he intended to organize matters at the base before making a trip to 177 Black Street, Greenwich Village, in downtown New York City. Indeed, it was the magical sanctuary of New York. Upon arriving at the villa, Pepper found Lin Lin packing and questioned, "You've just returned from seeing your brother, and now you're leaving again? Aren't you going to stay home and spend some time with him?" Lin Lin waved his hand dismissively. "I have far too much on my plate right now. He doesn't need my company. Besides, if he truly wanted companionship, he would seek a woman, not me." With that, Lin Lin turned to leave, calling out to Pepper, "Goodbye, Pepper. Please let Tony know I've taken my leave." Watching Lin Lin's retreating figure, Pepper shook her head in exasperation. These two are just alike. Lin Lin used to be so obedient and charming. How has he turned out like Tony? He must have been led astray by him. Just as Pepper lamented, Tony's voice resonated from the terminal on the nearby table. Pepper, how big are your hands? Confused. Pepper replied, what do you mean? Without offering an explanation, Tony urged, come down and lend me a hand. Baffled, Pepper made her way to the underground studio, only to find Tony reclining in a chair, clad in nothing but his skin. Upon seeing Pepper, Tony inquired, let me see your hands. Despite her bewilderment, Pepper reluctantly raised her delicate hands. Tony, upon seeing them, smiled and complimented, wow, very nice. Such slender little hands. I only need a moment of your time to help me switch this out. As Pepper drew closer, she was astonished to behold the arc reactor in Tony's chest, exclaiming, is this the device that has kept you alive? Indeed, but this is now merely an antique, Tony replied, tinkering with the new arc reactor in his hands. In contrast to the rudimentary reactor crafted in the cave, this new one promised superior energy output. After all, the former utilized only 16 grams of palladium, while the latter was a solid piece, ensuring the second-generation arc reactor not only boasted enhanced energy output but also greater longevity. Amidst Pepper's expressions of distaste and the incessant beeping of the medical monitoring equipment, Tony successfully replaced his arc reactor. This experience also inspired him to consider redesigning the reactor for quick detachment in the future. Subsequently, Tony embarked on an ambitious upgrade plan for the Mark armor. However, due to Lin Lin's cautionary advice when J.A.R.V.I.S. inquired whether the project index for Mark II should be stored in the company's central database, Tony decisively refused and opted to keep all information regarding Mark II on his personal servers. As Tony initiated the armor enhancements, Lin Lin busied himself at the base, assigning tasks to the team. Xavier's school? Natasha remarked with surprise as she glanced at the documents in her hand. She had encountered this institution in SHIELDS archives. It was a school specifically designed to shelter mutants, and its administration collaborated closely with the government, making it well known to SHIELD. Boss, are you sending us to this school to teach? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Bronsky voiced his reluctance. After all, he was a soldier, and the thought of instructing students seemed rather out of place. Not only Bronsky, but Johnny also wore a disgruntled expression, while only Banner and Susan showed genuine interest in the assignment. Observing the reactions of his comrades, Lin Lin smiled and clarified, this is not an ordinary institution. It is a school for mutants, where both students and teachers possess extraordinary abilities. Unlike you, who have acquired your skills through various influences. These mutants are born with their powers, a gift from their genes. The teaching aspect is merely a facade. The true objective is to recruit upright and just mutants. Of course, instruction is essential, as you must guide them in properly managing their abilities. Suddenly, Lin Lin's gaze shifted to Natasha. This task may present some challenges for you, but you can seek advice from Natasha, as she is an expert. Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly at Lin Lin, her expression fraught with a sense of grievance. While Susan observed the exchange intently, others might not perceive any issue, but she sensed something amiss. And what about you? Susan inquired abruptly. This task was evidently not of short duration, and during her absence, she needed to ascertain what Lin Lin intended to do. With a subtle smile, Lin Lin replied, I am going to meet someone, a sorceress who has lived for centuries. A centuries-old sorceress? Susan momentarily struggled to comprehend this revelation. The others were equally taken aback. Although they were all superpowered individuals, they had never encountered the concept of magic. Observing their astonished expressions, Lin Lin chuckled, indeed, a sorceress. My purpose in visiting her is to pursue knowledge. Once I acquire the art of magic, I shall impart it to you. Banner, incredulous, retorted, how could magic possibly exist? While we possess extraordinary powers, at least they can be traced back to some origin, but magic is sheer nonsense. Others shared Banner's skepticism, voicing similar doubts. In the face of their skepticism, Lin Lin did not offer explanations, but simply smiled, saying, whether it is real or not will be revealed upon my return. If it turns out to be false, you will have ample reason to mock me. All right, but you had better not be displeased when that day comes, brother-in-law. Johnny chimed in, joining in the jest. After ensuring everyone was organized, Lin Lin set off towards the mystical sanctuary in New York. Standing before the New York Sanctum, located at 177 Black Street in Greenwich Village, Lin Lin gazed at the three-story Victorian brownstone, designed in the French Baroque architectural style, with its mansard roof, appearing much like any ordinary residence from the exterior. Yet, this seemingly mundane structure, invisible to others, served as a nexus between the multiverse and supernatural phenomena. Lin Lin approached and knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response, it slowly creaked open, and a voice echoed in his ears. Come in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Lin stepped into the New York Sanctum. Here, exclaimed the Ancient One, seated in the living room, greeting Lin Lin at the door as if they were old friends. Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback, pondering, sister, are we that familiar? Despite his surprise, he walked over, casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "Do you know me?" he inquired. The Ancient One lifted her teacup and smiled. "I must say, tea from China is unparalleled. The tea set is exquisite." As she spoke, the teapot on the table levitated, pouring a cup for Lin Lin. He refrained from further questions, instead lifting the cup to his nose and inhaling. "Ah, it smells delightful." "Tea Guanyin." He then took a sip. "It's best not to add honey. I prefer it simple," Lin Lin remarked, pursing his lips slightly. "I've been waiting for you a long time," the Ancient One said slowly. Lin Lin probed further. "You have been observing me?" "Indeed," she confessed candidly, "since your arrival. The futures I once glimpsed have vanished, and everything has become elusive, shrouded in fog and uncertainty." Lin Lin understood her words perfectly. It was as he had suspected. He had anticipated that everything had long deviated from its destined path due to his presence. "So, what brings you to seek me?" the Ancient One inquired. With her directness, Lin Lin felt compelled to be forthright for magic. "On Earth, I cannot think of anyone more adept than you." "Magic?" The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed. "The power you harbor within is unlike anything I have ever witnessed, and its potential is astonishing. Do you still require magic?" Lin Lin recognized that she referred to the Dragon Totem. There is a saying in China, "A skillful hand is never burdensome." Different powers possess different advantages, do they not? "The wonders of magic, I believe you understand better than I." His words sparked a glimmer of interest in the Ancient One's eyes. "You are quite astute and sufficiently wise. Since you wish to learn magic, I shall take you to Kamartaj. What you learn there will depend on your own efforts." The Ancient One smiled gently. Her willingness to grant him access surprised Lin Lin. "Do you not have any other conditions? Are you truly allowing me to enter Kamartaj just like that?" "Conditions? Indeed. There is one, but I believe you will fulfill it without me needing to mention it," she said, her gaze seemingly penetrating Lin Lin's very essence. Upon realizing that the other party had been covertly observing him, one would certainly deduce that they possessed a profound understanding of his thoughts. The mission of the Ancient One, having ascended to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer, encompasses the safeguarding of Earth and the multiverse, the preservation of magical order, and the mentorship of successors. Thus, the conditions she proposed were merely a reflection of these responsibilities, with the most probable demand being Lin Lin's assistance in preserving Earth and the multiverse. However, this was inherently aligned with Lin Lin's original intention in establishing the Super Alliance. Therefore, there was no need for the Ancient One to stipulate terms. Lin Lin would willingly undertake this endeavor. "Let us proceed." The Ancient One rose slowly, donning the levitating ring with ease. She traced a circle in the air, and as her hand moved, magical energy erupted like sparks, gradually coalescing into a circle that expanded before them. Soon, the visage of Kamartaj emerged within the circular portal. Once the portal widened to 2 meters, the Ancient One lowered her hand and stepped into the portal, with Lin Lin following closely behind. Entering Kamartaj for the first time, Lin Lin surveyed his surroundings with keen curiosity. The architecture exuded an ancient aura, reminiscent of traditional Chinese design. A twinge of regret crossed Lin Lin's mind as he yearned to experience the sensation of having his soul thrust from his body by the Ancient One, followed by the exhilarating rush of traversing the multiverse and various dimensions. The Ancient One guided Lin Lin around Kamartaj, introducing him to its facilities and inhabitants. "Well, what do you think? It may not compare to your base, but Kamartaj has a unique atmosphere," the Ancient One remarked, smiling at Lin Lin. He nodded noncommittally, acknowledging the charm of the ancient aesthetic. "Allow me to have Mordo escort you to your room." A figure emerged from behind the Ancient One, a man of African descent, who offered Lin Lin a slight nod. Upon meeting Mordo, Lin Lin raised an eyebrow and smiled subtly, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." After arranging accommodations, Mordo handed Lin Lin a note with a password. As Lin Lin glanced at it, he mused to himself, "How amusing. It's the same." The following day, within a dojo of Kamartaj, Lin Lin, now clad in the attire of the Kamartaj sorcerers, sat facing the Ancient One. The language of mysterious spells has existed since the dawn of civilization. Long ago, the Venerable Ones referred to it as incantations. In essence, it is akin to programming, the source code that constructs the fabric of reality. We draw energy from other realms within the multiverse and recite incantations to forge shields, weapons, and cast spells. As the Ancient One spoke, her hands danced gracefully, weaving magical energy into intricate lines that formed a complex magical circle before Lin Lin. With a flourish, she completed the formation, and the energy that constituted the magical array gradually dissipated. Observing this spectacle, Lin Lin's mind raced with myriad thoughts. The foundation of spell construction lies in incantations, and the energy is sourced from the multiverse and dimensional spaces. Therefore, what determines the potency of a spell? Is it the sorcerer themselves? Might this energy be substituted by an alternative, such as electrical energy? The Ancient One, taken aback by Lin Lin's capacity for comprehension, elucidated. "That is not feasible, for the energy is insufficiently potent." "Insufficiently potent?" Lin Lin pondered. "So the energy density is too low?" Lin Lin nodded slowly, then continued to inquire, is the strength of magic related to energy density? The potency of magic is multifaceted, encompassing the mage's proficiency, the magnitude of energy they can harness, and the density of that energy, Ancient One explained, somewhat impatiently. Lin Lin, pondering this, nodded again and suddenly asked, if the framework of magic consists of incantations, why did you not recite one just now? Because I am sufficiently powerful, Ancient One replied with a slight smile. Indeed, incantations form the foundation of magic. However, once one becomes adept in the art and possesses considerable strength, they can transcend the guidance of incantations and cast spells at will. Lin Lin nodded slowly. Yet a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Magic can be employed to forge shields, create weapons, and cast spells. If one could devise a source of energy to sustain magic, the fusion of technology and magic would yield tremendous possibilities. Lin Lin recalled that Tony's third-generation arc reactor's new element was likely an isotope of the space stone. Ever since Howard had acquired the Tesseract, he had never ceased his research on it, and the new element concealed within the Stark Expo model was probably derived from his discoveries related to the Tesseract. If the energy density of electricity were insufficient to power magic, then the third-generation arc reactor, possessing the new element, could very well suffice. Although the idea had taken shape, the timing was not yet ripe, and Lin Lin could only set it aside for the moment. In the ensuing days, Lin Lin immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of magic, either poring over books in the library or practicing spells, leading a life of profound fulfillment. During this time, Tony was gaining significant attention, having destroyed a F-22 fighter jet after eliminating a group of terrorists in Gamera. Although the military claimed it was a training accident, Lin Lin knew otherwise. Another individual aware of the truth was Obadiah. Laser had narrowly escaped, witnessing Tony's iron armor soar into the sky, and promptly reported the incident to him. Coupled with Laser's earlier remarks about Tony escaping the Ten Ring stronghold using that seemingly antiquated armor, Obadiah was convinced that Tony had developed a more formidable suit based on that dilapidated design. Obadiah never doubted Tony's intellect. His mind was always brimming with outlandish ideas. The armor, that shoddy suit, must be acquired, and the miniaturization of the arc reactor must be expedited. As he watched the news, Obadiah's eyes gleamed with greed and desire. Chapter 14, The Book of Vishanti. Ever since Tony glimpsed the photograph of Stark Industries weaponry appearing in Gamera, provided by reporter Christine at the Firefighters Family Fund Donation Gala, his fury became uncontrollable. He immediately confronted Obadiah, for the evidence Lin Lin had presented was from before Tony's return, a time when he had yet to announce Stark Industries' cessation of arms manufacturing. Tony could still find excuses in his mind to absolve Obadiah. However, the photograph of Stark weaponry emerging from Gamora Town, presented by Christine, was freshly captured, while Obadiah had just assured him that he had secured the board before his arrival. At that moment, Tony was utterly enraged. Originally intending to brush off the situation, Obadiah, under the barrage of Tony's inquiries and in front of numerous media cameras, boldly declared in Tony's ear, "Do you think the board ousted you? It was my signature on the order." Before leaving, Obadiah shamelessly proclaimed, "I am protecting you." Such provocations fueled Tony's fury, prompting him to take decisive action by piloting the Mark II to obliterate the terrorists in Gamora Town. Upon receiving the news, Obadiah hastily journeyed to the Middle East to meet with Raza. Having witnessed the power of the updated iron armor, Raza realized that the value of the original iron armor he possessed was far greater than he had anticipated. Thus, upon meeting Obadiah, he immediately raised his price. However, Obadiah remained unfazed and insisted on inspecting the armor first. Leaving a contingent of bodyguards behind, Obadiah entered the tent with Raza. Upon encountering the crude, hand-forged Mark I, he fell silent, carefully scrutinizing it. As he examined the hollow chest cavity, Obadiah gently caressed it, recognizing it as the location for the arc reactor, precisely what he lacked at the moment. "I can provide you with the design blueprints in exchange for a batch of iron armors. What do you say?" Raza poured a glass of whiskey and raised it towards Obadiah, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face. Obadiah received the glass with a smile, his other hand resting on Raza's shoulder, when suddenly, a sharp yet barely audible sound pierced his ear. It was the sonic incapacitation device. After silencing the Ten Rings gang, Obadiah took the Mark I with him. Previously, he had only learned from Raza that Tony had escaped using the iron armor. Now, with the prototype and blueprints in hand, Obadiah eagerly commanded the construction of Zone 16 beneath the arc reactor, enlisting the finest engineers to secretly create a prototype based on the Mark I. Unfortunately, Obadiah did not anticipate that Tony, in efforts to thwart his continued arms dealings with terrorists, had instructed Pepper to infiltrate the office and steal transaction lists and other information. Unbeknownst to him, Pepper's actions uncovered Obadiah's ironmonger production plans along with videos of Tony's abduction. After Pepper's departure, Obadiah hurried to check the computer and discovered that numerous files had been downloaded. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation and intended to pursue Pepper, only to find she was accompanied by someone else, leaving him no choice but to let her go. Subsequently, Obadiah rushed to assess the progress of his Ironmonger project, only to be met with the disheartening news that the miniaturization of the arc reactor was lagging. This revelation incensed him. After venting his frustrations, Obadiah recognized that he could not afford to wait any longer. If his arms dealings with terrorists were exposed, it would be too late. Gazing upon the colossal arc reactor before him, Obadiah was suddenly reminded of a day when Tony had showcased the miniature arc reactor right at this very spot. After all, Tony already possessed the perfect model. A surge of determination washed over Obadiah as he thought, "Those foolish individuals failed to eliminate you before. Let me take care of that this time." Before Pepper could reach Tony, Obadiah stealthily infiltrated the seaside villa. Just as Tony was about to answer Pepper's call, a jarring sound pierced the air, rendering him immobile as the peculiar sound waves numbed his nerves. At that moment, Obadiah emerged from behind him, toying with the compact sonic disruptor in his hand. "Do you remember this device?" He mused, a hint of regret in his voice. It never received government approval, but its brief incapacitating capabilities could prove useful in numerous scenarios. He regarded Tony with a calm demeanor, removing the noise-canceling earplugs from his ears, lamenting, "Initially, I contemplated your demise but feared losing my golden goose. Yet, here you are, still breathing." As he spoke, Obadiah retrieved the instruments needed to extract the arc reactor. Perhaps this was fate, allowing you to lay one last golden egg. Slowly, he extracted the arc reactor, its radiant glow filling his eyes with insatiable greed. Though the reactor was now in his grasp, its circuitry remained connected to Tony's body. However, Obadiah was in no haste. Instead, he continued to taunt, "Tony, do you truly believe these ideas are solely yours? Your father assisted in creating the atomic bomb, but can you imagine if he clung to the world as you do?" With a sudden yank, the arc reactor was entirely severed from Tony. How exquisite. A true masterpiece, destined to be your final legacy and the core of the next generation of weapons. Holding the arc reactor, Obadiah elaborated on his future, momentarily embodying the role of a friend and mentor to Tony. Yet, despite his immobility, Tony's eyes burned with defiance when Obadiah mentioned that Pepper should not have been involved. Lamenting, "I had hoped to spare her," Tony's frustration morphed into fury as he realized he could not allow Pepper to perish. 15 minutes, the duration of the sonic disruptor's incapacitation, felt like an eternity to Tony. After enduring the full 15 minutes, he found himself utterly weakened. The arc reactor was not only the power source for his suit, but also his lifeline. Struggling, he crawled toward his underground workshop, where a gift from Pepper awaited him, the previous generation arc reactor. Suddenly, a delicate voice resonated, "Mr. Stark, Merry Christmas. This is a gift from young Master Lin Lin." Before him, the coffee table began to crack open, revealing a brand new arc reactor. This brilliant contraption. With great effort, Tony managed to smile, lifting the arc reactor and pressing it against his chest. As the power surged through him, it felt as though he were a drowning man finally gasping for air. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was truly unforgettable. This young man has surprisingly managed to develop a miniature arc reactor, though it seems to surpass my own. But wait, how does he know I need this? No, I must inquire thoroughly when he returns. At present, Tony has no time to dwell on such matters. He must urgently locate Pepper, for her safety hangs in the balance. As he hastens toward the underground workshop clad in his armor, he dials Pepper's number. Meanwhile, far away in Kamar Taj, Lin Lin smiles reassuringly at the sight of Tony rushing to the underground studio on the monitor. "If you still manage to struggle with a more powerful arc reactor, I shall have quite the laugh at your expense upon my return." Lin Lin dares not gamble. For with the power of that initial arc reactor, the original storyline saw Tony narrowly securing victory. However, with the narrative now in disarray, who knows if he can still achieve success? Thus, Lin Lin had long prepared a brand new arc reactor for Tony. Upon witnessing Tony install the arc reactor he provided, Lin Lin felt a sense of relief and promptly sought out the Ancient One. "You've arrived. It seems the crisis surrounding that playboy has been resolved." The Ancient One, who was guiding a novice sorcerer, inquired upon seeing Lin Lin approach. Lin Lin nodded, indicating that it could be considered resolved. If he were unable to manage this, then he would truly deserve his fate. The Ancient One chuckled in response. "You appear cold-hearted, yet you are profoundly loyal, worrying for your brother even across great distances. Let us not dwell on this. There is a matter I would like your assistance with, though I am uncertain if you will oblige." Lin Lin did not speak directly but instead cautiously probed. The Ancient One replied, "That depends on what assistance you seek." Lin Lin pursed his lips, casting a hesitant glance at the Ancient One. "I wish to borrow the Book of Vishani. I understand that this tome is exceedingly valuable to you. If that is not possible, I shall accept it." Originally, Lin Lin was uncertain whether the Book of Vishanti resided within the Ancient One's possession, but during a casual conversation, he discovered that indeed, she held it in this world. Upon hearing this request, the Ancient One furrowed her brow. The Book of Vishanti? What do you require it for? She assumed Lin Lin sought to learn magic merely to augment his abilities. Yet borrowing the Book of Vishanti was no trivial matter. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Lin Lin stated, I have certain ideas that necessitate a wealth of magical knowledge for their realization. So, you have read all the magical tomes in the library? The Ancient One's brow furrowed slightly. Not entirely, but I have perused all that I deemed necessary, Lin Lin replied. Hearing this, the Ancient One exhaled with relief. She had feared that Lin Lin had indeed managed to read all the texts in such a short time. Then within 3 months, if you read all the books here, I shall lend you the Book of Vishanti. Consider it a test of sorts. A glimmer of jest danced in her eyes as she regarded Lin Lin. Faced with such a demanding requirement, Lin Lin, unperturbed, readily agreed. His willingness to comply astonished the Ancient One. For completing all the magical texts in Kamartaj within 3 months was no ordinary feat. An average sorcerer would require a minimum of 3 years to accomplish such a task. However, after 78 days, when Lin Lin once again stood before Gu Yi and proclaimed, I have read all the magical tomes here. Feel free to ask me anything. Gu Yi could no longer conceal her astonishment. Had Lin Lin merely asserted that he had perused the magical texts, Gu Yi might have found it amusing, perhaps even teasing him about the possibility of deceit. Yet, his bold invitation to inquire further was truly alarming. This implied not only had Lin Lin read all the magical books, but he had also committed them to memory. Are you certain? Gu Yi intently gazed into Lin Lin's eyes, searching for a hint of panic or pretense. Alas, none was found. Lin Lin, with a calm demeanor and resolute gaze, affirmed. Absolutely. Thus, it was evident that his words were indeed the truth. Unbelievable, truly astonishing. Gu Yi refrained from questioning further, simply expressing her admiration. Subsequently, she guided Lin Lin away from Kamartaj towards the Sanctum Sanctorum, the magical sanctuary in New York. On the 3rd floor of the sanctum, Gu Yi halted before a door, reciting an incantation while gesturing with her hands. Soon, intricate magical sigils materialized upon the door. As energy radiated, the entire door became adorned with these patterns, and the crevice emitted a soft glow. Once Gu Yi's incantation ceased and the energy dissipated, she pulled the door open. At that moment, an otherworldly spectacle unfolded before Lin Lin, a kaleidoscopic panorama filling the space beyond the threshold. In this enchanting realm floated a small island, upon which lay the Book of Vishanti. Go forth. You may borrow it, but cannot leave this place. You may only read it here, Gu Yi remarked, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Not even the Sorcerer Supreme can behold the Book of Vishanti. You may very well be the first. This was indeed thanks to the favor of the Master. Lin Lin smiled, lightly stepping forward towards the Book of Vishanti. He felt a profound sense of gratitude, astonished at how effortlessly he could access such an esteemed tome. Yet, this was precisely Gu Yi's intention. Although she had altered her fate for Lin Lin, she had long since resolved to embrace her mortality. Centuries of duty had left her weary to the core. Lin Lin could never inherit her mantle. Only Strange had the potential to do so. However, given the uncertainties of the future, she required Lin Lin to bear this burden, hoping he would safeguard Kamartaj, the 3 great sanctums, and Strange. Even though she had resolved to accept her demise, Gu Yi still plotted for the future. Before the Book of Vishanti, Lin Lin gazed in awe at the exquisitely bound volume, carefully lifting it from its pedestal. Upon contact, the book emanated warmth, yet possessed a metallic quality. Nevertheless, he paid no mind to such details, slowly opening the book crafted by 3 marvel deities, greedily absorbing its vast reservoir of magical knowledge. Observing Lin Lin diligently perusing the Book of Vishanti, Gu Yi nodded with satisfaction. She envisioned the young man's future, without a doubt. His magical achievements would far surpass her own. Lin Lin navigated the vast ocean of magical knowledge, while Tony, over 2 months ago, was engaged in a fierce battle against the Ironmonger. Although he had the newly crafted arc reactor left by Lin Lin, it was insufficient to counter the massive size and formidable weaponry of the Ironmonger. Utilizing ice formations from high altitudes, Tony still failed to vanquish his foe, leading him to set his sights on the large arc reactor in the exhibition hall, just as the narrative dictated. He directed Pepper to activate all circuits of the arc reactor, compelling it to overload. In contrast to the original storyline, Tony effortlessly struck the Ironmonger from the rooftop into the arc reactor, resulting in a colossal explosion that obliterated Stark Industries' factory. This series of events necessitated a public explanation from both the government and Stark Industries. Consequently, early the next morning, the military convened a press conference with Stark Industries. Holding a speech prepared by Coulson, Tony initially read from the script verbatim until he was interrupted by Christine in the audience. After a brief exchange, Tony nearly confessed to being Iron Man. Fortunately, Rhodey quickly reminded him, Tony, stick to the script. However, Upon glancing back at the script, Tony fell into silence. A phrase, almost like a solemn vow, echoed through the air, igniting a fervor among the previously calm reporters. As night fell, Tony returned to his seaside villa, where he inevitably encountered Nick Fury. Nick had resolved to persuade Tony to join his ranks, even contemplating using Tony to recruit Lin Lin and his associates. However, the ever-arrogant Tony dismissed him outright, promptly escorting Nick from the villa. 3 months later, Lin Lin emerged from the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, gazing up at the sky. Everything seemed more transparent, and his dark eyes reflected the azure expanse, as if everything were contained within his sight. On the 3rd floor of the sanctum, Ancient One silently observed this young man, filled with astonishment. 3 months within that space equated to 3 years. Remarkably, he had completed reading the Book of Vishanti in that time. It is worth noting that the Book of Vishanti is no ordinary tome. It encompasses nearly all white magic and a plethora of magical knowledge. To finish it in 3 years was already astonishing. Yet Ancient One discerned that he had not only read it, but had also thoroughly comprehended its contents. Was it that power? She understood that this young man harbored an unknown force within him, but precisely because it was unknown, even she could not fathom the extent of its strength or potential. Under her scrutiny, Lin Lin's growth had been steady, yet in the past year, his remarkable acceleration had truly taken her aback. Particularly, when Lin Lin emerged from the door that housed the Book of Vishanti, Ancient One's first sensation was one of shock, swiftly followed by fear. Although this fear was momentary, it was strikingly vivid for someone like Ancient One, who had not felt such an emotion in a long time. After Lin Lin finished reading the Book of Emperor Wei Shan, he realized that his understanding of the world had ascended to a new height, and he had gained some superficial knowledge of the Dragon Totem. What level does my current strength represent? Lin Lin pondered over his abilities, estimating that he resembled a diminished version of the neighboring film set Superman, albeit lacking certain powers such as heat vision and freezing breath. What about the biofield? That was something Lin Lin had already possessed. After numerous battles with Susan and bestowing upon her the totem seed, Lin Lin learned how to condense energy fields. Although his biofield was not yet on par with Superman's, it would undoubtedly grow stronger alongside Lin Lin's own increasing might. He also possessed abilities that surpassed those of Superman. While Superman draws strength from absorbing solar energy, Lin Lin could enhance his power through rigorous training, combat with others, and by consuming formidable artifacts. One such artifact, Victor, significantly boosted Lin Lin's strength, granting him the abilities to manipulate electricity and absorb and release energy. Consequently, each time Lin Lin passed the location housing the Eye of Agamotto, he could not help but pause in admiration, for within it lay the Time Stone. Should he consume the Time Stone, his power would experience a comprehensive and substantial enhancement. However, Lin Lin was not yet ready to confront the Ancient One. On one hand, he lacked the confidence to easily defeat her. On the other, there was no necessity for such a confrontation. Earth was not limited to a single Infinity Stone. Did the S-H-I-E-L-D not possess a Space Stone? Even if they were reluctant to part with it, the Reality Stone would inevitably come into play in due time. Calculating the timeline, Lin Lin suddenly recalled that he had absconded with Natasha. Who would Nick Fury approach to get close to Tony? Could it be Coulson? Tony's palladium poisoning was unavoidable, and discovering a new element was also imperative. Not only did Tony require a new element, but Lin Lin did as well, albeit for the amalgamation of 3 minds. Howard had developed a model for the new element based on the Tesseract, while Tony had brought that model to fruition. Lin Lin's task was to acquire from Nick Fury the energy weapons developed by Hydra using the Tesseract, or to directly request the Tesseract itself for research into its energy. Different individuals studying from varied perspectives might yield an entirely new element. Subsequently, the combination of the two could potentially give rise to an element that rivaled the energy of the Space Stone. With such an element, the magical machinery he envisioned would be entirely feasible. Even if it did not come to fruition, the new element's arc reactor would still be viable. However, Lin Lin aspired for more than mere feasibility. As he strolled down the street, his ears perked up at the report emanating from the television in a distant restaurant, announcing Tony's remarkable performance at the hearing, followed by news of Stark Industries' new leadership. Oh ho, Pepper has finally taken the helm at Stark Industries. Lin Lin held a considerable degree of agreement with Tony's decision to entrust the position to Pepper, even feeling that this transfer of responsibility should have occurred much earlier. Tony was essentially a hands-off manager, occupying a role without actively engaging in its responsibilities. It was primarily Pepper who handled the affairs of the company, thus rendering it more sensible to assign the position to her. Perhaps I, too, should seek an individual to assist me in managing the conglomerate. Most of the corporate matters were being addressed by Lin Lin, yet his energy was undeniably limited. While he could spare an hour or two at the Kamartaj, during the past 3 months dedicated to studying the Book of Vishanti, he was unable to attend to any business affairs. Lin Lin reflected on the Marvel Universe, pondering who was particularly adept at running a company. Norman Osborn. He recalled that Oscorp had indeed flourished under Norman's stewardship in the Spider-Man saga. Had it not been for the cancellation of a military project, which drove him to hastily utilize his own experiments, he would not have transformed into the Green Goblin. Ling Long, please investigate any recent news regarding Oscorp. Certainly, young master. I have compiled all news related to Oscorp from the past year. Logically, Oscorp should not have received any military contracts yet. However, that contract was advocated by Nick Fury, essentially aiming to replicate the super soldier serum. Not only Oscorp, but prior to receiving this contract, the military had already initiated a revival program under General Ross's leadership, naming it the Biotechnological Enhancement Program. Unfortunately, this initiative resulted in the emergence of the Hulk and the Unforeseen Abomination, signifying the project as failure. Even before Banner joined the Biotechnological Enhancement Program, SHIELD had already taken notice. Although General Ross had faltered, Nick Fury remained convinced that the project could still be viable, which is why he approached Oscorp. Fury's interest was piqued due to the realization that the Hulk, as he grew, was not devoid of intelligence, leading him to believe in its potential. This consequently brought about the significant contract concerning Oscorp's very existence. However, due to Lin Lin's actions, the personalities of the Hulk and Banner had merged, rendering the Green Giant no longer uncontrollable. Nick Fury was undoubtedly aware of this through Natasha. Thus, Lin Lin could not guarantee that Nick Fury would refrain from prematurely reviving the revival program. Indeed, Lin Lin soon discovered that 6 months prior, a journalist had uncovered Oscorp's collaboration with the military on a project. Ah, how fortuitous. At this juncture, if I were to merge Oscorp into my operations while dealing with Norman Osborn, it would be nothing short of perfection. To be candid, Lin Lin had long envied Tony's ability to be a hands-off manager, merely counting profits. Who wouldn't he aspire to such a life? Ling Long, assist me in contacting Norman Osborn. Of course, young master. In Manhattan, New York City, Norman Osborn, troubled by the military project, received an unexpected mysterious phone call from someone claiming to represent a technology conglomerate, piquing his curiosity. After a brief exchange, although Norman Osborn could not definitively conclude that the other party was affiliated with the tech conglomerate, he was certain that the individual was not ordinary. From the aura and confidence exhibited during their conversation, he could discern that this person was not lying and was undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the tech group. After agreeing on a meeting time, Lin Lin ended the call. Following the disconnection, Norman Osborn remained in a daze for quite some time. The tech conglomerate's business also encompassed the biotechnology sector, and perhaps Norman began to contemplate whether to seek their assistance. Even though the military project had only commenced 6 months prior, the immense difficulty and the short time frame demanded by the military had left him utterly overwhelmed. If other projects were to falter, it would be a setback. However, this was a military project. Any misstep could severely tarnish his reputation. Moreover, given the current investments, a failure would pose significant financial challenges. The dual pressures of financial strain and reputational risk weighed heavily on Norman Osborn, compelling him to resort to the perilous decision of conducting human trials on himself. Now that Lin Lin had intervened, it seemed the Green Goblin might soon vanish. Before long, Lin Lin arrived at Osborn Tower clad in athletic attire. However, the security guard at the entrance blocked his path, asserting that this was Osborn Tower, a place not accessible to just anyone. The guard scrutinized Lin Lin with disdain, his contempt unmistakable, especially given Lin's Asian features. Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "Are you implying that I am just anyone?" "Huh. Besides you, who else is just anyone?" The guard sneered. In the face of the guard's derision, Lin Lin could not help but laugh. "What gives you the audacity to deem anyone as just anyone? You flaunt your position as a security guard at Osborn Tower, earning a salary of $8,000 a month. Yet you consider someone like me, dressed in casual attire, as just anyone?" Without further ado, the guard drew his firearm, aiming it directly at Lin Lin's chest. Yet, Lin Lin stood firm, as immovable as an iron wall, regardless of the guard's insistence. The guard, astonished, gazed at Lin Lin, unable to comprehend why this Asian man, though taller, remained entirely unyielding. Despite Lin Lin's formidable physique and extraordinary strength, his muscles were not as exaggerated as those of the steroid-using bodybuilders, leading the guard to underestimate his capabilities from the outset. Observing the guard's bewilderment, Lin Lin effortlessly seized the gun from the guard's grasp and crushed it into a metal sphere. He casually returned the iron ball to the guard's trembling hand and, leaving the terrified guard behind, strode directly into Osborn Tower. Fortunately, the reception area was manned by 2 ladies, and Lin Lin was able to gain access to Norman Osborn's office on the top floor simply by scanning his face. At that moment, Norman Osborn was engrossed in his work when his phone rang unexpectedly. "There is someone claiming to be from the tech conglomerate here to see you." "The tech conglomerate? Let him in," Norman Osborn exclaimed, startled by how swiftly the individual had arrived. Nevertheless, he promptly rose to greet them. Upon seeing Lin Lin's youthful visage, clad in the most unremarkable athletic attire, Norman was momentarily taken aback. His initial conviction that the individual before him was a high-ranking member of a technological conglomerate swiftly dissipated. Noticing Norman's peculiar expression, Lin Lin raised an eyebrow and remarked with displeasure, "It appears that the arrogance of Osborn is indeed a family trait." The invisible pressure emanating from Lin Lin significantly cleared Norman's gaze, though he continued to regard him with astonishment. "You claim to be part of the technological conglomerate?" Norman inquired hesitantly. Lin Lin did not rush to respond. Instead, he proceeded to the nearby sofa and seated himself. "To be precise, the conglomerate belongs to me. Do you not even offer your guests a cup of tea? Sherry, please brew a pot of tea." After relaying this instruction to his assistant and shutting the door, Norman turned to Lin Lin with a serious demeanor. "Are you implying that you are the mastermind behind the technological conglomerate?" The notion that the obscure leader of the conglomerate could be a young individual was utterly unfathomable to Norman Osborn. Lin Lin shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Such is the reality. Believe it or not. However, should Osborn Industries fail to fulfill its military contract, you may as well resign yourselves to never receiving another order. Let me guess how much Osborn Industries has invested in this project?" Observing Lin Lin's unruffled smile, Norman felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that if Lin Lin truly represented the technological conglomerate, uncovering Osborn Industries' financial movements would be child's play. "Speak plainly. I doubt you would contact me without reason," Norman stated directly. Lin Lin smiled slightly and said, "I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals, straightforward and clear. I desire Osborn Industries." Norman's expression immediately soured, his eyes narrowing as if ready to strike Lin Lin down. However, Lin Lin merely smiled and added, "And you?" This revelation left Norman momentarily speechless. "You seek my company and me?" "Indeed," Lin Lin replied with a smile, gradually approaching Norman. "You, Norman Osborn, have propelled Osborn Industries to its current stature. But do you believe you can elevate it further?" Norman fell silent. Setting aside the military project at hand, he did not believe he could advance Osborn Industries any further. At such a level, the pursuit of greater strength was an arduous endeavor. Although Norman refrained from voicing his thoughts, Lin Lin sensed his hesitation, a sign that the idea had taken root. "I trust you comprehend the internal dilemmas plaguing Osborn Industries. Such maladies are not easily remedied. The company requires fresh blood to eradicate these chronic issues. The reason I still seek you is to have you assume a pivotal role in the merged technological conglomerate. I believe no one understands the shortcomings of Osborn Industries better than you." Lin Lin spoke persuasively, resembling a beguiling demon. Despite remaining silent, Norman found Lin Lin's words resonating deeply within him. It was undeniable that he was intrigued. As Lin Lin remarked, Osborn Industries is beset with numerous issues, and the military project serves as the proverbial straw that could break its back, albeit a rather substantial and robust one. "It seems you remain hesitant, thus. Allow me to show you the splendid vision of my technology group." With a graceful motion, Lin Lin conjured a portal, leading directly to the heart of the technology group. Chapter 16. Silver Shadow. What is this? Norman, a staunch believer in science, gazed in astonishment at the portal before him. Lin Lin offered no explanation, merely tugging at Norman's sleeve as the portal surged towards them. In a state of sheer terror, Norman recoiled, unsure whether this bizarre circle was a mere illusion or if he would be obliterated upon contact. Regrettably for him, Lin Lin grasped him firmly, and the portal whisked them both to the hall of the base. "So, what do you think? My base is rather impressive, isn't it?" Although Osborn Tower also exudes a technological aura, its decor pales in comparison to that of the base. The tower's design resembles the pinnacle of last century's technology, while the base embodies a far more futuristic aesthetic. Under normal circumstances, Norman would certainly express his admiration for the base, yet at this moment, he remained paralyzed by the remnants of his earlier fear. Lin Lin observed Norman's perplexity, asking, "Are you all right?" "All right? How could I possibly be all right? What was that just now? Was it magic? Does magic truly exist in this world?" Norman's pupils dilated in disbelief as he felt his worldview shatter in an instant. Seeing Norman's reaction, Lin Lin merely smiled calmly. "It's merely magic. Is it truly so astonishing? The essence of magic is simply another form of science. Relax. In the future, you may even hear tales of Thor, the god of thunder, descending upon Earth." "Thor? The god of thunder?" Norman gazed incredulously at Lin Lin. Lin Lin waved his hand dismissively, urging him to disregard such thoughts, and continued, "As you've seen, the technology group is far more vibrant than Osborn Industries. And I have numerous matters to address, which is why I need you to step in. May I have some time to consider?" The revelations of the day left Norman's mind in a muddled state. "I apologize for not contemplating this thoroughly. I await your response." "I hope you do not disappoint me." Lin Lin patted Norman's shoulder before summoning a portal to send him back. However, once Norman returned to his office, it took him quite some time to regain his composure. "Do not disappoint me? What does that mean? He speaks as though I am an old man. I could almost be his uncle. Norman felt a twinge of irritation. Despite his annoyance, Norman earnestly contemplated Lin Lin's words. Meanwhile, Lin Lin understood that Osborne Industries had not yet reached its final hour, and thus Norman would not make a hasty decision. When the time came, Norman would undoubtedly yield to the prospect of having an alternative path. Lin Lin surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the diligent employees, there was not a familiar face in sight. It dawned on him that he had dispatched them on an external assignment. Almost forgetting, Lin Lin slapped his forehead in realization and promptly summoned a portal, heading straight for Xavier's Academy. During his time at Camartage, Lin Lin, having mastered the art of summoning portals, would often visit Susan and her companions whenever he had a moment. However, during the 3 months he immersed himself in the study of the Book of Vishanti, he was so absorbed that he neglected even the most basic human needs, leaving him no time to see them. In the realm where the Book of Vishanti was kept, abundant cosmic energy allowed Lin Lin to remain in a state akin to fasting for 3 years, thus he had no need for sustenance. Dear readers, please do not overthink this. The environment here is truly splendid. It would indeed serve well as a sanatorium or retirement home. Lin Lin often found himself reflecting on this whenever he visited Xavier's Academy. The surroundings were simply exquisite. As Lin Lin was lost in his thoughts, a faint rustle from behind startled him, prompting him to turn abruptly. Huh, who are you? Lin Lin exclaimed, somewhat surprised to see a girl standing behind him. She had an Asian appearance, with dark purple hair and striking emerald green eyes that were even more captivating than her remarkable figure. At that moment, Lin Lin's heart raced with astonishment. My goodness, she looks just like a mold of Blink from X-Men, Days of Future Past. I am Clarice Ferguson. You may call me Blink, she said, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized Lin Lin, intrigued to meet someone with a similar ability for the first time. What is your name? Is your power also to create portals? Lin Lin chuckled softly. What I possess is magic, not a superpower. With a flick of his wrist, a magical circle appeared, transforming into a shield, which he then dispelled with another wave of his hand. Blink was utterly amazed by such a remarkable ability. Zero Stark. But you can call me Lin Lin, he replied with a smile. By the way, how old are you? I'm 16. Don't let my age fool you. My ability is quite formidable. I can summon portals. With that, Blink gestured towards a large stone nearby, and a swirl of distorted spatial energy manifested beneath it in an instant. The energy erupted, forming a portal shrouded in purple mist. The stone, influenced by gravity, fell into the portal, yet it landed just short of Lin Lin. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Blink puffed out her chest with confidence, a radiant smile on her face. Lin Lin, seeing her confidence, felt a twinge of reluctance to dampen her spirits. But for her own good, he decided to demonstrate a bit of skill. While her proficiency in opening portals was commendable, it lacked flexibility and control. Lin Lin gestured once more, drawing a circle, and another golden portal materialized beneath the large stone. This time, as the stone descended, Lin Lin clenched his fist sharply, closing the portal. With a resounding thud, half of the stone was transported above, landing upon the remaining portion, shattering it into pieces. You see, the essence of mastering portals lies in timing and energy management. Both of these aspects still require refinement on your part, Lin Lin remarked with a meaningful glance. Blink, gazing at the scattered debris, looked up at Lin Lin with her wide emerald eyes filled with astonishment. Wow, that's incredible. As Lin Lin gazed at the adoring eyes of Shanshu, he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, the journey of life is long. One must always strive to learn more. But alas, I cannot indulge you further. I must meet with the professor. With a gentle step, Lin Lin levitated gracefully towards the distant castle. Old fellow, do not urge me with your thoughts. It is quite bothersome, Lin Lin remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Charles, seemingly unfazed, replied, what should I do, then? Should I resort to shouting through a loudspeaker to prevent you from disturbing the female students of our academy? Disturbing? Which of your eyes perceived my actions as such? I was merely instructing her. Your academy is no different from a refuge. It fails to teach students how to properly harness their abilities and neglects instilling a correct moral compass. It is utterly ineffectual, initially intending to maintain a cordial demeanor. Lin Lin felt compelled to dismiss any baseless accusations of harassment. However, within the office, Charles maintained a gentlemanly smile, welcoming Lin Lin as he entered. Welcome, Mr. Stark. Upon witnessing Charles' smile, Lin Lin let out a discontented hum. In just a few short months, Mr. Stark had become increasingly inscrutable. At that moment, Charles appeared exceedingly respectful. Yet Lin Lin found it rather discomforting. There is no need for such formality. I have no intention of taking out my frustrations on someone like you, Lin Lin said, taking a seat while casting an annoyed glance at the bald man. Charles, wearing a sly smile, inquired, so, are you here to visit them again? Thanks to you. The educational system of the academy has become more refined. Lin Lin scoffed. You possess a significant misconception regarding your own abilities. You often perceive yourselves as a separate entity, which is profoundly foolish. I ask you, if a serum were to be developed that could eliminate mutant powers, would that be a good thing or a bad thing? Charles hesitated, pondering deeply before resolutely declaring, I do not believe it would be a good thing. Well, you see, you only consider one side of the argument. Perhaps it is a consequence of your genes, but you tend to view matters in black and white. Lin Lin articulated, somewhat exasperated. Your greatest flaw lies in your assumptions. Do you understand why mutants face discrimination? Is it solely due to their abilities? That is merely one aspect. Immense power invokes fear in the weak, undoubtedly. But so does extraordinary appearance. If such a serum were to exist in the future, why should it not allow them the freedom to choose? Many mutants internally reject their powers, including the burdens associated with their extraordinary appearances. Upon hearing this, Charles immediately sought to argue. Yet Lin Lin was not inclined to allow him the opportunity. I understand your concerns. You fear that if such a serum were to exist, the government would launch a massacre against you, correct? Charles fell silent, for indeed, that was his thought. However, this mentality epitomizes the typical American gun culture. Lin Lin then posed another question. If you were to lose your powers, why would the government pursue your extermination? Without your abilities, how do you differ from ordinary people? The slaughter of your kind would be no different from the government massacring civilians. Your greatest misconception lies in the belief that possessing abilities grants you the right to negotiate with the government. However, you overlook a fundamental truth. This world is not solely divided between mutants and ordinary individuals. You are not the only ones endowed with extraordinary capabilities. Relationships do not transition from one extreme to another. Your bond with Eric was forged through a mutual recognition of your identities as mutants. Yet it was your divergent views on the relationship between mutants, ordinary people, and the government that led to your separation. At the core, both of you harbor distrust towards the government. Eric has chosen to resist it, while you have opted to engage with it to secure greater living space for mutants. Charles gazed at Lin Lin in astonishment, not expecting an outsider to elucidate the intricate dynamics within their mutant community so astutely. There is no need to look at me with such surprise, Lin Lin remarked, crossing her legs gracefully. Those involved are often blinded by their circumstances, while the observer sees clearly. I can now offer you a compromise. A compromise? What sort of compromise? Charles inquired. Lin Lin smiled subtly, sensing she had piqued his interest. Your government is untrustworthy, yet our super alliance is worthy of your trust. We advocate for the notion that abilities are innate. You may choose to relinquish your powers and embrace the constraints of governmental law. Or you may choose to accept your abilities and likewise adhere to the laws of the alliance. I can empower mutants with the right to choose, alleviating your fears of persecution from the government or ordinary individuals. Charles remained skeptical, questioning, alliance laws? Is this not merely a veiled oppression of mutants? Oppression? Lin Lin furrowed her brow, countering. Do you perceive adherence to laws as oppression? Have you not even considered understanding these laws before labeling them as such? With great power comes great responsibility. To wield abilities recklessly, do you consider that freedom, free from oppression? Lin Lin's probing question stirred a sense of unease within Charles. His pursuit was for the harmonious integration of mutants and ordinary people. However, Lin Lin's proposition implied that some mutants would voluntarily become ordinary individuals, while those who resisted would be bound by an alternative set of laws, which he perceived as an imposition of dual shackles upon them. With great power comes great responsibility. Charles echoed Lin Lin's earlier words, resonating deeply within him. Indeed, this responsibility extends beyond merely safeguarding the world and its populace. It encompasses self-restraint among those endowed with abilities. One cannot expect all wielders of power to be virtuous. Even ordinary people possess both good and evil. The potential harm that a malevolent individual can inflict is unfathomable, and the threat posed by a corrupt mutant is even more terrifying. Lin Lin regarded Charles earnestly. He sighed deeply, fully aware of this truth. The mere incident with Jean's rampage had left him unnerved, and he could hardly fathom the implications of Mr. Reed's impending call. Just as Lin Lin and Charles were concluding their discussion, Reed's call came through. Lin Lin offered an apologetic glance at Charles, who smiled in response. Feel free to take it. Lin Lin rose and stepped outside to take a phone call. My goodness, you finally answered. Upon connecting, Lin Lin was met with the excited voice of Lyde. What is the rush? Do you need something? Lin Lin was somewhat surprised. Lyde seldom reached out to him. Lyde hastily relayed that General Hage had been looking for him, expressing a hint of resignation, since I couldn't get in touch with you. I took the liberty to agree to help him create a sensor to precisely locate that entity. Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Silver Surfer? Does that mean the planet Devourer is approaching? A wave of unease washed over him. The planet Devourer was no ordinary adversary, and Lin Lin himself was uncertain if he could handle it. However, allowing it to consume Earth was out of the question. Should he enlist Ancient One for assistance? Lin Lin shook his head. Ancient One was the kind of person who wouldn't act until the very end. He recalled that in the finale of Fantastic Four 2. Silver Surfer had self-destructed to eliminate the planet Devourer. In that light, perhaps the threat wasn't as formidable as it seemed. However, having watched several analysis videos by Marvel enthusiasts, Lin Lin noted their skepticism about whether that was merely a manifestation of the planet Devourer, as its true power was far beyond that. Thus, it was challenging to ascertain if the impending arrival of the planet Devourer would also be a mere projection. Nevertheless, Lin Lin set aside his thoughts and directly inquired, "So, have you located that entity?" It seems that entity does not wish to be detected and has destroyed the sensor. However, it is certain that it possesses a high level of intelligence, Lyde remarked, glancing at the half-melted sensor with trepidation. Furthermore, according to General Hage's intelligence, bizarre meteorological disasters had simultaneously emerged worldwide, with some remote areas experiencing massive sinkholes up to 200 meters in diameter. Lin Lin furrowed his brow. Silver Surfer had been active on Earth for quite some time, indicating that the planet Devourer was imminent. Everything felt so passive. Lyde. Detect that entity's energy fluctuations and magnetic field variations, and calculate its trajectory to send to me. Lin Lin was consumed with urgency. He needed to address Silver Surfer swiftly. Wait, are you suggesting that this entity is a person? Or perhaps an alien? Lyde inquired, bewildered. Indeed, it is an alien. However, our greatest foe is not it. It is merely a servant. Its master is the true terror. Lin Lin urged, reluctant to divulge too much. The more they knew, the greater their fear would become. With a heavy sigh, Lin Lin pondered the implications. If the true form of the planet Devourer arrived, even Ancient One, with the Time Stone, might struggle to protect Earth. The situation seemed dire. Suddenly, Charles's voice emerged from behind Lin Lin. What is going on? Lin Lin managed a wry smile. It's quite serious, so serious that Earth may face annihilation. Charles was taken aback, hastily asking, what exactly is happening? The threat to Earth is not confined to its surface. It also comes from outer space. An incredibly powerful entity has set its sights on Earth, intending to consume all life on the planet. And its minion is already here to guide it. Lin Lin let out a long sigh. Pondering the current predicament, he could not ascertain whether the entity that had arrived was the true self or merely a projection. Should it be a projection? There might still be a chance of victory. However, if it were the true self, all hope would be lost. Chapter 17. Preparations before battle. Charles wore an exceedingly grim expression. The aura emanating from Lin Lin was far more terrifying than that of the rampaging Qi. Her fury stemmed from her inability to control her own powers, rendering her irrational. In contrast, Lin Lin's formidable strength was grounded in his lucid state of mind. Yet, even someone of such prowess exhibited a sense of bleakness, leaving Charles to ponder how formidable the one intent on annihilating Earth must truly be. Noticing Charles seemed to be influenced by his own demeanor, Lin Lin hastily reassured him, everything remains uncertain. Do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps it is merely a projection. And it may not be as difficult to handle as one might think, is it not? Charles offered a faint smile in response to Lin Lin's consolation. If there is anything I can assist with, Mr. Stark, do not hesitate to ask. Gratefully acknowledging Charles's goodwill, Lin Lin merely uttered a thank you and refrained from further discussion. After all, Galactus was no minor adversary. Even a projection would pose a challenge. And only a handful of individuals on Earth could contend with such a being. This world diverged significantly from the universe of Marvel Comics, devoid of many of the preposterously powerful entities. Currently, only the Ancient One remained a viable ally. Lin Lin contemplated whether to summon the Ancient One. However, considering that Silver Surfer had arrived long before his emergence from seclusion, yet the Ancient One had not mentioned a word, it was evident that she had no desire to involve herself. Did she believe he could handle it alone? Or was it that Lin Lin found himself uncertain as to the Ancient One's true intentions? Although his arrival had rendered the future unpredictable, he was confident the Ancient One could foresee the immediate future. It appeared that in her vision, Galactus posed no threat. Perhaps this Galactus was merely a projection. Relieved by this realization, Lin Lin felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Regardless of whether it was a projection or not, preparations were still in order. With a wave of farewell to Charles, Lin Lin conjured a portal and departed. Despite the impending battle, he could not neglect to visit Susan, after 3 months of silence. Outside, Susan was instructing her students on how to control their abilities when she noticed their attention had shifted elsewhere. Curiously, she followed their gaze and found Lin Lin beaming at her. In an instant, Susan was overcome with emotion, rushing toward Lin Lin and throwing herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. You bad person. You haven't come to see me in ages, you big rascal. Nestled in Lin Lin's arms, Susan sobbed while playfully hitting his chest. The students, witnessing the scene, were utterly astonished. Their usually stoic teacher, Susan, was now weeping like a little girl in the embrace of a young man. It was truly a sight to behold. I'm sorry, my dear. Lin Lin whispered tenderly into Susan's ear. I have missed you so much. Their eyes locked in a profound gaze, and ultimately, it was Susan who initiated the kiss, cupping Lin Lin's face and pressing her lips against his. Their lips met in a passionate embrace, reluctant to part. As the onlooking students widened their eyes in astonishment, a few soon began to jeer and shout, with others eagerly joining in the raucous display. However, Lin Lin and Susan remained unfazed, indulging in their embrace for several minutes before reluctantly parting ways. Lin Lin then visited Banner, Bronsky, and Johnny, except for Johnny, who seemed somewhat weary of the teaching life. Even Bronsky appeared to have embraced his role as an educator. Before departing, Lin Lin sought out Natasha. Watching Natasha from a distance as she conducted her class left him rather astonished. The current Natasha bore no resemblance to a spy, agent, or assassin. She exuded an air of purity, as though she had shed her former self. Despite her past disguises, Lin Lin had always sensed a faint trace of bloodshed surrounding her, reminiscent of someone rising from a pile of corpses. Now, however, Natasha seemed to have wholly transformed into a teacher. Both Susan and Natasha yearned for the simplicity of an ordinary life, yet various circumstances rendered their existences anything but mundane. Susan adapted swiftly to her change in identity, while Natasha found herself ensnared in a quagmire from which she could not escape. The day spent in the Red Room haunted her as an inescapable nightmare. Her hands were stained with blood, a mark that could never be cleansed, and it was through this that Nick Fury had recruited her into S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, Lin Lin offered her a different choice. Within just a few months, it seemed Natasha had forgotten her past, genuinely embracing her role as a teacher. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the students dispersed with exuberance. Natasha appeared to have sensed Lin Lin's arrival, turning to look in his direction. "A busy person like you. How do you find the time to come today?" she teased as she approached him. "I was too busy before. But now that I have a moment, here I am," Lin Lin replied, subtly gesturing as two chairs materialized behind him and Natasha. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the chairs, Natasha's eyes widened. "Magic? Have you truly mastered magic?" she inquired, tapping the solid wooden chair, which felt robust and certainly not foldable. Lin Lin, taken aback, responded, "Haven't you seen me use portals? That's magic." It dawned on Natasha that this was not merely a display of blinking superpowers but indeed magic. "Enough about that. What about you? It's clear you enjoy this place," Lin Lin said with a smile, watching Natasha. She turned to gaze at the group of playful students. Almost as if speaking to herself, they possessed the childhood I longed for, the life I yearned to lead. In them, I see another version of myself, the one who never entered the Red Room. The past is but a memory. The future remains uncertain. Release the shadows of others' pasts and embrace the future that is yours. Lin Lin gradually rose, gently stroking Natasha's head in a comforting gesture. Suddenly, Natasha seized Lin Lin's hand, standing up with tears in her eyes, expressing, "Thank you. Thank you for showing me a different life." She embraced him tightly, kissing his lips. In that fleeting moment, Lin Lin's mind buzzed with overwhelming sensations. The kiss took her by surprise, and by the time Lin Lin came to her senses, Natasha had already vanished. Inside the castle of Xavier Academy, Susan, beaming with joy, watched Natasha dash back to her room and remarked, "What's this? Are you shy too?" With her cheeks flushed, Natasha shot Susan a playful glare. "And you say that? It was your ridiculous idea." Susan stepped forward, enveloping Natasha in an embrace, and replied, "Ridiculous idea? Your radiant expression tells a different story." Confused, Natasha looked at Susan. "Why did you push me towards Lin Lin?" After a brief silence, Susan slowly articulated, "He's concealing something from me. Though I am unaware of the specifics, I can sense it is significant. When he visited, he appeared composed. Yet his eyes betrayed his secrets. Typically, he cannot resist throwing me onto the bed upon our meetings, but today felt like a final farewell." Natasha's expression shifted. She too had sensed Lin Lin was hiding something, yet she assumed it was merely her imagination. "So, you wish for us to keep him with us?" Natasha inquired, perplexed. Susan, somewhat shy, nodded and added, "It's not just that. He is incredibly formidable in bed, and I can barely keep up. Yet he has truly been able to unleash himself, hence my concern." Natasha was momentarily taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "Is it really that exaggerated?" Unbeknownst to Lin Lin, the two were plotting something, but his time was limited. He had intended to spend quality moments with them, but alas, circumstances had shifted unexpectedly. Through the portal, Lin Lin arrived at the seaside villa in Malberry, only to find that Tony was absent. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin Lin." With just a thought, the entire villa materialized in Lin Lin's mind, yet Tony was nowhere to be found. Indeed, not a soul was present. "Jarvis, where is Tony?" "Mr. Stark is currently participating in the International Grand Prix in Monaco." Lin Lin furrowed his brows, exclaiming in frustration, "This guy? Even with health issues, he's gallivanting about." Though he grumbled, Lin Lin understood that Tony, feeling his mortality, sought thrills in the fleeting moments. Reluctantly, Lin Lin summoned the portal once more, heading straight to the Paris Hotel in Monaco. As Lin Lin approached the hotel entrance, the doorman immediately raised a hand to halt him. "Sir, We cannot admit those who are improperly attired. Huh? Lin Lin paused, thinking the remark sounded vaguely familiar. He instinctively responded, what constitutes proper attire? At the very least, a tie is required. The doorman's reply was eerily coincidental, causing Lin Lin to tilt his head in disbelief. However, the doorman's dismissive expression indicated he was entirely oblivious to the reference. Lin Lin tightened his collar, giving it a slight shake. I have one. In an instant, sparks erupted from his collar, transforming his casual attire into a fitted, all-black suit. Under the astonished gaze of the doorman, Lin Lin strode confidently into the hotel. Lin Lin? Upon suddenly encountering a familiar figure, Pepper was taken aback and hurriedly approached to pat him on the shoulder. Lin Lin. Pepper. Lin Lin turned back with a smile. However, Pepper maintained a stern expression and said, stop grinning. Where have you been all this time? Tony mentioned you are the head of a technology group. What is going on? Before Pepper could continue, a chorus of gasps from the crowd interrupted her. Sensing trouble, Pepper quickly glanced at the television broadcasting live, only to see a bizarre individual standing in the middle of the racetrack, effortlessly slicing a race car in half with a whip. Don't panic. I'll handle this. Lin Lin reassured her. Although Pepper was filled with anxiety at that moment, upon hearing Lin Lin's intention to intervene, she immediately protested. No, those are race cars. It's too dangerous. Lin Lin chuckled and pointed towards a nearby window, which then disintegrated into fine particles, revealing a direct view of the racetrack. With a gentle leap, Lin Lin floated out through the window before the astonished onlookers. Is he a superhero? Magic? This is magic. The crowd behind Lin Lin buzzed with excitement, many pulling out their phones to snap photos. Pepper was momentarily stunned, unable to process what was happening. Meanwhile, Lin Lin had soared above the racetrack, observing as Tony's blue and white race car barreled towards the whip. Without hesitation, Lin Lin dove down and waved his hand towards the whip, summoning magical chains that erupted from the ground to ensnare it in place. Unbeknownst to Tony, who continued to accelerate forward, chaos loomed ahead. Stop! A force field of energy enveloped Tony and his car, and with a flick of Lin Lin's wrist, both Tony and the vehicle floated into the air. What the heck is happening? Tony exclaimed in shock. Silence! Lin Lin commanded. You're just bored and looking for thrills. Huh? Lin Lin, is that you? Tony asked, astonished to see Lin Lin hovering in midair. Suddenly, Tony caught sight of the wreckage on the racetrack below, mistakenly attributing it to Lin Lin's actions. He hurriedly advised, Brother, what are you doing? This is dangerous and illegal. Although I'm Iron Man, I can't save you if you keep this up. Lin Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation and with a snap of his fingers, sent Tony into a deep slumber. The organizers promptly halted the race, thankfully without any casualties. After gently setting Tony and his car down, Lin Lin walked over to Ivan Vanko, observing his gear and the arc reactor on his chest. Lin Lin raised an eyebrow and muttered, somewhat subpar. Even the arc reactor Tony tinkered with in that cave is superior to yours. Ivan Vanko glared at Lin Lin. You and your family of thieves and butchers. He spat out the toothpick he had been chewing towards Lin Lin, but it never reached him, disintegrating into ash upon contact with a spark. Thief? Butcher? Lin Lin couldn't help but laugh heartily. How utterly absurd. I won't bother explaining anything to you. You might as well remain in prison for the rest of your life. With that, Lin Lin raised his hand and erased all of Ivan's memories. In truth, Lin Lin's original plan did not involve interfering with Ivan Wank. He intended to utilize Ivan's hand to push Hammer into the abyss, enabling him to acquire all of Hammer's assets. However, Lin Lin's mind was no longer preoccupied with such calculations. Ivan, having had all his memories erased, fainted instantly. Subsequently, Lin Lin transported Pepper and Tony back to the villa in Malibu. Lin Lin, is this magic? Pepper gazed at him in terror. Lin Lin remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. He then turned his attention to the sofa, where Tony was soundly asleep, and with a casual wave of his hand, he awakened him. Lin Lin. You can't, Tony yelled, sitting up abruptly. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, realizing he was home. Upon turning, he encountered Lin Lin's expression of exasperation. Was that just a dream? Tony questioned, his confusion evident. No, it wasn't a dream. He quickly deduced this as he observed himself clad in racing attire. Dream? Nonsense. You nearly got cleaved in two. Lin Lin, disinterested in further explanation, directed his gaze at Pepper. She nodded and recounted the events that had transpired, while Lin Lin stepped outside to make a phone call. By the time he returned, Tony had grasped the situation and was preparing to apologize to Lin Lin. However, Lin Lin completely ignored him, instead conjuring several magical circles above Tony's head. As these circles descended, Tony, perplexed, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if every part of his being had been cleansed. You, as an elder brother, are truly incompetent. Why must I, as your younger brother, resolve everything for you? You've been suffering from palladium poisoning for so long, and you still had the leisure to participate in racing. How indulgent. Lin Lin could not resist teasing Tony. Unfazed, Tony inquired. What did you just do to me? I feel better? Better? Nonsense. Lin Lin retorted without reservation. I merely used magic to expunge the toxins from your body in one go. As long as you continue to utilize your current arc reactor, palladium poisoning will ultimately be your fate. You know everything. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Lin Lin's extensive knowledge. I know far more than you can imagine, Lin Lin replied. Shortly, a certain individual will deliver something to you, a package containing items left behind by my father. Moreover, in Pepper's office, there is a model from the exposition that my father attended, which is precisely the new element you have been searching for. Lin Lin directly revealed the solution to Tony. A new element. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. The call Lin Lin made earlier was to Nick Fury, from whom he not only requested Howard Stark's research materials but also obtained energy weapons produced by Hydra during World War II with the Tesseract. In fact, Lin Lin had also asked for the Tesseract itself, but alas, the stubborn Fury refused to part with it. Lin Lin had threatened Fury regarding the Devourer of Worlds, but the man appeared unyielding, seemingly confident in his leverage over Captain Marvel, rendering him unafraid of the true nature of the planet Devourer. Since he was unwilling to yield, Lin Lin also found no reason to persist in his demands. Indeed, I shall take my leave for a moment. Lin Lin summoned a portal directly to the warehouse housing the Hydra weapons. Chapter 18. The Arrival of Doom. As Lin Lin gazed down upon the colossal metallic crates, he was genuinely taken aback. The vast warehouse was brimming with enormous metal boxes, which undoubtedly contained the energy weapons manufactured by Hydra. Lin Lin gently descended before one of these immense crates, slowly raising his hand. As his fingers twitched, the lock on the box automatically released. The moment the metal crate opened, a faint blue light emanated from the crevice. Observing the energy grenades glowing with a cerulean hue within the box, Lin Lin beckoned with a finger, and one of the grenades soared into his grasp. Such abundant energy. It is indeed drawn directly from the Tesseract. Bang! As Lin Lin spoke, he crushed the grenade with his bare hands. The ferocious blue energy surged through his fingers, scorching his clothing into tatters, yet he remained unscathed. Impressive power. The Tesseract can indeed produce such energy weapons in bulk. Truly, the Tesseract is fraught with peril. Lin Lin contemplated the notion of seizing the Tesseract from Nick Fury. His hesitation to confront Fury stemmed from the latter's governmental backing, coupled with Hydra's insidious infiltration into Saintly and the government, which could easily turn them against him. This was not the outcome Lin Lin desired. While overwhelming power may appear to grant one the freedom to act without restraint, Lin Lin was not a madman. He yearned for the pleasures of modern society, desiring to create a sanctuary for those he loved and who loved him, rather than a desolate wasteland. Of course, sufficient strength could also facilitate domination, but Lin Lin lacked the ambition and energy for such endeavors. Human nature is inherently self-interested. Lin Lin merely wished to live well. Were it not for the treacherous nature of the Marvel Universe, he would have no inclination to form a super alliance. However, the circumstances had shifted. Lin Lin valued his life greatly. To confront a planet devourer without any trump cards? A fanciful dream. No, it is prudent to clutch an infinity stone for insurance. Ultimately, Lin Lin resolved that he must acquire the Tesseract. A phone call was placed to Nick Fury's mobile. Nick, where's the Tesseract? Lin Lin inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened considerably. First, you shall either refer to me as Nick Fury or simply Fury. Do not call me Nick. Secondly, I will never grant you the Tesseract, Fury retorted vehemently. In Fury's estimation, although Lin Lin was formidable, he was not yet powerful enough to oppose Saintly. I anticipated such a response, Lin Lin scoffed, rolling his eyes. Ling Long, have you pinpointed that Black Egg's location? Location of Nick Fury has been established. Ling Long replied. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Lin's phone transformed into a map interface, with a flashing red dot indicating Fury's position. With the location secured, the next step was movement. In an instant, a portal opened, and Lin Lin appeared directly behind Nick Fury. Where is the Tesseract? This time, Lin Lin's tone was far from cordial. The sudden appearance of Lin Lin genuinely startled Nick Fury. With a look of astonishment, Nick Fury turned to Lin Lin and inquired, how did you end up here? Although he was aware of Lin Lin's activities in Morocco, he only knew that Lin Lin had made Tony and Pepper disappear, unaware that they had been teleported back to the Malibu villa. Moreover, the data regarding Howard that Lin Lin requested to remain with Saintly had merely been sent over by Nick Fury's orders, without any knowledge that Tony and the others were at Malibu. Thus, Nick Fury was completely oblivious to Lin Lin's teleportation abilities. What matters is not how I got here, but rather the whereabouts of the Tesseract, Lin Lin said, slowly approaching Nick Fury, an invisible aura pressing down upon him. At that moment, Nick Fury realized that the young Asian before him was no longer the person he once knew. This sense of oppression was something he had never encountered before. Stop. Nick Fury urgently raised his hand, as the terrifying aura left him gasping for breath. Lin Lin halted, his dark eyes fixating coldly on him. Should Nick Fury persist in his obstinacy and refuse to disclose the Tesseract's location, Lin Lin was prepared to resort to certain measures. However, he was uncertain of the consequences that might follow such actions. At this moment, Nick Fury appeared relatively composed, yet the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. I can provide you with the Tesseract, but you must clarify what this planet devourer truly is. Is it really as dangerous as you say? Nick Fury remained skeptical of Lin Lin's claims. Lin Lin scoffed. Very well, I will tell you this one last time. Regardless of your willingness, I will secure the Tesseract. The planet devourer, as its name suggests, is a being that survives by consuming planets. While I cannot ascertain its full strength, even one of its avatars could effortlessly devour Earth. I understand that you are relying on Captain Marvel to come to the rescue, but will she arrive in time? Even if she does, she may not be able to defeat an avatar of the planet devourer. You know Carol? Nick Fury asked, surprised as he looked at Lin Lin. Lin Lin replied indifferently, I know far more than you realize. Now tell me, where have you hidden the Tesseract? If it weren't for the film not addressing the whereabouts of the Tesseract during this time period, Lin Lin would have taken it without further ado. Nick Fury thought to himself, if you know more than I do, why do you still ask me where the Tesseract is? Of course. He dared not voice this thought aloud. It was clear to Nick Fury that if he did not surrender the Tesseract, the outcome would likely not be favorable. Reluctantly, he disclosed the location of the Tesseract, the base. Lin Lin, armed with 2 crates of Hydra energy weapons and the Tesseract, plunged into his workspace. 3 days later, a call from Reed compelled Lin Lin to emerge from his studio. So my next destination is London? Lin Lin asked, gazing at the location displayed on the screen. Ryder nodded thoughtfully, and then remarked, based on his magnetic field, I have discovered that every planet he has traversed has, without exception, been depleted, reduced to mere lifeless orbs. I am aware of this. He is merely a servant, tasked with seeking energy-rich planets for his master to consume. The planets you have found are those that have already been devoured. As for Norrin Laird, I harbor no fondness for him. Although he became a servant to the Star Devourer to save his own home planet, it is not his fault. However, he has brought the Star Devourer to Earth, putting our world in peril. As an inhabitant of Earth, how could I possibly empathize with him? Our positions are fundamentally opposed, devoid of right or wrong. Therefore, I shall not show him any mercy. Summoning a portal, Lin Lin found himself in the outskirts of London, amid the embrace of the forest. With his eyes gently closed, he quietly attuned himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations. In a short while, a formidable surge of energy rushed forth. Arriving at the location deduced by Ryder in the blink of an eye, Lin Lin observed Norrin Laird burrowing into the earth, and as he delved deeper, confirming that his presence went undetected, Lin Lin began to weave a magical array with a flourish of his hands. Norrin Laird possessed a silver surfboard granted by the Star Devourer, which significantly amplified his abilities, enabling him to even traverse at the speed of light, a feat beyond Lin Lin's current capabilities. Thus, it was imperative to ensnare him and separate him from the surfboard. Lin Lin was utterly convinced that should he consume that surfboard, it would surpass even 10 victors in value. Unbeknownst to him, Victor had already become a standard of measurement. With layers of magical formations intricately woven together, Lin Lin was confident that once Norrin Laird emerged, he would be ensnared like an insect caught in a spider's web, completely at his mercy. Soon, the now excavating Norrin soared towards the cave's mouth on his surfboard, but as he broke through the exit, the complex magical array suddenly illuminated, ensnaring him like a vast net. Norrin struggled mightily. However, the more he fought, the more radiant the magical array became, rendering his escape impossible. No need to struggle. The more you resist, the more energy you shall expend, Lin Lin declared, extending his hand toward Norrin, from which several magical chains surged forth, wrapping around the silver surfboard. With a slight tug, he drew the surfboard towards him. As the silver surfboard hurtled in his direction, the black gold dragon pattern on Lin Lin's chest flared to life. With a resounding roar that echoed through the forest, an ethereal black gold dragon emerged from within Lin Lin, its massive jaws opening wide to devour the silver surfboard. After consuming the surfboard, the dragon displayed a hint of satisfaction in its eyes before retreating back into Lin Lin. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Lin Lin closed his eyes in delight, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of power rising within. Indeed, quite splendid. Without that surfboard, capturing you will prove somewhat troublesome. Lin Lin wore an expression of enjoyment, utterly indifferent to Norrin's current state of furious indignation. Stripped of his silver surfboard, Norrin Laird revealed his true form. Lin Lin waved his hand, and the magical array enveloped Norrin tightly, severing its connection to the cave entrance. Shortly after, a portal materialized beneath his feet, transporting him back to his workspace in the base. Upon returning, Lin Lin's foremost intention was to interrogate this extraterrestrial companion. Willingly serving as a pawn to a planet devourer for the sake of his homeworld, he sought to find life-bearing planets. How shall I phrase it? Do you consider yourself quite grand, Lin? Lin Lin cast a sardonic glance at Lin, who was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that an alien native would be aware of his name, let alone the reason behind his allegiance to the Star Eater. Who exactly are you? And how do you know all this? Norin inquired, bewildered. Lin Lin disregarded his question and instead pressed, how long until the planet devourer arrives on Earth? Norin merely glanced at Lin Lin with indifference before closing his eyes, clearly unwilling to converse further. Lin Lin chuckled softly, then raised his hand to establish a barrier, calmly stating, if I were you, and I had brought the planet devourer to your home world, what would you do? After that, he fell silent. Yet the magical array constraining Norin tightened relentlessly. Initially, he could endure the torment of being constricted, but as dark green blood began to seep forth and the array's patterns sank into his flesh, Norin could no longer suppress his cries of agony. However, the barrier muffled his sounds, and Lin Lin chose to ignore him, turning his focus back to preparing equipment to combat the Star Eater. Lin Lin intended to use the Cosmic Cube as an energy source to forge a set of magical armor. This was merely the initial step. If the armor proved ineffective, he would extract the Cosmic Cube and transform the armor into a colossal explosive device, detonating it at the core of the Star Eater. After all, the Silver Shadow in the movies accomplished this. And Lin Lin harbored doubts that a suit infused with the energy of the Cosmic Cube would be less effective than a Silver Shadow. Should this strategy fail to vanquish the Star Eater, he would resort to consuming the Cosmic Cube himself. He was uncertain of the enhancement the Cosmic Cube, containing the space gem, would bestow upon the totem, yet this was the most direct approach. In truth, Lin Lin had contemplated whether he could gather all the nuclear weapons in the world to unleash upon the Star Eater, but he quickly dismissed that notion. A simultaneous detonation of all the world's nuclear arms would only lead to humanity's self-destruction without harming the Earth itself. How could it possibly damage the Star Eater? Therefore, Lin Lin settled on these two plans. Time flew by, and before he realized it, it had grown late into the night. Suddenly, Lin Lin paused in his work and turned sharply to the sight of Lin, who was convulsing and drenched in blood. Oh, I became so engrossed that I nearly forgot about you. I initially intended to torment you for only an hour or two, yet here I am. Having lost track of time for over 10 hours, Lin Lin hurriedly dispelled the magical array, which had already penetrated Norin's flesh, revealing the green of his bones. Observing this, Lin Lin quickly cast several healing spells. If he allowed Norin to perish, where would he obtain information about the Star Eater? Fortunately, Norin, being a member of a robust extraterrestrial species, along with the potency of Lin Lin's healing magic, soon saw the grievous wounds, visible down to the bone, begin to mend. The excessive loss of blood has left Norlin in a dire state. What are your thoughts? As he observed Lin Lin, who sat with his legs crossed, Norlin trembled with fear, feeling as if he was not facing an inhabitant of Earth, but rather a demon from the depths of hell. The seemingly simple magical bindings inflicted pain upon Norlin not only in his physical form but also ensnared his very soul. Had Lin Lin delayed the dispelling of this magic by a few more hours, Norlin would have bled out completely, and perhaps even his soul would have been shattered. The dual torment of body and spirit did not require hours to break him. Within the first hour, he was already on the brink of confession. Alas, Lin Lin's soundproof barrier rendered Norlin's pleas and cries unheard. I will tell you everything, Norlin weakly uttered. I hail from a planet beyond this galaxy, known as. I was once an astronomer, but upon the emergence of the Devourer star, I willingly became its emissary, seeking out planets teeming with life to protect my homeworld. Spare me the theatrics. What I seek is information about the Devourer star. Lin Lin interjected, his brow furrowing. He had no desire to hear the lamentations of an extraterrestrial being, but demanded intelligence on the Devourer star instead. Please, do not resort to violence. I will speak. Norlin implored in desperation. He was genuinely terrified. The arrival of the Devourer star was merely 9 days away, leaving him with a scant 9 days to act. 9 days. Lin Lin's expression shifted, realizing the urgency of the matter. Very well, you may leave. He pondered deeply, conjuring a portal that promptly transported Norlin to the outskirts of London. 9 days, only 9 days. Lin Lin cast his gaze upon the towering mechanical hand beside him. Knowing that the plan for the colossal battle armor was no longer viable, he had intended to harness its immense size to store more Cosmic Cube energy. But time was no longer on his side. Glancing at the Cosmic Cube on the table, Lin Lin made a resolute decision and seized it, crushing it in his grasp. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the base, a testament to the excitement of the totem within Lin Lin. The spectral form of a black dragon emerged from him, devouring the space gem before retreating once more. However, this time, Lin Lin's expression was not one of pleasure but of agony. The energy of the space gem was vastly inferior to that of the silver surfboard, and consuming it unleashed a torrent of spatial energy within Lin Lin's body. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he might have been torn asunder on the spot. Feeling the violent energy raging within him, Lin Lin dared not delay. Swiftly assuming a meditative posture, preparing to refine the space gem over the span of these 9 days. Throughout the refining process, Lin Lin could not divert his focus to suppress the gem's capabilities. He could only endure the chaos it wrought, relying on his own regenerative abilities to mend the damage. In essence, for the next 9 days, Lin Lin would experience the relentless torment of his internal organs, bones, and muscles being shattered, only to gradually heal. For an ordinary person, 9 days would swiftly pass, yet for Lin Lin, each moment felt like an eternity. It was the 3rd day of Lin Lin's refinement of the space gem. The space agencies of China, the United States, and Russia simultaneously discovered the existence of the Devourer's star, igniting a flurry of rumors across the internet. Doomsday proclamations spread like wildfire in the digital realm. On the 4th day, Tony completed the new elemental reactor, effectively resolving the palladium poisoning issue. However, when he sought to express his gratitude to Lin Lin, he found her absent. By the 5th day, the 3 nations unveiled that the Devourer star was indeed heading towards Earth, causing online panic to surge to unprecedented heights. On the 6th day, governments around the world released their findings on the Devourer star, and when the public learned that the monstrous entity was several times larger than Earth, despair swept through the populace. On the 7th day, riots erupted globally as people seemed to unleash their final madness. The 8th day saw individuals dispatched by Lin Lin return from Xavier Academy. Susan and Natasha returned to the base. Johnny spent his last sweet moments with his new girlfriend. Banner sought his partner Betty, and Blonsky reunited with his family. The students of Xavier Academy were also escorted home by Charles. On the 9th day, darkness enveloped the world. The sky was thick with swirling clouds, resembling the entrance to hell, slowly consuming everything. This day, the world appeared to fall into silence. As everyone gathered with their loved ones, even solitary wanderers embraced one another. There were no more riots, no more madness, only a profound stillness. As if all awaited the final cataclysm, Susan and Natasha stood hand in hand, silently guarding the door to Lin Lin's studio. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, on the 9th day of his refinement process, resembled a cracked porcelain figure, his body marred with deep blue fissures, as if he would shatter at any moment. Chapter 19, Devourer's Star, Annihilation. Damn it, Nick Fury exclaimed, gazing at the terrifying spectacle in the sky, his anger palpable, as he fully embraced the truth of Lin Lin's words. In fact, he had received preliminary information from the government days prior. The 3 major powers had even retrofitted nuclear warheads to be launched into space, aimed at that terrifying creature. However, the result was nothing, a mere drop in the ocean. At that moment, even Nick Fury felt a sense of despair. Looking at the glowing insignia of Captain Marvel on his pager, he realized it had been days without any sign of her. Damn it, where the hell are you, Stark? With the Tesseract in tow. At the base, the door to Lin Lin's studio creaked open, and Susan and Natasha, who had been vigilantly waiting, rushed to embrace him as he emerged. Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how the two had simultaneously thrown themselves into his arms. I can accept Natasha, but you must come back, alive, Susan implored, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Lin Lin. Initially, she had feared he would abandon her, but upon learning of the Devourer's star's existence, she came to realize that this was not a farewell but a parting of dire consequence, one that echoed with the finality of death. Susan embraced Lin Lin's neck and kissed him deeply, only releasing her grip when she could scarcely catch her breath. Natasha, equally overcome with emotion, found herself mourning a love she had only just begun to touch, now facing an eternal farewell. Witnessing Natasha's tear-streaked beauty stirred Lin Lin's heart. He wrapped one arm around Susan's waist while gently cradling Natasha's head with the other, leaning in for a kiss. Trust in your man. Lin Lin held both exquisite women tightly, their heads huddled close together, enveloped by 2 distinct fragrances that danced at his nostrils. Were it not for the impending disaster, he would have succumbed to the allure of this tender embrace. Alas, the gravity of the situation demanded his focus. I must leave, the moment the words left his lips. Both Susan and Natasha felt an abrupt emptiness before them, a void settling heavily in their chests. High above the base, Lin Lin hovered, gazing down at the vast structure and the 2 beautiful souls within it, his heart laden with bitterness. Damn it, whether I live or die, I cannot allow my presence to go unnoticed. Ling Long, hack into all artificial satellites and ensure my struggle against the Devourer of Stars is documented, regardless of my fate. I want the world to know that it was I, Lin Lin, who fought desperately to save them. Understood, young master. Previously, Ling Long faced considerable obstacles in infiltrating various nations' satellites. But now, with everyone steeped in despair and silently awaiting the apocalypse, these satellites lay unmaintained and unmonitored, making Ling Long's task considerably easier. As Lin Lin gazed up at the massive vortex in the sky, it was evident that the Devourer had commenced its feast. You are indeed impatient. Lin Lin's tone turned icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he regarded the entity. With a mere thought, a cloud of shimmering blue light enveloped him, transporting him to the outer atmosphere. At that moment, Ling Long had successfully hacked into all satellites, coordinating their coverage of Lin Lin while live-streaming this battle for salvation across the internet. Moreover, Ling Long took the liberty of titling the broadcast, Zero Stark, leader of the tech group, faces the cosmic behemoth, the devourer of worlds. The instant the live stream commenced, it sparked an uproar, as countless individuals, previously resigned to their fates, began calling their online friends to witness the event. Word spread rapidly. One person told 10, and 10 told 100, leading many to flock online to watch. The broadcast became a flicker of light in the darkness, igniting hope in the hearts of many, for none could stand unprotected in the vastness of space. To them, Lin Lin embodied their ideal hero. Yet, when contrasted with the colossal form of the devourer, Lin Lin's figure appeared almost negligible, causing many viewers to descend into deeper despair instead of being uplifted by hope. Among those watching were Nick Fury, Tony, Pepper, Susan, Natasha, and Johnny. He's really gone. Nick Fury stared in disbelief at the live stream on his phone. When Tony and Pepper heard from Jarvis about the online broadcast of Lin Lin's battle against the devourer, Tony leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What? Has that brat lost his mind? Tony, calm down. Pepper grasped Tony firmly, urging him to remain calm and ascertain the situation. In truth, Pepper's heart also skipped a beat upon receiving the news, as they beheld the faint silhouette on the live broadcast. Both Tony and Pepper felt their hearts leap into their throats. The figure was all too familiar. They recognized it at once as Lin Lin. In the command center, Susan and Natasha embraced tightly, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they stared at the image on the screen. They silently prayed for Lin Lin's safe return. Regardless of the outcome, even in defeat, they hoped to face annihilation together. In the vastness of space, Lin Lin gazed upon the colossal devourer of stars, a being far larger than Earth itself, as the suppressed energy within him surged restlessly. What once appeared to be a normal Lin Lin was now marred by cracks that spread across his body, from which ethereal blue energy seeped forth, gradually enveloping him. This immense azure energy radiated like a miniature sun, expanding at a visible pace. The devourer consumed planets not out of rarity, but rather due to their abundance and the sustenance they provided. Initially, it sensed a formidable energy nearby. However, Lin Lin's insignificance rendered him undetectable to the devourer. Yet, as Lin Lin continued to unleash his internal energy, forming a presence akin to a sun, he caught the attention of the devourer, which swiftly altered its course toward him. As the devourer shifted its trajectory, the immense blue sun began to writhe, ultimately transforming into a colossal giant towering at 90,000 meters. A giant of light. A voice in the live stream exclaimed, igniting a frenzy across all broadcasting channels. Viewers flooded the screen with the words giant of light. However, Lin Lin remained oblivious to all of this. His sole focus was the enemy before him. As the adage goes, the most exquisite battles often embody simplicity. Transformed into the giant of light, Lin Lin lunged at the devourer, striking with fists and kicks. To his astonishment, each blow felt as though it landed upon cotton. Lin Lin speculated whether the devourer's nebulous form contributed to this peculiar phenomenon. To compound his frustration, he discovered that not only were his attacks ineffective, but they also caused a significant portion of his energy to be absorbed by the devourer. Cursed creature. Lin Lin cursed silently within. In the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the Ancient One held a cup of tea. Observing the scene unfolding in the crystal ball, Lin Lin engaged in battle with the devourer. If he could not let go, then he must fight with all his might to protect what he cherished. The Ancient One anticipated Lin Lin's compassionate nature would compel him to act, and she harbored no such qualms. Having lived for centuries, her heart was as cold as ice. She was unconcerned about sacrificing more ordinary lives to provoke Lin Lin into action, thus granting herself a moment's respite. Finally, he remembers to use magic. The Ancient One regarded Lin Lin's previous reckless behavior with disdain, but upon seeing him finally recall the use of magic, she nodded in approval. Lin Lin waved his hands, conjuring layer upon layer of magical arrays that enveloped the surface of the Devourer star, a multitude of formations converging to encase it. Yet, the nebulous form began to gradually erode the magical arrays, siphoning off their energy. As the arrays thinned, Lin Lin's expression darkened. The Devourer star's ability to consume exceeded his expectations. A sudden thought struck him. There was another approach. With a swift motion, he tore apart the magical arrays. Subsequently, a layer of distorted energy cloaked his massive form, a manifestation of spatial energy. Lin Lin harnessed this spatial energy to insulate himself from the Devourer star's consuming power. Though he knew this was merely a stopgap measure, this Devourer star was of an entirely different caliber than its counterpart in the Fantastic Four. While it might also be an avatar, it was far from the kind that could be eliminated by a self-destructive silver shadow. This incarnation of the Devourer Star could withstand the explosive force of 10 silver shadows without suffering any harm. However, Lin Lin understood that the core of the Devourer Star was its Achilles heel. He had to find a way to penetrate to that core to vanquish it. The strength of the silver shadow stemmed from the Devourer Star, which was the key to easily accessing its core. Yet, recklessly charging into its interior could lead to being drained of his very essence. By encasing himself in spatial energy, he hoped to shield against the Devourer Star's consuming force, perhaps allowing him a glimmer of hope. The dense spatial energy enveloped Lin Lin completely as he plunged into the heart of the Devourer Star. A terrifying force of consumption assailed him from all directions. Even with the barrier of spatial energy, he could distinctly feel his energetic form being relentlessly tugged. He dared not contemplate the outcome had he entered. Without the protection of spatial energy, he feared he would be torn into particles. With the spatial energy providing a buffer, Lin Lin steadily approached the core of the Devourer Star, but the consuming force grew increasingly formidable. Should the replenishment of spatial energy fail to keep pace with its depletion, his fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, on Earth, anxiety gripped the populace as they watched Lin Lin dive into the Devourer Star, countless individuals fervently praying for his triumph. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Lin, within the Devourer Star, bore an exceedingly grave countenance. Unfortunate events unfolded as he neared the core. The consuming force intensified alarmingly. In a bid to withstand this overwhelming power, Lin Lin returned to his original size. Yet the substantial spatial energy surrounding him struggled to counteract the Devourer Star's veracity. Damn it! Although he had refined spatial gems, he had no time to master this power, forcing him to endure it in such a crude manner. With a heavy heart, Lin Lin pressed on, his determination unwavering. At last, he beheld the core of the Devourer Star, but the consuming force was even more terrifying at this proximity. Lin Lin felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being drawn away. Yet, having come this far, there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, Lin Lin charged directly towards the core. Soon, he would come to grasp the terrifying power of consumption. The dense spatial energy collapsed in an instant, and strands of devouring force pierced into Lin Lin's body like razor-sharp blades. The excruciating pain surged through him, causing Lin Lin to shudder, and he hastily raised his hand to inspect. To his horror, the flesh at his fingertips was disintegrating, dissipating into fine particles. Damn it! Lin Lin cursed furiously, yet instead of retreating, he accelerated his pace. Enduring the agony, he swung his fist towards the core of the devouring star. However, in the presence of a core the size of the moon, his strike proved futile. At this moment, his limbs began to disintegrate, and he realized that if he did not act swiftly, he would perish. Curse you! Lin Lin roared. I will find your true form and destroy you. With a fierce expression, his disintegrating body suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of energy. A dazzling blue energy engulfed the core of the devouring star, causing its massive form to rapidly disintegrate. As Lin Lin's energy consumed the core, a catastrophic transformation occurred, leading to a violent explosion that sent him hurtling towards the Earth. This explosion severed all live satellite feeds, leaving everyone on Earth in a state of confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Soon, they all emerged from their homes to gaze at the sky. However, the oppressive clouds and whirlpools had vanished, though uncertain if the crisis had been averted. The clear sky prompted spontaneous cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, propelled by the explosion, had entered the atmosphere, where the intense friction ignited his clothing, the searing heat forcing him to regain consciousness. Realizing he was plummeting at an alarming speed, Lin Lin forcibly summoned the energy within him to open a portal back to the ground, before succumbing to unconsciousness. 3 days later, in the jungles of Sokovia, a beautiful woman with scarlet hair was strolling through the woods when she inadvertently tripped over something beneath her feet. Oh dear, what on earth is this? She exclaimed, rubbing her knee and casting a forlorn glance at the object that had caused her to stumble. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not an object at all, but a person, which startled her into a terrified scream. Wanda, what's wrong? A male voice called from a distance as a tall figure hurried towards her. Pietro. There's someone here, Wanda said in a state of panic, pointing at Lin Lin, who was covered by fallen leaves. Upon seeing that his sister was unharmed, Pietro let out a sigh of relief before looking at the body concealed beneath the foliage. Observing the slight rise and fall of the chest beneath the leaves, he remarked, It seems this guy isn't quite dead yet. Then we should take him back. If we leave him here, he could be in real danger if a bear comes. Wanda exclaimed, brushing off her pants as she moved to pull Lin Lin up. Wait, Pietro quickly intervened. We don't even know who he is. Are you sure we should take him home? What if he is a bad person? Wanda hesitated momentarily, pouting in displeasure. That's just a possibility. But if we leave him here, he will undoubtedly die. Peter was momentarily rendered speechless. He knew all too well that his sister's nature was beyond his control. Once her compassion surged, no words could sway her. You may disregard my concerns, but I shall carry him back. she declared with a huff. Wanda, visibly enraged, gritted her teeth and struggled to lift Lin Lin's arm. "Oh, what can I do with you?" Peter sighed in resignation and stepped forward to assist her. Chapter 20. Wanda in a quaint wooden cabin nestled within the forest of Sokovia. Wanda gazed anxiously at the figure lying motionless on the bed for an entire week. This person appeared devoid of any visible injuries, yet why had he not awakened? Strangely, despite 2 months without sustenance, he showed no signs of emaciation. Perplexed, Wanda continued to wring out the towel in her hands, meticulously wiping him down. Beside her, Peter could not resist teasing. "Wanda, could it be that you've taken a liking to this pretty face?" "Wanda, if you cannot speak wisely, it would be best to remain silent," she retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Peter before resuming her task of caring for Lin Lin. Initially, she felt a tinge of shyness, but as Peter showed disinterest in the barely alive stranger, she took it upon herself to proceed. At first, Peter attempted to intervene, but Wanda discreetly continued her ministrations. Gradually growing accustomed to the task, a soft groan suddenly caught Wanda's attention, prompting her to lean in closer to observe. When Lin Lin opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was Wanda's enchanting visage. As his gaze drifted downward, he was met with the breathtaking sight of her alabaster skin. Startled, Lin Lin quickly averted his eyes, mentally admonishing himself, "I should not wander where they ought not." Yet, the image remained indelibly etched in his mind. Oblivious to the turmoil within him, the innocent Wanda inquired with genuine concern, "How do you feel? You've been unconscious for several days now. Are you hungry?" The warmth that spread through Lin Lin's heart at the sight of the crimson-haired beauty prompted him to attempt sitting up. "Thank you for taking care of me. I still do not know your name. I am Wanda Maximoff, and this is my brother, Pietro Maximoff." She introduced herself, ensuring to mention her sibling, while Peter merely offered a casual wave in acknowledgement. "And you? What is your name? How did you find yourself unconscious in the woods? When I found you, you were covered in leaves, and your clothes were nearly burned away. What happened?" A barrage of questions flowed from Wanda's lips, yet Lin Lin's mind felt utterly vacant. The explosion had unleashed a myriad of core fragments from the devouring stars into Lin Lin's body, each possessing formidable consuming powers that wreaked havoc on his physical form and mind. Fortunately, Lin Lin's extraordinary recuperative abilities, coupled with the totem's capacity to absorb the fragments, afforded him a chance to recover. However, his newly restored mind bore no memories. Only the totem retained backups of Lin Lin's memories, which could only be transferred back to his new mind gradually. "I seem to recall nothing at all, save for the fact that I believe my name is Lin Lin." Lin Lin gently pressed his head, feeling a slight ache. Wanda, noticing his distress, exclaimed urgently, "Don't think too much. It's quite possible you've sustained a head injury, which may have led to your amnesia. However, we cannot reach a hospital from here." "It's all right," Lin Lin reassured with a smile. "The headache only arises when I recall the past. Otherwise, I am fine." Meanwhile, Pietro, observing the budding chemistry between the two, interjected bluntly, "Since you are awake, you should leave quickly. It is rather unsafe here." "Pietro." Wanda frowned at him. Sensing his sister's discontented gaze, Pietro reluctantly raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right. I will heed your words." Satisfied, Wanda nodded and turned to Lin Lin. "You may stay here for now, but it truly isn't safe. We will need to relocate soon. If you do not mind, you can accompany us." "Well, I have nowhere else to go for the time being, and my memories elude me, so I shall join you." Lin Lin agreed with enthusiasm. Pietro, witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, leading to a soft groan. Suddenly, an embarrassing rumble emanated from Lin Lin's stomach. Wanda paused for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled. "You must be hungry, after all. You have been unconscious for several days. I can help you cook. It seems I possess some culinary memories. Perhaps I was a chef," Lin Lin said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Wanda's eyes lit up at this revelation. Among the siblings, only she had any cooking skills, albeit rudimentary. As for Pietro, he would likely turn the kitchen into a disaster zone. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Lin quickly showcased his remarkable culinary talents. Initially skeptical, Wanda watched in awe as he deftly flipped ingredients in the skillet, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Lin found himself quite pleased by her adoring gaze. Within an hour, he had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, with mashed potatoes and flatbreads as the staples. "Wow, Wanda, your dishes smell divine today," Pietro exclaimed from outside, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Wanda bristled at his comment. "What do you mean, today's dishes smell divine? Were my previous meals unappetizing?" Her irritation was palpable. Seeing Wanda's indignant expression, Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle and quickly offered, "Don't be upset. I can teach you how to cook. It's not difficult. And you've done remarkably well without formal training." Rather than mindlessly flattering her, Lin Lin acknowledged her abilities based on factual merit. Wanda's cheeks flushed. It was the first time someone had affirmed her efforts in such a manner. At the dining table, Pietro devoured his meal with gusto, as though he had not eaten in days. Pietro, mind your manners, Wanda remarked, feeling her face flush with embarrassment at his voraciousness. Lin Lin, however, chuckled and replied, "It's perfectly fine. The highest compliment to a chef is to see their food devoured with delight." Exactly. The more enthusiastic the eating, the better the food. Peter's mouth was stuffed with food as he followed Lin Lin's words. Wanda shot a playful glance at Lin Lin, chiding, "You spoil him too much." Lin Lin merely smiled in silence, but Peter looked at the two with astonishment, thinking to himself, "Isn't this progress a bit too rapid? In the time it takes to prepare a meal, you two are already acting like a married couple." Enduring the palpable tension between them, Peter quickly filled his belly and made a hasty retreat. With Peter gone, Wanda promptly settled beside Lin Lin, softly inquiring, "Lin Lin, how did you prepare this beef?" "It's delicious," Lin Lin explained diligently. "First, you blanch the beef, then use a pressure cooker to braise it until tender, and finally stir-fry it over high heat." Wanda furrowed her brow at the complexity of it all. "Is it really that difficult?" she asked. "If you find it challenging, I can cook whatever you desire in the future," Lin Lin replied earnestly. However, this heartfelt declaration sounded to Wanda like a deep confession of love, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, all the way to her ears. It is often said that for those who do not love, no amount of flattery stirs their feelings, yet for those who do, even a simple expression of sincerity feels like a passionate declaration. As they engaged in light banter at the dining table, Wanda occasionally giggled softly. Gradually, their hands inched closer, and their hearts began to converge. Just as Lin Lin clasped Wanda's hand, a sudden cry pierced the air outside. "Wanda, run!" It was Peter's voice, calling out. Lin Lin sprang to his feet and peered through the window, spotting several figures racing toward the cabin through the woods. "What is going on?" Lin Lin asked, bewildered. Wanda, equally anxious, dashed out of the cabin, calling, "Peter, where are you?" Though Wanda and Peter often bickered, they would never abandon one another in a crisis. Lin Lin hurried after them, fearing for their safety. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck, and he lost consciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he saw someone strike Wanda on the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious as well. When Lin Lin awakened from his stupor, he rubbed his aching neck and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit dungeon. He was not alone. Wanda, Peter, and a dozen strangers were also confined there. "Wanda, wake up." Lin Lin lifted her head, cradling her upper body as he gently patted her cheeks, attempting to rouse her. Wanda slowly opened her eyes, wincing at the pain in her neck. However, upon seeing Lin Lin, she bolted upright, urgently asking, "Where's Peter? Where is he?" Lin Lin pointed to Peter, who was still sleeping nearby. Seeing that Peter was unharmed, Wanda sighed in relief, then cupped Lin Lin's face, asking, "What about you? Are you all right?" "All is well. You siblings have a deep bond. Despite your constant bickering, when it truly matters, you care for each other more than anyone else." Lin Lin chuckled before pondering aloud. "Where are we, and who has captured us?" Uncertain, yet aware that a group of individuals has been relentlessly pursuing others, they often exclaim, "Hail Hydra." Perhaps it is they who have captured us. A flicker of fear crossed Wanda's eyes. "Pietro and I have concealed ourselves amidst the mountains and forests to evade them, only to be discovered." "Hydra?" Lin Lin furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. "Hydra. I suddenly remembered, Hydra is an ancient malevolent organization, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals, brainwashing individuals to become their loyal followers." Wanda's expression shifted to one of alarm as she grasped Lin Lin's hand and inquired, "What shall we do?" "Escape. We must find a way out." Lin Lin, devoid of memory, was entirely unaware of the formidable powers he possessed. At that moment, all he could envision was fleeing. Even though his body had not yet regained its abilities due to his rebirth, he still possessed magic. Regrettably, the scant memories he had regained did not include any recollection of magic. In fact, he had little memory of his time in this world, where he would have sought to contact Susan and Tony long ago. Fortunately, Susan and Natasha bore totem seeds, allowing them to sense Lin Lin's continued existence. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to despair. "Ugh, that hurts." Pietro groaned, clutching the back of his neck as he regained consciousness. However, upon seeing Wanda, he exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to run? How were you captured?" Wanda cast a sidelong glance at Pietro, dismissing him with indifference. Soon, the other captives in the dungeon began to awaken. Among them, a burly man, reminiscent of a giant, focused on Wanda's exquisite features and curvaceous form, his thoughts turning inappropriate. "Hey there, beautiful." The robust man, sporting a beard and a hairy chest, approached Wanda with a lewd grin. Observing this, Lin Lin's brow furrowed in disapproval as he stepped in front of Wanda. "Get away." Despite the man's imposing stature, Lin Lin resolutely positioned himself before Wanda, prepared to resort to force if necessary. Even if victory seemed unlikely, Lin Lin was willing to try. As the adage goes, the brave are invincible, sometimes. A surge of passion, fueled by adrenaline, can enable the weak to triumph over the strong. Even if it meant inflicting harm upon himself, it was better than remaining passive. Kid, are you planning to play the hero? With that physique, I could crush you with a single sit. The burly man assessed Lin Lin's build, while decent. It paled in comparison to his own, emboldening his arrogance. Crush me with a single sit? Anger surged within Lin Lin as he raised his fist and struck the man's jaw. Bang! With just one punch, the man was sent reeling, his eyes spinning. Before he fell backward, seizing the moment, Lin Lin delivered a swift kick to the man's rear, sending him sprawling to the ground, motionless. The onlookers in the dungeon were left astonished by the ease with which Lin Lin had subdued such a formidable figure. Wanda grasped Lin Lin's hand anxiously. He won't be dead, will he? Her concern was not for the man's fate, but rather for the repercussions Lin Lin might face should the man die. Rest assured, he is merely unconscious. That punch likely struck his trigeminal nerve. Lin Lin gently squeezed Wanda's hand in a gesture of comfort. Pietro, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment at the motionless, robust man on the ground, then turned to Lin Lin, silently thinking, no way, buddy, are you really that formidable? One punch, and he's down. In truth, Lin Lin was equally astonished. His physique had recovered to less than 1%. Yet dealing with a relatively strong ordinary person felt like a walk in the park. Currently, he embodied the pinnacle of human physicality, but in comparison to his original form, he could still only be described as fragile. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached slowly. The individuals in the dungeon instinctively huddled together, their faces etched with fear as they turned to look at the approaching figures. A squad of mercenary-like warriors reached the dungeon entrance and opened the door, with the mercenary captain casually pointing at several individuals. You, and you, step forward. Lin Lin, Wanda, and Pietro were among those selected. Although uncertain of the mercenaries' intentions, Lin Lin felt it prudent to comply, especially upon noticing the weapons they carried. Lin Lin, Wanda exclaimed, her face a mask of terror as she looked at him. Relax. They probably don't want to kill us. They just intend to brainwash us. But remember, brainwashing isn't accomplished in a single session. Lin Lin remained unsure. Yet he reasoned that Hydra wouldn't capture and then kill individuals without cause. Most likely, they aimed to brainwash and recruit members. Lin Lin was escorted by the mercenaries into an eerie room, where a chair equipped with restraints sat ominously in the center, surrounded by various instruments resembling brainwashing devices he had seen in films. As expected, he was forcibly seated in the chair, thick straps binding his limbs and head, followed by an array of devices being positioned around his head and eyes. Soon, the chamber echoed with Lin Lin's anguished cries. Chapter 21. Resolution of grievances outside the brainwashing chamber. Wanda listened to Lin Lin's shouts, her heart twisting in anguish as she covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. Pietro, brow furrowed, was equally filled with concern. They were both unaware of the horrors occurring within, and the more they lacked knowledge, the more terrifying it became. Lin Lin's roars made it difficult for them not to imagine the dreadful things happening inside. You come here. A mercenary grabbed Wanda and began to drag her toward another brainwashing room. Pietro, witnessing this, immediately grew frantic, rushing forward to intervene. Let her go. If you have the guts, come at me instead. However, a mercenary kicked Pietro away with disdain, sneering, Don't worry, kid, your turn will come soon enough. Thus, Pietro was left powerless, watching helplessly as Wanda was taken into the brainwashing room. A terrifying roar erupted from Lin Lin's chamber, sending shockwaves of fear through everyone present as they turned their anxious gazes toward the room. Within the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, the Ancient One murmured with a smile. Interesting. Viewing brainwashing as an attack, the brain instinctively absorbs memories that can counter it, further enhancing his understanding and integration of magic. At that moment, Lin Lin sat in the brainwashing chair, enveloped in a magical array, sparks flying from the devices, while the mercenaries and operators standing nearby wore expressions of sheer terror. One mercenary instinctively raised his weapon to shoot. As the sound of gunfire echoed, the crowd outside the brainwashing chamber instinctively recoiled, fearful of stray bullets escaping from within. Yet, inside the chamber, an invisible force crushed all the machinery into scrap metal, rendering the mercenaries and operators unconscious on the floor, while Lin Lin levitated gracefully, surrounded by magical circles. I can wield magic. Lin Lin's eyes sparkled with newfound realization. With a mere flick of his wrist, a gaping hole was torn in the chamber, and Lin Lin stepped forth with a deliberate calm. Pietro. Upon witnessing a gun pressed against his head, Lin Lin furrowed his brow and pointed at the mercenary. A circle of magic materialized at his fingertip, and the rifle in the mercenary's grasp transformed into a swarm of butterflies, fluttering away in disarray. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. You can perform magic? Pietro exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Lin. Lin Lin smiled enigmatically, casually sending the mercenary flying with a flick of his hand. What about Wanda? Lin Lin scanned the surroundings but found no trace of her. Wanda. She has been taken to that room. Petro pointed towards the adjacent brainwashing chamber. A surge of murderous intent surged within Lin Lin, and he swiftly shattered the door of the other chamber. To avoid harming Wanda, he disintegrated the door into particles and rushed inside. As he entered, Wanda's anguished cries pierced the air, causing the veins on Lin Lin's forehead to throb violently. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his power, sending the mercenaries and operators crashing against the walls, their bodies merging into the structure, leaving only crimson silhouettes behind. Lin Lin, observing the instruments surrounding the brainwashing chair, extended his hand and grasped the air. Sparks flew as the devices were crushed and distorted into scrap. After dismantling the equipment, his heart ached upon seeing Wanda, unconscious and contorted in pain, in the chair. With a swift motion, he released the restraints and gently lifted her into his arms. Turning to Petro and the others, he commanded, "Follow me. I will take you to safety." Watching Lin Lin carry Wanda away, Petro hastened to catch up. The others exchanged glances, though initially hesitant. The recent events solidified their resolve to follow. Soon, alarms blared throughout the Hydra fortress. A resounding explosion erupted, creating a massive hole in the castle. Lin Lin emerged slowly from the ruins, cradling Wanda and gazing at the sprawling forest at the base of the mountain. "All of you, focus on the place you came from, and I shall transport you back." Though perplexed, they complied. Petro observed in awe as one by one the individuals behind him vanished from sight. You sent them all back?" he asked, astonished. Lin Lin nodded, but this only deepened Petro's confusion. "If you can send them back so easily, why orchestrate this chaos?" "Of course, it was for retribution," Lin Lin replied, casting a glance back at Petro. Petro paused, then laughed and nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, "Indeed, if it were me, I would certainly relish in causing some destruction." Although Pietro found his thoughts quite satisfying, Lin Lin held a differing perspective. Embracing Wanda, he transported Pietro above the castle, casting a cold glance at the fortress beneath. With a sudden forceful step, a complex magical array manifested from his foot and descended upon the castle. As the array fell, it expanded with the wind until it enveloped the entirety of the castle's size. Boom! With a thunderous roar that shook the earth, the grand structure was reduced to mere ruins. Yet, shortly after Lin Lin's departure, a man wearing a monocle emerged from the debris, none other than Baron Strucker, the leader of this Hydra base. In the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the Ancient One gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, that temper resembles 70% of my youthful self. Quite impressive, but more effort is required." Haha. In truth, compared to Strange, the Ancient One held greater faith in Lin Lin. However, the power residing within Lin Lin indicated to the Ancient One that such an individual could never be confined by the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Strange, on the other hand, had no alternative but to comply, so should he assume her position, he would undoubtedly adhere to the responsibilities diligently. To be candid, if Lin Lin were to discover the Ancient One's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff, remarking, "Who desires to be this so-called Sorcerer Supreme? What is there to gain besides a title? There is no sustenance, no wealth, only a plethora of rules and responsibilities to uphold. Where is this place?" Pietro found himself in an unfamiliar locale, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. At the border of Sokovia, he pondered, surely there are no Hydra agents here. Lin Lin stepped into an abandoned dwelling and, employing magic, tidied the area before cautiously placing Wanda down. With the frequent outbreaks of war in Sokovia, many had fled their homes, leading to numerous vacant residences. The house where Wanda and Pietro once resided in the woods was similarly an abandoned abode. As soon as Lin Lin set Wanda down, she abruptly awakened, shouting, "Kill! Kill Stark! Kill Tony Stark! Kill!" Wanda's eyes blazed with fury, her mind manipulated by a brainwashing program, stirring her hatred for the war, Stark Industries, and Tony Stark himself. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, suffering from amnesia, felt a sudden pain in his head upon hearing that name, as if fragments of memories were resurfacing. "Wanda, what's wrong? Don't frighten me," Pietro exclaimed anxiously, gripping Wanda's shoulders. Lin Lin stepped forward, urging Pietro aside. "Let me handle this. She is under the influence of the brainwashing program. I will help her calm down." Placing his hand on Wanda's head, Lin Lin attempted to soothe her, but in her agitated state, Wanda did not recognize him, attacking him with claws and scratches. Pietro, witnessing Lin Lin's hands marred with blood, could only grimace in discomfort. Yet, Lin Lin remained unfazed, channeling energy into Wanda to untangle the chaos within her mind. Gradually, Wanda began to regain her composure. As her eyes cleared, she noticed the bloodstains on Lin Lin's face and gasped, "Goodness, Lin Lin, who did this to you?" Pietro, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, "Wanda, those scratches on him are from you." "Me?" Wanda looked bewilderedly from Pietro to Lin Lin. Lin Lin chuckled softly, saying, "It's nothing. Just a minor injury." One must admit that although Lin Lin currently possesses only the physical limits of a human, his recovery abilities are remarkably impressive. The scratches on his body have begun to heal gradually. "Could you elaborate on your profound disdain for Tony Stark and Stark Industries?" Lin Lin inquired. Wanda paused, perplexed. Why do you ask this? The brainwashing program had disordered her thoughts, revealing her deepest hatred, which had led her to uncontrollably express a desire to kill Tony Stark moments ago. Lin Lin gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Wanda's ear, seemingly attempting to soothe her furious heart. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Wanda slowly leaned in, quietly recounting her past. When she spoke of her parents perishing in the war, Lin Lin observed her sorrowful expression and the tears streaming from her eyes like a string of broken pearls. His heart trembled, and he hastily enveloped her in his embrace. Pietro's eyes too glistened with tears as memories of that dreadful, terrifying experience resurfaced. It was Tony Stark. It was Stark Industries. Their weapons killed my parents, it was them. Wanda, nestled in Lin Lin's arms, seemed on the verge of unleashing all her pent-up fury. Lin Lin gently caressed her back until she regained her composure before speaking. I deeply lament the loss of your parents. Perhaps you are unaware. But Tony Stark nearly met a similar fate at the hands of his own creations. What? Wanda looked at Lin Lin in shock. Lin Lin continued. You may find it hard to believe, but the reason Tony Stark shut down Stark Industries arms manufacturing was that he was kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East and witnessed them wielding the very weapons he had invented to kill. This horrific experience compelled him to cease all military operations. Subsequently, Tony uncovered that high-ranking officials within Stark Industries had been clandestinely selling arms to these terrorists. And one of them even colluded with the terrorists to have him killed. Little did that official know that the terrorists were greedier, desiring Tony to directly manufacture weapons for them. The outcome? Naturally, Tony escaped with his life. However, that official, seeking to keep his secrets hidden, made another attempt on Tony's life, only to be met with Tony's counterattack. To this day, Tony still bears fragments of ammunition manufactured by Stark Industries embedded within his chest, relying on the arc reactor to sustain his life, preventing those shards from reaching his heart and claiming his life. At this moment, both Wanda and Pietro were rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that the man they had despised for so long harbored such a harrowing history. But wait, how do you know all this? Pietro finally responded, questioning how Lin Lin had such insight. Lin Lin smiled wryly. When Wanda mentioned Tony, it triggered some memories for me. Tony Stark is my brother. I am the adopted son of the Stark family, Zero Stark. Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Lin. It is worth noting that Wanda and her brother were in a remote forest, given the internet penetration in Europe. They were clearly unaware of Lin Lin's role in saving the world. In this narrative, Sokovia is located in Eastern Europe. Why? Wanda could hardly believe that the person she had harbored feelings for was, in fact, the younger brother of someone she had long despised. Observing Wanda's reaction, Lin Lin recognized that the girl had become ensnared in her own thoughts. Wanda, calm down, she exclaimed, noticing the glimmer of tears in Wanda's eyes. Turning to Pietro with sincerity, Lin Lin implored, allow me to illustrate with an example. Suppose I am a vendor of kitchen knives, and one day, an employee sells a knife to an individual who subsequently uses it to take the lives of your parents. You managed to escape that fate. Yet upon discovering the knife was produced by my shop, would you deem it justifiable to harbor hatred towards me? This simple analogy rendered both Wanda and Pietro momentarily speechless. Do not allow hatred and anger to cloud your judgment. Your parents are no longer with you. It is imperative that you live on with even greater purpose. Lin Lin gently caressed Wanda's flushed hair, her eyes brimming with compassion for the years Wanda had spent engulfed in resentment. Noticing the siblings' prolonged silence, Lin Lin proposed. If you seek to vent your frustrations, I can take you to find Tony. You may confront him, and with my presence, even if you were to beat him to a pulp, I could ensure his recovery. Although Tony was not the primary cause of your parents' demise, he still bears some responsibility. Should Tony hear these words, he would undoubtedly respond with indignation, berating Lin Lin for using him as a punching bag to assuage the concerns of his woman and her brother. However, Lin Lin understood that Wanda, inherently kind-hearted, would likely find it difficult to strike Tony after learning the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Wanda asked, can you arrange for me to meet Tony Stark? Lin Lin nodded affirmatively. Very well, I wish to see him. Wanda replied through gritted teeth. This left Lin Lin momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, they truly intend to confront him. I want to hear Tony Stark apologize to us in his own words. Wanda declared, her gaze resolute. Lin Lin turned to Pietro, who also nodded in agreement. Recognizing their shared determination, Lin Lin chose to say no more. With the power of the space stone at his disposal, Lin Lin effortlessly conjured a portal, and the three stepped through, arriving at Tony's seaside villa in Malibu. The astonishing sight left Wanda wide-eyed with wonder, and she cast a puzzled glance at Lin Lin. Pietro, noticing Wanda's confusion, leaned in to explain, Lin Lin possesses magical abilities. After you were captured and brainwashed, it was he who miraculously rescued everyone. Upon returning to the villa, the voices of J, A, R, V, I, S, and Ling Long resonated in unison. Sir, welcome home. Young master, welcome back. Lin Lin thought to himself, knowing Tony was likely in his underground workshop. In the wake of Lin Lin's situation, a distressed Tony had been tirelessly developing his armor. Despite Susan and Natasha's reassurances that Lin Lin was likely alive, Tony dismissed such comfort, attributing Lin Lin's presumed death to his own inadequacy in protecting his brother. Sir, Mr. Lin Lin has returned, accompanied by 2 friends. Jarvis, I have told you not to disturb me. Tony's words trailed off as he paused, inquiring with a hint of disbelief. Who has returned? It is Mr. Lin Lin. Initially taken aback, Tony's expression swiftly transformed into one of exuberance as he dashed upstairs, tears streaming down his face. Who could have anticipated that the Iron Man, the billionaire, philanthropist, and ingenious inventor would weep like a child in this moment? Lin Lin. Upon seeing Lin Lin, Tony froze momentarily before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Observing Tony's tear-streaked visage, Lin Lin couldn't help but smile, reflecting, the Tony Stark I have seen in films has never shed a tear. After all, the bond they shared spanned many years. Lin Lin pondered whether he would cry if Tony were to perish. Perhaps he would. But Lin Lin was resolute in ensuring that such a calamity would never come to pass. While he wished for Tony to evolve into the Iron Man capable of standing alongside deities, he would never allow him to lose his life in pursuit of such a transformation. The myriad dangers and challenges Tony had faced were all within Lin Lin's control. After all, he was his brother. All right, stop crying. See, I'm not dead. Lin Lin patted Tony on the back, unable to resist teasing. Just be careful not to get your tears and snot on my clothes. These are someone else's. Tony released Lin Lin, chuckling. It's good to be alive. But don't celebrate too soon. These 2 are my saviors, the Sokovians, and their parents perished because of your weapons. Lin Lin pursed his lips as he glanced at Wanda and Pietro. Upon hearing this revelation, Tony was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly bowed to them at a 90-degree angle. I am truly sorry for the loss of your parents. Wanda and Pietro exchanged surprised glances, not anticipating that Tony would apologize even before they had spoken. This was hardly the arrogant billionaire they had envisioned. Hold on, there's no need for hasty apologies. We seek the truth. Pietro stepped forward, reiterating Lin Lin's earlier words. I wish to know if the reality mirrors what he has stated. Tony nodded, affirming, indeed, it is true. My lax management allowed arms to fall into the hands of terrorists, leading to the tragic demise of your parents. For this, I extend my sincerest apologies once more. As Tony bowed again, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances before embracing one another, tears flowing freely. The animosity they had harbored for years dissipated in an instant. Chapter 22, a terrifying battlefield. Observing the weeping siblings, Tony felt somewhat at a loss and quickly sought Lin Lin's assistance. Lin Lin offered a resigned smile, indicating to Tony that they should allow them to express their emotions. Gradually, the sobbing subsided. Wanda wiped her tears and bid farewell to Tony, saying, Since we have uncovered the truth behind this matter, there is no need for us to linger any longer. Farewell, Mr. Stark. Tony stood there, momentarily stunned, having been contemplating how to compensate the siblings, only to find them preparing to leave. Lin Lin understood that Wanda sought only the truth, not any material recompense from Tony. Lin Lin firmly grasped Wanda's hand and implored, Wanda, do not be in haste to leave. Shouldn't you listen to how this fellow intends to atone for his misdeeds? Tony cast a glance at Lin Lin and promptly interjected, I shall establish a charitable foundation to assist those victims who have lost loved ones and been displaced due to Stark Industries munitions. And as for this young lad, feel free to express any requests. I shall certainly fulfill them if it is within my power. And this young lady, well, consider this compensation. With a mischievous grin, Tony playfully nudged Lin Lin towards Wanda. As a seasoned charmer, Tony immediately discerned the intricate relationship between Lin Lin and Wanda. Suddenly embracing Lin Lin, Wanda's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lin Lin, maintaining his composure, replied to Tony, You need not concern yourself with them. I will handle it. However, you, with that scruffy beard, those panda-like dark circles under your eyes, and that disheveled hair, should first attend to your appearance and get some proper rest. Is it really that bad? Tony turned to a nearby full-length mirror. Oh no, I look like a vagabond. He hurriedly made his exit. Young master, Miss Susan is calling. Susan? Lin Lin paused, a wave of fond memories flooding his mind. Susan, quickly, connect the call. Hello. Lin Lin, is it you? Ling Long just mentioned you were at the villa in Malibu. Hearing Susan's anxious, yet hopeful voice caused Lin Lin's heart to flutter. Susan, it's me. I'm back. I'll come see you shortly. Upon hearing his voice, Susan immediately broke into tears, managing to respond with a heartfelt, Okay, Natasha, and I will wait for you. After the call ended, Lin Lin felt 2 piercing gazes upon him, akin to swords at his back. Could someone explain this to me? Lin Lin asked with a somewhat ingratiating smile directed at Wanda and her brother. Pietro looked at Lin Lin with disappointment, saying, I can't believe this. You should explain it to Wanda yourself. I have no intention of meddling in your affairs. Meanwhile, Wanda furrowed her brow. Her eyes filled with a sense of loss as she awaited a reasonable explanation from Lin Lin. Sighing heavily, Lin Lin embraced Wanda. Please do not hold on to me if I have not clarified things. Wanda struggled to free herself, but Lin Lin tightened his grip. I'm sorry. Without further ado, Lin Lin offered an apology that left Wanda feeling a profound sense of despair. Susan and Natasha are both my women, but that was before my amnesia. I apologize for not intentionally concealing this from you. It was hearing their names that triggered my memories. I am not a good man, but I am certainly not a scoundrel. If you choose to stay, I will not abandon you. Will you remain, please? Wanda. The heartfelt call made Wanda tremble, and Lin Lin could feel her response. In a choked voice near his ear, Wanda asked, You truly will not leave me? Indeed, never. Lin Lin affirmed, his face close to Wanda's, resolutely declaring his commitment. And will they accept me? Wanda inquired, her expression tinged with worry, as she was acutely aware of her status as the newcomer. Rest assured, regardless of whether they accept you or not, I will never let you go. Lin Lin gently cupped Wanda's face and caressed it. All right, I will heed your words. Wanda replied with a sweet smile. Shortly thereafter, Lin Lin called Pietro back. But upon seeing Wanda's blissful expression, he couldn't help but slap his forehead, inwardly lamenting, It's over. My sister has completely been brainwashed by this guy. Lin Lin then conjured a portal and they directly arrived at the base. Upon witnessing the grand and sci-fi-like base, Pietro was utterly astonished, staring blankly and asking, Lin Lin, what is this place? Is it also one of Tony Stark's properties? Oh no, this is my territory, the base. It serves as the headquarters of the technology conglomerate. Lin Lin explained. Both Pietro and Wanda were left in a state of shock. Well, I must say, a significant portion of it belongs to you. A voice suddenly resonated from behind Lin Lin. Curious, Lin Lin turned around and quickly recognized the familiar face. Norman Osborn? Norman looked momentarily taken aback, questioning. How could you not recognize me? No. It's just that the battle left me with amnesia. I can only recall familiar names or faces. Lin Lin responded with a smile, waving his hand. I see. You have my deepest sympathies. With that, Norman Osborn deeply bowed to Lin Lin. Thank you for saving the world. I, Norman Osborn, express my gratitude on behalf of my family. Such a solemn expression of thanks startled both Lin Lin and Wanda. Lin Lin hurried to assist Norman in standing upright. Mr. Osborn, you are being overly courteous. No, this is not mere courtesy. It is a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Norman gazed sincerely at Lin Lin. Then what did you mean by saying that a significant portion of the technology group belongs to you? Lin Lin inquired, puzzled. Norman smiled, stating, I have been contemplating whether to merge Osborn Industries into the technology group. However, your heroic presence in space and your selfless spirit profoundly moved me, prompting me to propose the merger of Osborn Industries into the technology conglomerate. Lin Lin was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated such an outcome after resolving the threat of Devourer. Noticing Lin Lin's shocked expression, Norman pulled out his phone, entered Lin Lin's real name, and handed it over. Perhaps you are unaware, but your current notoriety in the world is unparalleled. As Lin Lin glanced at the various topics and trending discussions about himself online, he was left speechless, recalling that he had instructed Ling Long to broadcast his battle with Devourer to everyone. Initially, he sought to avoid a silent demise, but he never expected it to turn out like this. You have no idea. During your absence, countless geniuses have been clamoring to join the technology group. Norman remarked with pride, surveying the entire organization. Lin Lin, however, became increasingly anxious. You haven't accepted them all, have you? Concerning talent? Lin Lin firmly believed in the principle of moral integrity accompanying capability. Those with good character could be accepted for less mentally demanding roles, while those lacking virtue, regardless of their talent, would be rejected. Rest assured, when I took over, Ms. Natasha informed me of your criteria for selecting candidates. As a fellow leader, Norman was acutely aware of Lin Lin's concerns. Upon hearing his words, Lin Lin immediately felt a sense of relief, yet confusion washed over him as he inquired, Natasha? She has entered the company's management? Norman's expression shifted slightly, suggesting that perhaps it would be more prudent for you to inquire directly with Ms. Natasha or Ms. Susan. They would be better suited to enlighten you on the matter. Lin Lin, taken aback, failed to grasp the implications of Norman's response, yet he chose not to probe further. After bidding farewell to Norman, Lin Lin ascended to the upper echelons of the base alongside Wanda and her siblings. Along the way, Wanda gazed at the various enterprises displayed throughout the facility, hesitating before finally asking, Lin Lin, are all these industries yours? You finally asked. Lin Lin replied with a smile. Indeed, the technology and its myriad subsidiaries are mine. They do not belong to the Stark family. I have gradually earned them since my university days. However, after merging with Osborn Industries, Mr. Norman acquired a substantial stake, so I can no longer claim them as entirely my own. Then, how much is that worth? Pietro exclaimed. his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Lin Lin. Money? To speak of money is rather mundane. Lin Lin chuckled inwardly, reflecting that at this juncture in his life, wealth had lost its significance. It must be said that human nature tends to oscillate from disdain for others to emulating them, ultimately surpassing them. Had the Lin Lin of his previous life witnessed his current self, he would have scoffed. What could possibly be more important than money? What shall we discuss? Fate? Observing Lin Lin's serene demeanor, Wanda was suddenly engulfed by a wave of inferiority. Contemplating Lin Lin's privileged background and all that he possessed, she found it difficult to suppress her feelings of inadequacy. Sensing Wanda's discomfort, Lin Lin tightened his grip on her hand, reassuring her, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. You are one of a kind, endowed with talents that many would envy." Talents? Wanda looked at Lin Lin in confusion. Lin Lin merely smiled enigmatically, knowing he could not divulge to her the truth. In reality, you are the Scarlet Witch, possessing chaotic magic that can distort reality. Even if he were to reveal this, Wanda might not believe him. Arriving at Natasha's office door, Lin Lin swallowed hard, feeling the true weight of his nerves. Ahead lay a battlefield of sorts. Through his keen senses, Lin Lin was aware that Susan and Natasha were currently in the office. It was evident that they were not unaware of Lin Lin's impending arrival, and they likely knew he was not alone. In fact, after Lin Lin departed from the Malibu villa, Tony had informed Pepper of Lin Lin's return, and Pepper had learned of the significant relationship between Lin Lin and Wanda. During this time, Susan and Natasha had frequently interacted with Pepper, both in work and personal spheres, and they had gradually formed a close bond. Consequently, they had also learned about Wanda's existence through Pepper. As Lin Lin slowly pushed open the office door and peeked inside, he was met with the serious expressions of Susan and Natasha. Feeling a blend of embarrassment and flattery, he stepped inside with a sheepish smile, gesturing behind him for Wanda to follow. Wanda was oblivious to the impending circumstances as she obediently stepped inside. In contrast, Pietro, with a mere glance, sensed the unsettling atmosphere and promptly abandoned his intention to enter, shutting the door behind him. Goodness, that was terrifying. How fortunate I didn't go in. Pietro escaped with a look of relief on his face. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and indeed, this office had gathered 3 women. Upon seeing Wanda, Natasha approached with a beaming smile, while Lin Lin mistakenly assumed Natasha was there to welcome him, instinctively opening his arms to embrace her. However, Natasha shot him a disapproving glance and pushed his face away with her hand. Lin Lin, abruptly rejected, froze, his expression a mix of astonishment and shock. Yet, Natasha, with a smile, took Wanda's hand and said, "You are Wanda, aren't you? I'm Natasha. I suppose I should call you sister. Come. Let me introduce you to Susan." Natasha led the bewildered Wanda to Susan. "Hello, Wanda sister. I'm Susan." Susan and Natasha each held one of Wanda's hands, and the 3 of them appeared as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Lin Lin stood awkwardly, observing the animated conversation among the 3, unsure of what to say, while Wanda occasionally cast concerned glances at him. "Don't pay him any mind, that fickle man. The more you care about him, the more he will take advantage of it," Natasha declared with indignation. Susan chimed in, "Natasha is right. We must show him some attitude to make him understand the need for restraint. Actually, when I met him, he was suffering from amnesia. It wasn't he intentional that he developed feelings for someone else. No, he didn't mean to be unfaithful." Wanda couldn't help but defend Lin Lin. Susan and Natasha were momentarily taken aback by Wanda's words. They had presumed Lin Lin to be a heartbreaker, unrepentant in his pursuits. Upon seeing Susan and Natasha's astonished expressions, Lin Lin smiled gently. "Yes, after that day, I was unconscious for quite some time and lost my memory, which is how I unknowingly grew fond of Wanda. I never intended to betray you." However, both Susan and Natasha pursed their lips in unison, their expressions condescending. Even if it wasn't intentional, the reality remains. "Well, what do you want me to do? Should I just give up on Wanda?" Lin Lin gazed at Susan and Natasha with a look of despair. Upon hearing the suggestion of abandonment, Wanda became anxious. To Lin Lin's surprise, Susan and Natasha exchanged mischievous smiles, both wrapping their arms around Wanda as they turned to face him. "All right then, Wanda belongs to us now, and from henceforth, we shall be rivals in love." "What?" Lin Lin was momentarily stunned, incredulously glancing between Susan and Natasha. You two," Natasha grinned playfully. "What's the big deal? Polyamory is quite popular in America. Didn't you know? From now on, Wanda is ours. You can go cool off on the sidelines." Susan swiftly added with a laugh. Lin Lin, speechless, covered his face in disbelief, realizing that these 2 were indeed using this tactic to tease him. At this moment, he genuinely wished to strip the 2 girls of their trousers and administer a proper spanking. However, given the broad daylight, such an act would be inappropriate. Otherwise, a grand melee might ensue, stretching from day into night and back again, leading to an unbreakable bond among the 3 of them. "I shall deal with you later tonight," he huffed. Lin Lin fiercely pinched Susan and Natasha's cheeks, then bestowed a kiss upon the three before departing, intending for them to become better acquainted. Shortly after Lin Lin exited the office, a call from an old acquaintance came through. Nick Fury? Lin Lin stared at the caller ID in astonishment. Upon answering, he expressed his displeasure. Nick Fury, how many agents have you embedded in my company? The phone in Lin Lin's hand was a device hastily procured after parting ways with Norman, and surprisingly, it already contained Nick Fury's number. Not too many, all capable individuals. So rest assured, Nick replied with a smile. If it weren't for Lin Lin's absence lately, he would have found it challenging to place anyone there. Rest assured? I hardly think I can afford such a luxury, considering your S-H-I-D-L-D is leaking like a sieve. Lin Lin scoffed. What do you mean by that? Nick's smile faltered, replaced by a grave expression. What I mean is quite literal. Lin Lin retorted, exasperated. I truly do not understand the thought process of your S-H-I-D-L-D. You are fully aware of the nature of Hydra. Yet you dare to recruit their personnel. You are quite impressive. Perhaps S-H-I-E-L-D should be renamed Hydra Shield. Nick's countenance darkened considerably, and he replied in a low tone. Do you have any evidence to support that claim? Evidence? Ha ha ha. Since when did you, Nick Fury, become one to demand evidence? Lin Lin mocked without reservation. There is no evidence, but believe it or not, it is up to you. Just do not blame me if something goes awry. Nick fell silent. Then Lin Lin inquired, by the way, you contact me upon my return. What is the matter? Last night, there were unusual energy fluctuations in New Mexico. This morning, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents discovered a massive meteorite crater there, housing a hammer rather than a meteorite. Nick paused for a moment before asking, does this concern you in any way? Lin Lin raised an eyebrow at this revelation and glanced at the date displayed on his phone, surprised, silently thinking, goodness. Is it already 2011? Thank heavens Nick called, or I would have missed this. Do not concern yourself with this matter. You cannot manage it anyway. I will head there immediately. After hanging up, Lin Lin sighed heavily. After finally returning, he had yet to cherish his beloved women. And now he had to rush off to New Mexico. He needed to leverage his connection with Thor, for only then could he access Asgard and acquire URU metal. This material held immense significance for Lin Lin. Chapter 23. I am Thor in Natasha's office. The three beautiful women sat closely engaged in conversation. Wanda recounted to the others how she had encountered Lin Lin, how she was captured by Hydra, and how Lin Lin had come to her rescue. When Susan and Natasha learned that Wanda's parents had perished due to weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, both inhaled sharply, uncertain of how to offer solace. They simply tightened their grip on Wanda's hand. Noticing their unease, Wanda reassured them, saying it's all in the past. Tony is also a victim. He nearly lost his life to Stark Industries weapons as well. If blame must be assigned, it should fall upon the deceased Obadiah. Just then, Lin Lin burst through the door, interrupting their conversation. Apologies, ladies, but I have urgent matters to attend to, so I came to bid you farewell. With that, he approached and passionately kissed each of them. Susan was the first to regain her composure from the nearly suffocating kiss, her expression one of displeasure as she asked, you just returned, and now you're off again? Where are you going? For how long? No need to worry, I'm simply heading to New Mexico. The Earth has visitors, and I must extend my hospitality. Lin Lin replied with a nonchalant smile. However, Susan, Natasha, and Wanda could not share in his amusement. Aliens? Is it dangerous? Please be careful. The three gazed at Lin Lin with concern, prompting Susan and Natasha to rise and prepare to accompany him. Yet Lin Lin gently pinched their cheeks, feeling guilty, and said, you both look thinner since my absence. Stay here and chat with Wanda about my past. Rest assured, it's not dangerous, just a rather silly fellow. A silly fellow? Susan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Natasha, intrigued, remarked, from your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with this alien. In fact, you may find you are even more acquainted than you realize. Lin Lin replied with a smile, shrouded in mystery. You'll understand once I return, my dears. Behind Lin Lin, a swirling mass of spatial energy emerged, shimmering with blue and gold hues, signifying his further mastery of the Space Stone's power. The portal opened wide, akin to the maw of a great beast, swallowing Lin Lin whole and leaving no trace behind. Watching Lin Lin depart, the three women felt a sense of loss, until Natasha was the first to break the silence. By the way, Wanda, have you and he? Have we what? Which? Wanda replied, her expression one of confusion. Susan, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, teased, it seems our dear Wanda has yet to experience Lin Lin's antics. Natasha's eyes brightened at this, thinking, thank goodness I'm not the last. If I can't be the first, I must at least be the second. When he returns, I must act swiftly. Unbeknownst to Lin Lin, as he ventured into New Mexico, he arrived above the vast meteor crater. Peering down, he couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, it's truly immense. However, upon seeing the facilities erected around Thor's hammer at the crater's center, along with a surrounding perimeter of barbed wire, his brow furrowed. This black scoundrel must think my words are mere bluster. Humph, he'll regret this in due time. Frustrated, Lin Lin descended from the sky. The impact of his landing generated a shockwave akin to an explosive blast, obliterating the structures that Coulson had arranged. Before the mighty Mjolnir, Lin Lin gazed intently at the legendary artifact. By rights, any worthy individual could wield it, yet what significance did it hold for someone like Hela, who could effortlessly crush it with her bare hands? Intrigued, Lin Lin reached for the hammer's handle, and to his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted it after a mere tremor. How delightfully light! He tossed Mjolnir lightly in his hand, its weight reminiscent of an inflatable toy. After returning the hammer to its rightful place, Lin Lin couldn't help but ponder, does this signify my recognition? Or is my own strength simply overpowering Odin's enchantment? As Lin Lin mused, a gust of wind, generated by his sudden movement, sent several S-H-I-E-L-D agents flying, who quickly surrounded him. Upon recognizing Lin Lin, Coulson, who was aiming his gun at him, immediately lowered it, urgently calling to the other agents, "Stand down, lower your weapons. This is Mr. Zero Stark." The agents, momentarily stunned, hastily complied, with some even sneaking out their phones to capture the moment. Prior to the Devourer of Worlds incident, Lin Lin had not been widely recognized. With scant photographs of him circulating online, most people knew him merely as Tony Stark's brother. It was only after the incident that the public discovered this playboy was not only a genius, but also the mastermind behind a technological empire. Moreover, he was hailed as the savior. To this day, many believed Zero Stark had perished, yet here he was, an iconic figure encountered in the desolate landscapes of New Mexico. "Mr. Stark, you've arrived. However, your entrance was somewhat unconventional," Coulson remarked, glancing around awkwardly. Lin Lin frowned, replying coldly, "I distinctly informed Nick that S-H-I-E-L-D should not interfere in this matter. Since you chose to disregard my warning, you shall bear the consequences." Caught between Nick Fury and Lin Lin, Coulson found himself in a precarious position. "I apologize, we are merely following the director's orders." He deflected, unwilling to take the blame. Lin Lin snorted in response, muttering, "That black-hearted scoundrel will surely regret not heeding my advice one day." Coulson managed a sheepish smile. Mr. Zero Stark, would it be possible to take a picture together?" Coulson's sudden proposal left Lin Lin momentarily taken aback. "A picture?" he inquired. To his surprise, Coulson nodded vigorously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Well, all right then." Lin Lin reluctantly acquiesced, puzzled by Coulson's enthusiasm, given that his idol was Captain America. What was this about? As Lin Lin pondered, the sound of rapid clicks emanated from Coulson's phone, his fingers flying over the screen. Witnessing this, other agents flocked over, eager for their own photographs. Lin Lin, sensing the moment, suggested, "Why not take a group photo?" Ultimately, he managed to appease them with a collective portrait. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Lin Lin speculated that Coulson would soon lead his team to raid Jane Foster's residence. Coulson pondered for a moment before candidly confessing, "A scientific team has been observing celestial phenomena in this vicinity. They undoubtedly detected something on the night of the object's descent. Thus, we are preparing to acquire all their research materials for reference." "Acquire?" Lin Lin chuckled softly, contemplating, "Are you certain it's acquisition rather than theft?" Not delving further into the matter, Lin Lin opted to accompany them instead. As expected, upon arriving at Jane's workspace, Coulson and his team swiftly confiscated all equipment and research materials, hastily packing them away. Witnessing such behavior, Lin Lin's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Is your S-H-I-E-L-D akin to bandits?" Coulson offered an awkward smile, yet refrained from intervening until Jane and her colleagues returned. "Hey, wait a moment. What is going on here?" Upon encountering Jane and her team, Coulson promptly adopted a professional demeanor, responding coolly, "Miss Foster, we are agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. What S-H-I-E-L-D? I don't care. You have no right to take my belongings." Jane retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Eric, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, Jane, it appears this matter is quite serious. Perhaps we should refrain from getting involved." "Refrain? These are my life's work." With that, Jane attempted to reclaim the items seized by the S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Coulson hastily explained, "We are investigating a potential security threat and require access to all your records and meteorological data." "Access? What you're doing is theft." Jane surged forward to retrieve her notebook, but an agent swiftly blocked her path. As the tension escalated, Lin Lin, who had been observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, inwardly exclaiming, "What's this? Bullying a lone woman? Enough." Lin Lin's authoritative shout froze everyone in their tracks. He cast a cold glare at Coulson, asserting, "Coulson, instruct your personnel to return everything and inform Nick Fury that I will handle this matter. You all are to leave." However, before Coulson could respond, he caught sight of Lin Lin's increasingly frigid gaze, causing his hand to tremble. I do not wish to repeat myself. Under Lin Lin's formidable presence, Coulson capitulated, ordering his subordinates to return the items before retreating. Yet, it was inconceivable for Coulson to depart empty-handed. The meteorite site remained untouched. Upon returning to the crater, Coulson's team resumed their examination of Thor's hammer. Jane, having meticulously checked to ensure her belongings were intact, exhaled in relief, then turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Lin Lin. Who are you? Are they your people? Are you also with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lin Lin smiled. Rest assured, I am not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. They heed my words out of fear. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zero Stark. Zero Stark? The three stared at Lin Lin in astonishment. Although more than half a month had passed, the fervor surrounding the Devourer incident had hardly waned. Daisy, starry-eyed, stepped forward to closely examine Lin Lin. She had noticed him upon her return but had refrained from approaching earlier due to the terrifying circumstances. Well, it seems that the handsome gentleman standing here is indeed a savior of the world, prompting her to exclaim, my goodness. You are far more handsome than those blurry photos online. You are much more graceful compared to the brawny man we encountered yesterday. He looked positively savage. Oh, is Thor that wild? Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Thor? Do you know him? Jian gazed at Lin Lin in astonishment. I know of him, but he may not know me. Lin Lin replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Enough about him. Let's discuss you. Daisy inquired curiously. You vanished after the battle with the Devourer. Many said you perished along with it. Clearly, you are unscathed. Not entirely unscathed. I was unconscious for a period after that encounter, and upon being rescued, I suffered from amnesia. It is only recently that I have begun to recover, Lin Lin said with a bittersweet smile. Jian and Daisy gazed at him with reverence upon hearing this. However, Eric interjected, Mr. Stark, is Banner working at your company? Lin Lin looked at Eric in surprise. Indeed. Bruce Banner is part of my technology group. I had no idea you were acquainted. Upon learning that Banner truly worked in tech, Eric beamed. It seems Banner did not deceive me. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Jian expressed her gratitude with a bow to Lin Lin. As she had mentioned earlier, these inventions were the fruits of her labor, many of which she had crafted herself. They were irreplaceable. I must thank you as well, otherwise, I would have lost the 30 songs I just composed. Daisy lamented. Jian shot her a disapproving glance, urging her to refrain from mentioning her trivial concerns. Lin Lin quickly intervened. No need to worry. I am sure those 30 songs took a considerable amount of time to curate. If possible, do share them with me. I would love to listen. Daisy's face lit up with delight as she flashed a sweet smile at Lin Lin. Absolutely. And she eagerly approached him to exchange contact information. Subsequently, Lin Lin glanced around Jian's studio at the various instruments and images plastered on the whiteboard. Are you researching the Bifrost? He inquired with curiosity. The Bifrost? Jian and Eric exchanged puzzled looks. Daisy chimed in. The Bifrost? Isn't that from Norse mythology? It's in children's literature. Jian and Eric gazed at Daisy in disbelief. Daisy shrugged. I mentioned, I am a liberal arts student. Oh, I remember now. Jian said you were the only one who signed up for the internship. Eric finally recalled. Lin Lin chuckled. Indeed, it is part of Norse mythology. However, that is merely its true name. At least, that is how the Asgardians refer to it. Earthlings often call it the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which is essentially a wormhole. Jian and Eric grew increasingly perplexed. Could you elaborate on what you mean? Jian asked, her expression filled with confusion. Lin Lin proceeded to explain the connection between Norse mythology and the extraterrestrial Asgardians in detail. After hearing Lin Lin's explanation, Jian, Daisy, and Eric were left in a state of astonishment. How is it possible that aliens could be the prototypes for Norse mythology? Eric retreated in disbelief. Is it truly that unbelievable? Lin Lin smiled, summoning a portal behind him, transporting the group to the entrance of a pet shop in a quaint town. You may ask him directly. Lin Lin gestured towards the shop where a pet was being requested for transportation. Upon hearing the commotion, Thor turned to see Jane, his eyes lighting up as he made his way toward her. Do you have a horse? Jane was momentarily taken aback. Lin Lin, observing the oblivious Thor, couldn't help but call out with a chuckle, Thor? Thor's eyes brightened as he glanced at Lin Lin, exclaiming, You are quite unlike the other Midgardians. You may regard me as a god of Midgard, Lin Lin replied. A god? Thor exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he grasped Lin Lin's shoulders. If you are indeed a god of Midgard, then surely you can send me back to Asgard. Lin Lin furrowed his brow, shaking his head. I cannot. I lack the precise coordinates of Asgard and have never been there, hence I cannot teleport you back. Thor's expression fell, but he quickly regained his composure and requested. Then can you take me to retrieve Mjolnir? That can wait. Let us return first, Lin Lin said, snapping his fingers and transporting everyone back to Jane's studio. Thor, do you ponder why your father sent you to Midgard? Lin Lin suddenly inquired. I do not understand either. Thor replied, shaking his head in confusion. Lin Lin, looking at the naive god, sighed in resignation but abruptly shifted his tone, asking sternly, Thor, tell me, who are you? I am Thor, the god of thunder, Prince of Asgard. After a fleeting moment of confusion, Thor answered resolutely. Hearing this, Lin Lin secretly chuckled, thinking how amusing it would be if that last phrase were changed to the glory of the northern gods. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Lin fixed his piercing gaze on Thor. Remember, you are the Prince of Asgard, the future ruler of Asgard. You are to lead Asgard as its king, not merely as a warrior or a brute. This is why your father sent you to Midgard. Go forth. Mjolnir lies to the west. Step by step towards your path of enlightenment. Thor gazed in the direction Lin Lin indicated, his resolve strengthening, before turning to stride towards Mjolnir. Lin Lin called after him, think of your kin. Think of the innocent. As Thor's figure receded into the distance, Jane couldn't help but ask, why allow him to walk? We have a vehicle. Observing the innocent expressions on Jane and Daisy's faces, Lin Lin shook his head in exasperation. Do you understand why he came to Earth? Do you comprehend why this so-called god of thunder appears as an ordinary man? Because he nearly instigated a war between two races. His father is disappointed in him. All he sees in Thor is the bloodlust of a warrior, yet fails to perceive the compassion and wisdom befitting a king. Thus, his father stripped him of his divine powers and sent him to Earth, hoping he would comprehend the struggles of being an ordinary person. Originally harboring a favorable impression of Thor, both Jane and Daisy's sentiments evaporated upon learning he had nearly provoked a war. Chapter 24. The affection between Jian and Daisy. Perhaps even Lin Lin himself did not anticipate that a mere phrase could irrevocably sever the bond between Jian and Sol, leaving Daisy, who had once harbored a fondness for him, utterly indifferent. Such is the fragile nature of emotions. Sol, with his robust physique and wild demeanor, could easily captivate the hearts of two women, yet a simple statement from Lin Lin shattered that allure. However, it was not Lin Lin's intention to cause such a rift. To him, Sol was not a warmonger, but rather a thoughtless warrior easily swept away by fervor. A few words from Loki had him spinning in circles, which contributed to Odin's disappointment in Sol. In the heir to the throne, Odin found neither the wisdom nor the compassion befitting a ruler. Regarding Sol's family matters, Lin Lin chose not to dwell upon them. At that moment, he was engrossed in a conversation with Jian about the Bifrost, or rather, wormholes. Upon discovering that Asgard's Bifrost was an immense magical apparatus, Jian was astounded. The two engaged in a fervent discussion about the origins of wormholes and the potential for creating such instruments. Meanwhile, Daisy watched with a frown, perceiving their exchange not as a scientific discourse, but rather as a romantic entanglement. Embracing the notion of out of sight, out of mind, she donned her headphones and closed her eyes to rest. Yet, as Daisy suspected, the dialogue between Lin Lin and Jian only drew them closer, each unintentional touch quickening Jian's heartbeat. It was hard for her to fathom the existence of someone so perfect before her, intelligent, handsome, robust, and fearless. All these captivating qualities were concentrated in one individual. As their discussion waned, they seemed to lock eyes, as if connected by an unspoken understanding. Under the twilight glow, their figures slowly converged, and in the palpable presence of masculine pheromones, Jian could hear her own heart racing, feeling the blood surge through her veins. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she reached up, wrapping her arms around Lin Lin's neck, rising on her toes to kiss him. Initially taken aback, Lin Lin soon embraced Jian, and they found themselves entwined in a passionate kiss. Jian clung to Lin Lin like an octopus, fervently seeking more. But it was Lin Lin who regained his composure first, gently caressing the back of Jian's head. As waves of energy flowed between them, her exuberance gradually subsided. After setting Jian down, he beheld her flushed cheeks and slightly swollen lips, feeling a twinge of regret. Perhaps there were matters that needed to be disclosed. Lin Lin did not wish to be a deceitful cad, so he resolved to be forthright with Jian, leaving her reaction entirely in her hands. With clarity returning to her eyes, Jian looked at Lin Lin with curiosity, urging him to speak. I actually have 3 girlfriends, and they are all aware of one another. Lin Lin confessed, a hint of apprehension in his gaze. Jian paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, I'm sorry, but I don't wish to be your girlfriend. I believe maintaining our current relationship is quite sufficient. You are astute and formidable, but I do not wish to depend on you. I have my own career and dreams. After a brief pause, she continued, if possible, I hope you can be my only refuge. Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback and retorted, what do you mean? My career seems destined to keep me from being by your side, yet I do not wish to betray my own heart. I genuinely like you. But I merely hope that when I seek you out, you will be there. Jian nestled quietly in Lin Lin's embrace, gazing at him. Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Do as you wish. I do not desire you to be dependent on me. My woman can equally pursue her own career and dreams. In Lin Lin's eyes, no one was a subordinate to another, be it Susan, Natasha, or Wanda, he had never envisioned turning them into possessions. In truth, Lin Lin always hoped they would grow stronger and possess the ability to protect themselves, even if one day he were to vanish. That's good. Jian rose on her toes and kissed Lin Lin once more before turning to retreat into her RV. Observing Jian's departing figure, Lin Lin shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He realized he had underestimated the American perspective on love. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled encountering a complex diagram illustrating romantic relationships on American campuses. It was indeed intricate. She wouldn't betray me, would she? Lin Lin suddenly pondered. As for Susan, Natasha, and Wanda, he felt no concern. However, Jian's earlier words were somewhat ambiguous, leaving him uncertain. Though Lin Lin would never confine her, he certainly did not want Jian to be unfaithful during the course of their relationship. Just as Lin Lin was consumed by his worries, Daisy was thrust out of the RV by Jian. Upon seeing Lin Lin, Daisy's face flushed crimson. Lin Lin, however, wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the cause of her blush. Unlike Jian, Daisy's personality was much more forthright. Despite her flushed cheeks, she resolutely approached Lin Lin. Then, to Lin Lin's astonishment, Daisy suddenly seized his collar and kissed him. Caught off guard by the advances of two women in quick succession, Lin Lin was left dumbfounded. This was, in fact, a testament to Lin Lin's lack of self-awareness. To Jian and Daisy, he was a super idol, a true savior of the world, possessing both looks and physique. Their reactions were entirely understandable. Jian was captivated by Lin Lin's intellect, while Daisy was simply enamored by his striking appearance. Initially, Daisy lacked the courage. It was Jian who encouraged her from within the RV, prompting Daisy to emerge blushing and boldly kiss Lin Lin. Jian's strategy was straightforward, by involving Daisy. They could collectively capture Lin Lin's attention. After all, the greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. It can only be said that, true to her scientific nature, her ideas were indeed unique. Perhaps Susan had the same thought when she brought Natasha into the fold. Unlike Jian, Daisy directly embraced Lin Lin. Initially, it was manageable. But this embrace startled Lin Lin. Was Daisy's figure truly that remarkable? Regardless of Jian or Daisy, their attire was quite casual. Daisy was particularly bundled up, concealing her figure entirely. Yet, that embrace revealed a stunningly curvaceous form that left Lin Lin astounded. She was truly ample and alluring. In terms of appearance, Jian embodies an intellectual beauty, while Daisy exudes genuine sensuality. It was only when Daisy found it difficult to breathe that she reluctantly released Lin Lin. With a mischievous grin, Lin Lin remarked, "Do you realize you are playing with fire?" "I do," Daisy replied, her expression blissfully naive. Observing Daisy's innocent demeanor, Lin Lin felt a pang of guilt and reminded her, "Hasn't Jian informed you?" "Including her, I already have 4 women. Then I shall be the 5th. Daisy seemed oblivious. Resting her head on Lin Lin's shoulder, her hand gently caressing his well-defined chest muscles. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Thor trudged through the night until he arrived at the site where MJ Wilner had fallen. Sensing the hammer within arm's reach, Thor attempted to summon it. But despite the flashes of lightning and the rumbling thunder, MJ Wilner remained unresponsive. In truth, Thor had tried countless times along the way without success. Disheartened, he gazed at the lightning streaking across the sky, rekindling a flicker of hope. Indeed, MJ Wilner had not forsaken him. If he could grasp it once more, it would surely belong to him again. Although stripped of his divine powers, Thor's physique remained robust, allowing him to lift a corner of the barbed wire and slip through. Soon, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Observing the patrolling agents around him, Thor was not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. However, despite his caution, he was still detected, triggering the alarm throughout the makeshift base. At that moment, Thor paid no heed to whether it was S-H-I-E-L-D or H-Y-D-R-A. He charged forward, toppling anyone in his path. He made his way toward MJ Wilner. Hearing the alarm, Agent Barton swiftly took position, knocking an arrow and aiming at Thor. Engaged in a tussle with a burly African-American man in the mud, Thor ultimately knocked him unconscious with a single punch and, shaking the rain from his long hair, proceeded toward the hammer. High above, Barton couldn't help but tease over the earpiece, "Coulson, give the order. I'm about to become his fan." Watching Thor peel away the protective covering and slowly approach MJ Wilner, Coulson remained silent, gazing down. However, Barton urged, "There's no time left. Wait, I want to see." For reasons unknown, Coulson's instincts told him that this wild, golden-haired man was extraordinary, and he was curious whether this peculiar individual could lift the hammer as effortlessly as Stark had. Coulson and numerous agents had attempted, yet none could lift it. Even the crane that had hoisted Barton had failed to budge MJ Wilner. Observing Thor's confident stance before the hammer, Coulson's curiosity deepened. When Thor, beaming with a broad smile, grasped the handle, expecting to raise MJ Wilner as he once did, he found it immovable. The smile vanished from Thor's face. unwilling to accept defeat. He grasped the hammer once more, attempting to lift it again, yet it remained futile. After several failures, Thor's spirit shattered entirely with a furious cry. He ultimately knelt before Mjolnir. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks, leaving one to wonder whether they were tears or merely the rain. Observing the defeated Thor, disappointment flooded Coulson's eyes. All right, the performance is over, ground team, move out. Ultimately, a despondent Thor found himself shackled and detained by a multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Clutching Daisy in his arms, Lin Lin utilized his superhuman vision and hearing to absorb every moment of the unfolding drama. He couldn't help but muse inwardly. What a tale of a fallen prince. Dare you take me flying? Just like Superman. Daisy, blushing profusely from Lin Lin's teasing, suddenly proposed. Fly? Certainly. Lin Lin was always eager to fulfill his beloved's wishes. Gazing at Daisy's flushed face, he felt a strong urge to kiss her, but held back. Mindful of their unconfirmed relationship and the fact that his other romantic interests were unaware of her presence, Lin Lin soared with Daisy to hover above the meteor crater. Within the temporary base inside the crater, Thor was confined in an interrogation room, while Coulson stood with his hands in his pockets, scrutinizing him. My agents are of the highest caliber, yet before you, they appear as mere jesters. I'm perplexed. In my experience, only those with specialized training possess skills akin to yours. Pray, tell me, where did you receive your training? Pakistan? Chechnya? Or perhaps Afghanistan? You strike me more as a mercenary. Where is your employer? South Africa? A barrage of questions rained down upon Thor, yet he remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Suddenly, a series of beeps echoed, prompting Coulson to glance back before exiting the interrogation room. In the next moment, Loki appeared before Thor. In an instant, a glimmer of hope reignited in Thor's eyes. Loki, what brings you here? Dressed in earthly attire, Loki gazed at his beleaguered brother, a sense of joy bubbling within him, though he masked it with a facade of sorrow. I needed to see you. Observing Loki's feigned distress, Thor anxiously inquired, what has transpired? Is it related to Jotunheim? I must explain everything to father. Father is dead. Loki replied, sorrow saturating his voice. One must admit, Loki's acting was commendable. His mournful tone and slightly glistening eyes left Thor momentarily speechless. What? Thor exclaimed incredulously. Yet he felt tears welling in his eyes. You have been exiled from Asgard. War is imminent. This is unbearable. You need not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I tried to persuade him, but he would not listen. Loki's expression was one of helplessness and grief. At that moment, Thor was utterly convinced by Loki's words. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Lin, embracing Daisy, couldn't contain his laughter. My dear, what is so amusing? Daisy inquired, her expression one of confusion. There is nothing remarkable down there. No. You cannot see it as I do. I witnessed a foolish brother being completely swayed by his cunning sibling with just a few words. Lin Lin replied with a smile. Daisy was perplexed, yet she paid no heed to it. She simply embraced Lin Lin and gazed up at the starry sky. After successfully deceiving Thor, Loki turned around, revealing a smug grin, and then swiftly appeared before the mighty hammer of the thunder god. Observing this powerful artifact, Loki could not help but entertain thoughts of claiming it for himself. However, despite his numerous attempts to grasp the hammer's handle and exert force, he found it utterly immovable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Loki released his grip, adjusted his attire, and looked skyward. To his surprise, he spotted Lin Lin, who was holding Daisy. Loki's body trembled slightly, taken aback by the realization that someone had been watching him all along without his awareness. Subsequently, he teleported to stand before Lin Lin. Who are you? Loki inquired with a wary expression. Lin Lin did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and remarked, a foolish older brother and a cunning younger brother. Indeed, quite amusing. Is this the brother and the younger brother you mentioned? Daisy asked, astonished by Loki's sudden appearance. Indeed, he is that younger brother. Lin Lin replied with a grin. Loki's expression darkened as he pressed further. Who exactly are you? My identity is of little importance. What matters is that you can leave now, Lin Lin declared, snapping his fingers, causing Loki's figure to vanish instantaneously. What a cunning fellow. Lin Lin mused, suppressing a chuckle at Loki's antics while simultaneously admiring the finesse of his illusions. Who is he? Daisy inquired curiously. He is Loki, the god of mischief from Norse mythology, Lin Lin explained. Daisy's eyes widened slightly in realization. All right. I shall escort you back. Soon. I must retrieve your brother, Lin Lin said, effortlessly lifting Daisy into his arms. Startled by the sudden embrace, Daisy gasped, then, with a flirtatious glance, asked, Are you sure you don't want to? You impudent girl. I told you, for the time being, I will not harm you, Lin Lin replied, kissing Daisy gently on the lips before soaring toward Jane's laboratory. After settling Daisy down, Lin Lin turned to fetch Thor. Without the cumbersome procedures that Eric required, Lin Lin landed at the temporary base, where a multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents promptly surrounded him. upon recognizing him as Zero Stark. Someone dashed off to inform Coulson. When Coulson arrived, Lin Lin expressed his displeasure, stating, "I told you to leave, and yet you remain. Tomorrow, you shall face the consequences. Hand over the one who captured you." "That may not be advisable," Coulson replied, looking troubled. However, as he met Lin Lin's gaze, he quickly acquiesced, instructing his men to bring Thor forth. "It's you," Thor exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Lin Lin. Without further ado, Lin Lin seized Thor by the collar and took flight. "Shall we go for a drink?" Lin Lin proposed. Thor, in desperate need of drowning his sorrows in alcohol, readily accepted. In the bar, Thor downed glass after glass of potent liquor, each one possessing a high alcohol content. Lin Lin was not Eric, with his constitution. The alcohol would be metabolized within seconds of entering his system. However, devoid of divine power, Thor was merely stronger than an ordinary man. After consuming several shots of strong liquor, he soon succumbed to slumber at the bar. "Is this really all you can handle?" Lin Lin teased as he nudged Thor, who remained unresponsive, prompting a chuckle from him. "I thought you were quite the drinker. Without your powers, you can only match that old fellow, Eric. Perhaps beer suits you better." After carrying Thor back, Lin Lin stepped out of the studio for some fresh air and encountered Jane, who was emerging from her camper. "What are you doing up at this hour?" Jane inquired, puzzled by Lin Lin's late-night activities. Lin Lin smiled and gestured toward the studio, where Thor lay snoring. "I was keeping a certain heartbroken brother company as he drank away his woes, misled by his own younger sibling." "Misled? Why didn't you tell him?" Jane asked, wrapping her arm around Lin Lin's. "Tell him? What should I say? That his dear brother is a fraud? Do you think he would believe a stranger like me over his own sibling?" Lin Lin shook his head as he guided Jane to sit beside him. Beneath the starry sky, they held each other tightly, exchanging calm words devoid of sweet nothings, yet the intensity of their bond grew ever warmer. As dawn's first light pierced the horizon, Lin Lin slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at Daisy beside him, he couldn't help but smile with a hint of resignation. Indeed. Daisy. Last night, in the midst of conversation with Jane, she had unknowingly drifted into slumber in Lin Lin's embrace. He had intended to carry her back to bed. But Daisy had unexpectedly emerged from the camper, whether having not slept at all or just waking up, he couldn't tell. In any case, she was now contentedly nestled against him. The desert night was frigid, and Lin Lin had not slept at all, maintaining an energy field to keep them warm. When the sun finally rose, he carefully transported both back to the bed inside the camper before preparing breakfast. Considering everyone's preferences, Lin Lin opted for a Western-style meal. Frying a platter of bacon and ham, toasting some bread in the residual oil, steaming a bowl of scrambled eggs, and preparing a plate of blanched vegetables. For beverages, he brewed coffee and milk. Once everything was ready, Lin Lin went to awaken Thor and Eric. However, upon seeing the two of them entwined in the studio's resting area, he couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Lin rapped on the door, calling, "Rise and shine. Breakfast is ready." His wake-up call was indeed effective, summoning their souls back to consciousness. Thor slowly opened his eyes, aside from slight discomfort. He exhibited none of the typical symptoms of a hangover. In fact, he had slept remarkably well. However, upon realizing he was embracing an old man, he was startled into a sudden leap, hastily exiting the resting area. Meanwhile, Eric appeared bewildered as he rose. As Lin Lin entered the camper, before he could utter a word, Jane and Daisy had already awakened, regardless of how cautious Lin Lin was. Once he returned them to their beds and withdrew the energy field, the icy embrace of the blankets would inevitably rouse them. Thus, when Lin Lin escorted them back to the camper, both Jane and Daisy simultaneously opened their eyes and exchanged a knowing smile. As Lin Lin called them to rise, each offered a morning kiss, a scene that Thor observed quite clearly through the camper window. Truly, as a god of Midgard, he had managed to charm two ladies at once. At that moment, Thor felt a genuine admiration for Lin Lin. When the group gathered at the dining table and beheld the breakfast Lin Lin had prepared, their eyes widened in astonishment. "You can cook?" Daisy asked incredulously, looking at Lin Lin. In her perception, Lin Lin, a ward of the Stark family and head of a prominent tech conglomerate, would surely not be one to lift a finger in the kitchen. He must be accustomed to a life of luxury. Surely, it could not merely be for show. Jane, equally astonished, hesitated but soon reached for a piece of bread to taste. This is quite good," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up in surprise. The bread was crispy on the outside, infused with a hint of meatiness, while the inside remained soft and delectable. Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Lin Lin chuckled and explained, "I had quite an allowance growing up, but you must understand how the tech company was founded. The initial capital was entirely from my savings. During college, I even took on part-time jobs. The cheap food outside was often unpalatable, while the tasty options were too expensive. So I had no choice but to cook for myself. Initial capital, saved allowance." Eric, Jane, and Daisy gazed at Lin Lin in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend. "Well, During elementary school, my monthly allowance was $100. In middle school, it increased to $1,000, and by high school, it was $10,000. After I started university, living on campus, my monthly living expenses reached $100,000. Tony initially wanted to provide me with $500,000 a month, but I thought that was excessive and declined. Lin Lin felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that he was not strictly a self-made man, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable with the online accolades he had received. Daisy, upon hearing this, expressed a look of envy. A monthly allowance of $100,000. I can hardly fathom such a luxurious lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jane, astonished, remarked, with such a sum, didn't he spend it all and still work part-time? As they continued their meal and discussion, a loud knocking reverberated against the glass door beside them. Turning their heads, they were taken aback to see 4 individuals, clad in Viking warrior attire, excitedly banging on the glass. "We found you," Vostag shouted joyfully at Thor. Initially taken aback, Thor soon rushed forward to embrace Vostag with exuberance. "My friends." Eric, observing the 4, recalled Thor's previous mention of them, realizing he was indeed a god. As the 3, apart from Lin Lin, looked on in surprise, Vostag took the lead in introductions. "Oh, my apologies. We are Sif and the Warriors 3. These are my friends." Thor excitedly patted Hogan on the shoulder, expressing his overwhelming joy at seeing them, yet insisting that they should not have come. The 4 were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Thor's words. "We have come to bring you back," Vandal declared with a hint of confusion. Thor's face was etched with regret as he replied, "You know that I cannot return. My father died because of me, and I must accept my punishment of eternal exile." Sif immediately sensed that something was amiss, exclaiming, "Thor, your father is still alive." Upon hearing this, a mixture of doubt and astonishment flickered in Thor's eyes as he realized it was Loki who had deceived him. Meanwhile, Lin Lin was equally exhilarated to see the 4, for their arrival signaled that Loki's gift was imminent. True to expectation, the atmosphere outside shifted dramatically, prompting everyone to rush to the door. In the distance, a massive, straight tornado formed amidst the gathering storm clouds in the desert. "Is someone else coming?" Daisy inquired, her face reflecting confusion. Lin Lin playfully pinched Daisy's cheek and replied, "I fear it may not be a person." "Not a person?" Jian looked at Lin Lin with a puzzled expression. At that moment in the desert, Coulson and a group of agents stared at the towering metal figure that had suddenly appeared before them. Agent Sitwell's first reaction was, "Is that Iron Man?" "I have no idea. No one informed me." Coulson, bewildered, took the microphone from Sitwell and shouted toward the destroyer, "Hello, you are using unauthorized weaponry. Please identify yourself." However, the destroyer merely responded with its enormous, hollow eyes gradually opening. Witnessing this, Coulson confidently assured Sitwell, "I've got this." Yet, beneath the open mask lay emptiness, and the seething energy within the destroyer surged forth. Coulson and the other agents were suddenly struck with alarm. "Get out of the way," Coulson yelled as he fled. Boom, boom, boom. The destroyer unleashed a barrage of energy beams, obliterating S-H-I-E-L-D vehicles one by one. Lin Lin transported everyone directly to the site of the destroyer's arrival. Observing Coulson and the others retreating in disarray, Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "I told you so. But you wouldn't listen. Now look where you are." Upon seeing Lin Lin's sudden appearance, Coulson offered a rueful smile. "Please, no more jokes. Just get out of here. We can handle this." Lin Lin replied with impatience, having warned Coulson numerous times. Yet it seemed it took a painful lesson to recognize the danger. In Asgard, Loki frowned upon seeing Lin Lin before the destroyer. "Oh damn, it's that guy?" Loki recalled the individual from the previous night. Although surprised by Lin Lin's sudden appearance, he couldn't suppress a smirk at the thought of the destroyer's might. "You must leave." Thor's expression grew grave at the sight of the destroyer. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Lin asked. Gazing at the imposing figure of the destroyer, Thor resolutely declared, "I must stay. It has come for me. We shall fight side by side." Volstagg shouted passionately. Upon hearing the voice of Vostagg, Thor could not help but reminisce about the days they once fought side by side. "Friends, I am but a mere mortal now, unable to offer assistance and perhaps even a burden to you. However, we must delay it as much as possible and prevent it from approaching the town." Upon hearing Thor's words, Lin Lin felt a sense of relief, thinking, "It seems my time as a mortal has not been in vain." Thus, Lin Lin, accompanied by Jane, Daisy, and Eric, teleported a considerable distance away. With Thor's guidance, the quartet immediately sprang into action. Sif maneuvered around, while Vostagg retreated, and Hogan and Fandral created distance, preparing to launch Vostagg toward the destroyer as it charged. Vostagg bellowed, "Prepare yourselves." He raised his axe, aiming to strike the destroyer. However, far away in Asgard, Loki could not help but chuckle, and in an instant, the destroyer waved its hand, sending Vostagg flying. Upon witnessing this, Jane and Daisy instinctively cast their gazes toward Lin Lin. Lin Lin, sensing their attention, remained unperturbed, reassuring them. "Do not worry. This is merely the beginning. Remember, they are figures from Norse mythology, a race endowed with millennia of life. Besides, I am right here, should they falter. I will not allow this creature to claim lives. Jane and Daisy grasped Lin Lin's hands tightly, as if that was the only way to feel secure, while Eric shrank behind Lin Lin. Their fear was understandable, for the sheer might of the destroyer was beyond anything these ordinary mortals had ever encountered. Vostag, having been struck down, crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. The destroyer approached him step by step, its two cavernous eyes slowly lowering, the energy within it surging once again. Vostag widened his eyes in terror, unable to look away. At that moment, Sif, having circled behind the destroyer, leaped onto its body, using it as leverage to spring onto its back. She raised her spear high and thrust it fiercely into its neck, piercing through to emerge from its throat, ultimately pinning it to the ground. This strike proved effective, as the energy within the destroyer momentarily waned. Vostag exhaled in relief, while Sif, standing atop the destroyer, wore a triumphant smile as she glanced at her companions. However, that smile lasted less than 3 seconds, for the energy within the destroyer surged once more. With a series of metallic grinding sounds, the destroyer's metallic form began to twist, its back became its front, and its head turned to face upward, shifting from a bowing posture to one of defiance. Realizing the impending energy burst aimed at her, Sif hastily jumped off, narrowly avoiding a torrent of orange energy that shot skyward. Hogan and Fandral rushed to assist Vostag, turning to retreat, closely followed by Sif. As they fled, the destroyer unleashed another beam of energy, sending the 4 of them flying through the air. At this moment, there could no longer remain a passive observer. He rushed directly to Sif's side, leaning against the wreckage of the S-H-I-E-L-D vehicle. Thor gently cradled her face and said, "Sif, listen. You have done your utmost. No, as a warrior, I must perish like a warrior," Sif declared resolutely. "Even in death, my story will endure through the ages. Live on. You must survive to tell your tale," Thor implored once more. Sif grasped Thor's hand, her eyes filled with turmoil, yet the energy beam from the destroyer surged towards them, leaving them no time to linger. They hastily separated. Boom. The already totaled S-H-I-E-L-D vehicle was once again sent soaring through the air. Meanwhile, Hogan and Fandral had located Voltag and were aiding him towards Thor. Thor shouted to the trio, "Listen, you must return to Asgard at once and stop Loki." "And you?" Fandral inquired, for their purpose was to escort Thor back, and they could not simply return alone. "Do not worry, I shall find a way," Thor replied with a smile. At that moment, Thor began to faintly grasp his father's intentions. Witnessing his friends in peril while feeling utterly powerless mirrored the sentiments of ordinary people amidst war. After persuading the group to withdraw, Thor slowly turned his gaze towards the destroyer, realizing that persuading Loki was the only way to potentially end this crisis. However, as he approached the destroyer, Sif and the 3 warriors' expressions shifted dramatically. "What is he planning?" Sif asked in astonishment, yet no one could provide an answer to her concern. As Thor approached the destroyer, Loki did not hasten to command the destroyer to act. He was curious to see what the now mortal Thor would do. "Brother, regardless of how I have offended you or what I have done to elicit such hatred, I sincerely beseech you to forgive me. They are innocent, as are the townsfolk behind me. Taking their lives will bring you no benefit. If killing me will bring you satisfaction, then do so, and end this all." In the grand palace of Asgard, Loki sat upon the throne, his expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, on Earth, the destroyer gradually retracted the energy within, its gaping void slowly closing to form its original hollow eyes. Witnessing this, Thor involuntarily smiled, pondering. Indeed, Loki still holds brotherly affection. Just as the destroyer turned to leave, it suddenly pivoted back and delivered a powerful strike, sending Thor hurtling through the air. "No," Sif cried, rushing forward. Thor landed heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Now, he was merely a mortal. As Sif hurried to his side, Thor reassured her, "It is over. It is all over." With those final words, he closed his eyes. Not far off, Lin Lin felt an exhilarating thrill, thinking, "Oh, the iconic moment is about to unfold." However, to Lin Lin's surprise, the destroyer did not turn away. Instead, it reopened its hollow eyes, energy surging anew within. A beam of energy shot forth, aimed directly at Thor and Sif before the astonished eyes of all. With a thunderous boom, Lin Lin suddenly appeared before Thor, raising his hand to block the energy beam of the destroyer, the dispersed energy dancing like flames. Lin Lin cast a displeased glance at the destroyer, causing Loki, far away in Asgard, to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 26, Asgard, damn it. Why? Why do I tremble with fear from just one glance of his? Even from a distance in Asgard, that gaze is more terrifying than Father S. Loki, curled up on his throne, trembled all over, his eyes vacant as he stared into the distance. On Earth, the scene of Lin Lin blocking the terrifying energy beam from the destroyer left everyone in shock. Who is this person? Could he be a god of Midgard? Sif watched in horror as the man stood between her and Thor. The three warriors, having heard of the destroyer, were equally astonished by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Jane and Darcy suddenly felt an emptiness in their hands. Turning around, they found Lin Lin had vanished, only to witness him blocking the energy beam. The two women exclaimed in unison, "Incredible!" Eric, on the other hand, plopped down onto the ground. Regardless of whether it was Jane, Darcy, or Eric, they had all watched Lin Lin battle the Devourer of Worlds via live stream. Yet nothing could compare to the sheer shock of witnessing him physically block an energy beam. However, Lin Lin frowned slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Is this really all the destroyer is capable of? I recall a video stating that this device was used by Odin against the Celestials. The Celestials cannot be this inept, can they? Loki? Perhaps it was due to Loki's manipulation? That must be it. Otherwise, how could Thor have retrieved his hammer and resolved the situation so swiftly in the movie? Upon this realization, Lin Lin felt somewhat disinterested. Fortunately, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated from behind him. Turning around, he saw a spark of electricity dancing at Thor's fingertips. And in the nearby meteor crater, Mjolnir soared into the sky, leaving a long trail of vapor in its wake. Now, this is the spectacular moment I longed to witness. As Mjolnir hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, Lin Lin kicked a nearby stone towards the destroyer. The stone, suddenly enveloped by a magical circle, grew larger without losing velocity and struck the destroyer to the ground. Magic is truly marvelous. It can alter the size of objects beyond just Pym particles. Whoosh. Mjolnir zipped past Lin Lin's body, and the previously motionless Thor suddenly raised his hand to grasp the flying hammer. Boom. With a thunderous crack, Thor, holding Mjolnir aloft, slowly stood up, electricity coursing around him. All his wounds vanished, and scales began to coalesce upon him. As the electricity intertwined, Thor donned his battle armor once more, finally embodying the essence of a thunder god. At this moment, Sif and the three warriors beamed with joy at the sight before them, while Eric, Jane, and Daisy displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Only now did they truly believe Thor's words. He was indeed the god of thunder. Thor, exhilarated, raised Mjolnir once more. However, within the halls of Asgard, Loki seethed with fury upon witnessing this scene. The destroyer shattered a boulder with a single punch, and the hollow eyes of its metallic head flared open again, unleashing a beam of energy directed straight at Thor. With a swift motion, Thor swung Mjolnir at the destroyer's head, causing the energy beam to veer off course, and then delivered another strike that sent the creature crashing to the ground. With another mighty swing of Mjolnir, Thor harnessed its power to soar into the sky. Amidst the clouds, his hammer whirled with fervor. In an instant, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds gathered, swirling down towards the earth. The destroyer gazed at Thor amidst the storm clouds, its form slowly lifting off the ground. Unsure whether it was the pull of Mjolnir or its own volition, or perhaps a combination of both. In the tempest, the destroyer's energy beams flickered in and out, seemingly thwarted at every attempt to cast a spell. Suddenly, a brilliant orange light erupted from the storm clouds. It was Thor, standing defiantly against the energy beam with Mjolnir in hand, the radiating energy illuminating the storm. Closing in on the destroyer, Thor struck fiercely, landing a resounding blow upon its colossal head. The sound echoed like a thunderous bell, and a shadow plummeted from the sky, exploding upon impact and sending debris flying. Yet, the law of smoke with no harm failed at this moment, as a figure enveloped in lightning descended from above. With a thunderous crash, Thor executed a classic heroic landing. But in the ensuing haze, no one witnessed this striking moment. As he stepped out from the smoke, Thor's face rekindled with the confidence and pride of old. Quite the ensemble, I must say. Did you often dress like this before? Lin Lin remarked, appraising Thor's attire, secretly thinking it was quite stylish, albeit a bit ostentatious. Close enough. Thor replied with a confident smile. Suddenly, Lin Lin's eyes gleamed with mischief. Care for a spar? Thor paused, momentarily perplexed. A spar? Why? Just a whim. I'd like to test my skills on you. Lin Lin had absorbed a significant amount of energy from the destroyer's beams, and now felt nearly restored, eager to see if he could contend with the god of thunder. Very well, shall we do it here? Thor, having reclaimed Mjolnir, revealed his true nature, the thrill of battle igniting in his eyes. Of course not, Lin Lin retorted, thrusting his hand forward as the barren landscape around them began to reflect like a shattered mirror. Cracks spreading outward. Mirror space activated. Just as Thor was about to inquire further, he was taken aback as the fractured mirror surged toward him. Ignoring Thor's confusion, Lin Lin turned to Jane and Daisy, saying, I'll spar with this fellow. I'll be back shortly. Having spoken, Lin Lin swiftly plunged into the shattered mirror, and subsequently, everything returned to its original state. This extraordinary scene immediately attracted a crowd, with even the valiant warriors, despite Vostag feeling as if he might fall apart, unable to resist the urge to take a closer look. However, upon reaching the spot where Lin Lin and Thor had vanished, they found no trace whatsoever, as if the two had simply ceased to exist. Is this also a form of teleportation? Eric, who had previously experienced Lin Lin's teleportation, could not help but inquire. Yet, both Jane and Daisy, who had undergone a similar experience, shook their heads in disagreement, with Jane asserting, "It doesn't seem like teleportation. At least when we were brought here, it was like this. Could it possibly be another type of magic?" Daisy speculated. Earlier, Lin Lin had revealed to them that the means of their transportation was magical. Although Sif and the three warriors, being Asgardians, understood the concept of magic, they recognized that Asgardian magic diverged from that of Earth, rendering them quite intrigued by Lin Lin's utilization of the mirror space. As they deliberated, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to peek out from their hiding places nearby. Sitwolf fixed his gaze intensely on the discarded, deactivated destroyer lying on the ground and turned to Coulson, asking, "Should we recover that thing?" Coulson remained silent. He had been warned multiple times by Lin Lin, and during the last warning, he had distinctly sensed a murderous intent. He dared not gamble with his and his colleagues' lives. "Let us wait a bit longer. Once they and Mr. Stark have departed and confirmed they don't want it, we will proceed to recover it." At this moment, Coulson was exceedingly cautious, unwilling to engage in any clever wordplay with Lin Lin. Sitwell pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although Lin Lin had scarcely revealed his abilities throughout the battle, his minimal displays of power had already left them profoundly shaken. The strength Thor exhibited upon reclaiming Mjolnir was visibly apparent, while Lin Lin's power remained enigmatic and fearsome. Before long, the mirror space opened once more, and Lin Lin emerged first, his attire in tatters as if scorched by countless arcs of electricity. However, his robust physique bore no evident marks of injury. Even so, Jane and Daisy approached anxiously to inspect him. "Are you all right? Goodness, your clothes. Did you get hurt?" The two women voiced their concerns in unison, to which Lin Lin responded with a smile, "I'm fine. It's just my clothes that are torn." As he spoke, a magical array appeared on his wrist, and in an instant, his tattered garments transformed into a sleek, all-black casual suit. Once Lin Lin had changed, Jane and Daisy suddenly realized they might have overlooked something, abruptly recalling the defined muscles beneath Lin Lin's ragged clothing, the chiseled chest and abs. A wave of regret washed over them as they realized they had been so preoccupied with his well-being that they had neglected to appreciate him further. As Jane and Daisy expressed their concern for Lin Lin, Thor emerged shortly thereafter, his armor intact, but his face marked with noticeable bruises. Upon seeing Thor, Sif hurried forward. But upon noticing the contusions on his face, she cast a surprised glance at Lin Lin. Impressive. Truly worthy of being a god of Midgard. The corners of Thor's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at Lin Lin. Yet, Lin Lin shook his head and remarked, "It seems I am somewhat outmatched. I initially intended to face you relying solely on my physical prowess, but I find my recovery is still insufficient." Having only regained 1% of his physical form, Lin Lin was momentarily unable to compare himself to the current god of thunder. After all, his original body had been honed over several years, whereas this newly reborn physique had yet to endure a month of energy refinement, leaving much to be desired. Thor, feeling somewhat awkward, shook his head and stated, "Both your corporeal form and your magic are integral parts of your strength. As for your magical abilities, I believe only my father Odin could rival you." Upon hearing Thor's assertion that this Midgardian could only be matched by the All-Father Odin, both Sif and the three warriors felt a surge of astonishment. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have scoffed, yet the statement carried weight coming from Thor himself. Thor had always regarded his father as an idol, using him as a benchmark for his own efforts, and for him to speak thus could only indicate that this Midgardian possessed truly formidable power. Despite the praise from Thor, Lin Lin felt little emotion and inwardly mused, "Odin? That old man can't have many years left. How can one compare a young man like me to a decrepit elder nearing his grave? Apologies, everyone, but we must return now. I need to have a serious discussion with my brother." Thor was uncertain of Loki's intentions, but he knew that if they did not return soon, they might not have the chance to do so at all. "Wait," Lin Lin suddenly interjected, "take me along. I am quite curious about what Asgard is truly like." Thor and the others were somewhat taken aback, but did not refuse. After all, how could they let such a formidable ally slip away? Meanwhile, Jane and Daisy hastily grabbed Lin Lin's hands, both wearing expressions that conveyed a resolute "if you don't take us with you, we won't let go." Lin Lin chuckled at the childlike stubbornness of the two and gently kissed them, saying, "Allow me to handle matters over there first, and then I shall return to escort you both." How does that sound? After a moment of silence, Daisy finally spoke, "You must promise to come back for us. Don't treat us like discarded trash. How could you ever be trash? You are my treasures." Lin Lin responded, extending his hand to touch the two women's chests. "This is a gift for both of you." Jane and Daisy exchanged puzzled glances, slightly pulling at their collars to look down, only to discover a dragon head insignia had appeared on their chests. Jane bore a blue-purple dragon head, while Daisy sported a crimson one. "What is this?" They both asked in unison, their eyes filled with confusion as they turned to Lin Lin. I shall explain it when I return, while I am away. This will protect you. After ruffling their hair affectionately, Lin Lin turned toward Thor. Seeing Lin Lin join him, Thor could hardly contain the smile spreading across his face. Standing upon the remnants of the magical sigil left by the Bifrost, Thor raised his voice. Heimdall, lower the Bifrost. However, Thor waited in vain for a response. Heimdall? Can you hear me? We need your assistance. Lin Lin was aware that Heimdall had long been frozen by Loki for allowing Sif and the others to enter Earth. At this moment, Loki had likely already permitted the frost giant King Laufey to enter Asgard. Contemplating this, Lin Lin found himself at a loss for words regarding Loki's actions. Pondering how desperately he sought to prove himself, and how many lives this obsession might cost. Upon hearing Thor's calls, the frozen Heimdall unexpectedly broke free from his bindings and swiftly dispatched 2 frost giant guards. Ultimately, he managed to insert the Sword of Guardians into the mechanism that activated the Bifrost before collapsing in exhaustion. As the Bifrost descended, Sif and the others could not help but smile as they hurried into its embrace. However, Jane, Darcy, and Eric were unfortunately left behind. It must be said that the speed of the Bifrost was astounding. Lin Lin felt as if mere seconds had passed before vibrant beams of rainbow light enveloped him, transporting him to Asgard. Upon seeing the fallen Heimdall, Thor sensed that the situation was dire. Take him to the infirmary. I shall confront Loki. With that, Thor hurled his hammer and sword toward the palace, while Lin Lin stepped onto the Bifrost, lightly tapping the shimmering acrylic bridge beneath his feet. This truly resembles acrylic. He chuckled, before rising and flying toward the city of Asgard, quietly admiring its culture and scenery from the skies. Lin Lin was not there to interfere in their familial drama. They had their conflicts, and he had his own pursuits. Until a tremendous crash resonated from the palace. A gaping hole appearing in its heights, through which a figure was hurled downwards. Ah, it begins, Lin Lin remarked with amusement as he observed the palace. Shortly thereafter, he saw Loki riding towards the Bifrost. A question arose in Lin Lin's mind. Did the inhabitants of Asgard lack the ability to fly? Before long, he heard a rush of wind overhead. It was Thor, soaring with the aid of his hammer. Noticing that Odin's 2 rebellious sons had departed, Lin Lin understood that it was his turn to make an entrance. Accelerating from a leisurely pace, he swiftly arrived at the entrance of Odin's secret chamber, where the Allfather lay in slumber. As he stepped through the open door, Lin Lin was met with Frigga, sword in hand. Seeing yet another intruder, Frigga wasted no time in brandishing her weapon. Lin Lin raised an eyebrow and conjured an energy field to restrain her. Observing Frigga's struggles, he inwardly sighed. Come on, lady. Aren't you a master of magic? Why wield a sword? I was hoping to inquire about Asgardian magic, but this is quite unsettling. Despite his exasperation, Lin Lin explained. You must be Thor's mother. Frigga paused, seemingly recognizing that the individual before her was not an enemy, and inquired, Who are you? I am a friend of Thor's from Midgard. I will release you now, but could you please refrain from swinging that sword around? Lin Lin said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Frigga's expression stiffened, and she slowly lowered her sword, apologizing. I acted out of panic. I hope you can forgive me. As Frigga laid down her sword, Lin Lin withdrew the energy field and turned his gaze towards Odin, who lay upon a vast bed resembling a ship, enveloped in a pale golden aura. Odin appeared almost like a corpse. My lady, I fear he is on the brink of death. This method is but a drop in the bucket. Frigga's expression darkened immediately. Do we not understand this? Yet, given the current predicament of Asgard, how could he possibly rest easy? Observing Frigga's sorrowful demeanor, Lin Lin thought to himself, an opportunity has arisen. My lady, why not consider a trade? I can extend Odin's life by 6 years. During this time, he shall not need to rely on slumber to sustain himself, but after these 6 years, he will undoubtedly perish, Lin Lin stated calmly. However, Frigga, upon hearing this, rushed to Lin Lin, her excitement palpable. What is your condition? Speak freely. Instead of immediately revealing his terms, Lin Lin suggested, perhaps we should first awaken this slumbering king. Shall we? As he spoke, a magnificent dragon-like shadow erupted from behind him. The ebony and gold dragon raised its head, its roar resonating throughout Asgard. Before it opened its mighty jaws, and the energy of Asgard surged towards it like a tidal wave. Ultimately, this energy coalesced into a verdant orb within the dragon's maw. The dragon's shadow retracted into Lin Lin's being, and the emerald orb fell into his hand. Lin Lin then tossed the orb towards Odin, and it hovered above him, its green radiance gradually permeating his form. Frigga, utterly astonished, murmured to herself, Is this life magic? She was uncertain, but at that moment, Odin slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 27, The Pillaged Asgard. Greetings, King of Asgard. Odin could scarcely believe that the first sight to greet him upon awakening was not his son or wife, but a stranger. Who are you? He inquired coldly. In that instant, Lin Lin felt the regal authority of Odin as a king, though such majesty was utterly insignificant before him. Who am I? I am what you refer to as a Midgardian, Lin Lin replied with a faint smile, as though addressing a mere corpse rather than a reclining monarch. There lies a familiar energy within you. It is the energy of the Space Stone, albeit with a difference, Odin remarked, well aware that the Space Stone was crafted by him to conceal the cosmic cube on Earth, making him intimately familiar with its energy. Your perception is not mistaken. The energy within me indeed contains that of the Space Stone, which I have absorbed. Lin Lin spoke candidly, feeling no need to deceive one who had lived for millennia. Upon hearing this, Odin swiftly sat up, as if rejuvenated, his expression one of disbelief. You claim to have absorbed one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone? A subtle smile played on Lin Lin's lips as he replied, indeed, that Infinity Stone has significantly elevated my potential. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Gazing at the young man before him, Odin marveled at the astonishing power he possessed, capable of harnessing even the energy of the Infinity Stones. However, the lingering sensation of the Space Stone's energy indicated that the young man had not fully absorbed and integrated it yet. Nevertheless, he was still the first to achieve such a feat. Odin's astonishment did not surprise Lin Lin. As Ancient One had once been amazed by the power of the Dragon Totem, and now, Lin Lin's own totem was far superior to what it once was. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a high-backed chair sprouted from the ground behind him. Once seated, Lin Lin calmly regarded Odin and stated, let us set aside our pleasantries and discuss the matter of trade. Trade? Odin queried, casting a puzzled glance at Frigga. Frigga, looking troubled, replied, this young man is a friend of Thor. He claims to have a means to extend your life without the need for slumber, but only for 6 years. And it comes with conditions. Upon hearing the possibility of extending his life for 6 years, Odin's curiosity about the young man intensified. Speak, what are your terms? He inquired, his tone suggesting indifference towards the prospect of prolonging his life. Yet, Lin Lin inwardly scoffed at the old fox's facade of nonchalance, suspecting he was secretly elated. Odin's predicament was grave. While slumber could grant him a few more years, it was akin to death, rendering him incapable of action. The rapid decline of his vitality, coupled with the lingering injuries from his youthful battles, left even Odin powerless. Slumber was the most desperate of measures. As a father and king, he was deeply troubled by the current state of Asgard, and Lin Lin expertly seized upon this vulnerability. Seated in the chair, Lin Lin fiddled with his fingers and slowly articulated, my terms are quite simple, 2 conditions. One is the right to mine URU metal. The other involves the magic of the Aesir and Vanir. The mining of URU metal was straightforward, but the magic of the Aesir and Vanir prompted Odin to glance at Frigga, who nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Odin readily acquiesced. Very well, I accept your terms. However, Lin Lin's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he solemnly stated, I require the rights to mine URU metal. What? Impossible. Absolutely not. Odin's voice escalated sharply. Observing Odin's furious glare, Lin Lin retorted with a cold smirk, what use is URU metal to you? After Ragnarok, there will be nothing left. Odin's face paled. He was taken aback that this young man was aware of Ragnarok. If you seek to protect the people of Asgard, I can assist you, but that entails additional conditions. With his legs crossed, Lin Lin looked down at his hands, rubbing his fingers together, fully aware that everything lay within his control. The challenges facing Asgard were numerous, and Lin Lin had ample leverage to manipulate Odin. Super strength. You see, I told you, a little thought solves the problem. Super intellect. It's merely a matter of a few punches. Why go through all this trouble? Odin's gaze lowered, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Unfortunately, Thor did not afford him ample time for such deliberation. Bang! Upon the Rainbow Bridge, Thor, witnessing the impossibility of closing it, raised his mighty hammer and struck down upon the bridge. With each fierce blow, the structure shattered, followed by a tremendous explosion that propelled both Thor and Loki away. The resounding roar of the explosion echoed throughout Asgard. Odin abruptly lifted his gaze, only to vanish the next moment. At his advanced age, such haste was quite remarkable. Lin Lin shook his head, retracting the verdant gem he held. This gem encapsulated 6 years of the lifespan of all Asgardians. Indeed, Lin Lin intended to barter this gem for the rights to mine URU metal and access Asgard's magic, a transaction devoid of cost. Naturally, 6 years of life was negligible for the long-lived Asgardians. Conversely, Lin Lin's ability to extract their lifespans to prolong Odin's life was nothing short of extraordinary. Such an unprecedented power surely warranted a claim to the rights of URU metal and Asgardian magic. Before long, Odin and Thor returned. Thor, with a slumped demeanor, appeared utterly dejected, evidently believing Loki to be dead. Where is Loki? Frigga anxiously inquired, gripping Thor's arm. It was undeniable that Frigga held a deep affection for her adopted son, which later contributed to her grief upon Loki's demise. Loki. He fell from the Rainbow Bridge. Thor's eyes glistened with tears. At this moment, Lin Lin rose and declared, Fear not, he shall not perish. Moreover, he will encounter remarkable fortune. Reflecting on Loki's impending encounter with Thanos' army and the likelihood of acquiring the Mind Stone, Lin Lin felt a surge of excitement. Another Infinity Stone could soon be within reach. Suddenly, Lin Lin realized a crucial point. Loki had sensed the Tesseract due to the Mind Stone, which had transported him to Earth. However, the Tesseract was no more, and the Space Stone had already been absorbed by him. Could he perhaps fabricate a counterfeit or a temporary Space Stone? After some contemplation, Lin Lin deemed this approach worth exploring. Frigga, you and Thor should step outside. I need to have a thorough discussion with this friend from Midgard. Odin's gaze was intense as he regarded Lin Lin. Thor, bewildered, looked between his father and Lin Lin, ultimately being led out by Frigga. Can you truly safeguard all of Asgard's inhabitants? Odin's eyes burned with scrutiny upon Lin Lin. His skepticism was not unfounded. Within Lin Lin, Odin perceived the potential for the impossible to become possible. No one had ever harnessed the power of the Infinity Stones. Yet this young man had achieved it, affording Odin reason to believe that he might once again work wonders. After all, he had no alternative. In response to Odin's inquiry, Lin Lin remained silent, his serene smile unwavering as he gazed back, exuding an aura of confidence that further solidified Odin's belief in his trustworthiness. Very well, present your terms. With Odin's acquiescence, Lin Lin nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations on making a wise choice. My demand is quite simple, the treasury of Asgard. A simple statement caused Odin's blood pressure to soar, yet he did not immediately refuse. Instead, he took a deep breath, paused for a considerable time, and finally gritted his teeth to utter a single word. All right. Observing Odin's flushed face, Lin Lin nearly burst into laughter. With a hearty slap to his thigh, Lin Lin slowly rose to his feet and said, Do not be so angry. I haven't finished my thought about emptying your treasure vault. Rest assured, I will select only those items I deem useful. Although Lin Lin spoke thus, Odin, still fuming, retorted, Let us go. I shall take you to the vault. Not in a hurry. First, you must swallow this to complete our initial transaction. Lin Lin presented a verdant life essence pearl, a gem infused with the life force of numerous highly intelligent beings, to Odin. Upon receiving the pearl, Odin examined it closely, astonished by its vibrant vitality. Is that life magic? He inquired. Regardless of its nature, do you want it or not? Lin Lin replied impatiently. Without a hint of doubt, Odin opened his mouth and swallowed the life essence pearl. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality within him, as if he had returned to his youth. Can this truly sustain me for only 6 years? Odin pondered, bewildered at how such a rich source of life could possibly last for merely 6 years. Lin Lin shrugged, stating, I said 6 years, and it will last 6 years. Once the time is up, it will abruptly deplete all its vitality. Convinced of the 6-year limit, Odin ceased further inquiries and led Lin Lin to the treasure vault. Meanwhile, on Earth, after Lin Lin's departure, Sitwell could not help but ask, now that he has left, should we go retrieve that Iron Man fragment? Coulson hesitated momentarily before resolutely rising from behind the damaged vehicle. Let us go. With a sweeping gesture, Coulson rallied his team of agents to prepare for the recovery of the destroyer. However, as they approached the remnants, a cloud of mist erupted from beneath each fragment, shimmering with a blue-golden light. In a mere instant, the mist enveloped the fragments and then vanished entirely. Staring at the empty ground, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were left dumbfounded. Sitwell and Coulson exchanged glances, both harboring a shared thought, terrifying. Watching the agents leave empty-handed, Daisy covered her mouth and laughed, while Jane, equally amused, pulled Daisy away from the scene. Eric, with a smirk of schadenfreude, approached Coulson and remarked, TSK, you were a step too slow. Haha. Faced with Eric's boisterous laughter, Coulson's expression darkened, realizing he had utterly botched the task assigned by Nick Fury. Back in the studio, Jane and Daisy appeared somewhat despondent. As soon as Lin Lin had departed, an emptiness settled within them. Jane turned to immerse herself in her research, attempting to fill the void with work, while Daisy, donning her headphones, sat atop the studio's roof, gazing at the spot where Lin Lin had departed via the Rainbow Bridge. Gradually, nightfall approached. It's getting cold. We should head back. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind her, accompanied by a warm embrace that enveloped her. Daisy turned in surprise. You're back? So soon? Lin Lin smiled and replied, In truth, I could have returned even faster. Due to some issues that needed addressing on that side, time was inadvertently delayed. So, how about it? Are you still interested in visiting Asgard? Of course, Daisy exclaimed with excitement. Hearing the commotion from the rooftop, Jane curiously came to investigate, only to find Lin Lin embracing Daisy. Would you like to join us? Lin Lin smiled at the startled Jane. Without hesitation, Jane dashed into Lin Lin's embrace, complaining, If I hadn't come up, would you have left me behind? How could we? Lin Lin chuckled. Come, let me show you what Asgard is like. Amidst their laughter, clouds swirled behind them, and a shimmering blue-gold light flickered. Suddenly, everything went dark, and when they could see again, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Lin Lin led the two women to the fractured rainbow bridge, gazing at the magnificent starry islands before them, with a resplendent palace at the center. Both Jane and Daisy were left speechless in awe. Is this really Asgard? Daisy asked in astonishment. Meanwhile, Jane noticed the rainbow bridge beneath their feet, turning to look back. She realized it was broken. Is this truly the rainbow bridge? Why is it broken? Jane inquired, puzzled. Lin Lin, observing the bridge's fracture, sighed. Thor's brother attempted to use the rainbow bridge to destroy another realm. Thor couldn't stop it, so he had to shatter it. Shatter it? Jane gasped initially, then shook her head in regret. The principle of the rainbow bridge was closely related to her research, which evoked a profound sense of loss. All right, let me take you on a proper tour of Asgard. Lin Lin took the hands of both women and led them towards the city. They strolled to the palace. And when Jane and Daisy beheld the legendary King Odin, their astonished expressions compelled Lin Lin to pull out his phone and snap several pictures. Darling, why do I feel as if this king appears rather angry? Jane whispered to Lin Lin after glancing at Odin. Because your man just raided Asgard. Odin glared discontentedly at Lin Lin. Lin Lin smirked, replying, What? Do the people of Asgard not measure up to the treasures in your vault? Besides, your vault holds little of worth. The eternal flame is decent, but I only took a few embers. Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, Odin's temples throbbed, thinking, Listen to yourself. Is this how you speak? Nothing of value, yet you didn't take less. Enough. Don't say another word. Are these the two you mentioned that need Frigga's guidance? You can find her yourself. Odin hastily waved Lin Lin away. On Earth, at the base, Susan, Natasha, Banner, Blonsky, and Tony gathered together, each bearing a serious expression. Should we find a way to contact Mr. Stark? Blonsky suggested as the others remained silent. They came for me. I originally didn't want to trouble you. But I didn't expect he would emerge from your midst, Tony replied, somewhat helplessly. Natasha gazed at Tony, asserting that regardless of his origins, this matter pertained to his safety. Should they neglect it, Lin Lin would undoubtedly chastise them upon his return. The paramount task now was to locate Killian. Banner's expression grew grave, for they were all too aware of the formidable nature of the extremist virus. Chapter 28. Heaven and Earth are indifferent. Treating all creatures as mere tools. The extremist virus, refined by Lin Lin, had evolved through years of relentless iteration, giving rise to numerous derivatives. The medical sector of the technology conglomerate was centered around the extremist virus, developing a variety of pharmaceuticals aimed at curing ailments, cancer, and even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. However, the more potent the medicine, the costlier it became. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. The true concern was that Killian, the head of the medical department, had absconded with the perfected extremist virus. Ever since Lin Lin vanished after battling the Devourer, Killian could no longer quell his restless heart. Initially, Lin Lin believed Killian would become a villain, driven by the humiliation he felt from Tony's disdain. In retrospect, Tony's contempt seemed merely a trivial catalyst. What was it that Killian, possessing the flawless extremist virus, lacked the most? Money. Who, in contemporary America, was the wealthiest? The Stark brothers, of course. One held Stark Industries, while the other commanded the technology conglomerate. The former was merely affluent, while the latter was both wealthy and influential. Hence, Killian dared not strike at the base, fully aware of the caliber of individuals present there. Instead, he turned his ambitions towards Tony. What pretext could he possibly use? Naturally, it would be to avenge the earlier slight. Of course, any excuse, no matter how absurd or shameless, would suffice, for human nature often seeks to rationalize its misdeeds, allowing one to feel justified in their wrongdoing. At that moment, around the conference table at the base, voices buzzed with fervent discussion. Enough. This clamor is unproductive. We cannot rely on Lin Lin for everything. Susan, observing the chaotic scene, felt a surge of frustration. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Lin, far away in Asgard, was fully aware of the situation through the totem seeds possessed by Susan and Natasha. Killian? Lin Lin's demeanor turned frosty. He had nearly forgotten this individual, only to discover that he had resurfaced to cause trouble. Could it be that the timeline was self-correcting? Or was it merely a coincidence? At that moment, Lin Lin was less concerned with Killian and more preoccupied with the potential disruptions in the timeline. According to the observations of the Ancient One, she had lost clarity regarding the future of the timeline. After all, she was the Sorcerer Supreme, wielding the Time Stone. With his current abilities, Lin Lin could attempt to glimpse the flow of time through the Dragon Totem, yet what he perceived was exceedingly peculiar. He could only peer a short distance ahead from the present, beyond which lay a shrouded fog. Even the minute fragment of the future he glimpsed was alarmingly unstable, suggesting that the notion of a self-correcting timeline was implausible, for there was no coherent timeline to begin with. Everything in this world is undergoing transformation due to his myriad decisions, with only the timeline beyond his current moment remaining stable. Perhaps for this reason, The timeline in which Lin Lin resides may not even fall within the jurisdiction of the Temporal Management Bureau. After some contemplation, Lin Lin is certain that it is Killian's inherent nature at play, rather than an issue with the timeline itself. He cast a glance at the palace, where Jian and Daisy were engaged in magical studies under Frigga's guidance. Perhaps a return was in order. After informing Jian and Daisy, Lin Lin teleported back to Earth, opting not to materialize directly before Susan and the others. He wished to observe whether they possessed the capability to confront crises on their own. If they could not even handle a single Killian, Lin Lin feared he would have to escalate his involvement. He was not a caretaker, unable to shield them indefinitely. Moreover, the very essence of the Super League's inception was to empower them to protect the Earth, allowing him to rest at ease. Miss Susan, you might want to take a look at this. Norman Osborn, who had remained silent until now, lightly tapped the table twice before sending her video file. The footage revealed Killian, clad in a sinister robe, seated upon a throne, proclaiming the virtues of his organization, the New World. After viewing the video, the room erupted in indignation. Tony slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "Terrorism. This is nothing short of blatant terrorism. He has injected himself with the Oblivion virus." Banner noticed Killian's eyes, glowing a fiery red, a clear manifestation of the perfect transformation brought about by the Oblivion virus. Natasha narrowed her striking eyes, coldly observing Killian in the video as she remarked, "It appears that the explosion that targeted Tony was not his only scheme. Similar ultra-high temperature explosions have occurred in various locations prior to this. New World. What a damn name." Bronsky scoffed. "I suspect his attack on Tony was merely an attempt to extort money from him, rather than any form of retribution. It must be said." Bronsky's military background allowed him to discern Killian's motives at a glance. He must be looking to enhance the Oblivion virus. A striking Asian beauty in the corner of the conference room whispered. Susan immediately took note of her, perhaps due to Lin Lin's influence, as she was particularly attentive to beautiful women. "You must be Dr. Zhao Helen. Please share your insights." Susan thought to herself, glancing at the Asian beauty. "I cannot let Lin Lin see her." However, Zhao Helen had come to the technology sector specifically because of Lin Lin. During Lin Lin's epic battle against the Devourer, she had secretly vowed that if she survived, she would join the tech conglomerate, preferably to meet this mysterious and formidable man. Naturally, she survived and achieved her wish to join the tech group, though she had yet to encounter Lin Lin. As for her presence in this conference room, it was indeed thanks to Killian. The medical department of the technology sector was originally overseen by Killian, with Maya Hansen assisting. However, after Killian absconded with the Oblivion virus, a significant burden of responsibilities fell upon Maya. Consequently, Susan appointed Zhao Helen to help manage the medical department, thereby granting her the opportunity to sit in this conference room. Indeed, the reason Natasha ascended to the management tier of the technology conglomerate lies in the fact that there can only be one Killian. Consequently, Natasha oversees the security matters of the group, as well as personnel vetting. She has meticulously screened numerous agents implanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. During my previous organization of the files concerning the extinction virus, I discovered that Killian had repeatedly suggested the compression of production costs for the virus, expressing a desire for a substandard variant to be developed. However, our objective in producing the extinction virus is to advance the development of additional therapeutic medications. Thus his proposal was dismissed. This leads me to suspect that he may indeed be intent on mass-producing a deficient version of the extinction virus. Although Zhao Hailuan speaks in a soft and gentle manner, her words struck the audience like thunder. What is he scheming? A flicker of terror crossed Norman's eyes. Could it be that he wishes to create an army composed entirely of extinction soldiers? It is likely that his ambitions extend beyond mere military might. Rather, he seeks dominion over a nation, Natasha remarked solemnly. With her background as a spy, Natasha is acutely aware of the vast ambitions such individuals possess. If he were to succeed in producing the extinction virus on a grand scale, it is implausible that he would settle for merely possessing an army. "Commence the investigation with this video," Susan commanded, snapping her fingers. Ling Long ascertained the source of this video, and also retrieved data on incidents similar to the explosion that targeted Tony. In an instant, the entire base plunged into a flurry of activity. On the rooftop of the base, Lin Lin wore a satisfied smile. "Young master, aren't you headed back?" Ling Long's voice suddenly chimed. The moment Lin Lin appeared on the rooftop, Ling Long had immediately connected to his phone. Upon hearing Ling Long's tone, Lin Lin couldn't help but tease. "Ling Long, I've noticed you are becoming more human-like. What, do you miss me?" Ling Long is not human, nor does she wish to be. Humanity is far too complex. Originally, Ling Long's voice, rich in emotion, suddenly turned icy. This abrupt change startled Lin Lin, who then chuckled. "You are right. Humanity is indeed far too complicated. Being a cold, unfeeling artificial intelligence is preferable." Yet, in his heart, Lin Lin added, "It is precisely the complexity of humanity that births a vibrant world." "Killian, oh Killian, Lin Lin slowly floated above, scanning his surroundings as if trying to pierce through with his superhuman vision to locate Killian's form. However, this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Lin was well aware that he was merely gambling on luck. Naturally, luck did not favor him. Nevertheless, Lin Lin understood that even if the others at the base did not seek out Killian, he would inevitably make his appearance. The promotional video from the New World is merely a facade designed to create an illusion of grandeur. It serves little purpose. Thus, Killian will undoubtedly resort to extreme measures to demonstrate his power. Much like in the films, Killian still considers the President of the United States to be an excellent choice, with the leader of a so-called superpower under his influence. He doubts anyone would dare to underestimate the New World. Of course, mere proclamation is insufficient. Killian aspires for enduring development. The demise of an American president is swiftly followed by the emergence of a successor, rendering the identity of this new leader of paramount significance. In the film, Killian cunningly uses the prospect of curing the vice president's daughter's disability through a catastrophic virus as bait to manipulate him. While in reality, the vice president's daughter has long been treated with advanced medical technology, Killian could still leverage the child's life as a means of coercion to secure the vice president's cooperation. Ling Long, retrieve all information concerning Vice President Rodriguez and his family from the past month. In no time, a wealth of data flooded Lin Lin's mobile device. He swiftly perused the information, and his mind promptly deduced that Rodriguez had become a mere puppet under Killian's control. It was evident that Killian had meticulously orchestrated this scheme long before, patiently awaiting Lin Lin's downfall. Lin Lin regretted not paying closer attention to corporate financial reports during his academic years. Following the lead of Rodriguez, Lin Lin swiftly pinpointed Killian's location but refrained from hastily dealing with the traitor. Eliminating Killian would be as trivial as squashing an ant for Lin Lin. However, such a minor player could serve as a perfect sparring partner for the Super League, preparing for the impending invasion led by Loki and the Chitauri army. Indeed, Lin Lin did not intend to thwart the Chitauri invasion. On the contrary, it presented an exceptional opportunity for training. This contemplation led Lin Lin to recall the X-Men. Although he did not encounter Jean during his last visit to Xavier's academy, he sensed a formidable energy within its confines. Yet, he remained perplexed about the origin of Jean's Phoenix Force. In X-Men, The Last Stand, it seemed that her Phoenix powers were integrated upon awakening her abilities. While in X-Men, Dark Phoenix, she inadvertently absorbed the Phoenix Force during a space rescue mission. The Phoenix Force is no trivial matter. Its full potential likely requires the gathering of 6 Infinity Stones to wield it effectively. Reflecting on this, Lin Lin was struck with a chill. Pondering, the Marvel Universe is indeed rife with an array of extraordinary powers. The mere fusion with an Infinity Stone has left me somewhat exhilarated. Let me set a modest goal, to absorb all 6 Infinity Stones, which would grant me a semblance of entitlement to rest on my laurels. Are you free? Come over. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Upon turning, a portal slowly manifested, revealing the presence of the Ancient One. Lin Lin, taken aback, remarked, I did not expect you to seek me out. With that, he stepped into the portal, arriving at the sanctum. Have a seat. The Ancient One gestured, and a nearby teapot promptly filled Lin Lin's cup with tea. Observing the tea, Lin Lin smiled, saying, there is a Chinese saying, fill the cup 7/10 full, leaving 3/10 for human sentiment. I wonder if Master Ancient One has heard of this? Such a saying exists? The Ancient One paused. Then what does my pouring it to the brim signify? It implies the intention to send off a guest. Lin Lin chuckled, lifting his cup and drinking it in one go. The Ancient One's expression shifted slightly, feeling a tad awkward. Mr. Stark truly possesses an understanding of Chinese tea culture. Now what brings you here? Lin Lin was disinterested in playing the riddle game with Gui. The situation was not dire. He was merely astonished by your transformation. A single space stone has rendered you increasingly formidable, altering your temperament. Gui hesitated, leaving Lin Lin with a furrowed brow. Feel free to speak your mind. I am not so petty, Lin Lin remarked nonchalantly. Casting a glance at Lin Lin's expression, Gui stated, you have become more and more indifferent, detached from humanity. Humanity? Lin Lin raised an eyebrow, silently pondering. Are you implying I lack humanity? I have not taken a single life. Observing Lin Lin's displeasure, Gui sighed deeply. What do you think would happen if an ordinary person possessed your abilities? Possessing my abilities? Lin Lin reflected for a moment. They might indulge in their desires, perhaps even aspire to rule the world. And what about you? Gui suddenly inquired. Lin Lin was taken aback. Me? I am just as I am now. Ah, therein lies the issue. Gui took a sip of tea and continued. Your power has escalated too swiftly. Yet under normal circumstances, one would utilize such strength to fulfill their desires. However, I see none of that in you. This is not characteristic of a human being. Humanity is, in essence, a collection of desires. Possessing power amplifies those desires, yet I find none in you. Desires? Lin Lin paused. Of course I have desires. I have multiple girlfriends. Gui chuckled. You have many women, but only one truly allows you to express your desires. Lin Lin was momentarily stunned, thinking, how true? Do you know what you resemble at this moment? Gui asked. Lin Lin shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. To be precise, your mindset resembles that of a saint, or perhaps someone who believes themselves to be a deity, convinced of their own benevolence. A hint of derision flickered in Gui's eyes, though it was subtle. Lin Lin sensed it keenly. Are you suggesting I am a hypocrite? Lin Lin remained calm, devoid of anger. Not at all. Gui shook his head. When humans observe ants, they often feel a surge of compassion, aiding those industrious creatures through various obstacles. Yet, one day, they may grow weary and crush them underfoot. For reasons unknown, Lin Lin's body suddenly stiffened. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder? Lin Lin questioned himself. Am I truly like that? Chapter 29. A traitor must be killed by one's own hand, so are you suggesting that? Lin Lin looked at Gui in confusion. Gui set down his teacup and stood, suddenly exuding an air of authority. It is commendable that you hold yourself to high moral standards, but humanity is neither saintly nor capable of such perfection. Appropriately releasing one's desires is not evil. It prevents one from descending into depravity. There is a Chinese saying, extremes lead to reversals. You should know this better than I. Lin Lin was taken aback, realizing that he had been lectured by a foreigner using a Chinese proverb. Well, that is all I wish to convey. Take care, and I bid you farewell. Gui activated the portal, promptly sending Lin Lin back to his original location. After bidding farewell to Lin Lin, Gui's expression suddenly became much more serious. As she muttered to herself, I hope you truly understand, otherwise. Back at the base's rooftop, Lin Lin gazed blankly at the sky, pondering Gui's words. What did she mean? Was she suggesting I learn from the people of my homeland? The thought of those people reminded Lin Lin of a particularly memorable scene, and she quickly shook her head in disdain, exclaiming, no, I'd rather not. Not eating beef? Well, that would be inhumane. That would be utterly lacking in humanity. Lin Lin grasped Gui's concerns. She was evidently worried that Lin Lin might lose her humanity as her powers grew, being replaced by divinity. What is divinity? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. This is the most straightforward explanation. In the eyes of the divine, humanity is but a swarm of ants. Yet Lin Lin contemplated, hadn't she treated people as anything but ants? Who is so meticulous in caring for ants? Well, indeed, some do enjoy keeping ants. In an instant, Lin Lin began to doubt herself, thinking, am I losing my way? Frustrated, she dismissed such thoughts, resolving to take necessary actions to kill when needed, to save when called for, and to scold when warranted. Lin Lin was reluctant to dwell on it further, but soon realized something significant. Listening to her words, it dawned on her that Gui had been spying on her. With that realization, Lin Lin reached out and opened a portal. Upon encountering Gui, who was still sipping tea, Lin Lin coldly declared, let bygones be bygones, but if you dare spy on me again, even if you release Dormammu, I shall dismantle your 3 great sanctuaries. Rather than showing anger at Lin Lin's threat, Gui merely smiled. After Lin Lin departed, she couldn't help but reflect. Now that is more like a person, unlike me, who has lived for centuries and should have long been laid to rest. For reasons unknown, Gui felt increasingly sentimental. Over the centuries, she had witnessed too much. She had once roamed freely, but as time passed, her emotions had grown more and more indifferent. She feared losing her humanity. She had already seen this trend in Lin Lin, compelling her to issue a warning. After advising Gui, Lin Lin directly appeared in the conference room at the base. Upon seeing Lin Lin's sudden arrival, everyone was taken aback, quickly rising to their feet, with Zhao Hailuan in the corner nearly rushing forward. No need to search, Lin Lin stated, a hint of anger on her face. No need to search? Norman, closest to Lin Lin, was puzzled by her assertion. Lin Lin surveyed the room and explained, the U.S. Government Security Department has traced the source of the video released by the New World and dispatched war machines to the Middle East. The Middle East? If it's the Middle East, we suspect it might just be a ruse. Killian is likely not there, Natasha interjected. Lin Lin nodded. Indeed. Killian is not in the Middle East. He is in Miami. Miami? How do you know? Susan, now beside Lin Lin, naturally wrapped her arm around his. Because just moments ago, the war machine was hijacked in the Middle East and is being sent to Miami, Lin Lin said, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he glanced at Tony. What is Tony most proud of these days? Nature serves as his armor. And although the war machine currently belongs to the United States military, it remains one of his creations. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Killian possibly have the capability to commandeer the armor I crafted? Tony remained resolute in his disbelief. Lin Lin, however, smiled and inquired, setting aside the war machine. Can your current armor withstand extreme temperatures? The Abyss virus, once injected, grants individuals extraordinary strength, endurance, and regenerative abilities, even allowing them to emit temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. Furthermore, while your armor may withstand tank shells, Can it endure the might of energy-penetrating rounds? Thus, your armor requires an upgrade. You are still woefully inadequate. I can evade. And I can unleash incendiary projectiles. Tony retorted defiantly, though a hint of insecurity lingered in his tone. Observing Tony's subtle vulnerability, Lin Lin couldn't help but smile. Silently resolving to find a moment to enlighten him, the true Iron Man is not the armor he dons but the brilliance of his own intellect. What are we still doing here? Let us charge forward. Blonsky exclaimed, pounding the table, the soldierly spirit surging forth once more. Lin Lin surveyed the assembly and declared, "This marks our Super Alliance's inaugural official operation. Super Alliance, mobilize." Though the command was not thunderous, it ignited a fervor among those present. As the group departed the conference room, Lin Lin, preparing to leave last, noticed someone lingering behind. "You are Zhao Hailuan." Upon seeing her, Lin Lin's eyes brightened. He anticipated Zhao Hailuan joining the tech consortium. Hearing her name called, Zhao Hailuan excitedly rushed toward him, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "Idol. You know me." Lin Lin chuckled. "I've heard of your research on life cradle technology. It's quite bold and imaginative. Biological nanorepair technology holds immense potential." Experiencing the admiration of her idol was undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating moments for Zhao Hailuan, her cheeks flushing crimson. This blush stemmed not only from the praise, but also from the excitement of being in the presence of her idol. "Can I take a photo with you?" Zhao Hailuan asked, gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. How could Lin Lin refuse such a request from a beautiful woman? He readily agreed. However, their pose might have led onlookers to believe they were a couple. Lin Lin intended to adjust their stance, but Zhao Hailuan was quicker, capturing several shots in rapid succession. "Thank you, idol," she exclaimed. Then, on her tiptoes, she draped her arms around Lin Lin's neck and planted a kiss on him. Before he could fully process the moment, she had already vanished from sight. Slightly dazed, Lin Lin touched his lips, the lingering scent of her fragrance still wafting around him, pondering. Is this what one would call an unexpected kiss? Young master, the Super Alliance has gathered on the rooftop. Coming back to his senses, Lin Lin teleported to the rooftop, where he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the uniformed assembly clad entirely in black attire. To Lin Lin's surprise, this group of individuals had prepared battle suits for him without his knowledge. The black suits featured a striking emblem of the Super League on the chest, which was a large silver base tapering towards the bottom, adorned with a black and gold dragon head reminiscent of Lin Lin's own. Pleased by the insignia, Lin Lin couldn't help but associate the group's attire with that of Batman. If they were to replace the emblem with a bat and add a bat-shaped hood, they would indeed resemble a band of Batmans. Even Banner and Blonsky donned the battle suits, albeit without any armor, which left Lin Lin perplexed. Was it truly necessary for the three of them to wear these suits? After all, one was the Hulk, another was Abomination, and the last was a stone man. Once transformed, their garments would be obliterated in moments, and a sturdy pair of shorts would suffice. Furthermore, given their physical resilience, conventional firearms would hardly pose a threat. Upon hearing Lin Lin's remarks, the trio immediately expressed their displeasure. Meanwhile, Susan, stifling a laugh, interjected. These battle suits were developed by Reed using new materials derived from our radiated space suits. As long as the wearer is integrated with the material, the suit will adapt to the wearer's transformations. Lin Lin was taken aback by this revelation, astonished that Reed could create such advanced technology. Suddenly, Susan's pert nose twitched, and she solemnly grasped Lin Lin's collar. Did you just have a moment with Dr. Zhao? With Susan's piercing gaze upon him, Lin Lin averted his eyes, feeling somewhat guilty. Dr. Zhao merely expressed a desire to take a photo with me. Who could have anticipated that she would suddenly kiss me? I am the victim here. I was forcibly kissed. Lin Lin feigned a pitiful expression as he looked at Susan. Furrowing her brow, Susan seized Lin Lin's arm and bit down. Ah! An exaggerated cry of pain drew the attention of everyone around. Johnny, who was busy adjusting his own battle suit, recoiled in surprise upon witnessing his sister biting Lin Lin's arm, muttering in shock, "Oh my, she is still using that childhood tactic." Clearly, Johnny had endured quite a bit in his younger years. However, the others merely chuckled, interpreting it as playful banter between the two. As for Natasha, her gaze momentarily darkened at the scene. Enough of that. Susan puffed her cheeks, glaring at Lin Lin in indignation. While Lin Lin possessed the ability to withstand Susan's bite, he was more concerned about causing her harm and thus refrained from defending himself, instead choosing to suppress the energy in his arm. Nevertheless, it was impossible for Susan to leave any marks on Lin Lin's arm, even if she could bite through steel. I'll bite you every time I catch you, Susan threatened. She knew her actions wouldn't harm Lin Lin. It was merely a way to express her frustration. Lin Lin, feeling a sense of resignation, extended his arm again. Then you may need to take a few more bites. More bites? Susan looked at Lin Lin in disbelief. Hurry up, we need to depart. Johnny called out to the two who were still lingering. Susan shot Lin Lin a fierce glare. Tonight, you shall not sleep in my bed. Humph. As Susan turned away alone, Lin Lin was at a loss on how to comfort her. especially since Susan had promptly ordered the cabin door closed and the aircraft to take off. Initially, Natasha hesitated, but upon witnessing Susan's indignant expression, she swiftly sealed the door. That scoundrel was indeed out there flirting again. Natasha immediately deduced the situation. Watching the aircraft descend, Lin Lin sighed deeply, not for his inability to board, nor for Susan's anger, but rather for her remarkable magnanimity. Then, Lin Lin leaped into the air, pursuing the aircraft. Soon, it landed in a clearing not far from a medieval castle. The commotion caused by the landing could not go unnoticed by those inside the castle, yet at that moment, Killian was basking in an inflated sense of superiority. They have come knocking. Ha ha ha, but how many members can your so-called Super League boast? With such a small number, how dare you call yourselves a league? Can your forces possibly contend with my Apocalypse Legion? Ha ha. Seated upon his throne, Killian erupted into laughter as he observed several figures disembark from the screen. Rising slowly, he approached the balcony, gazing at the thousands of fully armed warriors before him. Their eyes and the bizarre patterns adorning their faces suggested that magma surged within their very beings. These were indeed Apocalypse warriors. Such a formidable force made victory all but inevitable for Killian. The smile on his face was uncontainable. In his view, even the inferior version of the Apocalypse virus he possessed was scarcely inferior to the perfect variant he had injected himself with. However, Lin Lin could see through Killian's self-satisfied demeanor and words. This fellow had truly assembled a motley crew of mercenaries and assassins. Hydra? Upon infiltrating the castle's network through Ling Long, Lin Lin discovered that the data in Killian's possession was linked to Hydra, with a portion of the funding stemming from them. It seems the next step is to deal with S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Lin scoffed softly. Gradually descending from the sky, he appeared before Killian. The once arrogant Killian recoiled in shock upon seeing Lin Lin, who floated before him like a deity. Killian, you have profoundly disappointed me. I had anticipated you would be my capable assistant, yet alas, I despise betrayal above all. As he spoke, Lin Lin unfolded a magical barrier and commanded, commence the operation. Show no mercy. Show no mercy? The members of the Super League were taken aback, silently musing. Is he truly this ruthless? Show no mercy? With your handful of people. Do you think you can annihilate my forces? Humph. Regaining his composure, Killian steeled himself and stepped closer to Lin Lin. I am no longer the crippled Killian of old. I am now the master of the new world, the Killian who possesses the perfect Apocalypse virus. As he spoke, energy surged beneath his skin, reminiscent of molten lava. With a sudden motion, Killian raised his hands, unleashing superheated energy beams that instantly engulfed Lin Lin. Ha ha ha, what does it matter if you are the savior? After such a prolonged silence, I had almost assumed you were no longer among the living. Yet, to my surprise, you still draw breath. However, I suspect you must have suffered considerable injuries. Otherwise, your absence would not have lingered for so long. Although Killian exuded confidence in the intense heat he unleashed, his awareness of Lin Lin's formidable prowess rendered him uneasy, prompting him to maintain the flow of the superheated energy beam. Yet, immersed in this searing temperature capable of melting steel and vaporizing metal, Lin Lin merely closed his eyes, as if luxuriating in a hot spring. The scorching energy beam persisted for a full quarter of an hour before Killian finally ceased his assault. Unexpectedly, amidst the dissipating flames, Lin Lin's voice emerged. The perfect desperation virus proved to be extraordinary. The energy it released was indeed comparable to that of Thor. Alas, the virus holds no utility for me. Otherwise, I would partake in its benefits daily. With a smile, Lin Lin shook his head and stepped forth from the flames, which entirely enveloped him. The intense heat incinerated Lin Lin's garments. Yet as the flames vanished, a metallic substance surged forth from within him, cascading over his form and subsequently coalescing into a battle suit reminiscent of those worn by the Super League. However, rather than silver, the chest emblem was a vivid crimson. Killian staggered backward in disbelief, unable to fathom that the figure before him remained unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps fueled by rage or disbelief, Killian swung his fist toward Lin Lin's face, his hand resembling a searing iron brand. With a dull thud, Lin Lin stood steadfast, while Killian's hand and forearm were shattered. Taking a step back, Killian shook his agonized hand, yet within moments, he regained his composure. Unwilling to accept defeat, he launched another attack, this time sweeping his leg toward Lin Lin. Foolishness. Lin Lin's gaze turned icy as he effortlessly raised his hand, snapping Killian's leg with a single motion, then grasping his throat to lift him effortlessly. The capabilities of the desperation virus exceeded my expectations, though its enhancement of your physical form leaves much to be desired. Nonetheless, your energy is rather impressive. I was mistaken. Master, no, my lord. Please, spare me. I can assist you in establishing a kingdom, allowing you to reign as a sovereign ruler. It is unclear how Killian, clutched by the throat, managed to speak so fluently, but his tearful pleas irked Lin Lin. As a villain, one must embody the role. Must you not exhibit a bit more tenacity? It makes my efforts to deal with you utterly tedious. Lin Lin expressed his displeasure. The grip on Killian's throat gradually tightened, and the searing energy within him flowed into Lin Lin's being. Within mere minutes, Killian appeared emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse. Truly pathetic. With an expression of disdain, Lin Lin casually hurled the withered Killian towards the throne. With a resounding crash, Killian collided with the stone-carved throne, which shattered upon impact, reducing him to mere dust. Observing this scene, Lin Lin's countenance softened, revealing a sense of relief. Indeed, traitors must be dealt with personally for true satisfaction. Recalling the time when she considered using Killian as practice for the League, Lin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 30. An abundance of trivial matters. Some readers find the name Zero Stark unappealing, and so do some English speakers. Thus I have amended it to Zero Stark. The name Sarah was discarded as it seemed overly juvenile. After dealing with Killian, Lin Lin stepped onto the balcony, her gaze calmly surveying the chaos unfolding below. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions resonated from below, as Lin Lin observed Banner, transformed into the Hulk, and Blonsky, each delivering powerful punches that sent a group of desperate soldiers flying, creating deep craters in the ground. Lin Lin couldn't help but smile, secretly thinking, indeed, once rationality prevails, their fighting spirit diminishes. As the saying goes, darkness amplifies strength tenfold, while redemption weakens it by a third. Although not entirely an accurate analogy, it captures the essence of the situation. Witnessing their hesitance, Lin Lin candidly instructed, Ling Long, tell them to unleash their full potential. These are wretched souls, with countless lives lost at their hands. Understood, young master. Ling Long's voice resonated from within the room behind Lin Lin. Subsequently, she directly conveyed a message to Banner. Banner, the Hulk's true strength lies in his ability to grow more powerful with your rage. These wretches deserve their fate. The number of women and children who have perished at their hands is unfathomable. Reflect on the tragic fates of those innocent souls, unleash your fury, and send them to hell. The slightly inciting tone in her voice intensified the green hue in Banner's eyes. With a deafening roar, the Hulk unleashed his wrath, swinging his fist towards a cluster of desperate soldiers. With a sickening splat, such terrifying force crushed 3 to 5 soldiers into a pulpy mess with a single blow. A gruesome sight that made Lin Lin furrow her brow. It was excessively bloody. It was overwhelmingly brutal. Yet, what truly startled Lin Lin was Susan. Initially, Susan merely concentrated the energy field in her hands, elongating it to wield as a sword. However, upon hearing Ling Long's words, she effortlessly swung her arm, causing numerous desperate soldiers to explode into gory remains, their bodies surrounded by faint blue, blood-stained energy orbs, generating an energy field within a human body that causes the enemy to burst. Lin Lin's lips twitched slightly, only to catch Susan glaring fiercely at her. Lin Lin smiled and waved her hand in a reassuring gesture. If even the typically gentle and kind-hearted Susan could resort to such brutality, one could only imagine the other's transformations. As they all entered a frenzied state, surprisingly, Natasha appeared relatively composed among the group. After all, having encountered all manner of villains, she was not easily incited by the actions of these soldiers, merely twisting their heads off one by one. Yet, she occasionally cast a glance at Lin Lin, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Suddenly, a furious voice pierced Lin Lin's ears as Johnny, engulfed in flames, frantically hurled fireballs into the air. Yet, the desperate soldiers struck by the fireballs merely had their clothing singed, maintaining their sinister grins as they gazed at him. Damn it, perish, you wretched beasts. Before long, Johnny clasped his hands together, and a searing column of fire erupted forth. Observing Johnny's furious demeanor, Lin Lin could not help but chuckle. This lad Johnny must be driven to madness. The soldiers in dire straits possess formidable fire resistance, and the intensity of the flames he releases falls short of their limits. Unless he enters his supernova form, in which case the power is indeed formidable, but that would swiftly deplete his energy. It seems I must devise a comprehensive training regimen for them. Glancing at Tony, who, having been forewarned by Lin Lin, bombarded the area from the air, relishing the thrill of warfare. As for the war machine, no, it should be referred to as the Patriot. At this moment, the Patriot lay in a stupor in a corner of the castle. A battle that could only be described as a massacre concluded in less than half an hour, and the entire fortress appeared to be drenched in blood. As the horrific scene unfolded before them, the previously bloodthirsty combatants gradually regained their senses, retching uncontrollably. Among them, aside from Natasha and Blonsky, none had ever taken a life. Perhaps Banner had, but that was only in his Hulk state. What feeling nauseous? Lin Lin inquired. Do you remember what I once proclaimed? Eradicate evil without mercy. Only death can instill fear in the wicked, compelling them to reconsider their actions. Before them, your compassion is laughable. It merely condones their continued malevolence. Descending gracefully from the sky, Lin Lin waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that swiftly engulfed the entire fortress, transforming all corpses and blood into mere ashes. As the flickering tongues of fire danced around him, the blood upon his body vanished entirely, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. How extraordinary! This fire feels even hotter than my own. Why am I not being scorched? Such exquisite control. Without a hint of flattery, the crowd marveled at the flames. With another flourish of his hand, the flames enveloping the castle surged into his palm, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. All right, it's time to return, Lin Lin began, only for Susan to turn and depart. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Lin sighed with a wry smile. Did that not appease her? Others cast him sympathetic glances before following Susan, while Natasha approached him directly. Have you brought another woman back? Facing Natasha's stern visage, Lin Lin inwardly lamented and nodded weakly. Soon, he felt an unusual sensation at his waist. Looking down, he saw Natasha pinching the soft flesh there. You rascal! Always flirting. You shall not escape tonight. I intend to squeeze every last bit out of you. With that, a flush of embarrassment graced Natasha's cheeks as she turned to catch up with Susan. Observing Natasha and Susan laughing together, Lin Lin suddenly realized the two were conspiring against him. Enlightened, a smile crept upon his face as he teleported back to the base. You're back, Wanda exclaimed, leaping into his embrace after 2 days apart. They conversed for a while, and as Lin Lin tenderly stroked Wanda's crimson hair, he inquired, do you wish to become as powerful as Susan and the others? The emergence of the Scarlet Witch is a subject of various interpretations. Yet it is undeniable that chaotic magic is intricately linked to the deity of the underworld, Zysorn. In the realm of Marvel, magic is wielded through the borrowing of power. And such transactions necessitate reciprocity. One must return something in exchange. Borrowing from the likes of Vishanti is relatively manageable, but when it comes to Dormammu, the stakes are perilously high, as one risks their very essence. Zysorn, being the god of the underworld, is unlikely to be more amenable than Dormammu. Thus, Lin Lin must take precautions in advance. Seated upon the sofa, Lin Lin cradled Wanda, who nestled against him like a small kitten. Is that all right? Wanda asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course, what do you think? Should you consider it? Lin Lin gazed at her expectantly. Yet, Wanda buried her head deeper into his embrace, remaining silent. Had she encountered Lin Lin in another time, she might have readily acquiesced, but her desires had shifted. All she yearned for now was a stable home. Observing Wanda's silence, Lin Lin discerned her thoughts and refrained from urging her to make a decision hastily. After a prolonged silence, Wanda inquired, if I were to become as powerful as Susan and the others, would I then be able to assist you? Assist me? Lin Lin was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement. In a sense, her strength could indeed alleviate some of his concerns. Upon hearing this, Wanda straightened up, placing her hands on Lin Lin's chest, her expression serious. Then it settled. I wish to possess such power. I hope you will deliberate thoroughly and not make a decision solely because of me. Lin Lin cupped Wanda's face, gazing into her eyes as he responded. I want you to think carefully. I have made my decision, Wanda declared, cradling Lin Lin's face and planting a fervent kiss on him. Seeing her resolve, Lin Lin chose not to press further. Suddenly, Wanda asked, will it hurt? Hurt. It shouldn't. Lin Lin replied with a smile as he gently tapped her chest, allowing the totem seed to seamlessly enter her being. As Wanda observed Lin Lin's gesture, a crimson dragon motif emerged prominently on her chest. This is the totem seed, a manifestation of my power. It will awaken the latent talents within you. Have a restful slumber. Tomorrow will bring delightful surprises. As Wanda's eyelids grew heavier, Lin Lin supported her head and tenderly placed her on the bed, tucking her in snugly. Upon his stealthy return to his own quarters after leaving Wanda's room, a voice suddenly called out, Young Master, news has surfaced regarding the Miami castle. Taken aback by this revelation, Lin Lin instructed, find out who leaked it. Shortly thereafter, his phone displayed a series of sensational headlines. Title organization, breaking news. The Savior, Zero Stark, is alive. Title organization, Savior Zero Stark has led the Super Alliance to obliterate the stronghold of the New World. The name Title organization caused Lin Lin's brow to furrow. It sounded vaguely familiar. Ling Long, investigate who comprises this organization. Young Master, here's the list. She replied, and a series of names appeared on Lin Lin's phone. Miles, Blake, Leo, Lucy, Carls, Emeka, and David's guy. As Lin Lin beheld the final name, a sudden realization struck him. The Rising Tide organization was indeed the hacker collective featured in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ling Long was tasked with investigating the inception of this organization and the timeline of its members' enlistment, while concurrently assessing their character and capabilities. Should they meet the requisite standards, invitations to join the group would be extended. Understood, young master. After conveying his instructions, Ling Long promptly forwarded the comprehensive details regarding the Rising Tide organization. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Lin discovered that this organization had been established for less than 2 years, seemingly connected to Tony Stark's revelation of his identity as Iron Man during a press conference. Initially, it comprised a handful of hackers who sought to delve into Tony's life as Iron Man. However, the dynamics shifted with the arrival of a member named Miles, who aspired to explore the darker facets of the world, marking the official formation of the Rising Tide organization. Remarkably, these individuals even attempted to breach SHIELD's defenses. How ambitious! Lin Lin found himself rather admiring these audacious youngsters, a spirited band of risk-takers. As for Sky, Lin Lin felt a twinge of frustration upon observing the information on his phone. This girl, clearly a Na'vi soul, had been lured into the Rising Tide organization through a combination of coaxing and deception, even going so far as to take Miles as her mentor. I must eliminate the threat posed by SHIELD, he mused, considering the potential ramifications for Coulson's team. If this girl were to be led astray, it would indeed be a grievous waste of her talents. From what Lin Lin understood, Sky was the third level 10 agent, following Nick Fury and Natasha, indicating her extraordinary potential. Moreover, her seismic abilities were of a catastrophic caliber. Having only recently joined the Rising Tide, Ling Long was attempting to establish contact with Sky, intending to persuade her to join the technological faction, with hopes that Natasha would mentor her effectively. Once these matters were settled, Lin Lin glanced towards the entrance, noticing Natasha lingering at the door, hesitant to enter. He opened the door and, seeing Natasha clad in a bathrobe, he playfully inquired, "Is something amiss?" Unsure of how to respond, Natasha hesitated, but Lin Lin continued, "As it happens, I have something to discuss with you. Please, come inside." Seated across from each other, Natasha appeared somewhat anxious, occasionally glancing at Lin Lin. Uncertain of her thoughts, Lin Lin nonetheless had pressing matters to address. "Do you recall the Red Room?" Natasha shuddered, a look of confusion crossing her face as she regarded Lin Lin, clearly perplexed by his abrupt mention of the Red Room. "I suspect the Red Room still exists, and even Dreykov may still be alive," Lin Lin asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Natasha. Upon hearing this revelation, Natasha sprang to her feet, disbelief etched across her features. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I nearly obliterated an entire city to eliminate him." Observing Natasha's heightened agitation, Lin Lin raised a hand to gently press her back onto the sofa. "Calm down. At present, Ling Long has merely detected some information. In a few days, I will travel to Russia to investigate personally. How can you be certain it's the Red Room?" Natasha persisted, unwilling to relent. "Because Russia has been transmitting unusual signals worldwide, and the source of these signals is neither terrestrial nor extraterrestrial, but rather remains airborne," Lin Lin explained, his voice steady. Long ago, Lin Lin had instructed Ling Long to be vigilant for any unusual communications from Russia. Before long, they detected a peculiar signal source, yet the precise location remained undiscovered. "So, this is merely your conjecture?" Natasha inquired, her brows furrowing as she gazed at Lin Lin. He awkwardly nodded, without having truly located the Red Room's base. It could indeed only be considered his supposition. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly, as she had already arrived at her own conclusion. Clearly, this was an attempt to divert the conversation. How could he be oblivious to her intentions in donning such attire? The thought ignited a surge of irritation within her, prompting her to stride purposefully towards Lin Lin. He, bewildered, watched as she approached, only to witness her slowly shed her bathrobe, revealing her alabaster form adorned solely in a delicate black lace ensemble, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. "You this." The overwhelming allure rendered Lin Lin speechless. Natasha, with a mischievous grin, knelt upon the sofa where Lin Lin sat and settled herself upon him. "You are playing with fire? Do you realize that?" he cautioned, regarding her playful demeanor. "Then let this fire consume me entirely." Natasha's captivating gaze remained fixed on Lin Lin as she tenderly caressed his cheek, trailing her fingers down his jawline. "Then do not blame me," Lin Lin declared, abruptly lifting Natasha and tumbling her onto the bed. In the stillness of the night, the chorus of chirping insects could not drown out the bed's lamentations. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow that enveloped the entwined couple in a gossamer veil. Ultimately, it was Natasha who succumbed first, while Lin Lin appeared insatiable. As he beheld the crimson stain on the already soaked sheets cast aside on the floor, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Why is there?" Exhausted yet mustering her resolve, Natasha followed Lin Lin's bewildered gaze, her expression shifting to one of indignation. "So, you believe I am that kind of woman, which is why you hesitated?" "No, that's not it," Lin Lin stammered, at a loss for words. Natasha, propped up on him, slowly articulated, "I cannot fault you for misunderstanding me, do you? It may seem that all female spies exchange their bodies for information. The earliest training for female spies in the Red Room was indeed conducted in such a manner. Yet the intelligence obtained through this method is often false or trivial. Moreover, Dreykov fears that we might become emotionally attached, hence he constantly brainwashes us. forbidding us from indiscriminately sharing beds with men. He is particularly concerned about the possibility of us conceiving and developing attachments. Lin Lin, relatively uninformed about the intricacies of espionage, gleaned some understanding from Natasha's explanation. Well, I may have misunderstood, he conceded. However, what I previously stated holds true. The Red Room is very likely still in existence. And I intend to investigate tomorrow. He gently patted Natasha's head. Is that so? Suit yourself. Natasha remained skeptical, dismissing it as an attempt by her partner to find a convenient excuse. Had Lin Lin been privy to Natasha's true thoughts, he would undoubtedly have protested his innocence vehemently. Chapter 31. The Winter Soldier Project. In the early morning, Lin Lin cast a glance at the still, slumbering Natasha, smiling as he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek and tucked her in before departing. Inside the studio, Lin Lin surveyed the heap of destroyer fragments before him, all composed of URU metal, though this detail held little significance for him. Presently, he possessed an abundance of URU metal, sufficient for the mass production of Mjolnir, albeit the version devoid of the Death Star core and Odin's incantations. His intention for retaining these fragments was to delve into the magical arts employed by Odin. The sorcery of Asgard diverged from that of Earth. They did not require the siphoning of power. Instead, they wielded elemental magic, amplification magic, healing magic, and more, rendering their magic a purer expression of energy. Including aspects related to spatial manipulation, Odin's magic truly held great value. A spark of excitement glimmered in Lin Lin's eyes. Ever since encountering magic, he had become utterly enamored with its wondrous nature. Pure power was untamed, while magic represented an exquisite application of that power. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and Lin Lin had no opportunity for further study. He summoned the ethereal form of the dragon and commanded it to consume the remnants of the destroyer. A thought struck him. Should he offer some URU metal to Tony and entice him into mining in Antarctica? A mischievous grin suddenly spread across Lin Lin's face. The melting point of URU metal was extraordinarily high. It required temperatures exceeding 1 trillion degrees to liquefy. Presenting this material to Tony would be futile. But if he were to mention a mythical substance in Antarctica capable of melting metal, Tony would likely be eager to scour the continent. With determination, Lin Lin teleported to Stark Tower. Indeed, after developing a new element reactor, Tony had immersed himself in the renewable energy sector, erecting that iconic building in New York. Upon Lin Lin's sudden arrival, Tony, clad in pajamas, was taken aback, nearly spilling his coffee. Come on, could you give me a heads up next time? You nearly scared me to death. What's this? Are you vying for my inheritance? Tony shot Lin Lin an irritated glare. Lin Lin, however, merely glanced at Pepper, who had been roused from her slumber and emerged from the room, before approaching Tony with a smile, draping an arm around his shoulder. At last, we are together. To Lin Lin's surprise, Tony disdainfully swatted his hand away. Get off. Don't touch me with your filthy hands, you scoundrel, he retorted, mimicking Lin Lin's tone from when he had returned home after graduation. Lin Lin's expression shifted slightly, embarrassment creeping over him as he withdrew his hand, yet he continued. Alas, I had intended to bring you a splendid gift this early morning, but since you disdain my dirty hands, I presume you would not desire it. He turned away, shaking his head with a theatrical sigh, embodying the demeanor of a neglected spouse. A splendid gift? What could warrant such a description? Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he hastily handed his coffee to Pepper before rushing to grasp Lin Lin's arm. What is this splendid gift? Show me, he implored, his expression one of eager anticipation. Pepper observed the playful banter between the two brothers and couldn't help but smile. Lin Lin did not keep them in suspense but rather revealed a stack of metallic ingots. Observing these ingots before him, Tony regarded Lin Lin with a hint of confusion, casting a skeptical glance at the metals, and inquired, Is this truly the treasure you spoke of? Surely, a simple test would confirm its worth. Lin Lin beamed at Tony with a broad smile. Upon witnessing this expression, Tony inexplicably shivered, sensing an impending trap. Still eyeing Lin Lin with suspicion, he snapped his fingers and commanded, Jarvis, scan these ingots. Certainly, sir. A compact probe on the ceiling maneuvered above the metallic ingots, casting a blue beam that swept over them. Sir, this is an unknown metallic substance with an extremely high density, containing a unique energy. Tony was momentarily taken aback, crouching before the ingots, his gaze fixated upon them. He reached out to touch the metal and asked, Brother, where did you procure this? Asgard. Lin Lin replied with a smile. However, Tony was rendered speechless, staring at Lin Lin incredulously. Who are you trying to fool? Seriously, where did this come from? This is most likely not from Earth. I told you, it is from Asgard, Lin Lin explained. In Norse mythology, it is the realm of a group of extraterrestrial beings who bear a striking resemblance to humans and possess extended lifespans. They inhabit a place called Asgard, and this is URU metal. He patted a stunned Tony on the back, his smile growing ever brighter. URU metal is a magical metal that can enhance magical abilities, which is what I just demonstrated. Moreover, it has an incredibly high melting point. I have found information indicating that the only forge capable of crafting URU metal is the one in Nidavellir. How high is the melting point? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lin Lin chuckled. High enough that it requires the heat of a neutron star to melt it. Tony gasped in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the ingots at his feet. However, there are alternative methods. Lin Lin said with a hint of mystery. To my knowledge, Antarctica harbors a unique metal that can melt other metals. Perhaps it could liquefy the URU. Perhaps? Tony squinted at Lin Lin. And what if that fails? First, bring me the anti-vibranium. If it doesn't work, seek me out. And I shall assist you. Lin Lin asserted, thumping his chest confidently. Zero Stark. I have noticed your recent obsession with amassing rare metals. Tony remarked, his gaze piercing into Lin Lin. I have heard whispers of your tech conglomerate's extensive acquisition of vibranium and various rare materials. You even managed to obtain the true formula for adamantium. What exactly are you planning? I cannot divulge everything at this moment. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Lin replied. Oh, and remember to contact me if you encounter difficulties extracting the anti-vibranium. After exchanging farewells with Pepper, Lin Lin teleported away. Suspended in the skies above Russia, he stood aloft, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his ears attuned to the myriad sounds. A cacophony of noise flooded his senses. And the sights before him shifted rapidly. Ah, I have found you. Lin Lin's eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at a colossal floating castle hidden among the clouds. Although he had already located the base of the Red House, he did not rush into action. Instead, he leisurely approached the floating castle, meticulously examining the structure within the base. Through his enhanced vision, the internal layout of the entire Red House base unfolded before him. Remarkably, while the technology felt somewhat outdated, the sheer magnitude of this floating castle still boasted commendable technical sophistication. It could be dismantled for the tech-savvy individuals within his organization to study thoroughly. After scrutinizing the entire floating castle, Lin Lin finally teleported inside. Upon the sudden appearance of an intruder, alarms blared throughout the floating castle, and every occupant became tense. What was happening? Dreykov hastily removed his glasses and rushed to his desk to access various surveillance feeds. When he beheld Lin Lin casually strolling within the base, his expression shifted dramatically. How could he be here? He truly did not perish. Dreykov's corpulent body trembled uncontrollably, and he ultimately collapsed into his chair, despair filling his eyes. Impossible. How could he possibly have noticed the Red House? Was it Natasha? No, that couldn't be. She would never believe we were still alive. Confronted by the man heralded as the savior of the world, Dreykov felt an unprecedented sense of uncertainty. No, I have yet to fully seize control of the world. I cannot die now. In a state of panic, Dreykov immediately arranged for an aircraft. He needed to escape. His grand ambitions remained unfulfilled. He could not meet his end here. Just as he prepared to flee, a voice like the tolling of a death knell echoed ominously behind him. Dreykov slowly turned, doing his utmost to suppress the tremors coursing through his body, and spoke with deliberate calmness. Esteemed savior, what brings you to our humble abode? What nonsense? Lin Lin furrowed his brow, and with a slight movement of his fingers, an energy rope ensnared Dreykov tightly. He then flicked his fingers toward the motionless Antonia, a master of mimicry, disabling her neural control device, rendering her immobile. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing a cadre of fully armed security personnel from the base. Upon seeing Dreykov bound nearby, they immediately raised their weapons and opened fire on Lin Lin. Entirely oblivious to their target, a hail of bullets rained down, emptying their magazines, while a plethora of projectiles hovered harmlessly before Lin Lin. They were not the mind-controlled Black Widows, they retained their own consciousness, and Lin Lin showed no mercy to such individuals. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the bullets were returned, transforming them into mere sieves as they fell to the ground. Observing the rows of fallen bodies, Lin Lin snapped his fingers, and a wisp of flame descended upon the corpses, rapidly expanding to consume each one, ultimately leaving only a scattering of ashes. As Dreykov, bound and helpless beside him, trembled like a leaf, his plump face turned ashen with fear. Lin Lin cast a disdainful glance at him before continuing his leisurely exploration of the Red Room. As he strolled through the vast confines of the facility, it was as if he inhabited a realm devoid of any opposition. With a mere flick of his hand or a snap of his fingers, throngs of individuals fell to the ground, reduced to ashes. The controlled Black Widows he encountered were swiftly incapacitated without a word. Throughout the morning, Lin Lin ambled through the entire Red Room base. Appreciating its design despite its technological shortcomings, he found the layout commendable and worthy of reference. After this thorough inspection, he conceived an idea to renovate and upgrade the facility. Upon returning to the highest floor of the Red Room base, Lin Lin settled onto a sofa, gazing intently at Dreykov. It puzzled him how those who assume the role of villains yearn for global dominion. With wealth and power at their disposal, why not simply enjoy a comfortable life? Lin Lin regarded Dreykov with perplexity. Yet, Dreykov, seemingly driven to the brink, bellowed defiantly, "And what about you? You speak of a life of ease. Yet why do you not recline in such comfort? Power. With power, one can manipulate the fates of others at will. With the greatest authority in this world. I am akin to a deity. Do you comprehend? A god." Dracov's furious proclamation momentarily startled Lin Lin, causing him to retract his neck before erupting into laughter. "Utterly foolish. A god," Lin Lin exclaimed, dramatically gesturing with his hands and twisting his body in an exaggerated fashion, his mockery palpable. "They say when the sky falls, one should have someone tall to bear its weight. Were I not one of those towering figures, I would have long since reclined in comfort. Who in their right mind would expend such effort running about? Nevertheless, whether I choose to recline or not, you and I must still settle this." Dracov, taken aback, questioned. "Why? What have I done to you? I have always kept my distance from your technology group, because you made Natasha believe she truly killed your daughter, which has become an inescapable nightmare for her. Moreover, her sister remains under your control. Thus, for both personal and professional reasons, I must deal with you." Lin Lin replied, a hint of exasperation evident on his face. "So you intend to personally kill me?" Dracov's breath quickened, as if the anger he had previously unleashed had drained his last vestiges of courage. "Well, if I must die at the hands of a savior, I suppose that is my final honor." "No, it is not I who shall kill you. It will be Natasha, along with the Black Widows." Lin Lin grinned ominously. Dracov, who had resigned himself to his demise, suddenly turned pale with dread. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of the Black Widows he had trained. "No, you cannot. You cannot do this to me. Kill me. Quickly," he screamed in a frenzy. Lin Lin regarded the erratic master of the Red Room with amusement, akin to observing a jester. Suddenly, recalling the character's demeanor from a film, he sighed. What a stark contrast. Having lost interest in Dracov, Lin Lin approached his desk and connected his phone. "Ling Long, can you hear me? Young master, I am here. Completely seize control of this base and duplicate all the information contained herein. Furthermore, extract the technical means employed to control the Black Widows." Lin Lin understood that these Black Widows were not merely governed by a singular factor. Natasha's defection and assassination would undoubtedly compel Dracov to tighten his grip on them. Soon, Ling Long retrieved all the technical documentation pertaining to the control of the Black Widows. After a cursory examination, Lin Lin furrowed his brow, encountering psychological manipulation, violent control, brainwashing, and drug-induced compliance, truly inhumane practices. He directed a kick towards Dracov's face, albeit with measured restraint, were he to strike with full force. The evidence he intended to provide Natasha would vanish. Satisfied that Dracov was still alive, Lin Lin continued to peruse the materials before him. Yet one term ignited his senses, the Winter Soldier Project. He clenched his fist tightly, for he was acutely aware that the Winter Soldier was the very perpetrator behind the murder of his adoptive parents. Even if the Winter Soldier was under manipulation, it was not something he could forgive. Such forgiveness should fall upon Tony. Indeed, were he to encounter the Winter Soldier himself, he might be unable to resist the urge to kill him. The 2 years spent with the Howards bestowed upon Lin Lin countless cherished memories, though brief. Their bond was profound, and he could fully empathize with Tony's sentiments. The brainwashing techniques utilized by Dracov on the Black Widows originated from the Winter Soldier Project, which implied that this location might conceal the Siberian base of the project. There, undoubtedly, lay that very video. Whether Captain America had awakened or not remained uncertain. Yet finding the Winter Soldier first was imperative. Lin Lin knew that once Steve laid eyes on his Bucky, all rationality would be lost. Ling Long, procure all documentation regarding the Winter Soldier Project for me. Chapter 32, Captain America Steve. After spending the better part of the day, Lin Lin had thoroughly examined the documentation regarding the Winter Soldier Project within the Red Room base. Regrettably, it did not contain the precise location of the Siberian base. But this posed no significant issue for Lin Lin. The primary concern was the absence of any information regarding Bucky's whereabouts. It appeared that only Hydra possessed knowledge of Bucky's location. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Lin's eyes. It was time to take action against Hydra, for they were the true culprits. Unlike Tony, Lin Lin desired not merely to eliminate Bucky, but to eradicate Hydra entirely, that insidious parasite. Although he was aware that the Howards would meet with misfortune, he was oblivious to the exact timing, perhaps having simply forgotten, and as a child, he had no means to intervene. Upon learning of his adoptive parents' demise, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness for the first time. And perhaps this very sensation fueled his ambition for mastery over the Dragon Totem. The documentation within Hydra's Red Room regarding the Winter Soldier Project should have been a technical sharing of various plans from the Soviet era. Yet it was perplexing that Hydra had not infiltrated the Red Room. After reviewing the base's materials, Lin Lin was equally astonished. Could it be that Hydra held the Black Widow project in contempt? The only explanation Lin Lin could conceive was this. All right, it's time to head home. Lin Lin rose to his feet, Commanding, Ling Long, deactivate all power systems of the Red Room base. Understood, sir. The systems have been shut down. As Ling Long's voice echoed, the entire base shuddered violently. In the next moment, a colossal portal materialized beneath the massive Red Room base. Boom. Following a violent tremor, the base returned to tranquility. However, the unusual commotion had drawn the attention of everyone inside, who peered out of the windows in curiosity. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a grand metal castle beside the base, their eyes widened in astonishment. As a representative of technology, Norman was the first to dash out of the base. Staring at the enormous metal castle before him, he was momentarily stunned. Spotting Lin Lin gracefully descending from the castle, Norman hurriedly called out, "Mr. Stark." The unfamiliar address caused Lin Lin to pause, glancing down to see it was Norman Osborn. "Mr. Osborn, if you wish to distinguish me from Tony, you may simply call me Zero. It's perfectly acceptable even without the title Mr., but please refrain from calling me Little Stark," Lin Lin replied, exasperation evident on his face. Norman did not understand why Lin Lin was so concerned about this, but now was not the time for such trivialities. He quickly inquired, "So, Zero, what is the meaning of this?" Norman gestured toward the immense metal castle. Lin Lin glanced back at the Red Room base and smiled. "Oh, just spoils of war. I'll have the research department examine it. Although it's somewhat outdated from the Soviet era, there are still valuable insights to be gleaned. I intend to upgrade the base shortly." Ling Long summoned the medical staff to bring the Black Widows for treatment. Once the arrangements were made, Lin Lin turned to seek Natasha, only to unexpectedly encounter Susan upon entering the base. "What on earth have you brought here?" Susan asked, her expression one of disbelief. Without a word, Lin Lin embraced her. This gesture immediately attracted envious glances from onlookers. Susan's face flushed as she bashfully patted Lin Lin's back, playfully scolding, "What are you doing? Let go. It's quite inappropriate to be seen like this." "What is inappropriate about it?" Lin Lin released her, cradling Susan's delicate face and kissing her deeply, only parting after a long moment. "How about that? You're not angry anymore, are you? You rascal." Susan playfully swatted Lin Lin's chest. Lin Lin smiled at her reaction. "By the way, you still haven't told me what that is?" Susan inquired, glancing at the massive metal castle outside with a puzzled expression. "That is the Red Room base, the organization that once controlled Natasha, which I have dismantled. This is my trophy," Lin Lin replied, wrapping his arms around Susan with a smile. Although Susan was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Red Room, she was aware of Natasha's past as a mere tool for manipulation. "Speaking of Natasha, why don't you show some compassion? She can't even get out of bed now," Susan exclaimed, delivering another playful slap to Lin Lin. Lin Lin chuckled awkwardly. "Don't blame me. She was the one who relentlessly pursued me at first, as if trying to provoke me. You naughty boy, hurry and check on her." A glimmer of envy flickered in Susan's eyes, which did not escape Lin Lin's notice. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "I shall come find you tonight. Farewell, darling." Lin Lin playfully caressed Susan's cheek before dashing away. In Natasha's room, she wrapped her bathrobe tightly around herself, gazing in astonishment at the colossal structure outside her window. "Recognize it?" Lin Lin's voice suddenly echoed, as he enveloped Natasha in his arms from behind. "Is it the Red Room's base?" Natasha inquired, her tone tinged with skepticism. It was understandable that she could not identify it, as she had never seen the entirety of the Red Room before. Leaning closer to Natasha's ear, Lin Lin spoke softly. "Antonia is not dead, and Dreykov is also present. Would you like to see for yourself and finally put an end to your nightmares?" Natasha fell silent, and Lin Lin did not press her. After a long pause, Natasha pouted and glared at Lin Lin, saying, "But I..." Lin Lin chuckled. "Who told you to sulk with me? In the end, you are the one suffering." As Lin Lin's hand gently massaged Natasha's abdomen, a warm current flowed through her, alleviating her discomfort. "All right, I entrust the matters of the Red Room to you completely. I have already instructed Ling Long to send a summons to all Black Widows worldwide through the Red Room system, summoning them here." Lin Lin continued to embrace Natasha as he elaborated. "When the time comes, once you free them from control, inquire if they wish to join the organization. Those who agree can be assembled into an intelligence department, while those who prefer to live their own lives may do so. How to proceed is entirely up to you." Natasha pushed Lin Lin away and asked, "What about you?" "I have some matters to attend to regarding my adoptive parents," Lin Lin replied coldly. This was the first time Natasha had seen such a chilling side of Lin Lin, and she refrained from asking further questions. After discussing the Red Room's affairs, Lin Lin made his way once again to Siberia and Russia. Gazing at the vast wilderness, Lin Lin remarked, "Fortunately, the Red Room's files contained the approximate location of the Siberian base. Otherwise, I would have no idea how long the search would take." Flying at a low altitude, he utilized his enhanced vision to continually narrow his search radius, quickly locating the secret base of the Winter Soldier program in Siberia. "What a formidable steel door," Lin Lin exclaimed as he stood before the immense metallic entrance of the secret base, but he soon pushed the door down with ease. Indeed, He simply toppled it over. No password, no key, no frills. Only the deep imprints of his hands remained on the heavy door. Upon entering the base, he was immediately greeted by a musty scent. Observing the Soviet-style heavy industrial base, Lin Lin felt little inclination to admire it. He proceeded with purpose. His goal clear, the recording. Along the way, he encountered numerous steel doors designed to withstand nuclear strikes, which he pushed down one after another until he arrived at the central hub of the base, a vast atrium-like space. After powering on the system, 6 cryopods illuminated. Yet only 5 contained individuals. Evidently, one was missing: Bucky. Ignoring them, Lin Lin strode directly to the old-fashioned computer at the center, extracting all the data for review. Until Lin Lin glimpsed the video labeled with the date December 16, 1991, his hand abruptly halted. He vividly recalled that day, the moment he received the devastating news regarding the Howards. With a sharp click, Lin Lin activated the video, observing the familiar road emerging amidst the hazy imagery, followed by the unmistakable vehicle racing towards a tree by the roadside. A motorcycle swiftly passed by, only to return shortly thereafter. Upon seeing the indistinct figure dismounting the motorcycle, Lin Lin recognized it as Bucky, and his fists involuntarily clenched in response. The haunting voice of Howard echoed through the video, pleading, "Help, save my wife. I beg you." As the Winter Soldier grasped Howard's hair and lifted him, Lin Lin distinctly heard the name Sergeant Barnes, causing a flash of crimson to flicker in his eyes. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Lin chose not to finish watching the video, though he understood that Bucky was under manipulation. He could not suppress the murderous intent that welled within him. If you perish on the battlefield, you are a hero. Alas, you have become a harbinger of death. I shall find you, Bucky, and whether you live or die shall be determined by Tony. After downloading the video, Lin Lin promptly obliterated the secret base in Siberia. As for the 5 Winter Soldier subjects, they were merely 5 uncontrollable machines of slaughter. Upon returning to the base, Lin Lin immediately commenced preparations against S.H.I.E.L.D., eradicating S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a simple task, yet ensuring that no Hydra agents within its ranks escaped would prove far more challenging. In New Jersey, at a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, Steve Rogers, recently awakened from his frozen slumber, was undergoing examination by the medical team. While Nick Fury stood vigil beside him, Steve fixated on Nick Fury, his eyes filled with confusion as he queried, "You mentioned a super alliance. If they're so perilous, why does the nation permit their existence?" "Because they are too formidable," Nick Fury replied, somewhat exasperated. "A month ago, the government might have confronted them directly. But just half a month before your revival, a significant event transpired, the Devourer of Worlds incident. A powerful extraterrestrial entity known as the Planet Devourer sought to consume the Earth. And it was Zero Stark who intervened, vanquishing the threat and saving our planet. Since then, he has been revered by nearly the entire world as the savior." Steve's eyes widened in astonishment. An extraterrestrial capable of devouring the Earth? A savior? This revelation shattered his understanding of the 21st century world yet again. But how does that relate to the super alliance you described as a global threat? Steve questioned, casting a skeptical glance at Nick Fury, struggling to convince himself of the veracity of this dubious character. Undeterred by Steve's distrust, Nick Fury continued, "This Zero Stark is indeed the architect of the super alliance. Or rather, it is he who has assembled this formidable team. Are you suggesting that someone who saves the world could potentially destroy it?" Steve's brow furrowed even deeper. Nick Fury slowly rose, expressing a hint of exasperation. "A team entirely composed of superpowered individuals, completely unregulated by any government. Imagine how terrifying that is. Regrettably, I initially intended to assemble a team of my own superpowered beings, naming it the Avengers, and the first person I sought to invite was him. Alas, he declined. His distrust of the government led him to form this organization called the Super Alliance." Steve began to grasp Nick Fury's concerns and inquired, "What makes you think I can stand against them? Setting aside everything else, that man you mentioned, Zero Stark, such a formidable figure. Am I truly capable of confronting him? However, I am curious, was he also enhanced by the super serum?" "The serum? Not at all." Nick Fury shook his head. "His abilities are far too diverse. We do not even comprehend how they manifested. It was not even he who revealed them. We are entirely in the dark." Steve's confusion deepened. A person possessing such immense power, who has consistently concealed their true self, what could their intentions possibly be? "Of course, I am not asking you to fight against them," Nick Fury clarified earnestly, "but rather to join them. I hope you can monitor their activities, even lead them." He regarded Steve with genuine intensity. After a moment of silence, Steve posed the question once more, "Why me?" He found it hard to believe that Nick Fury could not find a more suitable candidate. With a wry smile, Nick Fury replied, "Because we previously dispatched our finest agents, only for them to truly become a part of their ranks." "Very well, I will agree to your request." Steve responded, "When do we depart?" "Tomorrow," Nick Fury said, visibly pleased. He had not anticipated that his few words would persuade Steve. Little did he know, Steve's agreement stemmed from a genuine desire to meet this savior. The following morning, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vehicle conveyed Steve to the base's entrance. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a smiling receptionist who said, "Good day, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Zeros is already awaiting you in the reception room." Steve paused momentarily but said nothing. Following the receptionist to the reception area, Lin Lin sat elegantly on the sofa, patiently awaiting Steve's arrival. The previous night, while cradling the fatigued Susan in slumber, Lin Lin was startled awake by a notification sound, indicating critical intelligence had arrived. As Steve Rogers entered the room, Lin Lin rose and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Steve." Zero Stark. Steve shook the hand of this imposing savior, who stood a few inches taller and was quite robust. "Please, have a seat." Lin Lin gestured, taking a seat himself. "It seems we share a certain fate. My adoptive father, Howard Stark, surely you are familiar with him." Having perused Zero Stark's dossier, Rogers could not help but admire how extraordinarily accomplished the son of his old friend was. "You shine even brighter than Howard. Your talents are remarkable," Steve expressed sincerely. Lin Lin smiled faintly. "In truth, I prefer a more laid-back existence, but alas, things seldom go as one hopes. Welcome to the Super Alliance. As for any inquiries from Nick Fury, feel free to answer him honestly." As Steve gazed upon Lin Lin's confident smile, he felt as though he were being grasped tightly in someone's hand. "You already know?" Steve inquired, settling into his seat with a hint of embarrassment. In this age of information, nothing is completely impervious. Nick Fury truly does not trust me, though I cannot discern whether it is the S.H.I.E.L.D. that harbors suspicion or if it is Nick Fury himself. Lin Lin replied with a smile. Steve then posed a question. "Which would you prefer?" "Naturally, I would prefer it to be S.H.I.E.L.D., for that would allow me to confront them with a clear conscience." Lin Lin unabashedly declared his intentions. Steve's gaze sharpened instantly. "Are you preparing to contend with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you intending to stand against the U.S. government directly?" "The government?" Lin Lin scoffed. "If the U.S. government does not interfere with me, I can dismiss them entirely. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. is different. How much do you truly understand about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Steve fell silent, having only recently awakened to the world and possessing only a superficial knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Regardless, it was still a government entity. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Lin raised a hand to silence him. "While it is indeed a governmental organization, do you truly believe that Nick Fury is the one in charge now? Let me show you something." With a swift motion, Lin Lin tapped the table twice. An luminous screen materialized, which he then pushed towards Steve. "I believe it would be more appropriate to call S.H.I.E.L.D. the Serpent Shield." As Lin Lin chuckled lightly, Steve examined the information on the screen with a perplexed expression. How is this possible?" Steve found it hard to believe his eyes. More than half of S.H.I.E.L.D. was comprised of Hydra agents, including several infiltrators at high levels. Beside him, Zero scoffed. "I can only say that the genius who conceived the paperclip plan is quite clever indeed. Recruiting Hydra, a group sustained by faith, is utterly foolish, truly foolish." Steve clenched his fists, wishing he could deliver a blow to each of those misguided architects of the so-called paperclip initiative. "So do you still believe my decision is flawed?" Zero's gaze bore down on Steve with an oppressive intensity. Steve fell silent, realizing he remained utterly ignorant of this world. Hydra had buried itself even deeper than he had anticipated, and the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Observing Steve's silence, Zero continued, "The U.S. government consists of a cadre of ineffectual bureaucrats. If you expect them to assemble a team to safeguard the world, you might as well hope they possess the capability to annihilate it. In a nation governed by capital, under a government swayed by money, what can you truly expect from them?" Steve closed his eyes in anguish, wishing he were still encased in ice rather than confronting the current state of America. "But you still have a chance. You are Captain America, the emblem of the American spirit. Yet you should not be shackled by the labels affixed to you. Shed your halo and join us." Zero's seductive voice stirred turmoil within Steve's heart. "I wish to know what I must do to join your ranks." Although Steve was persuaded, he did not immediately acquiesce. "Zero. Naturally, there are certain tasks that only we can undertake. This world is fraught with peril. Not everyone, upon acquiring great power, possesses the benevolence that you and I do. Beyond our planet, other life forms covet Earth and equally require our defense." "Very well. I shall join you." Steve abruptly rose and gazed at Zero. In turn, Zero stood and extended his hand. Their handshake bore the semblance of an oath. Zero valued Steve not for his super soldier capabilities, but for his character and leadership qualities. Team operations were his forte. While Steve's inclusion was indeed a boon, Another pressing issue loomed ahead. Steve and Bucky shared a bond of deep friendship. If Tony were to harm Bucky, Steve, unaware of Bucky's survival, ought not to learn of it. Since you have made your decision, welcome aboard. I shall have someone show you around the base. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. With that, Zero exited, and shortly after, a female receptionist entered. Just as Zero was about to leave, he encountered Pietro. With a dark expression, Pietro confronted Zero. Where have you taken my sister? I haven't seen her all day, and no one answers her phone. Tell me, where is she? Observing Pietro's fierce demeanor, Zero could only smile helplessly, thinking, this little brother-in-law is quite fierce. Calm down, I will take you to see her. Zero led Pietro to the door of Wanda's room. Initially, Pietro's demeanor softened, but he quickly grew irate again. You're pulling my leg. I knocked on this door just this morning, and no one was here. Ignoring him, Zero pressed his hand against the palm lock, and the metallic door slid open. Your sister is right here on the bed. Zero walked slowly toward Wanda. Pietro hurried to the bedside, and upon seeing Wanda with her eyes closed, he grew anxious. What happened? What is wrong with my sister? Don't panic. Your sister is awakening her powers. This state may last 2 to 3 days as her body absorbs energy. Pietro was taken aback, standing up slowly, his gaze fixed on Zero, who found it unsettling. Hey, what are you doing? I'm telling you, that is unacceptable. If my sister wakes up and finds out, she will surely kill you. Zero stepped back, issuing a warning. However, Pietro lunged forward, grasping Zero's hand. Brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, could you possibly grant me superpowers too? It is possible, but could you maintain a safe distance? I'm not fond of such close proximity with men. A vein throbbed at Zero's temple. Had he not been Wanda's brother, he would have kicked him away long ago. Really? That is fantastic. I could have superpowers, Pietro exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Unfortunately, Zero was not about to let him rejoice prematurely. It can be done, but under certain conditions. First, you will undergo a month of training at the combat division, after which I will facilitate your initial awakening of abilities, enabling you to join the tactical team. Once you have matured sufficiently, I shall enhance your strength. Ah, how troublesome. Pietro's initial enthusiasm waned. Observing Pietro's discontent, Zero candidly remarked, then let it be. No. I promise I'll do it. Pietro hastily acquiesced. The initial awakening referred to by Zero was none other than the latest version of the desperation virus. The tactical team comprises previously recruited Black Widows and morally upright disabled veterans from the tech conglomerate, with the desperation virus providing them with the essential survival capabilities. Hence, Zero's primary focus was indeed the formidable regenerative powers bestowed by the virus. Having seen Pietro off, Zero turned his gaze to Wanda lying on the bed, gently stroking her flowing hair. The effect of the totem seed on Wanda was distinct from that on others. Her abilities were significantly more potent, necessitating several days for energy absorption. I hope you surprise me upon awakening. Zero planted a tender kiss on Wanda's forehead before departing. At S.H.I.D.L.D.S. Triskelion building, Zero's figure suddenly materialized. With a mere thought, he scanned the entirety of the Triskelion, pinpointing Alexander Pierce's location. If anyone knew Bucky's whereabouts, it was undoubtedly Alexander Pierce. Previously, Zero had overlooked this individual in his haste, but Steve's arrival reminded him that Pierce was a high-ranking member of Hydra, the very one who had dispatched Winter Soldier Bucky to pursue Steve. Ling Long, take control of the entire Triskelion system and ensure that no one suspects a thing. Understood, sir. I have taken over the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion. Following this, Zero appeared in Pierce's office. The spacious office was occupied solely by Pierce, who was momentarily startled by Zero's sudden presence. However, being an experienced operative, Pierce was not easily intimidated. As he rose, he pressed the alarm button beneath his desk and cautiously approached Zero. Zero Stark. Is that not the savior, Zero Stark? Pierce exclaimed excitedly, extending his hand for a handshake. Yet, Zero's expression remained frigid. With a flick of his fingertip, Pierce found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Alexander Pierce, one of Hydra's core members. I presume you possess a wealth of secrets about Hydra. Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zero. What's the matter? Do you have something to say? Zero inquired with a smile, snapping his fingers. Pierce discovered that he could now speak. Why, how do you know this? He questioned incredulously. Zero chuckled softly. Soon, it will not just be I who knows, but the entire world will be aware that the infamous Hydra is not dead and has infiltrated various nations. No, you cannot do this. You have no evidence. No one will believe you. Pierce shouted in fury. Confronted by the already deranged Pierce, Zero scoffed with disdain, remarking, honestly, I truly relish witnessing the frantic demeanor of villains like you. Occasionally experiencing the role of a villain myself is rather delightful. Suddenly, Pierce calmed, stating, I understand now. You possess no evidence. You merely wish to extract information from me, correct? Observing Pierce's self-satisfied expression, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. I truly wonder who bestowed upon you such confidence. Nevertheless, I admire this audacity of yours. As a reward, I shall allow you to vividly experience the sensation of having all your memories laid bare for another's gaze. Zero approached, placing his hand upon Pierce's forehead, siphoning away decades of his memories. No, please. Pierce trembled, his eyes wide with fury as though they could devour Zero whole. However, in Pierce's recollections, Zero uncovered little information of which he was unaware. The branches of Hydra were indeed numerous, and he was astonished to discover that Baron Strucker had somehow survived. Zero realized that the very Baron Strucker who had captured him in Sokovia was alive and had once again assembled a following. Never mind. I can hardly be bothered with that. I'll let Wanda deal with it when the time comes. For Wanda's sake. Zero intentionally allowed technology and Stark Industries to intervene in the conflicts of Sokovia, gradually steering the nation towards peace. If Wanda were to learn that Strucker, the one who initially intended to brainwash them, not only lived but also sought to stir trouble in Sokovia, she would likely tear him apart. Zero had always thought Wanda too kind-hearted. Now, it seemed he had found the perfect opportunity for her to unleash her wrath. Lin Lin. Translate all personnel lists and information regarding Hydra into various languages and publish them online. Have the media under technology promote this to the forefront. Understood, young master. Sauntering to the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, Zero gazed out at the scenery, a genuine smile gracing his face. Ah, dear Black Egg. This time you shall have your share of headaches. In the next moment, Zero vanished from sight, intent on seeking out his most direct adversary. In the United States, Ohio. Cleveland. The Hydra colonel who had once thawed Winter Soldier Bucky and ordered him to assassinate the Howards was hiding here. Zero appeared like a specter within a modest home, where a man, preparing to dine, instinctively reacted not with terror but by grabbing a fork and lunging towards Zero's neck. The result was predictable. The fork bent like a flower, and Zero effortlessly seized the man's throat. Ah, I truly wish to crush you right here, but if I were to do so, Tony would loathe me. Why, you're Zero Stark. The Hydra colonel's bloodshot eyes bulged as he stared at Zero, astonished that he had been discovered after such a lengthy concealment. Yet, Zero wasted no breath on him, descending into the basement and approaching a wall, from which he extracted a box. After retrieving a red notebook, Zero snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame that incinerated everything to ashes. Subsequently, Zero reappeared at a clandestine Hydra base, where he unthawed Bucky, taking both of them away. In Marbury's villa, Tony, who had been residing in the studio, was tirelessly researching URU metal when he suddenly heard Jarvis's voice. Sir, Mr. Lin has arrived. Lin? Why has he returned again? Tony, who had previously complained about Zero's absence, now found himself unexpectedly irritated by his return. TSK, Tony, have you gotten something good and forgotten your brother? Zero looked at Tony with a pained expression. Wiping his hands, Tony replied with disdain, Spare me. What brings you back this time? Instead of answering, Zero inquired. Didn't you establish Stark Tower in New York? Why are you still here? The Stark Tower is no comparison to this place. Nowhere feels as comfortable as home. Tony scoffed. Stop changing the subject. Let us talk about you. At that moment, Zero found himself at a loss for words. Tony frowned, sensing something was amiss. It was the first time he had seen Zero so hesitant, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. What happened? Tony asked, his brow furrowing in concern. After taking a deep breath, Zero handed Tony a USB drive. As Tony accepted it, Zero abruptly grasped his hand, speaking earnestly, Be mentally prepared. Puzzled, Tony inserted the drive into his computer, grumbling, What's going on with you today? However, upon opening the video and recognizing the familiar road, he glanced at the computer in astonishment, then back at Zero, clearly perplexed by his brother's intentions. Yet, Tony refrained from questioning further and silently watched the video. As Tony's expression shifted to one of deepening anger, Zero placed a hand on his shoulder. Where is he? Tony gasped, staring intently at Zero. Tony, calm down. Zero urged in a low voice. However, it was evident that Tony could not remain composed. Seeing this, Zero did not press the matter further and proceeded to transmit the Hydra officer to them. He, the Hydra officer, was the primary executor behind the murder of our parents. They sent the reprogrammed and brainwashed Winter Soldier to seize the super serum from our father. Soon after, Zero transmitted Bucky as well. He is the controlled Winter Soldier. Originally a soldier from World War II, transformed and brainwashed into the Winter Soldier, who was manipulated by Hydra to kill many. Now, these two are in your hands. Without hesitation, Tony summoned the Mark 43. He struck without a moment's pause, obliterating the Hydra officer's skull with a palm blast. However, when he moved his hand toward Bucky's face, he hesitated. Chapter 34, The End of S. H. I. E. L. D. Facing the murderer of his parents. Tony trembled as he raised his hand toward Bucky. Gazing into Bucky's vacant eyes, Tony understood that he was merely a tool. Yet, upon seeing that face, the horrific images of his parents' demise flooded his mind, and at that moment, he could not contain his murderous intent. The arc pulse cannon in the palm of the armor grew increasingly radiant, and beneath the armor, Tony's expression became more menacing. No. Suddenly, a roar reminiscent of a beast erupted from beneath the armor. Boom. The arc pulse cannon blazed to life, and with a single strike, it shattered Bucky's skull. Tony staggered out of the armor and approached Zero, who caught him. In that moment, both trembled. Lin Lin, I cannot remain rational like Wanda. It was he who personally killed my parents. I cannot simply let him go, otherwise my life will be consumed by nightmares. Tony clutched Zero tightly, tears silently streaming down his face. Zero understood the turmoil within Tony's heart and felt immense admiration for Wanda's earlier decision. Take good care of Wanda, regardless of how many women you have. Remember, our family owes so much to her and her brother. In response to Tony's plea, Zero replied, whether we owe Wanda anything or not, I will treat her well. Rest assured. Remember, you only need to act as if nothing has happened today. Leave the rest to me. Zero knew that Bucky's death was no trivial matter. But to Steve, Bucky had long since perished decades ago. Gazing at the two corpses on the ground, Zero summoned a wisp of flame to reduce them to ashes, leaving behind Bucky's metal arm, which he entrusted to Tony for study. After departing from the Marbury Villa, Zero instructed Ling Long to erase all records regarding Bucky, ensuring that from that moment forth, there would be no Winter Soldier Bucky, only the World War II hero, Sergeant Barnes. Upon returning to the base, Zero suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, an involuntary smile creeping onto his face. It was the call of the other Infinity Stones, beckoning the energy of the Space Stone. Who could be doing this at such a moment? Loki? It seemed he had already boarded the cosmic ship of the purple sweet potato essence. Preparations were in order to welcome the Chitauri army. The mere thought of the Chitauri army filled Zero with a thrill. An alien force waging war across the cosmos. Their technological prowess was undeniably formidable, especially the mothership that Tony had obliterated with a nuclear bomb. Zero was curious about the heights of technology that could be achieved if that mothership were to fall into his hands. Zero was certain it was Loki because the energy of the Space Stone within him had sensed the Mind Stone and, in turn, the presence of its bearer. That essence bore at least a 90% resemblance to Loki. Zero had no intention of allowing Loki to bring the Chitauri army so swiftly. In Wanda's room, Zero gazed at her, resembling a sleeping beauty, gently caressing her cheek as he murmured, Wanda, do you know? Today, Tony killed the murderer of our parents. And in that moment, we understood your feelings back then. Thank you, my dear. Thank you for forgiving us. Only through experience did Zero realize that hatred could lead one to lose all reason. Rationality told him that Bucky was also a victim. Yet hatred and anger clouded his ability to see things clearly. But Wanda had achieved that clarity. Perhaps it is because the missile that claimed her parents' lives was an inanimate object rather than a specific individual. After confirming that Wanda was in good spirits, Zero gently kissed her forehead and took his leave. As night fell, Zero intended to seek out Susan, only to be unceremoniously ejected from her presence. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed him away, remarking cryptically before shutting the door, at least not for 3 days. Perplexed, Zero sought Natasha, yet, to his dismay, she too dismissed him with similar resolve. Faced with the tightly shut door, he let out a resigned sigh and made his way to Asgard. For nearly a month thereafter, Zero traversed between Earth and Asgard, immersing himself in the study of Asgardian magic while preparing for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Wanda, after a 3-day slumber, finally awakened. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by Zero's presence. Lin Lin. A glimmer of surprise illuminated Wanda's eyes as she embraced his neck, exclaiming, Though I merely took a nap, it feels as if an eternity has passed since I last saw you. You've been asleep for 3 days. Zero replied with a smile. Wanda pushed him away in astonishment. What? 3 days? I thought it might have been 5, or even a week. Zero cupped her face tenderly, playfully ruffling her hair. While Zero basked in the sweetness of love, Nick Fury was on the brink of madness. The internet and media were inundated with reports of Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD, plunging the entire organization into chaos. Had Zero been present, he would have quipped, why not drink it while it's hot? Fury was furious, not only because a significant portion of SHIELD had been compromised by Hydra, but also because the revelation had caused the infiltrators to flee, leaving him with very few captives. What he did not realize was that this was precisely Zero's intention. Infiltrators within SHIELD were difficult to apprehend, yet once they escaped, their fates would be entirely within his control. A band of fugitives who would care if they perished. In the SHIELD conference room, Fury sat in silence, his head bowed. Only a handful of individuals with sufficient clearance were present, some of whom Zero was somewhat acquainted with, including Coulson, Barton, and Hill. After a prolonged silence, Fury finally spoke. I now understand why Zero Stark harbors such disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. He has long recognized it as a quagmire. Director, there is no need to put it so harshly. Coulson interjected, his expression somewhat awkward. Barton, however, seemed unfazed, remarking, it appears my retirement plans can be expedited. Agent Barton. Hill shot him a disapproving glare before turning to Fury. Director, what shall we do next? With so many personnel gone, S.H.I.E.L.D. is nearly vacant, and the construction of the helicarrier may be indefinitely postponed. Locate Zero Stark. Fury replied coldly. The current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. is precarious, with the higher-ups potentially cutting off funding and possibly disbanding the organization entirely. Therefore, Nick Fury must hasten to secure a path for his old comrades. Seeking out him? A gasp of surprise swept through the group, for they were acutely aware of Fury's aversion to Zero Stark. Yet now, he was suggesting reaching out to Stark. Zero Stark is shrouded in mystery. I suspect he has long been aware of Hydra's infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D., and this list of Hydra operatives may very well be his doing. One cannot deny that Nick Fury's intellect shines at times. However, Hill expressed her concerns. Mr. Stark is indeed remarkable and powerful. But might he harbor reservations about us remaining agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. due to Hydra's involvement and thus refuse our alliance? No, he won't. Nick Fury replied with a slight smirk. If this list of Hydra infiltrators is indeed his revelation, once you choose to align with him, he will undoubtedly welcome you with open arms. Why is that? Coulson inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He is not one to act without purpose. Everything he does is imbued with intent. My conjecture is that his decision to expose Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. is aimed at you. Fury asserted confidently. Now, Coulson and the others fell into silence. Truth be told, had it not been for Nick Fury, they would have long since defected to the Super Alliance. Ironically, it was Fury's suggestion that now left them in a state of indecision. They questioned whether this was a test or something else entirely. Suddenly, a gasp broke the stillness, drawing everyone's attention. It was the tall and handsome figure of Zero Stark. What brings you here? Nick Fury frowned. While he admired Zero's and had repeatedly sought to recruit him, he had never succeeded. And Stark's irreverent demeanor only added to his frustration. Seeing Fury's displeased expression, Zero's couldn't help but chuckle. Director Fury, this is hardly the way to welcome a guest. You all conspire behind my back. May I not partake in this as well? He pulled up a chair, sitting right next to Agent Hill, caught off guard by Zero's proximity. The usually composed and astute Hill felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Yet, Zero's attention was solely fixed on Fury's exasperated countenance, oblivious to the flustered reactions around him. I've told you, do not call me Nick. Fury gritted his teeth. All right, Nick. Zero's replied cheerfully. Fury's fists clenched in frustration, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Fury demanded. Naturally, as you suggested, I am here to recruit you all into my fold. Zero Stark grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, causing Fury's heart to skip a beat. Fury thought to himself, this scoundrel is nothing but a voracious predator. The notion of Stark recruiting S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury's proposal for Coulson and the others to join the Super Alliance are entirely different matters. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to be absorbed, Nick Fury would be utterly finished. What Nick Fury envisioned was to have Coulson and the others join the Super Alliance, while he himself would leverage the remaining foundation of S.H.I.E.L.D. to reconstruct a celestial sword bureau, gradually undermining the Super Alliance from within. However, if S.H.I.E.L.D. were to be subsumed, Nick Fury would lose everything. This was simply inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Nick Fury abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming that the World Security Council would never allow the absorption of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zeroth smiled faintly. I have just made a transaction with them, revealing a piece of intelligence, and they have gladly acquiesced to my request for the absorption of S.H.I.E.L.D. Intelligence? What intelligence could possibly persuade the World Security Council to relinquish such an asset? Nick Fury was skeptical. Zeroth replied with a calm demeanor. Intelligence that pertains to the very survival of humanity on a global scale. This statement elicited astonished expressions from everyone in the conference room. Before long, an extraterrestrial army will invade Earth, and their technology far surpasses anything Earth possesses. Zeroth's eyes swept over the faces of the attendees with a serene gaze. Upon hearing the phrase extraterrestrial army, the expressions of those in the conference room varied widely. Nick Fury approached Zeroth directly, demanding, How can we ascertain that you speak the truth and are not fabricating lies to usurp S? H-I-E-L-D. Observing Nick Fury's aggressive demeanor, Zeroth furrowed his brow, slowly rising and lowering his head to meet Fury's gaze. Do you really believe I would fabricate lies? Zeroth's icy stare made Nick Fury feel as if he were on the brink of freezing. To be frank, I could crush you with the same ease as squashing an ant. If I desire S, H-I-E-L-D, be it intelligence or deception. With just a word from me, do you truly think the World Security Council would hesitate to hand over this mess to me? Nick Fury, do you realize how fortunate you are to still be alive? You have angered me more than once, and to me, you are merely a laughable insect. Your continued existence is a reflection of the value I perceive in you, not a testament to your intellect. I do not know who instilled such confidence in you to provoke me time and again. Is it Carol? To be candid, I genuinely wish to meet her and see if she truly inspires such confidence in you. Zeroth's cold words pierced Nick Fury's heart, leaving the others in a chilling silence, too intimidated to speak. At that moment, Nick Fury's face turned a deep shade of purple from anger. Zeroth, dismissing the confrontation, turned to the others in the conference room. Smiling, the Alliance welcomes you all. Within the Alliance, we shall not be hierarchies but comrades. I believe you will come to enjoy life in the Alliance. With that, Zeroth teleported away. As the saying goes, to kill the heart is to kill the spirit. Zeroth's final words, within the Alliance, we are not superiors and inferiors, but comrades, planted a seed of discord between Nick Fury and the others. They were unaware of how Nick Fury would react to this comment, and he, too, was oblivious to their thoughts. Even without prior grievances, this moment would inevitably create a rift. Upon returning to the base, the smile on Zeroth's face not only remained but grew even brighter. What has you so joyfully amused? Daisy's voice called out from behind Zeroth. Zeroth allowed Daisy to embrace him from behind, relishing the softness of her touch. With a smile, he remarked, "It's nothing. But why is this mischievous girl skipping training to come to my room?" Glancing at the disheveled bed, he couldn't help but chuckle. Daisy, with a playful grin, retorted, "Of course, I came to devour you, but it seems I missed my chance. You should set such thoughts aside for now. In a few days, there will be a fierce battle awaiting you," Zeroth said, adopting an unusually serious demeanor. Yet, Daisy seemed unfazed, replying, "With you by our side, we surely won't lose." "Ah, you won't lift a finger unless there is something in it for you, will you?" Zeroth realized that she had come to negotiate. "Hee, so you're aware, right?" Daisy beamed, showing no embarrassment at being seen through. After a moment of contemplation, Zeroth responded, "All right. If you perform commendably in the upcoming conflict, I shall reward you handsomely, but you mustn't regret it afterward." "I won't regret it. I'm off to train." Daisy laughed and scampered away, watching her depart. Zeroth pondered the impending conflict with the Chitauri and whether Thanos might make an appearance. Though the likelihood seemed slim, it was prudent to be cautious, for everything had already deviated from its original course. Gazing out at the scenery, Zeroth mused, "If necessary, I may have to seek out the time stone from Ancient One." Chapter 35. The eve of war in the vast underground training facility of the base. Zeroth observed the gathered crowd with curiosity. "Oh, Steve and Blonsky are sparring." His eyes sparkled with interest. One was a World War II veteran, and the other a contemporary officer. He was keen to see who would prevail. It was said that Captain America's true superpower was as even odds, yet it was possible that Blonsky might falter. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Even without transforming into the abomination, Blonsky was holding his own against Steve. How intriguing. Zeroth smiled brightly. "Enough. You two, stop fighting. This will lead to no decisive victory." He suddenly descended between them, grasping their fists as they struck. "Zeroth!" Steve and Blonsky exclaimed in unison, astonished. Zeroth glanced at them, noting, "Emil, your training has been commendable. Your physique now rivals that of Steve." Then turning to Steve, he continued, "I'm curious about your true strength. How about we have a match?" This statement left everyone present in shock. Before Steve could respond, Blonsky interjected, "Zeroth, that's not fair. You know your level is far above his. This would be bullying." The onlooking combat team members murmured their discontent. Noticing their reactions, Zeroth chuckled, "Steve, it seems your reputation among them is quite high." Steve smiled, feeling a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his days with the Howling Commandos. "Do not worry. I will restrain my strength to ensure a fair match with Steve. I merely wish to experience his technique," Zeroth explained to the gathered crowd. With that, the members of the combat team finally settled down. Subsequently, the crowd retreated, creating a larger space for the two combatants, perhaps out of fear of being inadvertently harmed. Blonsky stepped back, conscious of the situation. Facing Zero, Steve wore a solemn expression, although he had never witnessed Zero's true prowess. The internet was replete with videos of Zero's epic battles against Star Eater and various rumors. Nonetheless, Steve found it hard to believe that one could be as formidable as the legend suggested. Almost divine, Such exaggeration seemed implausible. Zero regarded the motionless Steve and casually beckoned him with his right hand, encouraging him to unleash his full potential. That confident and composed smile intensified the grin on Steve's face. "Very well, then I shall hold nothing back," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed squarely at Zero's face. To the spectators, the punch appeared remarkably swift, yet to Zero, it unfolded as if in slow motion. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to effortlessly evade the strike. Steve did not expect a single punch to incapacitate Zero. It was merely a means to close the distance between them. Following that, he aimed a knee strike directly at Zero's abdomen. With a resounding smack, Zero effortlessly blocked the blow with his overlapping hands while simultaneously delivering a headbutt to Steve's skull. The dull thud echoed, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically. They instinctively covered their own heads, as if they had sustained the impact themselves. Wow, that headbutt was fierce. If it had struck the captain's nose, it would surely have been flattened. Two of the Black Widows chuckled, amidst their banter, relieved that the captain's prominent posterior remained intact. As Zero's array of techniques unfolded, the spectators were left in awe, inundated with unexpected maneuvers. Headbutts, knee strikes, ear slaps, eye jabs, and low kicks. Under such an unconventional assault, even Steve, who typically boasted a balanced record, found himself overwhelmed. Once Zero had Steve pinned beneath him, he patted his shoulder and remarked, "Let us call it a day." Steve, rising to his feet with a hint of embarrassment, caught Zero's eye. Observing Steve's awkward demeanor, Zero chuckled and addressed the crowd. "You might suspect that I have cheated, relying solely on my strength to defeat Steve." The audience shook their heads, internally acknowledging that such techniques hardly required any form of deception. However, it wasn't just Steve who faced this dilemma. All of you share a common flaw. Your strikes fail to target your opponent's vulnerabilities. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Zero continued, "Of course, you may think such tactics are beneath you. Yet remember, you are facing adversaries. Even the most underhanded methods are warranted." The crowd nodded in thoughtful agreement. "Additionally, I must stress that you will be contending with extraterrestrial warriors. Hence, remain vigilant until you are certain your opponent is truly incapacitated. It is not that I am reluctant to provide you with compensation. I fear that the benefits you earn with your lives might ultimately benefit a third party." Zero's poignant statement immediately darkened the faces of the combat team. Finally, he turned to Steve, saying, "You, my friend, are far too straightforward in your approach to combat." Steve possesses physical capabilities that surpass those of ordinary individuals, allowing him to confront mere common foes on the battlefield without resorting to cunning tactics. After offering a few pointers to Steve, Zero descended to the next level of the training facility, the magical training arena. Observing Jane and Daisy enveloped in a whirlwind of lightning and flames, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that Jane would exhibit such a remarkable affinity for lightning magic. "You've arrived." Daisy, momentarily distracted, immediately noticed Zero's presence and rushed over to leap into his arms. With a playful peck, she silenced Zero, causing the words he intended to speak to be swallowed back. After a brief exchange of banter, Daisy reluctantly dismounted from Zero's embrace. Just as he set Daisy down, he was met with Jane's forlorn gaze. Daisy, displaying a hint of pride, remarked, "Don't just stand there. It's your turn." Jane shot a glare at Daisy, retorting, "I have no desire to share your saliva." Unfazed, Daisy wrapped her arms around Jane with a grin, saying, "Next time, you go first. I won't mind." Zero, bemused by the frivolity of their banter, interjected, "Enough of this. Let us see the magic you both have mastered." Recognizing Zero's seriousness, Jane and Daisy ceased their antics and proceeded to demonstrate their mastery of lightning and fire magic. In an instant, the expansive magical training arena was ablaze with the intertwining spectacle of lightning and flames. Yet, as fellow mages, Zero was able to discern the limitations of their magical prowess amidst the dazzling display. You both have practiced for too short a time. Your control over magic is still lacking, and your imaginative engagement with it is insufficient. Lightning is not merely lightning, and fire is not simply fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called magic. Watch closely. With that, Zero slowly raised his hands, and as the energy at his fingertips surged forth, his left hand crackled with lightning while flames danced from his right. As Zero elevated his arms, both the lightning and fire intensified. They began to coalesce. And to Jane and Daisy's astonishment, a lightning dragon and a fire phoenix materialized before them. With a resounding roar, the dragon and phoenix soared, their magnificent forms reflecting the essence of true mythical beasts. Jane and Daisy were momentarily struck dumb, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. They would have found it hard to believe that such a spectacle could be conjured by a mere human. As Zero waved his hands, the dragon and phoenix intertwined in a mesmerizing aerial ballet. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the two creatures collided, unleashing a colossal explosion that reverberated throughout the training arena. Jane and Daisy clearly observed that the explosion's flames were enveloped by an invisible sphere of energy, preventing them from fully showcasing their destructive potential. I just expended an equal amount of energy as you did, yet the resultant force is sufficient to obliterate the entire base. Do you comprehend the disparity? Zero's voice resonated with authority. Magic is a means of channeling energy. Controlling that energy requires your focus. Your concentration is insufficient, and your mental fortitude is lacking. Confronted by Jane and Daisy, Zero meticulously elucidated concepts for the two. However, the extent of his instruction remained theoretical. The practical application was solely reliant on their own efforts. Descending to the third underground level, which was the most fortified of the three training arenas, he observed Susan, Natasha, and Wanda huddled together. Sensing the atmosphere, Zero wisely refrained from intruding and instead made his way over to Banner, Johnny, and Ben. Upon Zero's arrival, Johnny eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, Pietro has been incessantly complaining that you show favoritism. Why not just let him awaken his powers?" Pietro? Suddenly, Zero turned his gaze towards Johnny, retorting, "Don't even mention him. I would rather seal your abilities too." 2 weeks prior, that rascal had once again participated in an extreme challenge show. How exhilarating it must have felt to bask in the limelight. Feeling the weight of Zero's stern gaze, Johnny's heart sank as he inwardly lamented, "Oh no. I've been duped by Pietro. Not only can I not assist him, but I might also jeopardize myself." Meanwhile, Banner and Ben appeared to be mere spectators, relishing the unfolding drama. "How about we seal your abilities for a month, allowing you to experience the training with the combat team?" Zero suggested with a smile. "I find that proposal quite agreeable." Susan's voice chimed in from behind, causing Johnny to instantly scowl. Had he pleaded for leniency, perhaps Zero might have shown mercy. But with Susan involved, it was unlikely. "Please, don't, sis," Johnny pleaded, casting a pitiful glance at Susan, who chose to ignore him entirely. "What brings you down here today?" Susan looked at Zero with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Zero chuckled. Someone has to conduct an inspection, after all. Though, there are other reasons as well. With that, he stepped back from the crowd, his arms slightly outstretched. Under the inquisitive gazes of those around him, a metallic liquid began to emerge from his chest, gradually enveloping his entire form. A brand new metallic battle suit materialized, adorned with the emblem of the Super Alliance on his chest and a matching cape billowing behind him. "I am here to test this suit," Zero declared, his face alight with anticipation. Natasha expressed her surprise. "You've been preparing this all along?" Wanda reached out to gently caress the emblem on Zero's chest, softly stating, "I can feel the immense power contained in this suit." The battle attire was crafted from a fusion of various metals, including vibranium, anti-vibranium, true adamantium, and URU metal, and was imbued with numerous magical enhancements by Zero. "So, who among you wishes to test its resilience?" Zero playfully gestured towards his suit. Instantly, the crowd's interest was piqued. "Fight? Who would refuse such an opportunity?" Johnny exclaimed enthusiastically. Regrettably, he was met with Susan's disapproving glare. Unable to contain his excitement, Banner interjected, "If you won't, then I shall." As he spoke, the green energy began to radiate from him, and his form gradually grew in size. "Let us go," Zero encouraged, tapping his chest. "Roar. Punch." Banner bellowed. The Hulk of today is not the Hulk of yesteryears. His strength has evolved beyond measure. Under Banner's conscious control, he is capable of continuously amplifying his power. A colossal fist hurtles towards him, and though the fist has yet to arrive, Zero can already sense the air being compressed. With a resounding thud, Zero's feet sink into the ground, yet when that enormous green fist withdraws, he remains unscathed. "I exerted 80% of my strength, and you remain completely unharmed." Banner, transformed into the Hulk, speaks with a heavy voice. "Did you secretly brace yourself?" Zero brushes off the dust from his attire and replies with a grin. "If I had braced myself, would there be any need for a test?" Banner chuckles and waves his hand dismissively. "If I cannot harm you, then I certainly cannot." However, Johnny, unable to contain his excitement, exclaims, "Brother-in-law, let me take my turn." Without hesitation, Johnny ignites, causing flames to erupt and compel everyone to step back. Enveloped in flames, Johnny clenches his fists, unleashing a torrent of searing fire towards Zero. Surprisingly, despite the metallic nature of his suit, it proves challenging for the intense flames to even scorch its surface. "This is impossible. Brother-in-law, is this truly a metal suit?" Johnny approaches and knocks on the armor in disbelief. The texture indeed feels like metal. Susan and Natasha decide against participating, as their abilities are more technique-oriented. However, Wanda contemplates the idea. "Wanda, you should join." Zero beckons her. Wanda's magical prowess is extraordinary. Within mere days, she has begun to control chaos magic, albeit still lacking in strength. Is it even possible? Wanda expresses her uncertainty, lacking confidence in herself and feeling apprehensive about the potency of chaos magic. Observing her hesitation, Zero steps closer and whispers, "If you can hurt me, I shall seek you out tonight." He muses to himself, "Am I truly becoming a commodity for these eager girls?" Wanda's cheeks flush crimson, and she nods vigorously. Seeing her reaction, Zero steps back a bit. With Zero's promise in mind, Wanda purses her lips, and her fingertips begin to stir. Crimson energy swirls around her hands. As Wanda focuses her intent, a layer of scarlet energy envelopes Zero, resembling a delicate mist. Though it appears to be mere energy, only Zero can truly appreciate its uniqueness. The essence of chaos magic is, in fact, the power of chaos itself. Its inherent strength is akin to that of magic. Watching the chaos magic subtly alter the form of his suit, Zero marvels at the rarity of such an occurrence. Pondering, if Wanda can achieve this effect with her nascent mastery of chaos power, what might occur if she were to absorb the powers of the fairy and phoenix, which are renowned among the three ancient forces? Zero begins to anticipate favorable news from the professor. Chapter 36, The Mind Stone Acquired Asgard. The sudden appearance of Zero caused Odin, deep within the celestial palace, to abruptly open his eyes. Rising slowly from his throne, he approached Zero, unwilling to remain seated above him. What is it, father? Thor, having sensed Odin's unease, had been diligently learning the art of ruling Asgard under his father's guidance. Freya, who trailed behind Odin, remarked with a smile that one has arrived. If your father were to remain on his throne looking down at him, it would surely displease him. Lady Freya, do you truly believe I am so petty? Zero stepped forth from the portal, a grin adorning his face as he regarded Freya. Odin advanced with a stern expression, his gaze fixed on Zero. What brings you here this time? It was evident that Odin had grown weary of Zero's demands. Zero placed a hand on Odin's shoulder, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, I come regarding your family affairs. You have news of Loki? Odin's expression hardened. He too had been gathering information about Loki, but what he had collected were merely fragmented whispers. Freya and Thor, standing nearby, gazed at Zero with hopeful anticipation. Observing the concern in Odin's eyes and the worry etched on Freya and Thor's faces, Zero couldn't help but reflect. This family truly regards Loki as one of their own. Alas, this mischief maker is merely a troublesome child. Indeed, I possess news of Loki. Not only do I have information about him, but I can also assist in bringing him back, Zero stated, his tone measured. Odin scrutinized Zero, directly asking, what is it you seek this time? Zero furrowed his brow, displeasure evident in his voice. Must you always assume I am driven solely by greed? I am not a brigand. However, Odin and his family regarded him with skepticism. Unperturbed, Zero bluntly declared, regardless, I have conveyed my message. Whether you choose to act upon it is entirely up to you. Let us go. I shall go, Thor exclaimed, leaping forward with enthusiasm. Amused by Thor's excitement, Zero smiled, having anticipated this reaction. Now, let me elaborate on Loki's situation. Zero cleared his throat. I am able to ascertain Loki's whereabouts because the energy from the space stone within me resonates with the fluctuations of the Mind Stone. Loki possesses the Mind Stone. He intends to activate the space stone to transport the Chitauri army to Earth, seeking to conquer it and fulfill his unachieved dream of kingship. Odin's countenance darkened. He could not comprehend why Loki was so fixated on the throne. Little did he know, the throne itself was a perilous temptation. Odin, acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities that accompanied such a position, understood the burden that Loki could not fathom. Ragnarok, to Odin, was an inescapable curse. Contemplating this, Odin's gaze towards Thor softened, imbued with a mix of resignation and affection. Well then, since we have concluded our discussion, let us deliberate on who shall undertake this mission. Zero proposed with a smile, surveying Thor. Thor cast a pleading look at Odin, who merely offered a brief glance before responding, take Sif and the others along. Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bowed deeply to his father. Thank you, father. Before long, Sif and the three warriors were summoned. Once again, we meet. Zero greeted the four with a smile. Upon seeing him, Sif and the others merely nodded, their indifferent response leaving Zero somewhat disheartened. After Odin announced his orders to Sif and the others, Zero escorted the five back to Earth, arranging for their stay at the base. However, Thor could hardly contain his curiosity. Zero, where's Loki? Loki is probably busy reorganizing the Chitauri army at this moment. Persistently calling upon the energy of the space stone within me using the Mind Stone, attempting to open a portal. Zero extended his palm, revealing a shimmering blue-golden light, with black mist swirling around. Through the mist, a glimpse of the cosmos could be discerned. There lay Loki, along with the Chitauri army. Thor gazed at the black mist in Zero's hand, his expression growing serious. If it truly is the Chitauri army, shouldn't I ask my father to mobilize troops? After all, they are an army. Mobilize troops? Zero scoffed. Go ahead and ask your father to send soldiers. Let us see if he dares to. Thor was taken aback, confused. What is there to be afraid of? Zero furrowed his brow, looking at Thor as if he were a fool. What have you learned during your time with your father? Can't you think for yourself? Huh? What is the issue? Thor still did not comprehend. Observing Thor's bewildered expression, Zero realized that he genuinely did not understand. And he couldn't help but facepalm. Asgard is Asgard, and Earth, Midgard, is Midgard. It is not your backyard where you can just send people at will. Huh, why not? Thor continued to be puzzled. Goodness, do you have a pig-ass brain? If your father sends troops over, I would have to eliminate them first. Do you understand? Zero was almost tempted to pound the foolishness out of him. It was evident that the Asgardians still believed themselves to be the sovereigns of the 9 realms, capable of dictating all therein. Remember, Earth belongs to Earthlings. It is not Midgard for you Asgardians. Zero's tone grew icy. Thor was startled by Zero's sudden outburst and suddenly realized he had made a blunder. I apologize. I was presumptuous. I didn't mean to imply that Earth belonged to Asgard, but rather that Asgard and Earth should stand united. Zero understood Thor's sentiment. Yet it did not imply that Earthlings would accept it. Your intentions are noble. However, it does not mean all Asgardians share your views. Nor does it guarantee that Earthlings will trust you. Zero patted Thor's shoulder. Politics is intricate. If you wish to ascend to the throne, you must reflect deeply. Remember, you are no longer a warrior, but a prince, the future king of Asgard. Thor fell silent. In his youth, he believed kings were extraordinary beings, that only the strongest could ascend to such heights, and he had strived to grow stronger to achieve that goal. Yet, as he matured, he realized that while strength was one criterion for becoming the king of Asgard, there were countless other lessons to be learned. Perhaps Loki would be more suited to the throne of Asgard than I, Thor said, lowering his head. Foolish. Zero thundered. The most crucial trait of a leader is character. All else comes second. Do you not know what Loki's character is like? Anything can be learned and practiced, except for one's character. Zeroth's words struck like thunder, leaving Thor's mind buzzing. Do not overthink it. In 3 days, you shall meet Loki, and your task is to escort him back to Asgard. With that, Zeroth rose and departed. Yet, scarcely had one issue been resolved when a melodious voice interjected. Young master, Master Tony has arrived. What does this fellow want again? Zeroth furrowed his brow, wishing to keep Tony out of this. Why? Because he stubbornly refused to inject the Abyss virus. Tell him to scram, Zeroth said bluntly. Who are you telling to scram? Tony Stark. With indignation, Tony approached Zeroth, exclaiming, How could you, my brother, not involve me in such matters? Had it not been for Pietro's careless slip of the tongue, I would still be in the dark. Pietro? Zeroth frowned, thinking, this brat again. It seems I must find an opportunity for Wanda to give him a proper scolding. You said you wouldn't inject the Abyss virus. I certainly cannot allow you to take such risks. If Pepper finds out, she would surely kill me. Zeroth shook his head in dismay. Tony, feeling displeased, retorted. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon my armor? This suit is crafted from the very metal you provided. Zeroth glanced at the resplendent red and gold armor behind Tony and couldn't help but scoff. The metal's natural hue is quite splendid. Why must you adorn it in such gaudy fashion? This is non-negotiable. Either inject the Abyss virus or return home. The reason Zeroth was so insistent on Tony receiving the injection was solely to enhance his survival capabilities. Who knows what misfortune may occur? And if you were unable to provide timely assistance, Zeroth did not wish to gamble with the lives of those close to him. However, Tony wore a glum expression, stating, It's not that I do not want to, it's just that I do not yet have children. Who knows if that thing will affect them? It has been assured that it poses no harm to you and will not affect your progeny, nor will it be hereditary. Zeroth handed Tony a vial containing a substance reminiscent of molten lava. Here it is. Whether to inject it is entirely up to you. 3 days later, the members of the Alliance gathered on the rooftop of the base. Thor and the others gazed upon the 1,000+ fully armed combatants, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, aside from Susan, Wanda, Banner, and Blonsky, there were 1,200 combatants from the strike team. These individuals donned specially designed energy-absorbing combat suits, wielded energy weapons, and each had undergone the Abyss virus injection. Although Zeroth desired extraterrestrial technology, he would not gamble with the lives of his people. Each of them had been equipped to the teeth. Suddenly, a resonant clang rang out, and a smile graced Zeroth's face. I knew you would relent. Zeroth smiled as he looked at the resplendent red and gold armor. However, beneath the armor's visage, Tony's voice emerged. I must tell you, I exerted considerable effort to persuade Pepper this time. She declared that since I had injected myself with the Extremis virus, she would do so as well. She insisted that whatever I faced, she would accompany me. Though Tony appeared to be merely lamenting, the pride in his words was unmistakable. Enough with the boasting. Welcome aboard, Zero said with a grin. Moments later, the blue glow emanating from Zero flickered as he conjured a portal with a wave of his hand, albeit one that faced away from them. Soon, a figure stepped forth from the portal. Beholding the splendid vista before him, Loki, wielding the scepter of the Mind Stone, spread his arms wide. Ha ha ha, Midgard, you shall welcome your new king, Loki. Suddenly, a round of applause startled Loki. Who? He exclaimed, spinning around to find 1,000 armed figures fixated on him. We meet again, Loki, Zero remarked with a sly smile. The sight of Zero made Loki's heart race. He vividly recalled the events of that fateful night. This man was invincible. Loki's immediate instinct was to flee, but as he attempted to cast a spell to escape, magical restraints flared to life around him. Allowing you to escape last time was merely a lapse in judgment. This time, you shall find it far more challenging. With a mere flick of his finger, Zero drew Loki closer, snatching the scepter from his grasp. Gazing at the Mind Stone embedded within the scepter, Zero plucked the massive blue gem from its setting and casually discarded the scepter. With a crack, the blue stone shattered, revealing the yellow core of the Mind Stone. Zero lifted the Mind Stone, raising it toward the sun, as if seeking to glimpse its inner essence through the sunlight. You seek to influence me, do you? Alas, the power of the totem shall gradually obliterate you, Zero murmured, then pressed the Mind Stone against his chest. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the Mind Stone merged with the Dragon Totem. It seems it will take some time to assimilate. Touching his warm chest, Zero felt a surge of exhilaration. Now it is your turn, Zero said, beaming at Loki, who was utterly terrified. Please, don't kill me. I recognize my errors. Spare me, Loki stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Zero. Thor, witnessing the scene, rushed to grab Zero's shoulders, fearing he might strike Loki down. Zero frowned at Thor and the four who accompanied him. What is your haste? Did I ever declare my intent to kill him? Thor awkwardly released his grip but remained vigilant, eyes fixed on Zero. Of course, Zero had no intention of slaying Loki, rather, he aimed to utilize Loki to ascertain the location of the Chitauri forces. With Loki's assistance, Zero invested some time and finally pinpointed the Chitauri army's coordinates. After patting Loki on the shoulder, he turned to Thor and said, All right, PS in your hands. Remember, you Asgardians owe me a monumental favor. A favor? Thor was momentarily taken aback, pondering. Was it not agreed that we would require nothing? Before he could inquire further, Zero directly thrust Loki into Thor's arms and promptly transported the 6 individuals back to Asgard. Prepare yourselves, everyone. The great battle is about to commence, Zero declared, casting his gaze upon the assembly. Victory! We shall prevail. With the fervent chants of the crowd resonating around him, Zero tilted his head toward the azure sky, raising his arms high. Suddenly, a great mass of dark clouds swelled above, shimmering with hues of blue and gold. Open, he commanded, and the clouds parted dramatically, revealing a gaping void that exposed the cosmic expanse, along with a massive warship suspended within it. This was none other than the flagship of the Chitauri army. Zero's eyes sparkled with excitement as the portal swiftly engulfed the Chitauri flagship, transporting it directly above Earth. The citizens of New York were instantly engulfed in terror, their lives thrown into chaos by the celestial phenomenon. The Chitauri flagship, having not initiated any propulsion, plummeted rapidly towards the Earth. Observing this, Zero promptly activated the mirror space. The colossal Chitauri vessel appeared to crash against a vast mirror, shattering it into myriad fragments, and the warship was subsequently drawn into the depths of the mirror realm. Turning back to the others, Zero smiled and proclaimed, Now is your moment to shine. As the mirror space opened, everyone was transported within. In the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the Ancient One gazed at the unfolding spectacle in the sky, exclaiming, The youth are indeed remarkable, filled with audacity. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the Chitauri in the mirror space. The Chitauri flagship thunderously descended, and the members of the Super Alliance followed suit into the mirrored domain. The sight of such a colossal Chitauri vessel sent a shiver through the hearts of all, especially the combat team, whose initial fervor was swiftly replaced with trepidation, some even succumbing to a fear of giants. Noticing their unease, Zero levitated gracefully, clad in his black and gold battle attire, with a silver cloak billowing behind him. Reminiscent of a superhero, your task is to handle the foot soldiers while I neutralize the mothership, so do not feel overly pressured. With that, Zero soared toward the Chitauri flagship. In the shadow of the immense vessel, he appeared minuscule. Before long, the Chitauri soldiers within the mothership began to recover and swiftly deployed, swarming outward like a locust swarm. Steve, seizing the moment, commanded, all members of the combat team, disperse into smaller units and spread out. The 1,000-strong combat team immediately scattered, each adorned in battle suits equipped with propulsion devices, enabling rapid distribution. Shortly thereafter, the massive Leviathans detached from the mothership, charging forth with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, Hulk, Banner, and Blonsky simultaneously transformed, confronting the Leviathans head-on. Hulk sprinted towards a Leviathan, leaping off a skyscraper to land atop its head. With a resounding crash, he used his weight and strength to force the Leviathan down to the ground, its massive form colliding violently with the earth. Roaring triumphantly, Hulk pounded his chest, reveling in the display of his formidable power. Confronting the Leviathan, the display of disdain was somewhat subdued. After considerable effort, it was managed to bring the Leviathan to a halt. As for Ben, entirely encased in hard rock, he hurled chunks of pavement at the creature, ultimately striking one of its eyes. This provoked an enraged charge towards him, culminating in a fall to the ground. In stark contrast to the violent dismantling executed by the trio, Susan's approach was markedly more graceful. Ethereal spheres of pale blue energy materialized within the Leviathan's massive form, expanding until they caused an explosion. It must be noted that Susan's abilities are extraordinarily formidable, unless one possesses physical strength akin to Zero's. The only fate awaiting those ensnared within her fragile energy fields is death. Natasha opted not to engage the Leviathan directly. Instead, she targeted the Chitauri soldiers, significantly alleviating the pressure on her comrades. Wanda, meanwhile, wielded her hands enveloped in crimson energy, launching Chitauri soldiers into the air and swiftly eliminating them, until a Leviathan came hurtling towards her. At that moment, Zero felt a twinge of concern, yet he refrained from intervening, eager to witness the extent of Wanda's capabilities. As the massive Leviathan bore down on her, Wanda's eyes betrayed a hint of fear, prompting her to involuntarily step back. Wanda, do not fear. Believe in yourself. Trust in your power. Zero's voice echoed suddenly in her ears. Wanda turned in confusion, searching for his presence, but found none. I may not be by your side, but you must learn to confront dangers alone. Trust in your strength and stop it, crush it. Though Zero's figure was absent, his words acted as a potent catalyst, bolstering Wanda's resolve. Fixing her gaze upon the approaching Leviathan, she bit her crimson lip and lifted her hands once more, infused with chaotic crimson energy. From afar, Zero observed as Wanda directed her hands towards the Leviathan, the vibrant crimson chaos swirling around it. A cacophony of metallic crackling echoed as the Leviathan let out a pained roar. Suddenly, it plummeted to the ground, racked by suffering. From a distance, Zero nodded in approval at this scene. You did exceptionally well, Wanda. She smiled sweetly in his direction. Suddenly, a series of explosions drew Zero's attention. He beheld Jane and Daisy coordinating their efforts, their flames and lightning intertwining, resulting in successive detonations that hurled groups of Chitauri soldiers away. Yet, in the face of the Leviathan, their explosions seemed somewhat inadequate. These two girls need a proper training session. Zero mused silently, of course, referring to serious training. Once he confirmed that everyone was safe, Zero activated the Mind Stone within him, allowing an invisible energy to spread forth, quickly permeating the Chitauri mothership. The Mind Stone's power to manipulate and control hearts took effect as its energy infiltrated, resulting in the Chitauri soldiers succumbing to control. With these manipulated soldiers at his disposal, Zero effortlessly entered the mothership. Certainly, Zero could emulate Captain Marvel by piercing through the colossal mothership with his own body, yet that would be an egregious waste. Such a magnificent extraterrestrial vessel harbors an abundance of advanced technology. If he were to resort to Captain Marvel's method, how many vital components would be destroyed? Upon entering the Chitauri mothership, he was struck by the dimly lit surroundings in the corridors that resembled biological structures, sending a shiver down his spine. Goodness. These Chitauri are truly bizarre, with their entire ship resembling a biological nest, a fusion of organic and mechanical elements. Despite his disdain, how could one possibly refuse the advanced technology that surpasses Earth's modern capabilities? Zero made his way to the heart of the mothership, where he beheld a massive biological structure pulsating with red light, dominating the central control room like a colossal tree. Was this the central cognitive system of the Chitauri soldiers? As he examined this enormous column of organic matter, he realized that each flicker of red light represented the thought waves of an individual Chitauri soldier. Such an odd extraterrestrial life form. Rather than obliterating the central system outright, Zero approached the control panel to assess the battle. Hulk was being suppressed. On the screen, a cadre of Chitauri cavalry and hovering war chariots unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, momentarily restraining Hulk, which made Zero chuckle. However, these Chitauri cavalry could only hold Hulk at bay for a fleeting moment. The more pain he endured, the angrier he became, resulting in an escalation of his already terrifying strength. Sure enough, amidst the thick smoke, an enraged roar erupted as a massive green figure leaped into view. With a tremendous clap, Hulk struck down upon the group of attacking Chitauri cavalry, the resulting gust of wind and sonic blast sending them tumbling to the ground. The battle raged on for several hours, and as the fatigue began to show on the faces of the combatants, Zero knew it was time to bring it to a close. Sky, how's the recording? Is it sufficient? Zero suddenly inquired. In the mirrored space above Stark Tower, Sky beamed. Rest assured, we have more than enough material. With all this footage, we could easily produce a full-length feature film. All right, enough banter. I'm ready to wrap things up. With that, Zero raised his hand, channeling energy to conjure a colossal sword measuring 40 meters, and with one decisive stroke, he severed the Chitauri mothership's cognitive core. In an instant, all Chitauri soldiers collapsed as if their power had been abruptly cut off. Even the gargantuan Leviathans plummeted to the ground. Wow, boss. How did you do that? All the aliens just fell at once, Sky exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she viewed the footage from the drone. Having recently joined the Rising Tide organization, Sky was driven by an insatiable curiosity to glimpse the hidden facets of a world unknown to ordinary people. Little did she know she would encounter the technological assimilation of the Rising Tide organization, which left her utterly exhilarated. Without hesitation, she agreed to be a part of it. Alas, it is a pity that Miles did not consent. If he were to witness this scene, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. Haha. Sky enthusiastically tapped on the keyboard, maneuvering a drone closer to the mothership. As Zero emerged from the mothership, Sky endeavored to capture the most striking angle of his leader's grand entrance. Zero ascended slowly, his cape billowing behind him as he raised his arms high, his resounding voice echoing throughout the mirrored expanse of New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, it is over. We have triumphed over the invading alien fleet. We have won. We have emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers, with Hulk and Abomination roaring with exhilaration. Zero gently descended upon Stark Tower, and Sky hurried over to him. Boss, how should we edit these videos? Looking at the array of computers and drones nearby, Zero pondered and replied, let us ensure everyone gets their moment on screen. That's easy. How about I arrange for your grand appearance to serve as the finale? Once this video is released, it will undoubtedly be explosive. It might even surpass your live broadcast during the Thanos encounter. Sky exclaimed, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Zero. As you wish. Now, let us go. It's time to return. Zero waved his hand, transporting everyone out of the mirrored space. Upon their return to the rooftop of the base, the members of the combat team felt as if they had been reborn. Zero surveyed the group, noticing that the team members were either missing pant legs or sleeves, with some uniforms riddled with gaping holes. It was evident that these individuals had sustained significant injuries. Fortunately, the tenacity of the desperation virus had spared them from dying in the mirrored space. Observing their jubilant smiles, Zero's expression turned grave. While I am heartened to see each of you still standing, I am dismayed by the condition of your battle attire. You are still not strong enough. Were it not for the desperation virus, it is likely that fewer than 1/10 of you would have returned alive. Do not let this victory instill arrogance within you. Beyond Earth lies a multitude of formidable alien races. My training of you is driven by the hope that you will safeguard our planet. Think of those behind you, your families, your friends. When you witness your loved ones being slaughtered by alien races while you stand powerless, possibly even facing your own demise, what will you think? The group fell into a profound silence. But do not wear long faces. I merely wish for you to strive even harder in the future. To commemorate today's victory, everyone shall have a 3-day holiday, along with a reward of $10,000. Zero proclaimed with a smile. The combat team, initially crestfallen, erupted in cheers like a roaring tide upon hearing this news. However, while the combat division enjoyed their break, the research department commenced an intensive period of work. Zero instructed Norman to organize the research and engineering teams to enter the mirrored space, where they meticulously dismantled the Chitauri mothership and collected all the Chitauri corpses and equipment. This process extended over an entire month. The subsequent research endeavors evolved into a protracted struggle, with the experts in the research department laboring with both agony and joy. Zero. The magnitude of your endeavors is indeed somewhat intimidating. Our current tech conglomerate can truly be regarded as a commercial empire. Norman gazed at Zero with a bemused expression. Zero had integrated the Tidal organization into the media and intelligence departments, broadcasting all events occurring within the mirrored space recorded by Sky onto the internet, subsequently enhancing media promotion. The reputation of the technology conglomerate was soaring to unprecedented heights. Riding this wave, the company's products, upon release, would instantly incite a frenzy of demand. While the base had become a sanctum revered by countless scientists, the presence of alien motherships, extraterrestrial corpses, and alien technology could easily drive innumerable researchers to madness. It was precisely due to this momentum that the company also attracted numerous professionals. However, Zero adhered to the principle of quality over quantity, meticulously regulating the recruitment of talent. In Zero's office, a portal shimmering with sparks from electric welding materialized, and a bald woman clad in a robe emerged. It was none other than Master Gui. Master Gui, I did not expect your personal visit. Zero remarked with a smile upon seeing her sudden appearance. Gui, fanning herself with a folding fan, plopped down onto the sofa, silently observing Zero. If there is something you wish to discuss, please speak candidly, Zero said, continuing to type away on the keyboard as he formulated training plans for Jane and Daisy. Your influence on the timeline has expanded beyond Earth. Do you not harbor any other thoughts? Gui asked gravely. As he typed, Zero replied, to be honest, I share your concerns. However, does worrying excessively yield any benefit? I can only ensure that everything changes within the confines of what I can control. I assume you are aware of Thanos. You might agree with Strange's approach. But I am not one to make choices or take gambles. Gui sighed. It's not merely a gamble. Fate is often intricately intertwined. Do you not understand that pulling one thread can unravel the whole tapestry? I do understand. Zero replied with a smile. Your concern is whether preventing Thanos from obliterating everything would lead to the premature shattering of this fragile shell? Gui silently nodded. Zero continued. You are also worried that if I take action against this little fellow, it might provoke a larger entity. Gui remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Yet her meaning was unmistakable. Indeed, it is understandable that you cannot foresee my future. And it is natural for you to doubt my ability to contend with such a formidable being. However, by that time, you may no longer be present. So why concern yourself with so much? Zero remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Seeing Zero's tranquil expression, Gui furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you comprehend their true strength?" After a moment of silence, Zero slowly responded, "I have not encountered them, but I possess some knowledge." As he spoke, Zero gradually raised his hand, his palm emanating intertwining energies of deep blue and bright yellow, resembling two playful serpents. Witnessing this spectacle, Gui's pupils constricted. In just a month, your mastery over the energies of the two stones has reached this level? Despite Gui's astonishment, Zero did not exhibit a trace of pride or satisfaction. Instead, he expressed some dissatisfaction, stating, "It is still not enough, far from sufficient." Gui once again scrutinized the man before her, realizing that she had indeed underestimated him. Chapter 38. The Phoenix Power Acquired Through Deception in the Early Morning. Zero awakened languidly from his slumber. The exuberance of the previous night had not left him weary, but rather, the enchanting figure with scarlet tresses nestled in his arms seemed utterly exhausted, merely managing to nuzzle her head against him. "I now understand why Susan and the others harbor such a tumultuous mix of love and hate for you," Wanda murmured, ensconced in Zero's embrace, her body aching all over, particularly experiencing a sharp, fiery discomfort below. Listening to Wanda's grievances, Zero smiled and gently caressed her smooth, delicate back, infusing her with threads of energy that alleviated her fatigue and pain. Before long, Wanda succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing this, Zero cautiously extricated himself from her grasp and slipped out of bed. Of course, Zero was not on his way to rendezvous with his other women, but rather to the research department. The personnel there had been working tirelessly, and as the head of the technology conglomerate, it would be remiss of him not to pay heed to their endeavors. He spent the entire morning immersed in the research department until a phone call compelled him to depart. Within Xavier Academy, Professor Charles, seated in his wheelchair, gazed at Zero as he emerged from the portal. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Zero." Observing Charles in his wheelchair, Zero furrowed his brow and slowly replied, "Professor, I believe you could easily abandon that chair. The medicines and medical advancements from the technology conglomerate are indeed miraculous. Yet I see no reason to squander my funds on my aging body. It would be far better to allocate that money towards the children here." A benevolent smile graced Charles's face. Zero was somewhat aware of Charles's sentiments. This elderly gentleman, who had long been confined to a wheelchair, had devoted his life to the academy, aspiring for mutants to be integrated into society. If you would agree to incorporate Xavier Academy into the technology conglomerate, allowing it to become an academy, I could facilitate your ability to stand once again, and the children here would receive a superior education, would they not? Zero regarded Charles with a cheerful demeanor. However, Charles remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "You understand my perspective. I merely wish for them to lead lives of their own, rather than becoming vassals of any particular force." "A vassal of a certain force?" Zero was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Charles with confusion. Charles, noticing the bewilderment in Zero's eyes, responded incredulously, "You cannot possibly believe that the current technology is merely a company, can you?" "Ah, is it not?" Zero asked, astonished. He harbored no ambitions of world domination. Such endeavors seemed exhausting. He simply desired to embrace women and count his wealth. Charles suddenly chuckled. "I never imagined you genuinely thought that. Unfortunately, the major powers of this world do not share your viewpoint. Russia remains cautious of technology. The enigmatic stance of China is unknown, yet the U.S. government has likely harbored trepidations regarding you and your technology conglomerate for quite some time. It is merely due to your esteemed reputation among the public that they have refrained from taking action against you and your enterprise." Upon hearing this, Zero raised an eyebrow, displaying an air of indifference. "They are merely a bunch of inept politicians. If they truly harbor unwarranted intentions towards me, I would not hesitate to see the entire American leadership replaced. Perhaps the populace would even prefer their new leaders." Charles fell silent once more, but this time, there was a hint of reverence in his gaze. He realized that he had underestimated this man. "I want to pressure you regarding the academy. It's entirely up to you whether you wish to engage. However, what brings you to me this time?" Charles lamented, knowing that had it not been for the presence of Jean, imbued with the Phoenix Force, it would have been a mere fantasy for him to summon Zero in person. "The only reason I could seek you out is because of Jean." With a weary shake of his head, Charles inquired with concern, "How familiar are you with the energy within Jean? I have an unsettling feeling that it is unlike anything human, or earthly for that matter." "What is the matter? Has the power within Jean started to surge violently again?" Zero asked, his brow furrowed. The situation on Charles's end unfolded in stark contrast to the narrative of the Sentinels that Zero was aware of, leaving him uncertain about many aspects. For instance, He had no knowledge regarding the true extent of the Phoenix Force within Jean. Indeed, some events transpired recently, and now Jean has fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Charles expressed with evident concern. Zero's brow knitted in thought as he asked, "Could you take me to see Jean? It would be difficult for me to assess the situation without witnessing it firsthand." "Certainly." Charles nodded, leading Zero out of the office. However, as they stepped outside, they encountered Wolverine Logan and Cyclops Scott stationed at the office door. Casting a glance at the cigar-smoking Logan, Zero scrutinized him, noting the adamantium lacing his form. A smirk crept across Zero's face, tinged with a hint of danger. He then turned his attention to Scott. Contemplating, it seemed that Scott's optic blasts were not akin to Superman's heat vision, but rather that his eyes were connected to some dimensional universe, allowing him to tap into that space and unleash its energy. Charles, noticing Zero's appraisal of Logan and Scott, clarified. "They are merely concerned for my safety and harbor no animosity towards him." Zero chuckled lightly. "No need for alarm. Since my arrival here, everyone within the academy has been under my conscious awareness. Do you truly believe I would overlook them?" At this statement, Charles instinctively narrowed his eyes in surprise. Sensing Charles's unease, Zero smiled. "If I desired, I could easily extend my consciousness to encompass the entire globe." Indeed, after absorbing the energy of the Mind Stone, Zero's consciousness could effortlessly span the entire planet, even entering the minds of individuals like Charles without the need for any instruments, covering a global range. "So, even without my guidance, you already know where Jean is?" Charles regarded Zero with skepticism. Zero smiled subtly, pointing to the ground beneath them, leaving Charles, Logan, and Scott momentarily stunned. "Currently, Storm is guarding Jean, Isn't, Zero stated calmly. "Let us proceed," Charles replied with an awkward smile. Charles navigated his wheelchair ahead, with Logan and Scott trailing behind, creating an impression that they were safeguarding Zero. Amused by their protective demeanor, Zero recognized that their caution stemmed from a fear of his potential misbehavior. Although Zero's intuition was correct, it was evident that Charles, Logan, and Scott were united in their resolve. Should he dare to harm Jean, they would protect her at all costs. Regrettably, they overestimated their own capabilities while underestimating Zero. Had he truly intended to act against Jean, they would not have had the opportunity to intervene. The four of them descended to the underground base of the academy via the elevator and arrived at a medical room. Zero had previously cast a fleeting glance at Storm, whose striking white hair and dark complexion did not align with his preferences, prompting him to disregard her entirely and shift his focus to Jean, who lay on a simple surgical bed. With her fiery red hair and tall stature, Jean Grey was undeniably attractive, though she was already spoken for. After merely observing her form, Zero approached her side, a move that startled Charles and the others. However, upon witnessing Zero close his eyes and gently place his hand on Jean's forehead without further action, they collectively exhaled in relief. In an instant, Zero found himself within Jean's mental realm, a landscape riddled with molten lava, contrasted by a lush green area. Amidst this hellish world stood a quaint wooden cottage, where the young Jean Grey lay peacefully asleep. Observing such a mental landscape, Zero could not help but shake his head in dismay. Realizing why Charles had established a mental barrier for her, the Phoenix Force had ravaged Jean's psyche, yet she remained oblivious. Perceiving Charles's efforts as a confinement of her spirit and desperately striving to shatter the barrier, only to provoke the Phoenix's wrath repeatedly, little did she know that without Charles, the Phoenix Force would have utterly obliterated her mental world. The audacity of the Elder was notable, as he had constructed the mental barrier using Jean's own psychic energy, a clever strategy to harness the Phoenix Force's power in support of the barrier. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Zero's psychic energy gradually coalesced into a tangible form and penetrated the barrier. Feeling the authentic sensation of the grass beneath his feet, he reflected on the extraordinary strength of Jean's psychic abilities. She was undoubtedly one of the most formidable psychics on Earth. Gently, Zero pushed open the door of the wooden cottage, revealing a modestly decorated interior where the young Jean continued to slumber. Approaching her slowly, he softly nudged the petite girl. "Jean, it's time to wake up. The sun is shining," he called playfully. Stirred by the noise, the small Jean rubbed her eyes and, bleary-eyed, muttered, "Who is it? So noisy?" Upon seeing the unfamiliar man before her, she curiously inquired, "Big brother, who are you?" I'm here to rescue you," Zero replied, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his eyes. With a quizzical tilt of her head, the little girl Xiao Xiao gazed skeptically at Zero, a scene reminiscent of an innocent young maiden scrutinizing a peculiar stranger. Noticing her disbelief, Zero contemplated further persuasion. However, she suddenly straightened her head, exclaiming, "It's you. You're the hero who saved the Earth." Raising an eyebrow, Zero mused to himself about the remarkable efficacy of his savior persona. Truthfully, he had not anticipated that Jean's subconscious would recognize him. This revelation made matters considerably easier. "Indeed, it is I," Zero responded, gradually rising from his seated position. "Now then, It's time to get up. Let us take a stroll outside. He extended his hand, lifting Xiao Xiaoqin from the bed, and together they ventured outdoors. Upon reaching the exterior, Xiao Xiaoqin joyfully broke free from Zero's grasp and began to run exuberantly. Zero did not hinder her, allowing her to frolic until she could run no more. "Qin, do you find this place beautiful?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Have you ever contemplated what the world beyond is like? The world outside?" Xiao Xiaoqin paused, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Zero waved his hand, and the picturesque blue sky, white clouds, and verdant mountains vanished in an instant, replaced by a hellish landscape riddled with molten lava. "Ah!" Xiao Xiaoqin gasped in shock at the abrupt transformation, while in reality, the girl lying on the medical bed quivered violently. The entire medical room trembled as if experiencing an earthquake. Logan and Scott, already on high alert, instinctively directed their attention toward Zero in response to the sudden change. "Stop!" Charles intervened swiftly, yet he could not prevent Logan's reaction. The sound of Logan's adamantium claws ringing against Zero's head echoed through the room. In that moment, everyone, including Logan, Charles, Scott, and Storm, was taken aback, incredulously staring at Zero's head. His head is harder than adamantium, they collectively thought, astonished. Zero gradually opened his eyes, casting a bemused glance at the assembly before him. He then waved his hand, binding all 4 individuals with magical restraints. Ugh! Logan's neck muscles bulged as he struggled against his confinement. Scott attempted to do the same, but if Logan, with his superior strength, had failed, how could he succeed? "Let me go, you bastard!" Logan roared at Zero. Frowning, Zero sealed Logan's mouth and spoke slowly. "I have mentioned before that if I wished to eliminate you, I would not even need to lift a finger. A mere thought would suffice. Should you continue your incessant chatter, I could easily incite you all to turn against one another." This was not mere intimidation. The power of the Mind Stone rendered human emotions as mere playthings to him. Seeing that the 4 had quieted, Zero delved once more into Qin's mental realm. Yet, Charles, still uncertain, attempted to activate his abilities. To his dismay, he discovered that the restraints not only bound their bodies, but also suppressed their powers. Charles glanced at Storm, who helplessly shook her head, clearly indicating that her powers were also restrained. He spoke the truth. At this moment, disbelief was no longer an option for Charles. If their abilities could be so effortlessly confined, then the prospect of inciting them to turn against one another was likely not mere intimidation. Charles had always known Zero to be formidable, yet he was unaware of the multitude of bizarre tactics at his disposal. Zero, indifferent to Charles's thoughts, re-entered Jean's mental realm. To extract Jean's Phoenix Force, she must willingly surrender it. Any forceful attempt would not only yield no results, but could also result in backlash. Even if Zero were to eliminate Jean, the Phoenix Force might evade capture entirely. Observing the small, curled-up Jean weeping on the ground, Zero reappeared beside her, softly comforting. "Jean, would you like to transform the outside world to resemble this place?" "Yes." The small Jean choked out. "The outside world is so frightening. Please make it like here." Zero shook his head. "This is your mental realm. Only you have the power to alter it. What must I do?" The small Jean asked, her large, confused eyes gazing at Zero. In that moment, Zero resembled a whimsical uncle coaxing a little girl, smiling as he said, "The outside world has been invaded by powers that do not belong to you, which is why it has become this way. What you must do is assist your brother in expelling this force as much as possible. I will absorb the destructive power affecting the outside world." "Can I really do that?" the small Jean questioned, glancing at her hands with uncertainty. Zero affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. "Why not? You are so capable, Jean. Look. The outside is so terrifying, yet this place is beautiful because of you." "Really?" The small Jean's eyes sparkled, revealing a glimmer of excitement. "Absolutely. Come. Brother will accompany you. Together we shall banish that force." Zero took the small Jean's hand, and they ventured toward the barrier of the mind. In reality, Zero had initially been pointing at Jean's forehead with his finger, but now his hand enveloped her head. Soon, a terrifying surge of energy spread from Zero's hand into his body. His once normal hands began to manifest faint cracks, revealing not flesh or blood beneath, but an energy akin to molten lava. The fissures crept up his arms, threatening to burst forth with the Phoenix Force at any moment. Chapter 39. Sealing the Phoenix Force. Watching the cracks that extended from Zero's hands to his arms, the 4 bound individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. "What is happening?" Scott asked, bewildered. All 4 were equally perplexed. How could such a powerful Zero exhibit cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain artifact on the verge of shattering? As the fissures spread, their hearts raced with anxiety. Charles gradually comprehended the situation. This was an extraction of the foreign power within Jean. But what force was potent enough to manifest such effects? Charles's heart swelled with profound shock. Initially, Charles merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg that was the Phoenix's power. Upon witnessing Jean's ravaged mental landscape, He could only helplessly guide the young Jean in establishing a psychological barrier using his abilities. Now, the mere energy fluctuations emanating from Zero's fissures have left Charles utterly astonished. What sort of power could be this terrifying? Charles's expression betrayed his shock. The typically reticent Storm, with an icy demeanor, inquired, "Professor, if I may pose a hypothetical. What if the Savior were to be overwhelmed by Jean's power?" The four exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared concern, as they watched the fissures gradually spread across Zero's form. Their anxiety intensified, not due to a lack of faith in Zero's capabilities, but because the scene before them was undeniably distressing, even frightening. At this moment, Zero was equally resigned. He had initially believed that the totem could consume the Phoenix's power, or at the very least, suppress it. Yet, he had grossly underestimated the ferocity of the Phoenix's energy. The intensity of this power far exceeded the limits of what the totem could absorb. To put it plainly, the Dragon Totem was incapable of digesting the Phoenix's strength. Zero had thought that since it was not the complete manifestation of the Phoenix's power, he might have a chance to absorb it. Regrettably, he had overlooked its sheer strength, which had led to the current predicament. Damn it, I have ingested so much, I can't possibly regurgitate it, given Jean's current state. Returning this Phoenix power would surely provoke a violent outburst. Despite his musings, he was loath to relinquish what he had nearly secured. At this moment, beads of cold sweat trickled down Zero's brow, only to evaporate before they could fall, due to the energy surging from his own fissures. As he felt the Phoenix's power raging within him, a grimace of agony crossed his face. The overwhelming energy was already uncomfortable, compounded by its restless nature. After nearly 3 hours, Zero gradually shifted his hands away from Jean's head, mustering the strength to release the restraints on the others. Logan, who had been holding back his words, was at a loss for what to say upon witnessing Zero's condition, struggling to contain the Phoenix's fury within him. Zero managed to utter, "You all, take her and leave this place immediately. Evacuate everyone." After releasing that last word, he could no longer endure and hastily seated himself. As the Phoenix's power grew increasingly volatile, Charles's expression shifted. He recognized that Zero had become a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. "Scott, Logan, take Jean with you. Oraro, you must quickly organize the students and faculty for evacuation," Charles commanded with urgency. He was not merely directing. He had also utilized his psychic abilities to notify everyone to evacuate swiftly. Before long, Xavier's Institute stood eerily empty, save for Zero, who remained seated in the underground base. Pain marred his features as he seethed internally, cursing the fact that even the power of 2 gems could not subdue such a fragment of the Phoenix's might. Perhaps it was Zero's ire that stirred the Dragon Totem, suddenly unleashing a resounding dragon's roar that echoed throughout the underground base. "Help me subdue it." Zello appeared to be in consultation with the Dragon Totem. Strangely, he emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, as if engaging in a dialogue with himself. A shadow of a black gold dragon surged forth from Zello's being, its massive form coiling around him, devouring the abundant Phoenix energy that overflowed. Zello was utilizing himself as a funnel, gradually channeling the Phoenix energy into the Dragon Totem, temporarily sealing it away with the totem's power. The current state of the Dragon Totem was not yet robust enough to directly consume the Phoenix energy, thus, employing the totem to suppress it meant that he would be unable to wield its power for the foreseeable future. However, Zello had no alternatives. Failing to do so would mean an end to his own existence. The matter of the Phoenix energy was no longer a question of desire, but rather a choice between acquisition and explosion. Reluctantly, Zello endured the agony of his body being torn apart, meticulously infusing the Phoenix energy into the Dragon Totem, which transformed from a black gold hue to one tinged with a deep crimson. This arduous process lasted an entire day and night, and by the following afternoon, Zello finally collapsed. While the once coiled black gold dragon shadow had now evolved into a blend of black and crimson gold, its form becoming exceptionally solid. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, seemingly filled with dissatisfaction, before it spiraled back into Zello's body. Meanwhile, Charles, who had been cautiously observing from a distance at Xavier's academy, surmised that Zello had triumphed upon witnessing the dragon shadow ascending from the academy. It seemed he had succeeded, yet he felt compelled to investigate. Excitedly, Charles maneuvered his wheelchair, preparing to board a fighter jet to return to Xavier's academy. However, Logan would not allow him to proceed. "No, Charles. It's far too dangerous. Let me go instead. My healing abilities mean that even in the event of an accident, I might remain unscathed." Logan firmly grasped Charles' shoulder. Charles hesitated, but recalling Logan's formidable self-healing prowess and his entire being composed of adamantium, he eventually nodded, saying, "Very well. However, Logan, avoid any conflict with him. After all, he is the one who saved Jean." Logan nodded, removing the cigar from his mouth, and replied nonchalantly, "I understand. I merely find his lofty demeanor somewhat intolerable." Charles smiled wryly. He expressed this sentiment because his ability allowed him to sense the goodwill radiating from Zello. While Logan's attitude towards Zello stemmed from the primal alertness his powers instilled in him. Upon hearing Charles' explanation, Logan furrowed his brow further, displeased with such a characterization. Yet as Charles suggested, perhaps that was indeed the reality. Subsequently, Logan piloted the fighter jet back to Xavier's academy. As he disembarked, he observed the numerous cracks scattered about. Astonished by their peculiar formation, reminiscent of an artist's mischievous prank, striking yet harmless. Is this the result of that power? The only possibility that Logan could conceive of regarding this bizarre phenomenon was singular. He made his way towards the underground base, surrounded by fissures that reminded him of the similar cracks on Zero's body. Upon returning to the medical room, Logan hastened to assist Zero, who lay unconscious on the ground. However, at that moment, Zero felt as limp as a noodle. Had it not been for his faint breath, Logan would have doubted whether the man was still alive. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Logan promptly notified Charles. Even with the assurance of safety, Charles refrained from allowing the students to return. Instead, he remotely piloted the aircraft back, bringing along the faculty of the academy. Entering the medical room, Charles observed Zero on the makeshift operating table, his expression troubled. A man hailed as a savior lay unconscious in Xavier's academy. Should word of this leak, it would likely incite countless individuals eager to dismantle the institution. The small medical room was filled with all the faculty members of Xavier's academy. Beast, Jean Grey, Storm, Cyclops, Wolverine, Colossus, Nightcrawler, and Iceman. As leading experts in biology and physics, Hank McCoy and Jean were examining Zero's condition. His body appeared unharmed. Perhaps it was merely exhaustion that had plunged him into slumber. Hank, in his beast form, adjusted his glasses and remarked. Charles hesitated and inquired, what about the energy he absorbed from Jean? Jean took over the conversation, stating, that energy is currently stable. I am unsure of the method he employed, but he has coalesced that energy into a core at his chest. A remarkably solid core that is difficult to breach. The assembly turned their gaze towards Zero, their eyes filled with admiration. They had witnessed Jean's rampage once that energy erupted. No one could approach her except Logan, who possessed formidable healing abilities and was entirely composed of adamantium. Now, that terrifying energy was effectively contained within this man. Jean regarded him, her gaze shimmering with a unique radiance. What shall we do? Charles directed his attention to Hank. Hank, after a moment of silence, replied, perhaps we merely need to let him rest peacefully here. However, I cannot predict how long that slumber will last. Rest? The group exchanged glances. Somewhat astonished at the viability of such a method, Scott could not restrain himself from asking, are we just going to let him sleep here? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Is there no method, such as administering something to expedite his recovery? Hank shook his head. No, his physical resilience is too great. Even a needle cannot penetrate. At that moment, both Scott and Logan recalled a previous scene, remembering that Logan's adamantium claws could not pierce Zero's body either. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave Zero in the medical room. The reason for this choice was the necessity of continuously monitoring Zero's vital signs. Zero remained in slumber for 3 days, and during that time, Jean visited him with a frequency that was markedly higher than anyone else's. The reason is quite simple. He is his savior. On the 4th day at dawn, Zero awoke groggily, but his expression changed abruptly. Darn it. Zero exploded in fury, not for any other reason, but because the energy within him was completely confined. Initially, he had thought that he could not utilize the power of the totem, yet the strength he had cultivated should still be accessible. However, it turned out that the energy inside him was as immobilized as frozen crystals, utterly unusable. This meant that Zero would be incapable of casting spells or opening a portal, even with the suspension ring. Previously, the energy within him flowed like water, easily manipulated and released, but now it was as if it were encased in ice, completely unyielding. Bang, bang. Zero slammed his fist onto the makeshift surgical bed beneath him, collapsing it instantly, and subsequently landed on the floor. Observing the wreckage of the surgical bed and the cracked, pitted floor, Zero felt a slight sense of relief. At least he still possessed a sufficiently robust body. It appeared that he would have to learn to charge through obstacles like the Hulk. Zero covered his face in exasperation. The Hulk, in a fit of rage, questioned, what do you mean by that? Suddenly, he sat up straight, clenched his right fist, and struck his left palm. Excitement coursing through him. Wait, I could create a reactor, connect it to my battle suit. Although it wouldn't be as spontaneous as magic, it would at least be somewhat elegant. Zero attempted to summon his battle suit. The so-called battle suit was merely a fusion of various potent metals, which he could manipulate into diverse forms at will. As Zero concentrated, a stream of metallic liquid surged from within him, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Looking at his metallic battle suit, Zero let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to emerge from a fierce battle with his attire in tatters, only to find himself in a state akin to Hulk's predicament. In the movie Avengers 1, when Hulk fell from the helicarrier and reverted to Banner. He was left in the nude. After confirming that he could still summon the battle suit, Zero felt reassured. This was his safety net. Upon rising, Zero gazed at the chaos he had wrought in the medical room, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, he quickly reassured himself. After all, he had resolved a significant dilemma for Charles, and it would be unreasonable not to integrate Xavier Academy into the tech conglomerate. Ding! With the sound of a sliding metal door, Zero turned to see Jean. You're awake. Upon seeing Zero standing, Jean joyfully rushed forward and embraced him. Zero, taken aback, raised his hands, somewhat flustered. Ms. Gray, there's no need for such excitement. Oh, I'm sorry. Jean quickly released Zero. A hint of shyness in her demeanor as she said, You've resolved a problem that has troubled me for quite some time. I was simply overwhelmed with joy to see you awake. Zero offered an awkward smile and then inquired, How long have I been asleep? You have been asleep for 3 days. Today marks the 4th. Are you hungry? Should I fetch you something to eat? Jean asked, her tone imbued with eagerness. Confronted by such fervent enthusiasm from Jean, Zero felt somewhat embarrassed and declined, directly inquiring, Is Charles available? I need to see him. Oh, the professor is indeed present. He is in his office, Jean responded. Meanwhile, within the confines of the office, Charles exhibited a peculiar demeanor, his telepathic abilities encompassing the entire school, thus allowing him to sense Zero's awakening and his conversation with Jean. Curiously, Charles pondered why Zero would ask Jean about his presence, and why he did not simply teleport over. A fleeting change crossed Charles's face as he began to surmise that Zero's inquiry stemmed from the absorption of energy within Jean, resulting in the temporary loss of his abilities. Before long, Zero arrived. Upon his entrance, Charles expressed sincere regret, saying, I apologize, Mr. Zero. It is because of us that you have lost your abilities. Zero paused momentarily, but quickly deduced the reason, thinking to himself, well, aren't they inadvertently assisting me? With a heavy sigh, Zero lamented, though my abilities are not entirely gone, they will remain unusable for a considerable time. So, they are not entirely lost. That is a relief. Charles exhaled, only to realize that his response was somewhat inappropriate. Observing Charles's reaction, Zero swiftly inquired, I wonder how you have considered my suggestions during my unconsciousness, Professor Charles? Charles, taken aback, sighed with a hint of resignation and replied, Ultimately, I cannot remain at this academy forever. Noting Charles's reaction, Zero recognized that he had successfully navigated this situation. By the way, Mr. Zero, since you have lost your abilities, why not use our aircraft to return? Charles proposed. Aircraft? Zero suddenly recalled that the X-Men were indeed at Xavier Academy. Thus, he smiled and suggested, Clarice is part of your academy, so let her escort me back. Chapter 40. Return to base after several days of not seeing Zero. Susan and the others initially did not perceive any issues. After all, Zero was immensely powerful, and they could hardly conceive of anyone posing a threat to him. However, the absence of any news about Zero for so long began to instill a sense of anxiety among his close companions. Susan, is there still no news from Lin Lin? Wanda asked with a look of concern. Susan shook her head helplessly, her eyes filled with worry. Natasha spoke up. The surveillance at the base captured him teleporting away on his own, but before he did, he received a phone call. Perhaps we can investigate that call. It must be said, professionals are indeed exceptional. She quickly found a lead. Susan and Wanda's eyes brightened at once. Right. How did we not think of that? Quick. Check who made the last call. Natasha glanced at the anxious duo and chuckled softly, thinking to herself, that rascal has certainly trained you too well. However, despite her internal musings, Natasha was equally anxious. Yet, someone had to maintain composure. Ling Long, from where did Zero make his last phone call before leaving? Do you know where his final location was? Ling Long's words fell heavy in the air. Master Zero's last call was made from Xavier Academy, and it was there that his signal vanished. The three women exchanged meaningful glances, and after a moment of silence, they resolved to visit Xavier Academy. However, before they could take action, Ling Long reported, Master Zero has returned, but he still has no signal. His communication device must be damaged. The three women were taken aback and hurriedly inquired about Zero's current whereabouts. Back in the studio, Zero sat cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed in introspection. At Xavier Academy, he had been unable to examine his internal condition closely, so upon returning to the base, he was eager to meditate. As he observed the chaotic, crystalline energy swirling within him, he felt a wave of frustration. The excessive energy density was overwhelming. The power of the Phoenix, combined with his own energy, had crystallized. The Phoenix's strength could not be digested, likely because the totem was insufficiently powerful. Perhaps if he consumed another Infinity Stone, the totem could assimilate the Phoenix's power. But the current totem had fallen silent. Even with an Infinity Stone in hand, it could not absorb anything. It was akin to a person whose stomach was already full. Even swallowing a digestive aid would be futile. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Zero opened his eyes and was met with the sight of Susan, Wanda, and Natasha. "What brings you here?" he asked in confusion. Susan frowned, expressing her frustration. "You say that, yet for days we couldn't find you, nor could anyone else. In the future, could you at least inform us before you go anywhere? Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" Tears brimmed in Wanda's eyes as she repeatedly struck Zero's arm. Natasha remained silent, but her concerned gaze spoke volumes. Seeing this scene, Zero pulled all three women into an embrace, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I thought there wouldn't be any major issues. I was simply too arrogant." He shook his head in regret, realizing that his recklessness had led to several days of being unreachable. Upon hearing these words, the three women looked at Zero in astonishment. "What exactly happened?" Susan asked, her concern palpable. Zero recounted his experiences at Xavier Academy, and their expressions turned to incredulity. "How is that possible? That Phoenix power is so formidable, and you couldn't control it?" Natasha regarded Zero with skepticism. Susan and Wanda shared similar doubts. Zero sighed, extending his hand. "If you don't believe me, feel for yourselves. The energy within me has completely crystallized." The three women, not ordinary individuals themselves, grasped Zero's hand, sensing the energy within him. Instead of the turbulent ocean of energy they expected, it was eerily still, reminiscent of the frozen Arctic Ocean. "How could this be?" they exclaimed in unison. Alas, Zero let out a sigh, acknowledging that this was merely a fragment of the Phoenix's power, which had led me to underestimate it. As one of the most ancient forces in the primordial universe, even this fraction of the Phoenix's essence does not imply a diminutive energy intensity. Regrettably, I have been overly presumptuous, believing that I could tame it as long as it was not the complete Phoenix power. Nonetheless, what truly matters is that you have returned safely. Wanda, with a hint of tears in her voice, embraced Zero around the neck. "Indeed, at least I have returned unscathed." Zero reassured her with a gentle pat on Wanda's back. However, Natasha's expression darkened. "It would be prudent to keep this matter from others. Your current renown is formidable, and there are many who wish to see you toppled from your pedestal." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Susan's countenance shifted, for she understood that Natasha was not merely exaggerating, and the reality was indeed harsh. The public may elevate someone to godhood, yet there are those eager to dismantle that divinity. Furthermore, the American government has long cast a covetous eye upon Zero, waiting for the day when this deity might fall, so they can feast upon the remnants. Yet, Zero chuckled in response. "Have you misunderstood something? I am merely confined in energy, I am not incapacitated." As he spoke, Zero poked his finger into the ground, which yielded as effortlessly as if it were tofu. "With just my corporeal form, even a nuclear bomb may struggle to harm me." Zero chuckled lightly. Witnessing this, the tension in Susan and the others began to ease. "That is reassuring. At least your body remains intact," Wanda exclaimed, but soon realized her words harbored some ambiguity, causing her to cover her mouth and blush slightly. Susan and Natasha exchanged amused glances at Wanda. The four of them nestled together, conversing for quite some time before parting ways. However, Zero furrowed his brow, wondering about Jean and Daisy. While he was delighted by the concern shown by Susan and the others, their absence left him feeling somewhat uneasy. "Ling Long, where are Jean and Daisy?" "Young master, Miss Jean and Miss Daisy are not within the base. They departed the day before your journey to Xavier Academy. They should have informed you of this." Zero slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is the case. I completely forgot." Chapter 41 London, England. Ling Long, please pinpoint their current location. "Certainly, young master. I have located Miss Jean and Miss Daisy. They are in London, England." "England? London?" Zero frowned, taken aback by the revelation. He only knew that Jean and Daisy's departure was prompted by Eric's sudden madness. As for why Eric had gone mad, Zero was at a loss. In this timeline, Eric had not been controlled by the Mind Stone, leaving Zero puzzled as to the cause of his insanity. However, the current whereabouts of Jean and Daisy indicated one thing. Eric's madness was not a mere coincidence. He had indeed uncovered something significant. This Eric is quite remarkable. Having calculated the time and location of celestial convergence on his own, it seems that his mind has been working beyond its limits, leading him to engage in some rather erratic behavior. Zello glanced at the time. 2013 was fast approaching, yet there remained some time before the celestial convergence. Thus, he did not rush to seek out Jane and Daisy. He first needed to construct a reactor. The inability to teleport and the lack of flight capabilities presented considerable challenges. Furthermore, Zello needed to find a way to alleviate the turmoil within his body. Otherwise, even if he acquired the reality stone, it would scarcely alter his predicament. After 2 days of labor, Zello crafted a high-output reactor, but just as he was nearing completion, an unconventional idea struck him. This reactor would serve as a concealed reserve of energy, which led Zello to a plethora of thoughts. He realized how to address the crystallization of energy within his body. If the totem was suffering from indigestion, Perhaps it was time to provide it with an additional stomach, allowing the second stomach to digest what the first had been filled with. Utilizing the metallic fusion within his body as a foundation, Zello redesigned the reactor entirely. This new reactor would be capable of harnessing the energy of the Reality Stone and powering it. Time drifted like falling snowflakes, melting upon the ground. By the dawn of 2013, after numerous attempts, Zello finally completed his unique reactor. No, it should be referred to as an energy core. This energy core bore no resemblance to Tony's reactor. Although it incorporated Tony's new element, its operational principles were fundamentally different. Beyond providing a substantial amount of energy, it could also absorb the Infinity Stones and activate them. One could liken it to an extraordinary device akin to an Infinity Gauntlet. The exterior of the energy core was inspired by Tony's arc reactor combined with nanotechnology, as seen in Avengers: Infinity War. Gazing at the core's dark golden hue, Zello felt a sense of satisfaction as he summoned his metallic suit. He then positioned the energy core at his chest. The chest of the suit rippled, seamlessly integrating the energy core, and soon dark golden patterns emerged across the entire suit, distributing the core's energy throughout. Zello ascended to the rooftop of the base, his cape billowing behind him, undisturbed by the cold wind. With his arms outstretched, the cape unfurled, revealing thruster outlets that gradually materialized on the back of the suit. The dark golden light of the energy core intensified, and the thruster outlets on the suit erupted with tremendous thrust. Whoosh! Zello's figure transformed into a black streak, soaring skyward. Well, the exhilaration of flight, after such a long absence, filled Zello with excitement. Against the dreary winter sky, a black line traced intricate patterns at remarkable speed, before vanishing into the horizon. In London, England. "Eric, where have you gone to act insane again?" Daisy exclaimed, exasperation evident as she repeatedly dialed a number that went unanswered. Beside her, Jane sighed, rubbing her forehead. Eric's obsession with calculations had rendered him somewhat unhinged. They needed to bring him back to the base, for perhaps only there could he regain his sanity. Daisy gazed at the blackboard within the room, which was densely inscribed with an array of intricate and profound mathematical formulas. "Jian, can you comprehend these equations?" Daisy inquired, pointing to the wall of calculations. Jian scrutinized the contents of the blackboard, and her brow gradually furrowed. Eric's research seemed exceedingly esoteric, almost as if he were on the brink of losing himself. As a fellow astrophysics PhD, Jian found herself struggling to decipher the calculations Eric had produced. Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated. He is not lost. Rather, he is experiencing the effects of his brain operating at full capacity. Both Jian and Daisy turned sharply at the sound of that familiar voice, only to find a tall figure had materialized on the balcony. Lin Lin. Daisy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed toward the shadow. Zero, witnessing Daisy sprinting toward him, managed a wry smile and opened his arms to embrace her, just as Daisy was about to plant a deep kiss on her beloved. She abruptly halted and glanced back at Jian. This series of actions left Zero somewhat taken aback, and soon he observed Jian approaching him with a smile, while Daisy released her hold. With a hint of exasperation, Daisy shrugged, watching as Zero wrapped his arms around Jian, the two sharing a gentle kiss. After Zero released Jian, Daisy could hardly contain herself and leaped once more, her lips landing squarely on Zero's. Immediately, Zero's eyes widened slightly as a soft sensation slithered into his mouth, unabashedly exploring. Daisy finally withdrew, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Zero regarded her with a bemused expression, thinking to himself that this girl must surely be the reincarnation of a lecher. Daisy unabashedly chuckled, responding, "What? Is it only permissible for you men to be lustful while women must refrain?" As she spoke, her hands continued to caress Zero. Jian, unable to endure the scene any longer, swiftly redirected the conversation. "All right, enough of that. Lin Lin, what is wrong with Eric?" Zero ruffled Daisy's hair and explained. "Eric must have inadvertently discovered the impending celestial convergence. He has been incessantly calculating the time and location of this event, which has led to his brain operating beyond its limits, resulting in some peculiar behaviors." "I see," Jian exclaimed, her understanding dawning. Daisy, however, suddenly inquired, "By the way, how did you come to be in England? Were you yearning for us?" Zero chuckled awkwardly, a smile that conveyed to Jian and Daisy that this rascal was not there out of longing for them at all. Yet, he shifted the conversation, stating, "I am here to settle the score with you too. How could you possibly not miss me these past few days? Not a single attempt to reach out to me. And you were not even the slightest bit anxious when you couldn't contact me." The two women were momentarily taken aback by Zero's unexpected role reversal, and they hurriedly began to explain. However, before they could elaborate, Zero burst into laughter. "You two silly girls, how could I possibly blame you? Besides coming here to see you, I indeed have other motives. It must be regarding the celestial convergence you mentioned." Jian immediately surmised. Zero spoke in a low voice. "The celestial convergence will connect the 9 realms, and at that time, the restless extraterrestrials will seize the opportunity to invade. Moreover, the celestial convergence will expose a hidden infinity stone, leading to a fierce battle. The expressions of Jane and Daisy changed dramatically. They had never anticipated that Eric's madness would involve so many intricate matters. Chapter 42. The Ultron Legion. What shall we do now? Jane inquired anxiously. The most straightforward approach is to locate Eric. He has already completed extensive preliminary calculations and investigations. I will assist him in pinpointing the timing and location of the upcoming celestial convergence. Zero surveyed the room, noting the rudimentary state of the equipment within the house. Snap! Zero snapped his fingers, and the terminal he carried emitted a melodious chime. Young master, how may I serve you? Order the UK division to purchase this place and instruct the engineering department to upgrade the equipment. Understood, young master. Soon, the phones of the diligent employees in the UK branch of the tech group began to ring, each one heading to the company with expressions of resentment. However, upon stepping into the office, their grievances dissipated, replaced by warm smiles. After all, the company offered them too much, as they needed to upgrade Eric's dilapidated studio. Zero and his companions could not remain there. They would have to check into a hotel. As for the events that unfolded that night at the hotel, it goes without saying, those in the know understand, and for those who do not, I cannot elaborate, especially after having received a warning from the review board. In the early morning light, Zero rose from between two enchanting and supple forms. Ling Long, have you managed to locate Eric? Young master, I have only narrowed down Eric Savage's general location. He should currently be in Greenwich. That suffices. Keep track of his position and provide me with real-time updates. Zero was not in a hurry to retrieve Eric. He understood that the seemingly mad Eric was meticulously measuring the fluctuations of the magnetic field at various locations. As he sat up, Zero closed his eyes, attempting to cultivate his energy, but unfortunately, the energy within him remained stagnant, rendering any absorption impossible. Reluctantly, he abandoned the effort, glancing with a pang of sympathy at the two beauties still peacefully asleep. Without the ability to manipulate energy, he could not alleviate their pain and discomfort. 3 days later, Eric's studio was finally upgraded, and Zero began the process of digitizing all his research data, subsequently constructing models based on this information. Gazing at the holographic display showcasing the models, Zero murmured to himself, "It appears it is time to bring Eric back." "Are we to retrieve Eric?" Jane asked. Zero looked at Jane and Daisy. "I may need to trouble you to make the trip. Ling Long has consistently tracked Eric's precise location." "Not a problem. We originally came to the UK in search of Eric," Daisy replied with a cheerful embrace of Zero. After bidding farewell to Jane and Daisy, Zero returned to the base to confer with Susan and Norman regarding a few matters. After all, their adversaries this time are the Dark Elves, a formidable race that has existed since the days of Odin. Their technological prowess is not to be underestimated, particularly their black hole grenades. Zero does not believe that his combat team could withstand such an assault. Bringing them along would only be a futile sacrifice. Thus, he intends to exclude them from the fray, although stalwarts like Banner and Blonsky, as pillars of the Alliance, may still participate. In the conference room, as Zero deliberates the roster for battle, Tony suddenly interjects. "I have a proposal. Let us deploy the Ultron Legion that I have developed. We are facing an extraterrestrial army, and relying solely on our own forces may prove insufficient. I do not mean to undermine your combat capabilities, but it is indeed a case of two fists cannot fight four hands. Moreover, the Robotic Legion incurs no casualties. We must adopt a war-centric mindset. And since we are defending Earth against alien forces, the funding should not rest solely on our shoulders. It should be a global endeavor." The mention of the Ultron Legion causes Zero's eyes to widen slightly. He had not anticipated that his brother, in a brief absence of oversight, would orchestrate such a significant initiative. The mention of Ultron initially sent a jolt through Zero, but reassured by the presence of the Mind Stone in his possession, he exhaled in relief. Tony's rationale is indeed compelling. This is a war for the defense of Earth, a fight for the entire planet. And the governments of various nations cannot simply benefit without contributing. A fierce light suddenly ignites in Zero's gaze, seemingly sparked by thoughts of the American government's clandestine machinations. "Leave this to me," Norman interjected, raising his hand. "It's time to hold these politicians accountable." The current Norman Osborn is no longer the man who once fretted over military contracts. Zero nodded in agreement, aware that Norman has had considerable dealings with the government. Suddenly, Steve, who had been silent until now, raised his hand. "Wait, there is something we need to reconsider." All eyes turned toward him in curiosity. He met Tony's gaze, and a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He realized this was directed at him. "I believe we should reconsider the Ultron Legion," Steve said gravely. "While robots can serve as powerful weapons in our hands, what happens if they fall into the wrong hands? Once we deploy the Ultron Legion, we are essentially showcasing a formidable weapon, which will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ill intentions." Steve's words cast a hush over the room. His concerns were undeniably valid. At this moment, Tony, feeling aggrieved, stood up to refute. Are you suggesting that I cannot safeguard my own creations? Are you aware of the strength of Stark Industries' firewalls? Do you know the capabilities of JARVIS? Even without JARVIS, we have the brilliance of technology. This is the 21st century, not the era of warfare reliant on sheer manpower. In an instant, the conference room was filled with palpable tension. At this moment, Pietro cautiously raised his hand and inquired, have we overlooked a crucial point? We have Zero, after all. Who would dare to challenge the Ultron Legion? All eyes turned towards Zero. He rested his elbows on the table, interlocking his fingers beneath his chin, seemingly deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, Zero finally spoke in a contemplative tone. Tony and Steve both have their considerations, and neither is in the wrong. The Ultron Legion is indeed necessary. But precautions must also be taken. The nature of warfare has changed. However, to ensure safety, the Ultron Legion cannot be deployed on a large scale. We shall assign 3,000 Ultron soldiers to form a combat unit. Furthermore, each Ultron soldier must be equipped with additional safety mechanisms. Zero's moderate approach brought a glimmer of relief to Tony's face and slightly eased Steve's expression. At this juncture, Natasha remarked, there is one more thing. The remnants of SHIELD have been merged, but you might want to examine their hidden troves, as there are quite a number of peculiar items. Upon hearing Natasha mention SHIELD's relics, Zero suddenly recalled that the Terrigen crystals were among them, which are crucial for the awakening of the Inhumans. Moreover, Sky's seismic abilities are remarkably potent. Zero contemplated whether to allow Sky to awaken her powers. Chapter 43. The Terrigen crystals. After the meeting concluded, Zero accompanied Natasha to the base's warehouse to inspect the remnants of SHIELD. How has your training with Sky been progressing? Zero inquired, having specifically assigned Sky to Natasha, hoping she could train her to become formidable. Natasha cast a sideways glance at Zero, her tone laced with discontent. You seem quite invested in her. Is she your little girlfriend? Amused by Natasha's jealousy-laden words, Zero chuckled as he draped an arm around her shoulders. What is the matter? Are you feeling envious? Don't worry, at least not for now. Humph. Natasha huffed, swatting Zero's hand away. Unfazed, Zero wrapped his arm around her waist and continued. Though she isn't my girlfriend, she is indeed extraordinary. She carries the genes of the Inhumans. Inhumans? Natasha suddenly halted, casting a puzzled glance at Zero. As he gazed out of the corridor's window, Zero began. The existence of the Inhumans dates back to ancient times. You should be aware that many extraterrestrial races have histories that far predate that of Earth. Before civilization emerged on Earth, an alien race known as the Kree arrived and conducted a series of experiments on Homo sapiens, aiming to create powerful mutant soldiers. For reasons unknown, they abandoned their experimental subjects. Those modified humans passed down their unique genetic traits, giving rise to the Inhumans. And what of Sky, this Inhuman? What makes her so special? She merely strikes me as beautiful and intelligent, Natasha remarked with a dismissive pout. Observing Natasha, still consumed by jealousy, Zero chuckled and gently kissed her cheek, saying, SHIELD conceals an item that can awaken the latent abilities of those harboring inhuman genes. Natasha turned her gaze towards Zero. He pursed his lips and replied, I first wish to ascertain the existence of that item. As for whether to awaken Sky, that remains debatable. Her power is exceedingly formidable, and once awakened, she may struggle to control it immediately. A power that seems potent to you must be quite extraordinary. Intrigued by Sky, Natasha inquired, could you reveal what her abilities entail? With a smile, Zero responded, her power allows her to generate shockwaves. If mastered, it could become formidable enough to induce earthquakes or precisely shatter a person's heart. Moreover, should she refine her control to discern the vibrational frequencies of various objects, she could resonate and obliterate anything. Natasha's expression shifted, surprise evident as she regarded Zero. After all, such power was indeed rather daunting. Of course, that's not the sole reason. We must also uncover how that item activates inhuman abilities. As far as I know, the Terrigen crystal requires contact with water at the appropriate temperature to produce Terrigen mist, which is essential for their awakening. Zero's understanding of the Terrigen crystal was not exhaustive. Thus, he needed to confirm its presence before the research department could attempt to generate the Terrigen mist. Upon arriving at the base's storage facility, Zero promptly accessed the files to locate item 084. Spotting the metallic box reminiscent of World War II, he swiftly summoned it. When the storage robot delivered the item to him, he eagerly approached the sealed metal box, akin to ripping open a long-awaited parcel, and tore it apart. With a clang, a uniquely shaped metallic object fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Zero picked it up, Viewing the obelisk as devoid of danger, its threat was merely to ordinary individuals. Whether the obelisk itself or the Terrigen crystal within held no significance for Zero, it merely served as a catalyst for the Inhumans, lacking any form of potent energy. Just as Susan and her companions experienced cosmic radiation in space, these phenomena acted merely as catalysts. They could trigger specific genetic traits within the body. Yet Zero's physique had long been enhanced by energy. His genetic chain was so robust that even nuclear radiation could not affect it, let alone these items. Tap, tap, tap. Zero lightly tapped the obelisk, finding it quite intriguing. It could cause death upon contact with non-Inhumans, and its material appeared to be of extraterrestrial origin. This would be a subject worthy of study. Is this what you refer to as the Terrigen crystal? Natasha inquired, gazing at the obelisk in Zero's hand. Zero shook his head, stating, "This is not the Terrigen crystal, it resides within. This object safeguards it from contact with water." Simultaneously, this artifact poses a lethal threat to those not belonging to the alien race, petrifying them upon contact. Ling Long, please have a sealed box sent over. Certainly, young master. Shortly thereafter, a robot delivered the sealed box. Zhe Luo opened it and, with a delicate touch, began to peel the obelisk, much like one would peel a banana. As he did so, a vibrant blue crystal began to unfurl within. However, this crystal ceased its growth once it reached the size of a human head. Gazing at the exquisite crystal in his hand, Zhe Luo instructed, "This is the Terrigen crystal. Remember, it must not be touched by anyone, or the consequence is death." He carefully placed the crystal back into the sealed box, leaving the now unremarkable obelisk behind. Zhe Luo handed both the torn obelisk and the crystal to Natasha, emphasizing the necessity of safeguarding the crystal, while suggesting that the iron relic could be submitted for research by the scientific department. Upon receiving the items, Natasha looked at Zhe Luo and asked, "And what about you? Off to England again?" "Indeed, I must swiftly ascertain the time and precise location of the celestial convergence. Otherwise, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage." Zhe Luo playfully caressed Natasha's cheek, adding, "Do not be disheartened. In due course, once I have recovered, I shall thoroughly torment you." Natasha's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, you rogue?" Watching Natasha's swift departure, her swaying hips and curvaceous form brought a sly smile to Zhe Luo's lips. Upon his return to London, Jane and Daisy finally located Eric in the psychiatric hospital and brought him back to his studio. Upon seeing Zhe Luo, Eric excitedly rushed forward to embrace him. Thank you, Zhe Luo." Zhe Luo, appearing somewhat displeased, gently pushed Eric away, awkwardly smiling. "Your gratitude suffices. Let us refrain from hugs, as I am rather averse to male embraces." Eric, undeterred by Zhe Luo's discomfort, responded cheerfully, "All right, Eric, I have upgraded your studio, and in return, I need you to swiftly calculate the time and location of the celestial convergence. I trust you can manage this." Zhe Luo patted Eric on the shoulder in inquiry. Eric, gazing at his laboratory with a goofy grin, replied, "No problem, no problem." Chapter 44, the reality gem acquired after a week of tireless effort. Eric and Zhe Luo successfully calculated the precise time and location of the celestial convergence. During this week, two other individuals were equally occupied. One was Norman Osborn, who traversed various nations, directly articulating the gravity of the situation while also securing substantial funding for the impending conflict, with the largest contribution coming from the United Kingdom. After all, Zhe Luo was currently in Britain. The government could hardly remain oblivious. The second was the American government, perhaps alerted by intelligence about their clandestine maneuvers being discovered, prompting them to be more forthcoming with funds. Meanwhile, Tony, in an effort to ensure the Ultron Legion faced no hindrances, upgraded the Ultron soldiers and, adhering to Zhe Luo's advice, incorporated additional safety mechanisms. London, England. The incessant beeping echoed through Eric's studio like an alarm, abruptly rousing him from his slumber beneath the desk. Groggy and disoriented, Eric collided headfirst with the table, the jolt of pain swiftly restoring his senses as he scrambled out from his hiding place. Leaning over the desk, he gazed at the pulsating numbers on the computer screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was an anomalous spatial magnetic field. The fluctuations in data, what on earth could this be? Could this be what Zero was searching for? Without hesitation, Eric sprang to his feet and dialed a number. "Zero, hurry. The thing you're looking for has appeared." Cough, cough, "Eric, I'm right here." Zero replied, his expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Eric paused. Casting a glance out the window, the morning sun was already high in the sky. "Ah, I've overslept. I thought it was still night." After a week of relentless work, Eric's body had succumbed to a topsy-turvy routine, unlike Zero's resilient constitution. "All right, Eric, you've worked hard during this time. Leave the rest to me. You should take a good rest. In a couple of days, we'll head to Hawaii for some fun. I'll cover all expenses." With that, Zero strode toward the balcony, his metallic battle suit enveloping him in an instant. transforming him into a shadow that surged skyward toward the source of the spatial anomaly. High above, Zero looked down and was surprised to find the target was yet another abandoned factory. He descended slowly, observing the scattered shipping containers around him, reminiscent of haphazardly discarded building blocks. Lin Lin, purchase this factory and restrict all access. Understood, young master. Although Zero could not harness the energy within him, his senses remained acute. He could distinctly perceive the chaos enveloping the factory, the magnetic field destabilizing. As Zero explored the factory, he felt a sudden stir of energy within. It's over there. Trusting his instincts and the resonance of energy within him, he followed a particular direction. In this realm of disrupted space and magnetism, a wrong turn could lead him astray into any of the 9 realms. This was a precursor to celestial convergence. Certain areas with weaker spatial integrity would first connect with the other 8 realms. Once celestial bodies converged, the 9 realms would align. Damn it. Odin's father truly knows how to hide things. Zero muttered in frustration, but before he could finish his thought, he vanished from the factory, the disappearance abrupt and silent. Good grief. Zero exclaimed as he found himself facing an unfathomable abyss, startled by its sudden appearance. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was no longer in the factory. The darkness enveloped him, the area adorned with meticulously carved stones, as though he stood within a colossal stone temple erected by giants. In a daze, he seemed to hear it calling, a sound that felt almost hallucinatory. Turning to look, he noticed 2 massive stone blocks stacked together, with no contact between them. A narrow gap emitted a crimson glow. The light was both alluring and terrifying, reminiscent of both hell and heaven, exuding an intoxicating blend of temptation and horror. However, Zero was fully aware of what it was, a reality gem existing in the form of ethereal particles. He slightly lowered his head to observe the situation within the crevice, where the ethereal particles of the reality gem seemed to possess a life of their own, constantly swirling, yet unable to escape the confines of the gap. Without the slightest hesitation, Zero reached out to touch the crimson radiance. In an instant, the scarlet light surged forth, and a torrent of ethereal particles, akin to blood, poured out from the crevice, coursing along his arm and enveloping his being. Bang! With a thunderous noise, the massive stone above plummeted as the ethereal particles vanished. The wandering ethereal particles appeared to be seeking a suitable entrance, attempting to invade Zero's body. However, with the energy within him crystallized, penetration was utterly impossible. Go to the energy core, Zero commanded in a low voice. The wandering ethereal particles paused momentarily before converging entirely towards the energy core in his chest. The original dark golden glow of the energy core now shimmered with a hue of crimson laced with gold, and the energy threads coursing through his body transformed into the same red-gold radiance. As 2 infinite gems, the reality gem resonated with the energy within Zero, causing a slight loosening of the crystallized energy. Nevertheless, the shift was negligible. Still ineffective? Zero furrowed his brow, pondering what to do next. In the pitch-black cosmos, a strangely shaped massive spaceship floated silently, but the previously lifeless vessel suddenly illuminated. It was the ship of the Dark Elves. During the prolonged period of their defeat by Odin, they had lain in wait, and now, with the sealing of the ethereal particles, reality gem, broken, the slumbering Dark Elves were awakened. With the reality gem in his possession, Zero immediately returned to Earth, preparing to confront the impending invasion of the Dark Elves. However, he did not linger in England, but instead turned towards the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. When it comes to the most profound understanding of the Infinity Stones, none surpasses the Ancient One, having wielded the Time Stone for centuries and frequently using it to observe the timelines. The Ancient One undoubtedly possessed knowledge of secrets about the Infinity Stones that others did not. Within the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Ancient One stood with her hands clasped behind her back on the 2nd floor, gazing down at Zero as he entered. What brings you here? She inquired as she descended slowly. Zero regarded her, furrowing his brow as he asked, Are you feigning ignorance? Or do you genuinely not know? I truly do not know. The Ancient One replied with a smile, as if to say that she was not one to pry excessively. Zero did not dwell on the veracity of her words, but instead cut to the chase. I wish to learn the extent of your knowledge regarding the Infinity Stones. Chapter 45. Magic is quite annoying. The Ancient One's expression grew solemn as she observed Zero, acutely aware of the unusual energy within him. Standing before her, Zero resembled an imposing mountain, immense, heavy, and unyielding. Such formidable energy! She could not help but exclaim. Zello let out a bitter smile, although his inner energy was formidable. It was rendered utterly useless if he could not wield even a fraction of it. Indeed, as you can observe, I have grown stronger, yet due to certain circumstances, the potent energy within me has crystallized, leaving me unable to harness it. Dewey approached, circling around Zello, her gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe. Ultimately, she proposed a solution. With your understanding of Chinese culture, you must be familiar with the saying break and then stand, right? Dewey smiled as she looked at Zello. However, Zello sensed an ominous undertone beneath her smile. If it is stone, or crystallization, or something else entirely. Shattering it to pieces might allow it to be absorbed more readily, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zello? Gui spoke slowly. Zello furrowed his brow slightly. The logic was sound, but the question remained. How to accomplish this? Are we truly to shatter his own body? Yet, what would he use to break it? Observing Zello deep in thought, Gui couldn't resist teasing him. I once tried to caution you against being overly greedy. The immense power within you has led to your arrogance, which is not merely superficial but stems from an unconscious inner state. That is a matter of mindset. What I need to resolve now is the issue of the energy within me. Zello understood all too well, perhaps better than anyone, the problem he faced. The alteration of one's mindset requires time, and external force cannot intervene. After pondering, Gui extended 2 fingers, suggesting that perhaps there were 2 potential methods. If neither worked, then she was at a loss. Nonetheless, Zello had no other options at present. The first method is to use the Infinity Stone you have just acquired to strike at the energy within you, akin to chiseling a mountain, thereby shattering the crystallized energy. The second method involves utilizing external force to crush the crystallized energy within. Of course, the dangers inherent in either approach are self-evident. As she spoke, Gui cast a sympathetic glance at Zello. Zello's gaze fell, for he had indeed contemplated Gui's suggestion, but as she had pointed out, the risks were incalculable. Not only was he in peril, but it could also bring about unimaginable disasters to those around him and even the earth itself. However, through Gui's insights, Zello began to realize that perhaps he had been overly cautious. After all, Gui would not allow the earth to be destroyed, which implied that such methods would not affect the planet. But would it endanger those close to him? Suddenly, an idea struck Zello. Why not conduct an experiment at the Sanctum Sanctorum, allowing Gui to use the Time Stone to restore things should something go awry? What? You intend to use the Time Stone to revert the energy to its pre-crystallized state? That is utterly impossible. The Mind Stone, being another Infinity Stone, can indeed be restored by an equally powerful Time Stone. However, the energy within Zello is a fusion of 2 Infinity Stones and a portion of Phoenix power. That energy is far beyond what the Time Stone can revert. Observing the change in Zello's expression, Gui instantly recognized something was amiss and reached out to strike Zello. Though this gesture bore no effect on him, it could transport him into the mirror dimension. Within the mirror dimension lay the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York. Zello's consciousness connected with the reality gem within the energy core, forcibly assimilating the etheric particle state of the gem into his being. Yet, in his communion with the reality gem, Zello discerned an unusual surge of emotional fluctuation. Indeed, he could distinctly sense these emotional waves. This prompted Zello to question whether these infinity gems truly possessed their own consciousness. If he were to gather all the infinity gems, would he still remain himself? No. Zello dismissed such concerns. He merely needed to unleash the Dragon Totem, and regardless of the gem's consciousness, they would ultimately be consumed by him. With a determined clench of his jaw, Zello commanded the reality gem to assault the energy crystal within him. A resounding thud echoed from his core. And though Zello's physique was immensely resilient, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth in that moment. Yet, this did not deter him from his intent to shatter the energy crystal within. Thud. Another similar sound resonated, this time more prolonged and foreboding. As the energy aftermath generated within Zello rapidly disseminated outward. Within the mirror dimension, a nearly translucent wave of energy expanded in a spherical form, first engulfing the Sanctum Sanctorum, which was reduced to ruins in an instant. The powerful energy wave spread at a terrifying velocity, obliterating every structure in its path. In the blink of an eye, vast New York lay in shambles, reduced to mere fragments of debris. Ancient One, witnessing this scene, was momentarily struck dumb, yet relieved that he had acted in time. However, before Ancient One could catch his breath, Zello once again commanded the reality gem to strike at the energy crystal within him. Without a moment to speak, Ancient One hastily exited the mirror dimension, while the catastrophic energy wave transformed a significant portion of America into ruins. Spitting blood, Zello exhibited no sign of pain. Instead, a jubilant smile graced his face. It worked. Yes, it was effective. A minuscule fragment of the energy crystal within Zello shattered. But even this minor success sent him into a frenzy of exhilaration. Suddenly, Ancient One's voice resonated from behind Zello. The Zello I know is not a reckless fool, he remarked with evident displeasure. Zello chuckled. The Time Stone rests in your hands. What is there to fear? Ancient One, at a loss for words, replied. I am not one to seek unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, your little girlfriend possesses extraordinary chaos magic. You could easily have her gradually dissipate the energy within you. Why resort to this? Observing the blood at the corner of Zello's mouth, Ancient One found himself at a loss for words. The prowess of chaos magic was something even he could only glimpse, and he trusted that Zello was fully aware of this truth. With that, Ancient One transported Zello back to the realm of reality. Zello shook his head, stating that he could not allow Wanda to engage in such perilous endeavors. Should the energy fluctuation spread, she might not have the time to defend herself. As fellow mages, he believed Ancient One understood the fragility of their bodies all too well. Ancient One countered, shaking her head, "You are mistaken on 2 counts. Firstly, the lady named Wanda practices chaos magic, and her physique is unlike mine. Moreover, the abilities you have bestowed upon her have greatly enhanced her physical form. Secondly, the generation of energy aftershocks is a consequence of your impatience. Chaos magic gradually dissipates the energy crystallization within you, thus it does not produce energy aftershocks." Zello suddenly grasped the situation. Observing his realization, Ancient One smiled. "Your concern has led to confusion. Now, it is time for you to return. Earth still requires your guardianship. While I shall sip tea and await the arrival of my successor, you claim to know nothing." Zello frowned at Ancient One. She shrugged. "While I may not be privy to your affairs, how could I possibly ignore the alignment of the 9 realms?" Before Zello could respond, Ancient One swiftly transported him back to England. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar surroundings, Zello cursed, "Damn. Magic is truly infuriating." Chapter 46, Stealth Evolution. Upon returning to England, Zello found his previous urgency to resolve the issues within himself had dissipated. After all, he still possessed a reality stone and an invincible physique. It seemed prudent to wait until he dealt with the Dark Elves before engaging in a deeper dialogue with Wanda. Stavelfheim, on a dim, desolate planet devoid of life. 2 Dark Elves surveyed the ravaged landscape, their hearts heavy with sorrow. One Dark Elf slowly crouched down, reaching out to touch the blackened soil, reminiscent of scorched earth, and grasped a handful of dark earth. "Look at what I have left behind." Ogham. Malekith's eyes reflected a complex turmoil. "I can scarcely recall the days of light." The Dark Elf named Ogham placed a hand on his shoulder for comfort, saying, "The continuation of our race is an invaluable legacy you have bestowed upon future generations." However, Ogham's words did little to alleviate Malekith's anguish. He abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with fury as he stared defiantly at Ogham. "I will reclaim the ether particles that rightfully belong to us. I shall ensure Asgard experiences the suffering we have endured, and I will restore our world. I shall bring an end to this tormented universe." Had Zello been present and understood the Dark Elf's tongue, he would undoubtedly have retorted, "Have you studied under the purple sweet potato spirit? Or has the purple sweet potato spirit studied under you? Day in and day out, you speak of the universe. Yet without you, it might fare better." Zello never believed that such extreme measures to interfere with the universe would yield improvement. On the contrary, he felt it would lead to further calamity. "My dear, I have discovered that our night of battle yields better results than 10 days of my training." Daisy traced circles on Zello's chest with her delicate fingers, her gaze towards him filled with undeniable allure. Upon Daisy's seductive advances, Zero, with an expression of disbelief, pinched her cheek, remarking, "Oh, spare me. You battled all night, and after just 1 hour, you lay there, too lazy to move. You are even less tenacious than Jane." Daisy pouted, muttering, "Can you blame me? You were far more relentless with me than you were with Jane." At this point, Jane, feeling indignant, interjected, "Who was it that was shouting in bed for more? Be rougher. Put in more effort. Now you dare to blame Lin Lin for being too vigorous? Why didn't you complain when we were in bed?" Hearing such fierce words from both of his women, Zero found it difficult to remain in the room and concocted an excuse to leave. Inside the technological base in England, Zero gazed upon the neatly arranged steel soldiers before him, while Tony, with a proud expression, introduced, "Behold, my Ultron Legion." "Oh, no, I should say, a mere fraction of the Ultron Legion." Zero understood the implications of Tony's Ultron Legion. Leveraging the energy of Stark Tower and the concealed robotic factory within, Tony could continuously produce Ultron soldiers, which underscored the terrifying nature of the Ultron Legion, an unending supply of Iron Warriors, a truly ominous prospect. Approaching one of the Ultron soldiers, Zero extended his finger and gently tapped it. A distinctive sound, unlike that of other metals, caught Zero by surprise. Turning to Tony with a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Isn't the cost a bit excessive? Is this a vibranium-like armor? The cost of one Ultron soldier nearly rivals 1/10 of your Iron Man suit." The vibranium-like material was a new alloy developed by Tony through reverse engineering vibranium and anti-vibranium, possessing energy absorption capabilities akin to vibranium, albeit less effective and requiring substantial thickness to achieve similar results. Of course, it also had advantages, such as being significantly cheaper than vibranium and less susceptible to sonic interference. Tony chuckled. "This is a special edition for the Ultron soldiers. How could I possibly outfit every Ultron soldier with such expensive armor? This is designed to counter the upcoming alien battalion. I certainly don't want my Ultron Legion to be taken down one by one by those bizarre extraterrestrial beings." Zero smiled to himself, thinking, "I fear this time it may not be one by one, but rather a grenade for the whole lot." Nevertheless, Zero patted the Ultron soldier in front of him, smiling as he remarked, "Very impressive. I look forward to your Ultron soldiers. However, what of your Iron Man suits? To what generation have they been upgraded? Taking your advice into account, I am contemplating integrating nanotechnology, but it is still in the experimental phase. So you won DC at this time, Tony said with excitement. Once assured that there were no issues with Tony, Zero proceeded to meet Susan. However, upon seeing Zero for the first time, Susan regarded him with the demeanor of a forlorn wife, clearly displeased with him. What's wrong? Are your little girlfriends dissatisfied with you? Susan shot a glare at Zero. Observing Susan's woeful expression, Zero naturally pulled her into his embrace, replying, Indeed. They all find fault with me. Only you cherish me. With that, Zero suddenly kissed Susan passionately, leaving her cheeks flushed. Yet, despite this, Susan still reached out and pinched the soft flesh beneath Zero's ribs fiercely. A murder of the husband. With an exaggerated demeanor, Zero dramatically clung to Susan. Lamenting against her shoulder, how could you neglect me for so long? Humph, consider this a punishment. Though he called it a punishment. Susan was acutely aware of Zero's formidable strength. This so-called punishment was akin to a mere mosquito bite for an ordinary person. I apologize. There have been too many happenings lately, Zero said, holding Susan tightly, his tone laden with remorse. Leaning against his chest, Susan wore a face full of happiness. Yet couldn't suppress her fierce retort. If you ever ignore me for that long again, you can forget about touching me. Humph. After indulging in their affectionate embrace for a while, they finally transitioned to serious matters. I still worry about you. Your offensive capabilities are formidable, yet your defenses remain inadequate. Zero remarked, gently stroking Susan's golden locks, concern etched across his face. Proudly, Susan responded, Aren't you aware? I can turn invisible. Zero shook his head. That is merely invisibility. It does not render you immune to harm. No, my invisibility has evolved significantly. With that, Susan excitedly pushed Zero away, activating her ability. Gradually, her form began to lose definition before his very eyes. Indeed, it has improved considerably. It even causes your clothing to vanish. Zero paused. A flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Invisibility coupled with phasing? If it were simply invisibility, my enhanced vision would still allow me to see you. But now I notice even the light reflecting from your invisible form has diminished. Invisibility distorts visible light, while phasing implies an object's intangibility. So what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Susan's voice, tinged with pride, echoed in Zero's ears. However, while he was pleased by Susan's prowess, a shadow of concern loomed over him. Susan, promise me that you will refrain from using this ability until my strength is restored. Why is that? A puzzled Susan gazed at Zero, expecting him to share in her excitement. Your existence is grounded in physical substance, Zero explained, his brow furrowed with worry. Phasing disperses your corporeal matter. I fear there may come a day when your ability exceeds your control, and then you would not merely phase out, you would truly vanish. Chapter 47. Candor. Susan was momentarily taken aback, then her entire being seemed to collapse into Zero's embrace, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. Could it really be that perilous? She asked, still somewhat reluctant to accept the notion. Zero, not withholding his feelings, tightened his grip around her delicate form. I am not trying to frighten you. I simply cannot bear the thought of losing you. However, I believe you could redirect this ability, allowing others or objects to phase out or disappear. For instance, if an enemy fires a bullet, you could phase it away, effectively creating a defensive capability. Furthermore, consider your energy field. You must learn to multitask. It is insufficient to wield your energy field solely for offense while neglecting your defense. Strive to manifest 2 or more energy fields, ensuring at least one is always active for your protection. With the wealth of combat experience, Zero diligently imparted his wisdom to Susan. Zelo's experiences inspired Susan, igniting within her an eagerness to experiment. Consequently, Zelo found himself unceremoniously dismissed. Before departing, he cast a sorrowful glance at Susan, murmuring quietly, a fickle woman, seeking affection when desired, yet pushing me away when dismissed. Ignoring Zelo's forlorn gaze, Susan chose to remain indifferent. Feeling disheartened, Zelo sought out Wanda, contemplating whether she could harness the power of chaos to dissolve some of the energy crystallized within him. The power of chaos was, after all, comparable to that of the Phoenix. It should prove effective, he mused, just as he was lost in thought. Arms encircled his waist from behind. Zelo remained still, his nose twitching slightly as he recognized the familiar scent. Wanda, it seems your figure has improved since last we met. He teased, prompting Wanda to release her hold immediately. Zelo turned and swept Wanda into his arms. She playfully smacked him, exclaiming, What are you doing? We're in the base. What's wrong? This is my base. I make the rules. Zelo replied with a grin. All right, enough of this. I have something to ask you. Wanda insisted, struggling to extricate herself from his embrace and pulling him into her room. I heard you mention the power of chaos. What does that mean? Seated on the sofa, Zelo drew Wanda close, the warmth of her presence stirring thoughts of intimacy. However, Wanda shot him a warning glance, clearly unyielding to any untoward advances. It's like this. The totem crystallized all the energy within me due to the Phoenix's power, as its energy level exceeds what the totem can absorb and digest. However, your power of chaos is on par with the Phoenix's. Perhaps it could help me melt the crystals. Upon hearing this, Wanda sat up straight, her eagerness evident. Then let's do it. What I need to do. Zello, taken aback by her urgency, chuckled. Why are you more anxious than I am? How can I not be? The alien army is approaching again, and this time you won't be able to utilize the energy within you. I'm worried about you. Wanda cupped Zello's face, her expression earnest. Zello, unperturbed, replied, Aren't you concerned this method might harm you? What if, before he could finish, Wanda pressed her hand over his mouth? There are no what-ifs. If it helps you recover, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself, as long as you promise to take care of my brother. For those puzzled as to why Wanda and Pietro are siblings rather than brother and sister, do not inquire. For it is a matter of the multiverse. Zello cradled Wanda's delicate face in his hands, affectionately tousling her hair. Silly girl, how could I ever let you perish? Yet, just as Wanda attempted to voice her thoughts, Zello silenced her with a kiss, causing her body to melt against him, as if surrendering to the warmth of his embrace. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, a delicate thread of shimmering essence bridging the gap between them. Rest assured, even if my energy has crystallized, it will not hinder my efforts to eradicate those extraterrestrial foes, Zello declared with unwavering conviction. However, Wanda remarked, No, previously when you led us against the Chitauri army, you exuded a sense of ease, yet this time, you are entirely different. Surprised by Wanda's perceptiveness, Zero noted her unwavering gaze and chose to reveal the truth. Indeed, both instances served as training exercises, but this time the adversary is considerably more formidable than the Chitauri. Although the Chitauri soldiers are numerous and well-equipped, they are not all elite. They function more as machines driven by a central intelligence. In contrast, the Dark Elves lack a unified central control. They excel in strategy rather than being mere thoughtless automatons. Wanda lowered her head, deep in contemplation, sensing that Zero was concealing something from her. No. You are hiding something from me. You must explain the purpose of your training. It cannot be a futile endeavor. In an instant, she grasped the crux of the matter. Faced with Wanda's probing inquiry, Zero's lips moved hesitantly before he finally divulged the truth. All right, I confess. The purpose of the training is that I may need to temporarily leave Earth in the future. Rest assured, I will return, however, during my absence. Someone must be capable of safeguarding my interests. I require not only your ability to fend off external threats, but also to confront those that arise from within Earth itself. As he spoke, an unsettling light flickered in Zero's eyes. He could embody a benevolent savior, yet also transform into a harbinger of destruction. Observing the fearsome expression on Zero's face, Wanda wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing herself against him, and softly whispered in his ear, Thank you for your heartfelt intentions, but if you truly intend to leave Earth, I hope you will take me with you. Wherever you go, I wish to accompany you. Very well. Zero did not refuse, responding gently. Now, let us continue our study on how to utilize my chaotic power to dissolve the energy crystal within you. Wanda suddenly withdrew from Zero's embrace, the loss of that soft, fragrant touch leaving him somewhat despondent. Zero rose and sat cross-legged on the ground, patting the floor before him. Come, sit down and follow my instructions. Oh, Wanda approached Zero and mimicked his posture as she sat down. Now, give me your hands. Zero extended his palms, and Wanda grasped them. Remember, do not resist. Just relax. Zero instructed. Wanda nodded in acknowledgement. As Zero focused his consciousness, the crimson dragon emblem on Wanda's chest began to glow. Unlike the totem seeds of others, Wanda's totem seed does not enhance her abilities but rather strengthens her command over her chaotic power, making her magical practice more adept. With the aid of the totem seed, Zero could momentarily control the chaotic energy within Wanda. As the chaotic power flowed from Wanda's hands into Zero's body, the incoming energy encountered formidable resistance, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Zero's mouth. Chapter 48. The mutants engage in battle. Sensing something amiss, Wanda abruptly opened her eyes. Upon noticing a faint trace of crimson blood at the corner of Zero's mouth, panic surged through her, prompting her to withdraw her chaotic energy immediately. Lin Lin, how are you? Wanda cried out, her voice tinged with a sob. Zero opened his eyes and wiped away the blood. I'm fine. I just lost control for a moment. You know my body, don't you? All right, let us try again. Again? Wanda hesitated, feeling a sense of reluctance. She did not wish to witness Zero spitting blood once more. Have no fear. This time, you will take the reins. Previously, my external control lacked the precision you possess. Saying this, Zero took Wanda's hand once more. In truth, Zero's actions undeniably placed his life in Wanda's hands. Allowing the chaotic energy to flow into his body carried significant risk. Should a surge of chaos run rampant, even his formidable physique might struggle to withstand it. If the energy crystallized and became irreparable or fatal without the energy to mend it, death would be inevitable. Wanda felt no joy from Zero's trust, Rather, a heavy weight settled in her heart. Zero embraced Wanda tightly and whispered in her ear, I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself. Let go of any burdens. The more you fear, the more likely you are to err. After planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, he released her. Wanda gazed into Zero's eyes, her resolve gradually solidifying. The two sat cross-legged once more, hands intertwined, as the crimson dragon pattern on Wanda's chest glowed anew. The chaotic energy flowed into Zero's body like a gentle stream. Indeed, Zero could not help but silently marvel. Wanda's control was incomparably smoother than anyone else's, akin to indulging in a delectable treat. Under Wanda's guidance, the chaotic energy permeated the energy crystals within Zero without dissolving them. Inwardly, Zero sighed. Truly, she remains overly cautious. Wanda, you can afford to be a bit more vigorous. This is not effective. Zero spoke up. However, Wanda furrowed her brow, clearly conflicted. Yet, Zero sensed the chaotic energy within him growing increasingly turbulent, akin to waves crashing against a cliff. Yes, just like that, gradually increasing the intensity. If it becomes too much, I will let you know. A man must not falter. Wanda focused all her energies on controlling the chaotic power, responding softly. As the chaotic energy surged, the once impenetrable energy crystals began to shift, with one even showing signs of melting. Just as Zero felt exhilarated, the previously roaring chaotic energy receded like a tide. Zero opened his eyes in confusion, only to find Wanda's complexion pale and her body drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from water. Wanda languidly collapsed. And upon noticing this, Zero swiftly pulled her into his embrace. You foolish girl, he admonished gently, how could you not realize when to cease? From now on, you must refrain from such reckless behavior. I would rather invest more time than witness you in this state. Do you understand? Wanda remained silent, merely offering a faint smile before succumbing to a deep slumber in Zero's arms. He did not depart. Instead, he carried her to the bed and, after tucking her in, began his own meditation. Although only a tiny fraction of the energy crystallization within him had melted, any semblance of operational energy would suffice for Zero to cultivate. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into his practice, a shadowy figure emanated from Wanda's being. Damnable human! Are you the one obstructing my vessel? Do you covet my power? Filthy, foolish creature, prepare to endure the wrath of the god of death. Zero furrowed his brow at the imposing specter before him, irritation creeping into his demeanor as he raised his hand. A colossal hand of energy grasped the apparition directly. With a resounding pop, the seemingly fierce shadow was dissipated. How bothersome! Can't you see Wanda is sleeping? Zero muttered, exasperated. A god of death? What nonsense! Despite these thoughts, an alarm rang within Zero. As one of the ancient gods, Zysorn's formidable abilities were undeniable. One of Zero's motives in embedding a totem seed within Wanda was to prevent this entity from usurping her body. Had it not been for the fact that these ancient gods resided in another dimension, unable to extend their influence to Earth, Zero would have found it impossible to obliterate the specter's form. Speaking of deities, Zero couldn't help but recall another group, dimensional demons. Whether ancient gods or dimensional demons, a few among them possessed extraordinary power, rivaling the manifestations of eternity, oblivion, infinity, and death within the multiverse. Truly, in the Marvel Universe, tranquility is a fleeting luxury. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Wanda stirred from her slumber in Zero's embrace. However, upon waking, she sought to return to sleep, only to be jolted by an imperceptible sour scent that wafted into her nostrils. Ah! Wanda exclaimed, springing up from the bed and dashing to the bathroom. Since Zero had bestowed upon his women the totem seeds, their bodies had transformed significantly. The characteristic body odor typically found in Caucasians was entirely absent. Their skin became far more delicate, and they no longer faced the fleeting concerns associated with their kind. Thus, it was no wonder that Wanda reacted so strongly upon catching a whiff of an unfamiliar scent after such a long time. Startled awake by Wanda's sudden movements, Zero looked toward the bathroom in confusion. Wanda, what is it? He inquired with concern, fearing something was amiss. It stinks. I'm reeking of sweat. And you had the audacity to hold me while I slept. Wanda's indignant voice echoed from the bathroom. Upon realizing that Wanda was not in peril, Zero breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't resist teasing her slightly. Where's the stench? You smell delightful. A subtle hint of floral fragrance. Wanda paid no heed. Yet Zero would not let this delightful opportunity slip away. With Wanda's sudden exclamation, the two began to frolic in the bathroom. 2 hours later, with the sun at its zenith, Zero and Wanda reluctantly emerged from the bathroom, though Wanda's gait appeared somewhat awkward. Is everything all right? Zero chuckled awkwardly. Wanda shot him a glare. Just go away, she retorted, pushing him away in embarrassment. After planting a tender kiss on her forehead, Zero remarked, you should rest well today. I shall take my leave. Wanda replied, her cheeks flushed. Not long after departing from Wanda's room, a melodic voice rang out. Young master, someone from Xavier's Academy has arrived. Miss Natasha is attending to them. You might want to head over. Zero was taken aback. He had no recollection of summoning anyone from Xavier's academy. However, one should never refuse free assistance. With the involvement of mutants, the battle might indeed become more manageable. Chapter 49. The Super Alliance of the X-Men at the British base of technology. In the reception area, Charles had brought all the combatants from Xavier's academy with him, including himself, Cyclops, Jean Grey, Wolverine, Beast, Nightcrawler, Storm, Iceman, Shadowcat, and Colossus. Upon entering the reception room, Zero was somewhat astonished to see the multitude of mutants present. Charles had truly brought his entire arsenal. "Welcome, Professor Charles." Zero stepped forward to extend his hand. The two engaged in a brief handshake, which, though seemingly simple, set the tone for the discussions to follow. Undoubtedly, Charles had come this time to discuss what Zero had previously mentioned, joining the family of technology. And not merely the Super Alliance. The educators from Xavier's academy were not mere brutes. Many were highly qualified individuals. To confine them to mere combat within the Alliance would indeed be a gross misallocation of talent. As a diligent capitalist, Zero would not allow such a travesty to occur. Throughout the morning, Zero and Natasha engaged in discussions regarding the merger with Xavier's academy, ultimately finalizing the terms of the collaboration. Xavier's academy would be rebranded as the Institute, serving as a nurturing ground for those with special abilities, while the X-Men would integrate into the Alliance. Furthermore, members of the Alliance would also bear certain teaching responsibilities, with former X-Men members prioritized over Alliance members in educational roles. As for the students graduating from the Institute, technology and the Alliance would ensure they had a well-planned path ahead. The negotiations of that morning left both parties quite satisfied, and the individuals brought by Charles would naturally remain to participate in the forthcoming battles. Subsequently, Zero took Charles and the others on a tour of technology's base in the UK. Though termed a tour, it essentially served to showcase the capabilities of the Alliance's other members. Even though videos of their battles against the Chitauri had been shared online, these individuals placed greater faith in first-hand experiences of real combat. In the underground training arena, Charles and his companions observed two colossal creatures, one gray and the other green, engaged in a fierce struggle, eliciting expressions of astonishment from them. The two individuals in question are, of course, Banner and Blonsky, or more accurately, the Hulk and the Abomination. Although Zero's intervention dispelled the side effects of Blonsky's serum, his competitive spirit remained undiminished. After receiving the training methods provided by Zero, Blonsky devoted himself to relentless practice, day and night. Observing the Abomination, who could now hold his own against the Hulk, Zero felt a sense of satisfaction, for among those he had instructed, only Blonsky had truly committed himself to the pursuit of strength. Individuals like Tony, Banner, Ben, and Johnny were more akin to fair-weather practitioners, often inconsistent in their efforts. In the realm of strength, Blonsky and Zero could be considered kindred spirits, which was one of the reasons Zero had chosen to take him under his wing. "How are you, Professor?" Zero inquired with a smile. Despite the glass barrier and his elevated vantage point, Charles sensed an overwhelming dread emanating from these two monstrous beings. They are formidable, especially that green behemoth. He exudes an aura of limitless potential. Charles offered a candid assessment. Zero neither affirmed nor denied Charles's perspective. The Hulk's gifts were undeniably extraordinary, yet the Abomination also possessed the potential for remarkable transformation, contingent upon Blonsky's personal fortunes. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed a punch that sent the Abomination crashing against the wall, causing the training facility to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. "Fear not, everyone. The training area is equipped with shock absorbers and will not compromise the integrity of the structure," Zero reassured, chuckling. As Blonsky reverted to his normal form and fell from the wall, the Hulk transformed back into Banner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Banner remarked, "I used to find the Hulk somewhat bothersome, but I've come to realize that sometimes brute force truly surpasses intellect. Ha ha ha." Blonsky shot an exasperated glance at Banner, brushing off the dust from his attire. "You only manage to win when in Hulk form, but I am certainly more astute in my human state," Banner retorted, a smirk playing on his lips, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Zero, can I have a match with that guy?" Logan suddenly inquired, pointing at Banner. Zero raised an eyebrow, glancing between Banner and Logan, and replied with a grin, "That is certainly feasible, provided he is willing." Suddenly, Beast noticed another figure on the training grounds. "Is that Captain America?" Recognizing Steve in his black combat attire and shield, Beast immediately identified him. The reputation of Captain America, second only to Zero's, was well known, particularly in America, making him a familiar figure among the members of the War Police. "Oh, what? Do you wish to challenge him?" Zero discerned the battle intent in Beast's eyes. "Go ahead, the door is right there." Zero gestured towards the nearby entrance. Eagerly, Logan and Beast entered the training arena. Blonsky, slightly disheartened, looked up in surprise at the sudden intrusion, glancing towards the transparent corridor above, where he saw Zero nodding. thus understanding that this was at Zero's behest. On Banner's side, the meeting of the two parties remained relatively amicable. Reflecting on Steve's side, he was training with Ben when suddenly a wild figure, covered in blue fur, burst in, startling them both. "Oh, crap!" Steve exclaimed, instinctively tossing his shield. It was understandable. He was already in combat mode, and under the circumstances. A curse slipped out naturally. Bang! The beast caught the flying shield with his bare hands, the force of it leaving his hands slightly numb. Although the beast did not make any further moves, Steve remained on high alert. "Who are you? How did you get here?" In response to Steve's vigilance, the beast adjusted his glasses and slowly approached, returning the shield to Steve. "Hello, I'm Henry Philip McCoy, a new addition. You can call me Hank. Steve Rogers. Just call me Steve." Seeing no malice in the newcomer, Steve politely shook his hand. Ben, having regained his composure, also intended to introduce himself, but the beast interjected. "Captain America, now that's a name that resonates. I wonder if I might have the honor of witnessing your prowess." Ben, about to speak, found himself retreating sheepishly. Clearly, the beast was there to engage with Steve, so he decided to step back. Observing Ben's awkward smile as he withdrew, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. Noticing the fighting spirit in the beast's eyes, Steve's combat instincts were ignited, and it was evident that a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 50, A Stalemate. In the training arena, Ben discreetly stepped aside, joining Zero. "Ben, let me introduce you. This is Professor Charles, who leads a team of mutants that have joined us. From now on, you will be comrades." Zero took the lead, introducing Ben to Professor Charles and the others. After brief introductions, both parties turned their attention to the training grounds. Zero believed there was no suspense in the fight between Hulk and Wolverine. As long as Logan refrained from using his claws on Hulk, it was unlikely Hulk would lose. Of course, if Logan did use his claws, Hulk's fury would ensure victory as well. However, they could only measure victory and defeat. Neither could truly harm the other, as both were nearly invulnerable. Thus, the battle between Steve and the Beast was far more intriguing. Observing the black and blue figures entangled in combat on the training field, the Beast fought true to his name, moving on all fours with an agility reminiscent of a wild animal. Moreover, the Beast's speed proved to be a significant challenge for Steve, who could barely evade and block the rapid onslaught. The Beast was not faring much better either. Steve's shield techniques were honed to perfection, deflecting several of the Beast's close calls with ease. Anger flickered across the Beast's blue-furred face. Its large mouth bared in a fierce snarl, emitting low growls from its throat. Meanwhile, Steve maintained a defensive stance, his feet in a wide stance. Shield raised against the Beast's advances. Zero couldn't help but remark, what a truly evenly matched display of skill. When it comes to speed and strength, the Beast has surpassed the limits of humanity, while Steve has merely reached the pinnacle of human potential. With a thunderous roar, the Beast transformed into a blue blur, instantly appearing behind Steve. As a seasoned warrior, Steve's reflexes were lightning fast. He swiftly turned and raised his shield before him. Bam! The Beast's powerful strike sent Steve reeling backward. However, to the Beast's surprise, as Steve retreated, he hurled his shield forward. Reacting with remarkable speed, the Beast swatted the shield aside and charged at Steve. Yet, in an unexpected twist, the seemingly departing shield executed a mid-air spin and hurtled directly toward the back of the Beast's neck. If it had not evaded, Steve's shield could have delivered a fatal blow. "What is happening? Does Captain America possess telekinetic abilities?" Jean asked incredulously. The other former members of the war police looked on in bewilderment. Zero chuckled. "It's not telekinesis. It's a technological marvel." An apparatus on Steve's wrist allowed him to swiftly retrieve his shield, originally designed for ease of use in open spaces where he could quickly reclaim it after throwing. Why open spaces? Because Captain America's shield is extraordinarily versatile, capable of rebounding off obstacles and returning to him. Returning to the Beast. Faced with Steve's sudden and peculiar display of bravado, coupled with the rushing wind behind him, the Beast's instincts compelled him to abandon his attack on Steve and instead roll away. This very roll allowed him to narrowly miss the shield. Recovering his shield, Steve chuckled at the Beast's lucky escape. "Hank, I think we should call it a day. Continuing this will yield no fruitful outcome." Hank rose, brushing off the dust. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied yet acknowledging the truth in Steve's words. "Engaging with you always feels like victory is within reach, yet it invariably eludes me." Steve, placing his shield behind him, replied, "You are not alone in that sentiment. Others share the same experience." As Steve and the Beast shook hands, Zero shifted his gaze to the ongoing battle between Hulk and Logan. There were no surprises. Hulk was relentlessly slamming Logan into the ground as he had done with Loki. "Hulk, enough." Zero's voice echoed through the training grounds over the loudspeaker. Upon hearing Zero's command, Hulk ceased his assault and glared at him with a furious roar. Hulk quickly shrank in size, ultimately reverting to Banner. Banner, observing Logan on the ground with his wounds rapidly healing, exclaimed in frustration, "Are your bones made of iron?" How can they be so tough? Indeed, Hulk's anger stemmed from the remarkable resilience of Logan's bones. Abruptly roused from his stupor, Logan's eyes flew open. And with a swift motion, his adamantium claws extended. Clearly disoriented and unaware that the battle had concluded, Logan prepared to retaliate and reclaim his honor. "Logan, stop." Charles urgently called out to him through telepathy. Regrettably, anger has clouded Logan's judgment, leaving Banner momentarily stunned as he gazes at the metal claws that have suddenly sprouted from Logan's hands. Observing Logan's lack of response, Charles is compelled to exert mental control to restrain him. "Logan, regain your senses. That is not an enemy. You are merely engaging in a friendly spar." Under Charles' influence, Logan gradually begins to return to lucidity. Yet, despite the clarity returning to his eyes, he continues to glare at Banner with palpable fury, evidently unwilling to concede. From the outset, he had been knocked unconscious, and subsequently, he had felt as though he were soaring, only to be beset by excruciating pain each time he regained consciousness, only to be knocked out again. Zero places a hand on Charles' shoulder, utilizing him as a conduit to convey, "Logan, do not attempt to attack Hulk with your claws. Hulk's regenerative capabilities are on par with yours. Even if you were to dismember him, he would not perish. Moreover, in your attempts to sever him, his wrath may very well lead him to rend you asunder." The angrier Hulk becomes, the stronger he grows. Once his fury reaches a sufficient peak, shattering the earth could become a distinct possibility. Logan snaps to full awareness, casting a reluctant glance at the now frail Banner. "Are you certain?" he asks. Skepticism etched on his face. Zero chuckles. "You may test it, for neither of you shall meet your demise. Besides, I am here to back you up." Charles' eyes widen in astonishment as he regards Zero, incredulous at his recklessness. In response to Charles' shocked expression, Zero offers a reassuring smile. Ultimately, Logan refrains from striking, pulling out a cigar instead, his visage marred by gloom. Following 2 rounds of combat, the original members of the X-Men have gained insight into the League's prowess. However, as they proceed further, they are taken aback upon encountering Johnny. How is there another Captain America? Although Johnny and Steve differ in demeanor and hairstyle, their facial resemblance is uncanny. "Oh, his name is Johnny. His ability is fire. He can envelop himself in flames to fly. He is my little nephew," Zero explains, somewhat bemused. Indeed, Johnny bears a striking resemblance to Steve, yet they are not related. They have even undergone tests confirming their lack of kinship. The group inevitably turns their gaze towards Steve, who merely shrugs in exasperation. Chapter 51. The war commences in the conference room. Members of the League and the freshly inducted original X-Men sit on opposing sides. Zero clears his throat, drawing the attention of all present, and begins to speak. "Allow me to briefly outline the origins of this war." The previously animated discussions within the conference room swiftly subside, as all ears turn to Zero. "Our adversaries are an extraterrestrial race known as the Dark Elves. Countless years ago, they sought to exploit the Reality Stone, which is this." As he speaks, Zero extends his hand, a scarlet liquid surging forth from his chest and coalescing in his palm. "This is the Reality Stone. They refer to it as ether particles. The Dark Elves intended to utilize the Reality Stone's ability to distort existence, plunging the 9 realms into utter darkness during a cosmic convergence. For darkness is the optimal environment for the Dark Elves. At that time, the king of Asgard, who was Odin's father, led Asgard to triumph over the Dark Elves, led by Malekith, and concealed the Reality Stone. Now, as the celestial bodies converge once more, the hidden Reality Stone will be exposed, awakening the remnants of the Dark Elves lurking in the shadows. They will undoubtedly attempt to reclaim the Reality Stone, plunging the 9 realms into darkness. I surmise that none of you wish to live in a world devoid of sunlight." Banner, with a grave expression, remarked, "It is not merely a loss of sunlight. The entirety of Earth's flora and fauna would face mass extinction." Banner's words startled those like Blonsky and Johnny, whose intellects were not particularly sharp. Indeed, without the sun, it would be catastrophic. It was at that moment they realized the gravity of the situation. "What must we do?" Charles inquired. Zero snapped his fingers, and a colossal holographic sand table emerged upon the conference table. "The Dark Elves now dwell in the shadows while we stand in the light. Thus we are compelled to be reactive. However, it is certain that the Dark Elves possess means to detect the energy fluctuations of the Reality Stone, and they will undoubtedly seize it before the cosmic convergence. Yet, to invade Earth and claim the Reality Stone, another complication arises: Asgard." Charles queried, perplexed. "Asgard? The Asgard of Norse mythology?" The members of the original X-Men exchanged puzzled glances at Zero, bewildered by his sudden reference to a mythological realm. Observing their confusion, Zero elucidated, "The so-called Asgard is indeed a tangible existence. They are also an extraterrestrial race that visited Earth thousands of years ago, at which time the indigenous people depicted them as deities in their myths. Asgard nominally guards the 9 realms, hence for the Dark Elves to wreak havoc on Earth. They must ensure that Asgard is preoccupied. Otherwise, should they invade Earth, they would find themselves besieged from all sides. However, the Dark Elves are unaware that we have a connection with Asgard. If anything befalls them, we shall receive word. Upon hearing of Zero's connection to Asgard, Charles and the others widened their eyes, marveling. Truly deserving of the title of Savior, your network is indeed vast. Zero continued. While the Dark Elves may dwell in the shadows and we in the light, seemingly placing us in a reactive position, the disparity in information allows us to transform our passivity into proactivity. The Dark Elves are oblivious to the fact that we are already aware of everything, granting us ample time to prepare. Following Zero's analysis, the previously troubled expressions of Charles and the others began to ease. I will now make the necessary arrangements, which are crucial. You must remember this. Afterward, it will be your turn. Zero gazed at Charles and the others, believing they would appreciate the Alliance's uniforms. Once Charles and the others were properly organized, Zero exhaled in relief, at which point Susan approached him. You rogue, have you not noticed that Natasha is not herself? You have been so preoccupied with matters at hand that you failed to see how she has been bustling about, and yet you have shown her no concern. Should you not offer her some comfort? As she spoke, Susan indignantly pushed Zero toward Natasha's departing figure. Zero paused, momentarily captivated by Natasha's swaying silhouette. However, rather than hastening to pursue her, he turned and embraced Susan. My dear, you are increasingly resembling a matronly figure. Without regard for Susan's consent, Zero seized her in a profound kiss before releasing her to chase after Natasha. Feeling the lingering warmth of their kiss, Susan, somewhat enviously, remarked, "This is all your fault. You fickle rogue." Humph. With a playful huff, she turned and left. In a stealthy maneuver, Zero wrapped his arms around Natasha from behind. Are you upset? He whispered softly, his cheek brushing against her ear. Natasha let out a cold huff. Who is angry with you? Let go. I have matters to attend to. She added, I appreciate your efforts during this time, but with the impending battle, it must be this way. Once it concludes, I shall make it up to you, all right? Zero buried his face in the crook of Natasha's neck, inhaling her delicate fragrance. The warmth emanating from her neck caused Natasha's cheeks to flush slightly. Feeling a flutter in her heart, she found her resolve to ignore this scoundrel wavering. Well, fine. But after the battle, you must heed my commands and obey my whims. Natasha's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Upon hearing this, Zero was momentarily taken aback, questioning softly at her ear. Obey your whims? That does not sound quite right. You haven't picked up any insidious ideas from Daisy, have you? I must warn you. Before he could finish, Natasha pouted in annoyance. I simply ask if you agree. Seeing her expression, Zero surrendered with a resigned gesture. All right, do as you please, just don't regret it later. Humph. I want to regret it. I shall ensure you are thoroughly entertained. Natasha replied with a mischievous grin, just as Natasha was reveling in her playful smile. Zero pressed his lips against hers. After a passionate exchange, they reluctantly parted. To Zero's surprise, the Dark Elves moved far more swiftly than he anticipated. The following day, a radiant beam of light descended directly onto the plaza of the technological group's headquarters in the UK. Young Master, Thor from Asgard has appeared. Lin Lin's words jolted Zero from his meditative state. Thor's arrival indicated that the Dark Elves had commenced their assault. With minimal energy to spare, Zero swiftly transported Thor over. The abrupt change in scenery startled Thor, who, upon spotting a figure, instinctively hurled his hammer. Clang! Zero caught the flying hammer in his hand. For a moment, he was lost in thought, tempted to see if he could crush it. However, recalling the impending battle, he dismissed the notion. The God of Thunder's hammer, you scoundrel. You once sought to lift me, and now you wish to crush me. After returning the hammer to Thor, Zero feigned ignorance and inquired, Thor, what brings you to Earth? Zero, something has happened. Thor replied, No, that cannot be. You cannot be unaware. Heimdall has reported that you've been preparing for battle this entire time. You must know. Thor suddenly sensed something amiss. Zero was also taken aback, thinking to himself, this fellow has finally made some progress. Indeed, I am fully aware. Your presence signifies that the Dark Elves have commenced their actions. Zero's gaze lowered, a glint of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 52. The comical finale. Thor's countenance was stern, his expression still harboring traces of murderous intent, evidently having just emerged from a recent battle. Speak. What is the current situation in Asgard? Zero inquired in a grave tone. In response to Zero's query, Thor's hand clenched tightly, his fist, the size of a sandbag, producing a series of cracking sounds. It is the Dark Elves. They have infiltrated Asgard, breached the prison, and liberated all the inmates, causing chaos throughout Asgard. And what brings you to Earth? Zero pressed further. It is my father. Thor replied. The unexpected emergence of the Dark Elves had caught him off guard. He had presumed they were long extinct, only to find them resurfacing at a highly troubling juncture. It must be noted that with the impending convergence of celestial bodies, their return has reminded my father of the events thousands of years ago when my grandfather eradicated them. As the center of the Nine Realms, Midgard is undoubtedly a destination they will pursue. Indeed, as Thor articulated, regardless of the location of the Reality Stone, should the Dark Elves acquire it, they would certainly aim to plunge the Nine Realms into darkness, and thus, Earth would be their inevitable target. Among the Nine Realms, Earth is referred to as Midgard, as it serves as a nexus connecting the other 8 realms. In the Marvel Universe, Earth is regarded as the most unique of all planets. Now, what plans do you Asgardians have? Zero asked. Thor was acutely aware of Zero's boundaries, thus he was cautious not to overstep. This time, my father has only dispatched me. However, should you request assistance, Asgard is willing to send troops. Thor, in the presence of Zero, no longer exhibited his previous boisterous demeanor. Assistance? Zero chuckled lightly, thinking, the challenge lies in inviting the deity, but dismissing him may prove difficult. There is no need to send troops. The fact that Asgard has sent you, a prince, suffices to demonstrate that you stand in solidarity with Earth. Zero nodded with a smile, assuming a posture akin to that of a leader of Earth. Just as Thor was poised to speak further, an alarm blared throughout the base, causing the ever-tense Thor to spring to his feet. What is happening? Thor questioned. A look of confusion directed at Zero. Zero gestured to summon a holographic projection, which revealed Earth, and beyond it, a peculiar spacecraft was slowly approaching. They have arrived. Zero rose, his eyes reflecting a surge of battle intent as he gazed at the spacecraft in the projection. Thor, with a serious expression, regarded the holographic display before him, coldly asking, is it the Dark Elves? I suspect it is likely a reconnaissance advance team. Zero surmised, observing the numerous small craft detaching from the peculiar ship. He could almost ascertain their intentions. Zero turned to Thor. Shall we confront them together? Absolutely. Thor's eyes sparkled with lightning, clearly eager for action. Upon witnessing Thor's enthusiasm, Zero revealed a cruel smile. Lin Lin informed the Alliance not to engage. It is merely a reconnaissance unit. Subsequently, Zero transported himself and Thor into the expanse of outer space. Both Thor and Zero, with their formidable physiques, easily acclimated to the vacuum of the cosmos. Thor gazed in bewilderment at the vast, dark surroundings, exclaiming, Zero, where are the Dark Elves? Although sound could not traverse the void of space, it did not impede their communication. Even without harnessing most of his internal energy, Zero, infused with the power of the Mind Stone, could effortlessly engage in soul communication. Not here? Zero's gaze swept across several locations, and then his battle suit enveloped him entirely. The power core at his chest flickering with the crimson light of the Reality Stone. In the pitch-black cosmos, several small red lights suddenly ignited, revealing a handful of small spacecraft that had previously been cloaked in invisibility. The Reality Stone had disrupted their stealth technology, exposing them at once. Despite the vessels being black in color, it did not hinder Thor from discerning their presence. These weaklings are yours to deal with. With that, Zero teleported away. Watching Zero disappear, Thor swung his enchanted hammer, his eyes igniting with lightning as he focused on the approaching fleet of spacecraft. You wretches, perish. He hurled the hammer, charging toward the small vessels, and suddenly, the dark universe erupted with brilliant fireballs. Dealt with? Let us go. Seeing Zero approaching with one hand raised, Thor looked curiously at the elevated hand, noticing it appeared to hold nothing. What are you holding up? He inquired. Zero glanced at his raised right hand and replied with a smile, nothing much, just a highly advanced cloaking spaceship. A spaceship? Thor stared at the outstretched hand, astonished. Indeed. The Dark Elves' cloaking technology was formidable, having nearly deceived Heimdall during their assault on Asgard. Upon returning to the ground, Zero found himself at the New York base. Lin Lin, have Norman bring the research and engineering teams out. I have a grand gift for them. Shortly thereafter, Norman emerged from the base, accompanied by a throng of individuals. At Lin Lin's behest, upon seeing Zero with his hand raised, Norman regarded him with a perplexed expression. Zero, is this some sort of performance art? The crowd behind Norman erupted in laughter. Observing their jovial demeanor, Zero offered no explanation, merely pointing his elevated hand toward the expansive area beside the base. As his arm extended parallel to the ground, several large trees in the open space suddenly snapped and fell, creating a surreal spectacle. The group of prodigies accompanying Norman stood in bewilderment, wondering, is this what we came out for? To watch him chop wood from a distance? Yet soon, it was not merely the trees that broke apart. The earth seemed to be compressed, forming a massive pit. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. An alien spacecraft boasting powerful optical cloaking technology. This task is entrusted to you. With a casual snap of his fingers, Zero deactivated the spaceship's cloaking mechanism and soared away from New York, leaving Norman and a group of brilliant minds staring in astonishment at the immense black vessel before them. At this moment, The scientists and engineers behind Norman were filled with both excitement and trepidation. They had yet to fully decode the technology of the Chitauri. And now another alien spacecraft had arrived. As scientists, their exhilaration was palpable. However, the thought of yet another round of relentless work weighed heavily on their spirits. Yet, Zero remained indifferent to their emotions as he headed straight for London. With the reconnaissance team out of contact, he was uncertain of Malekith's next move. But preparing was undoubtedly essential. Upon his return to England, the melodic voice of Lin Lin echoed in his ear. Sir, multiple unidentified flying objects have been detected invading Earth. Multiple? How many are we speaking of? A total of 173. After a brief pause, Lin Lin relayed the data. 173? Zero raised an eyebrow, realizing his fears had materialized. Compared to the Chitauri, the Dark Elves were far more cunning. Unlike in the films, Malekith, devoid of the Reality Stone, acted with great caution. The reconnaissance team was merely a distraction, while the true strategy lay within these fragmented forces. However, Zero was not to be underestimated. He was acutely aware of Malekith's intentions. Encountering the Dark Elves would not prove daunting. Though slightly divergent from his initial thoughts, it was not a significant issue. If you openly build a path while secretly maneuvering, then I shall invite you into a trap, ensnaring you within it. A smirk graced Zero's lips as he momentarily channeled the Dragon King. Lin Lin, how's the preparation of the site progressing? It is fully ready. Then let the show commence. On an uninhabited island in the Pacific, an enormous metallic fortress had mysteriously arisen, yet it lay devoid of life, occupied solely by Ultron soldiers and various terrestrial defense weapons. At the center of the fortress, Zero stepped through a portal, and as a crimson light flashed, his figure vanished, leaving behind only a scarlet gem. On Pluto, a colossal ship resembling a nail was anchored to the ground. Inside, Agum reported to Malekith. Continuous detection of ether particle energy signals indicates that the inhabitants of Midgard are unaware of the properties of ether particles. Humph, a tribe of uncivilized primitives. As long as we can keep the people of Asgard preoccupied, we shall have our opportunity to seize the ether particles. Malekith replied with a cold smirk. Perplexed, Agum inquired. If that is the case, why do we not simply invade Midgard directly? Malekith rose, gazing through the ship's vast viewport towards Earth. Because I sense a dangerous aura emanating from Midgard. However, since only the reconnaissance team has been eliminated, it suggests that the protective force safeguarding Midgard is not all-encompassing. What shall we do next, my king? Agum knelt before Malekith on one knee. With a grand gesture, Malekith commanded the entire force to advance towards Midgard, executing a dispersed invasion to pinpoint the location of the ether particles, followed by a full-scale assault. In London, England, Zero's intentions left everyone puzzled. What does this mean? Why are we all gathering on a deserted island in the Pacific? Bronski inquired, bewildered. Banner pondered, concluding that perhaps Zero had his own rationale. You all have too many opinions. We should simply heed what my brother-in-law says. Johnny remarked, visibly displeased. Steve, observing this individual who bore a striking resemblance to himself, felt an inexplicable discomfort, yet he spoke up. Since Zero has stated this, he must have his reasons. Let us depart. With Zero absent, the group held a certain level of trust in Steve, as the influence of Captain America had endured for decades. Two technologically advanced supersonic jets ascended smoothly, racing towards the Pacific. Upon disembarking from the aircraft and witnessing the monumental defensive structure before them, all were taken aback. Even Tony, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself at a loss for words. Well, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Zero emerged from behind the group, gazing at the vast fortress with pride. However, Tony approached, saying, Brother, are you out of your mind? What on earth do you intend to achieve by constructing such a castle? Are you planning to destroy the planet? It was this brilliance of Tony's that allowed him to discern the underlying motives almost instantly. With a smile, Zero replied, This will serve as our headquarters. Moreover, even in the event of Earth's destruction, it will remain unscathed. Wait, you brought us here just to show us your new headquarters? Steve questioned. In response to the gazes of skepticism from the group, Zero asserted, This will be the main battleground moving forward. I intend to extract every ounce of value from the Dark Elves. They desire the Reality Stone, do they not? I will invite them to take it. Let us see if they can breach the defenses of this fortress. I shall use them to test the quality of my engineering. Furthermore, I want them to believe that we have concentrated all of Earth's might here. I will provide them with hope, making them think that the Reality Stone is within their grasp. Only then can I lead them into a trap, allowing us to ensnare them. Zero clenched his fist slowly, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The leader of the Dark Elves had hidden with his subordinates for millennia in pursuit of the Reality Stone, and Zero was not inclined to harbor such a ticking time bomb. Yet, he was cunning, necessitating that he be lured into the open before Zero could personally eliminate him. To Zero, Malekith and the Dark Elves were never a danger, merely a nuisance. Upon hearing Zero's comprehensive plan, the group collectively gasped. realizing that they too had been ensnared in his machinations. Can you guarantee he will come? Steve asked, still uneasy. You need not worry about that. For someone like Malekith, the reality stone represents an irresistible temptation. He will never relinquish it unless he believes he has no chance of success. Zero replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Quickly, the 172 reconnaissance vessels that had infiltrated Earth received Malekith's orders to search for the reality stone. They soon identified the deserted island in the Pacific. Soon, Malekith received news from Earth, and in a state of fervent excitement, he commanded his fleet to advance at full speed. Turning his gaze towards Agam, before Malekith could utter a word, Agam proclaimed with an oath, I am willing to sacrifice myself, just as our people have, just as you have. Observing Agam kneeling on one knee, Malekith patted his shoulder and handed him a black stone adorned with crimson markings. This was the Stone of Curse, crafted thousands of years ago by the Dark Elves after acquiring ethereal particles forged from fragments of the ether. When a warrior, imbued with dark power, crushes it, the latent energy within fuses with them, transforming them into an immensely powerful cursed warrior. Agam was the last individual capable of becoming such a warrior. Malekith departed the fleet alone in a reconnaissance craft, while the main force of Dark Elves continued their advance towards Earth. On the eve of the celestial convergence, alarms blared suddenly throughout headquarters as 3,000 Ultron soldiers emerged from the metallic fortress, establishing a vigilant perimeter. In the central hall, Zero observed the eager crowd with a smile. Now, do not rush. Let them launch an initial assault. Only after they have neutralized their heavy weaponry will it be your moment to act. Remember, be cautious of their individual armaments, especially their grenades. Those grenades can transform into small-scale black holes, absorbing everything within a certain radius. I believe Thor has witnessed their devastating power. The crowd turned their attention to Thor, who, recalling the terror of those grenades, affirmed, indeed, as Zero has said, their black hole grenades possess extraordinary might. The curiosity of the crowd was piqued at the thought of such fearsome grenades. Suddenly, a series of explosive detonations reverberated throughout the fortress. With a wave of his hand, Zero projected the external scene onto the walls of the hall. The massive black warship of the Dark Elves had anchored at the island's edge, unleashing thick beams of black energy upon the fortress. Yet, the spherical energy shield of the fortress repeatedly withstood the onslaught. Such concentrated bombardment would have reduced ordinary defenses to rubble. At this moment, the assembly no longer deemed Zero's construction of this fortress superfluous. Lin Lin, disable their warship's weaponry. Upon Zero's command, the Ultron soldiers swiftly soared towards the black warship. Controlled entirely by artificial intelligence, the Ultron soldiers maneuvered like phantoms in the sky, evading the energy beams fired from the colossal vessel. Observing this, Agam within the warship ordered, battle teams, deploy. Size-shaped aircraft detached from the warship, while 172 submerged vessels erupted from the water's surface. In an instant, the sky was a chaotic tapestry of black and white beams, with side-shaped aircraft descending and Ultron soldiers meeting their demise. At that moment, a peculiar smile emerged on Zero's previously calm face as he murmured to himself. Audible only to his own ears, the turtles have arrived. Well then, the Ultron soldiers have neutralized those heavy weapons. It is your time to shine. The restless crowd hastened towards the castle, leaving Zero alone within its confines. His perception enveloped the entire island, and at that moment, a dark elf stealthily approached from the rear of the castle. Whether this creature was the main target remained uncertain. However, once he obtained the desired item, clarity would follow. With a smirk, a crimson light began to emanate from his feet, enveloping him until he vanished into thin air. Lin Lin, create a bit of trouble for that elf. But do not kill him. Wait, hold on, don't move. Zerua's voice echoed, though his form remained unseen. Interesting, this armor possesses optical cloaking capabilities. Zerua had initially intended to create some inconvenience for the elf, to solidify his belief that the reality gem resided within this metallic fortress. However, that was no longer necessary. Malekith cautiously infiltrated the castle, searching for the energy signals of the ether particles, and eventually made his way to the innermost depths. After deftly disabling the protective gates, he lunged toward the ether particles, now tantalizingly close. I found it. I have finally located the ether particles. In an impulsive fervor, Malekith integrated them into his own being. Suddenly, the sound of applause resonated. TSK, 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 the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith. I must admit, I overestimated your intellect. I thought you would send someone else to steal it, yet here you are, coming yourself. As Zerua's words fell, a flash of red light materialized, revealing his presence. You, without granting him a moment to respond, Zerua's right fist clenched tightly, and countless crimson crystal spikes pierced Malekith's body, who had appeared momentarily perplexed. With a thud, the Dark Elf leader, who had sought to consume the light of the universe, collapsed silently. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, Zerua's face bore a smirk. devoid of any other expression. The farce was ready to conclude. The crimson glow of the reality gem in his chest surged dramatically. Chapter 53. The End in the Pacific. Above the headquarters, a red light flashed as Zeruah's silhouette gradually emerged, overlooking the battlefield below. He had disseminated the energy of the reality gem to every member of the Alliance, thus harboring no fears for their lives, nor concerns that the black hole grenades would indeed obliterate them. Indeed, threatening them proves effective. They dare not act recklessly. Zeruah nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Something seemed to be approaching from beneath the water. Fortunately, I can exert my energy slightly. Otherwise, it would have been truly challenging to detect you infiltrating pests. A cold smile crossed Zeruah's face as he snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, 3 small submarines were ensnared by a surge of red energy, rendered immobile. The emblem of 10 interlocking rings emblazoned on the submarines instantly revealed the identity of the newcomers. Do I have any dealings with the 10 Rings gang? Could it be that the 10 Rings gang in the Middle East is genuinely connected to this one? Zello furrowed his brow, resolutely deciding to journey to China next, eager to witness the true visage of his homeland as depicted in Marvel. Contemplating this, Zello couldn't help but lament the stringent information blockade imposed by the American government regarding this ancient nation. Even among superheroes, knowledge of China was scarce. Naturally, this did not extend to Zello and Tony, who managed to glean some unique insights through media channels. For instance, the 10 Rings organization. In this world, the 10 Rings were notably discreet in China. To Zello, Wenwu was astute, orchestrating his schemes exclusively beyond China's borders while maintaining a low profile within, leveraging the strength of China to safeguard himself and the 10 Rings, thereby securing an escape route. Zello found this cleverness perplexing. What was his true intention behind such actions? With a snap, a crimson radiance instantaneously enveloped the entire island, sparing a few individuals on the brink of being devoured by a black hole grenade, while the weapons of the Dark Elves transformed into fluttering ribbons. Witnessing this, Ogham's pupils jolted. He understood that Malekith had failed. Ogham retrieved the cursed stone, resolutely crushing it with the conviction of facing death. A haunting groan of agony escaped Ogham's lips as the crimson energy coursed through him, a terrifying aura rapidly emanating outward. The relief that had washed over the crowd was swiftly replaced by alarm. Boom. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist intermingled with crimson light erupted from Ogham, his body appearing as though it were infused with molten lava, fissures resembling lava flows appearing upon his form. He actually resorted to the cursed stone. Was this a case of preferring to be shattered than to remain whole, fighting valiantly to the bitter end? Zello raised an eyebrow, yet he beckoned with his finger, extracting a strand of the reality stone that had been injected into Ogham, who was now reduced to mere charred remnants, shattered into pieces. The black mist dissipated swiftly, and when the crowd gathered, they found only a ground strewn with black fragments. Stop dawdling, clear the battlefield. Zello descended slowly from the heavens. He strolled towards the shore, crimson light swirling around his hand, and soon 3 submarines were yanked from the depths by the scarlet glow. Gazing at the submarines suspended in midair, Zello spoke slowly. Return and inform your leader that I shall pay a personal visit shortly. I hope he prepares adequately. With that, Zello discarded the 3 submarines back into the sea as if they were mere refuse. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was Tony. Zello turned to see him descending from the sky in his Iron Man suit, which he subsequently removed as he approached Zello. Submarines? The emblem of the 10 Rings? Tony's eyes sharpened with intensity. Ever since he had dismantled the 10 Rings in the Middle East, he had nearly forgotten about the organization. Indeed, it is the 10 Rings, but do you not find the insignia of this 10 Rings to differ significantly from that of its Middle Eastern counterpart? Zello observed Tony, seemingly seeking to discern anger or some other emotion in his gaze. However, what he found instead was not anger, but rather curiosity or perhaps confusion. Zeluo reflected, at last. This fellow has matured. Although there were distinctions in their insignias, it could not yet be concluded that they were not part of the same organization. Thus, I have resolved to visit China in due course. Would you care to accompany me? Zeluo inquired. Tony's eyes widened slightly. To China? Are you suggesting that you might be Chinese? He remarked with a hint of jest. Indeed. Zeluo softly concurred, then added thoughtfully, China is an ancient land. I ought to explore it. This chapter marks the conclusion.